Okay, everybody. Good Monday morning. A slow week in sports. LOL. Not at DraftKings. Not on this daily DFS and sports betting, baby. We call the sweat. I'm Emerson Latzia. We'll fill an hour. Just you watch. Let's get after it with some MLB mid-season awards. DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. We are at the All-Star break now, so who is your AL MVP of the first half? That's my first question, Paul.
Well, in an ordinary year, a guy who leads the league in batting average, RBI, hits, and OBP, and is second in homers and RB and slugging should be a runaway leader, right? That's Vlad Guerrero's resume this year. But we're seeing a historical performance out of Shohei Ohtani. Not only does he lead the majors in home runs and slugging, but he's third in the major leagues in RBIs with 73 and a pretty nice 364 on base percentage. And he pitches a little bit too. 4-1 is the record in 13 starts, 87 strikeouts in only 67 innings. None of us on this panel have seen anything like this, and we've only read about something like it when you talk about Babe Ruth. That's the company that Ohtani's in, and that's why he would get my vote.
Yeah, there's no way to deny that he is the best player in the world right now, maybe ever here, Matt.
Yeah, it's interesting this year because I feel like in most years the MVP is determined by the numbers, and I know we're moving more in that direction. It's not entirely that way, though. A lot of the writers that vote on these things still consider narratives, but the numbers I don't think will matter much this year. Like even if Vlad Guerrero Jr. has a better second half than he did in the first half, and even if Shohei Ohtani cools down a bit, I think just because of how unprecedented what Ohtani's doing is, like just because of that, I think he runs away with this thing unless he gets injured. Like I really don't see a way that he doesn't win just because of the unique nature of the season he's having, both hitting and pitching. So he's a minus 335 favorite on DraftKings right now. It's hard to lay odds because Ohtani has gotten hurt in previous years. I would love to see him just finish out the season this strong. Vlad does what he's been doing too, and Ohtani wins the award just because it's a unique thing that he's done in 2021.
Yeah, and say with me, folks, the MVP should not have to be on a playoff team. Matt, National League most valuable player right now for you in the first half is who?
So we'd be having a different conversation if this were a couple days ago with the ACL injury to Ronald Acuna Jr. It's really changed the landscape. We had a 3-horse race. Now it's probably a 2-horse race between Jacob deGrom and Fernando Tatis Jr. I think Tatis perhaps will ultimately win it because it kind of pains me to say it. I think Jacob deGrom is overachieving just a little bit. A roughly 1 ERA is just not that sustainable, even for someone as great as he is. Having said that, I think deGrom is the favorite at the moment. I think he's been the best player in baseball to this point. But if you ask me who has the better second half, I think it might be Tatis. But either way, this should be a really close race. But I lean towards Tatis ultimately edging him out.
Yeah, man, you didn't even mention he's a 364 hitter with 6 RBI and 33 plate appearances here, man. Paul, what about you, man? NL MVP.
It's a shame Acuna is out of the race for the rest of the way, but you said who was the first half MVP? It's got to be Tatis for me, leading the NL in homers, slugging percentage, on base percentage, stolen bases, second in runs scored, tied for second in ribbies. And I'm not including a pitcher in this race. I'm sorry, they have their own award. That's the school I come from. So to me, Tatis is the runaway leader. Hopefully he'll be challenged by somebody. A couple of names that are on the outside, hoping to factor in the second half, will be Nick Castellanos and Trey Turner, in my opinion.
Okay, Paul, what about American League Cy Young? Who do you have?
2 veterans are at the top of my list, guys that a couple of years ago were almost reclamation projects. Lance Lynn of the White Sox, first in ERA, second opposing batting average, third in WHIP, 105 strikeouts versus 31 walks, only 63 hits and 90 innings pitched, a nice 9-3 1-loss record. Kyle Gibson, number 2, second in ERA, fifth in opposing batting average, seventh in WHIP, 78 hits allowed, 102 innings pitched, 88 strikeouts versus 31 walks. 6-1 is his 1 loss. I'm going to give it to Lynn right now, but I'm surprised that both these guys are in the mix.
Okay. How about you, Matt?
So I think it's Carlos Rodon to this point, just with the incredible strikeout rate. And it's a little confusing to me that Garrett Cole is still, not that he's still the favorite, because I do think he's the best pitcher in the American League, but just that he's favored to such an extent where he's around even money. And then there's a bunch of guys who are 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1. I think Kyle Gibson's been good, but I think the low strikeout rate is just it's hard to overlook that. He's done well at limiting damage, but I think that's more luck than anything. And Lance Lynn was looking a lot better earlier, but the control has seemed to waver for him. The last couple of starts, he's had some walk problems. Even watching him, which I normally wouldn't bring up, but just like he's missing spots on pitches. And I think there's a good chance he gets it together and is really in the race. But to this point, I feel like Rodon has been by far the most consistent, doesn't seem affected by the substance crackdown. The strikeout rate is there. And I think he probably, like, if I had to pick a guy who ends up winning, I think it's him. But either way, I think he's been the guy to this point.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about him too? It's a pretty good story. Non-tendered during the offseason, so he wasn't offered a contract, for the 2021 season. Ended up re-signing with the White Sox anyway, and then came to spring training, fought for a job, and look at him now. He's your first half AL Cy Young. So NL Cy Young, Matt, who's your guy? I mean, I guess I shouldn't ask that question. Is there any chance you could take anybody else besides DeGrom?
No. So I think if Jacob DeGrom was injured right now and didn't pitch again this season, I think he still probably wins the Cy Young. I think there would at least be a conversation at that point. So I think that the better thing to bring up, because he's going to run away with this if he continues to pitch anywhere resembling what he did in the first half. But if there's someone who could unseat him, let's say DeGrom just starts pitching really poorly or gets hurt or something like that, I think for me, it's Zach Wheeler over Kevin Gausman, just because I think he's a better pitcher. So Gausman, not as many strikeouts, a little more walk prone, hasn't been as good in previous years. It seems a little flukier to me. And Zach Wheeler, I think, is just an incredible pitcher, works really deep in games, and he has the track record. So it's going out on a limb to say Wheeler is in the race, because I don't think he's in the race at all unless DeGrom were to suffer an injury. But Wheeler is like the one guy who at least is a possibility, I think, to take over for DeGrom. But no, Jacob DeGrom is the NL Cy Young winner.
Yeah, Paul, each start entertains like new ideas about DeGrom potentially being the greatest ever. The numbers certainly back that up. I'm sure he's your pick. Who else is in the mix for you?
Yeah, I think the names that have been mentioned are the guys that are in contention for second place. But I'm going to go with Gausman as the second place guy. But DeGrom has put up numbers that I'd never put up when I played video game versions of Major League Baseball. So that's how special this year has been for him. It's historic, just like Ohtani's performance on the other side. We're seeing amazing numbers from people who played a game this year, and the names that have been covered tell the story.
Gentlemen, nice work. I know Paul will talk some home run derby with you coming up. We got some of that fantasy football flavor coming your way now. And one of the things that can make or break your season is getting the right mid-tier running backs in your lineup. So here's Pat Mayo and Jake Seeley going over their mid-tier RB ranks for the 2021 season.
Okay, so like the running back rankings for me go. It's Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery, Miles Sanders. That's the next thing. Do you think that Miles Sanders should be on that tier? Like if that's a tier of 3, yes. Do I just make it a tier of 4?
I think it's a fair tier for him. And I say because I could also see him getting back to being Miles Sanders and jumping up to the next tier. But we've talked about a lot with these running backs is things have to go right. This team is the Eagles have told us nothing, but they are also concerned about Miles Sanders in the passing game by who they brought in, and they still have Boston Scott. So I say there's an issue here of the downside, but Miles Sanders' talent and his ability, if he can get right, he's still good enough to be talent-wise a top 20 running back, and for fantasy purposes, even potentially top 15. But he deserves to be in this tier because of the concerns.
So I'm wagering that I'm higher on Cooper Kupp than you are, as I have Kupp at the beginning of this tier and Woods at the bottom of this tier. I think that they're close. I think I'd rather Cooper Kupp for this season, though, with Matthew Stafford.
I agree with you. What do you have him at wide receiver overall?
Wide receiver, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 12.
Okay, you are higher, but not by much.
So
I'm at wide receiver 17.
The rankings for me go Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Julio, Thielen, Evans, Woods, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb. Do you think that's a tier unto itself, or does that get broken up like Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Jones, Thielen, Gap, Evans, Woods, Chase, Lamb, or Evans and Woods a part of that first tier, or do you think you're good with all of those guys?
I'm good with all those guys.
Would you throw Deontay Johnson is next on the list? Does Deontay Johnson deserve to be in that tier? Does Kenny Golladay deserve to be in that tier? Or is that the break?
That's the break.
Okay. So I take that group of, let's say, 9 wide receivers. Now to put them in the overall rankings, we kind of agreed that we like Darren Waller and Kittle more than all those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then,
And this is what's so good about taking a running back is because almost all of those wide receivers, or like 80% of them, are sitting there in the 3rd round.
Oh, for sure. Like that's where these receivers are ranked in mine is going to be above where I believe that their ADPs are at the moment. That might not break down that way because people are really overdrafting wide receivers at their running backs at this point, like the Swifts and Dobbins, at least in my mind, that those guys are just going to go higher than them. So would you put that wide receiver tier after Kittle, before Dobbins and Swift? Or is it Dobbins and Swift, then these guys, then Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery type of thing? Like, would you rather have Chris Godwin or would you rather have J.K. Dobbins?
I'd rather have Dobbins, but I'd rather have Godwin than Swift.
Interesting.
But it's close enough that if you're talking tiers, I would almost just smush all those wide receivers with Dobbins and Swift. Like, just what did you do in the first 2 rounds? Do you go Swift or Dobbins, or do you go with one of these wide receivers? I think it just kind of depends on where you are. I know we're doing wide receivers and tiers separately, but I would just smush it into all like one big tier of 10 guys.
Okay, I can see that. So then we go like on an individual basis. Then we go J.K. Like, would you go J.K. Dobbins or Cooper Kupp?
I'd go Dobbins, but if I already have a bell cow running back, then I'd probably lean towards Cooper Kupp.
It's funny because I think if you have a bell cow running back, Dobbins is a nice complement for something like that, where
of course
now you don't need the lean on him to like really come through. He can have his like down weeks where like Edwards or Lamar does most of the rushing, but you still get to bask in the glory of these like top 5 running back weeks along with your McCaffrey or Kamara or Barkley or whoever it is. I think he's a nice complementary piece.
I don't disagree at all, but also we're talking about that next tier of running backs that aren't in this group that we already talked about. It's, if I go Kupp there, I could get one of those running backs who have similar upside, a little less risk, but it's more of the wide receiver. It's going to depend on, I know we're trying to make your rankings, but it really just depends on how you did your first 2 rounds for me.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going to be unknowable because everyone's going to be different with that. Okay, so
no. You don't get the questions of who should I take at the 8th pick, like because the first 7 picks.
Yeah, I just honestly, when people ask me dumb questions like that, I just say Christian McCaffrey.
I like it.
Makes it easy, and then they get the point. I think like you can use these as a guide to go through. So I'm probably going to have Dobbins a little bit more down on this. It's really that Julio Thielen type thing. I think like we're dealing with like wide receiver ones on teams who might not even be the highest scoring receiver on their own team. So I'm making a choice here that I think that Kupp is better than Woods. I think that Cooper is better than Lamb. I think that Godwin is better than Evans. Not by a substantial amount, but that's the way that I have them ranked. I think that Brown is better than Julio. I think that Jefferson is better than Thielen. And that's sort of this entire tier. So I'll go Dobbins after Godwin and before Julio. But then when I put Swift in, like, would you rather have Robert Woods or DeAndre Swift?
Swift.
Would you rather have Adam Thielen or DeAndre Swift? That's it. That pause is it. So that tells me volumes. So that now goes A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin. This is the beginning of the 3rd round. So A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, Antonio Gibson, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Darren Waller, George Kittle, Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, J.K. Dobbins, Julio Jones, and Adam Thielen. I believe that is 12. Let me count that to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nailed it. And then the beginning of the 4th round would be Swift, Evans, Woods, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery, Miles Sanders. Do you think that, I mean, that when we talked about the tiers, that sounds about right? Or would you elevate that little mini running back tier above Chase and Lamb and Woods and Mike Evans?
I think, again, kind of smush them together.
Okay.
They're in the same conversation.
I'll just leave them as tiered within my ranking so people can see the distinction between those guys.
Yeah, for half and full point PPR, the receivers are the better bet.
But, I think if you're looking for the safer bet anyway, the receivers are the better option. It's just if we're playing for upside and, like you said, like value, that if you hit the running back here, you hit big.
Yeah, you could, but And this is why I don't want to be in the third and fourth round and forcing myself to pull up these running backs.
Well, that gives us about a tie. It gives us the top 48 on the board. And you can check out all of my rankings down in the description up on DK Playbook. And we're going to be talking more and more about this. Maybe we'll try to continue to fill out the rest of the rankings and debate them through on next week's show. And like I said, you've already had 10 fantasy football preview shows. Find them all in the description up on the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. Plus, if you're in the market to win some just cash, if you go rate and review the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast right now on Apple Podcasts, you can find that link in the description. You say 5 stars, something nice about the show, leave your Twitter handle or email address. I'm doing a draw. It's for the British Open, but hey, I don't want to exclude my fantasy football brethren as well. You go leave that review right now. You're in a draw to win. I mean, there's going to be a pool of like $1,000 of a giveaway. All you have to do is go leave that review. It takes 20 seconds. You can win like $200 or something like that. So I suggest you go do that right now. Okay. Apple Podcast. Help us out here and share the show around. I want to end with quarterbacks and where to put these guys in, at least at the top. Obviously, I have it as Mahomes. My rankings are Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler, Dak. Those are my top 5. I think that those 5 guys are better than the rest. Do any of them deserve to be on this list of the top 50? Like, where does Mahomes go?
I mean, he will.
He will. Yeah, where he goes and where we rank him. Because we both kind of agree that his ADP right now of, not CJ Uzomah, Patrick Mahomes of 26, probably a bit too high.
Too high.
But that doesn't mean that he's outside the top 50 at the same time. Like, there would become a point where I'm looking at the board, Patrick Mahomes isn't gone. I'm like, yeah, give me Patrick Mahomes. That's a good pick now.
I'd say I'm looking right now, like around 30-ish. Like once Gibson at running back is off the board, and once we get through Waller and Kittle and that wide receiver group that we were putting in there with like that Cooper tier.
So would you rather have Patrick Mahomes or Amari Cooper?
I'd still take Cooper.
Would you rather have Chris Godwin or Patrick Mahomes?
Godwin.
Would you rather have J.K. Dobbins or Patrick Mahomes?
Dobbins. Keep going.
Julio.
Now I'm thinking about
that actually works with the tiers because it goes Godwin, Dobbins. Like Dobbins is sort of the breakup of that wide receiver tier. Like it's one tier, but it's kind of split into part A and part B amongst all of the running backs. I mean, that's where Mahomes could easily go in. You could go Waller, Kittle, Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Dobbins, Mahomes, Julio, Thielen.
Yeah, I could work with that.
And that would
then Murray and Allen coin flip.
25,
get into the conversation.
7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would make him 35 overall in the rankings.
And that's usually about where I say like I'm willing to take a running or quarterback is late third, middle third, depending just on how the board looks at that point.
All right.
So that works out perfectly.
Well, what about Lamar Jackson then, who I have at number 2, but I think that he's very much smudged in this tier. Like I think all 4 of those quarterbacks are very, very similar in terms of baseline performance. The reason that I have Lamar at number 2 is just I truly believe that his upside is higher than these guys. Like, unless Josh Allen rushes for like 12 touchdowns, which I don't think that he's going to do, I think we might see a little bit of a step back in terms of the rushing numbers, at least for the health and safety of the poor guy. I think that's going to be the case. But no matter how you kind of cut the projections, how you think about it in your head, Lamar through Dak should be really close.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Lamar Jackson can still finish as the number 1 in front of Patrick Mahomes. I would have all 3 of them in a group, and then probably Dak is on their heels, but there'd be a smidge of a gap where I think all of them should be in the 4th round conversation.
You mean Lamar, Josh Allen, and Kyler Murray?
Yes.
Okay. So would you go Mike Davis or Lamar Jackson?
I'm going Lamar Jackson.
So that's the tier then?
Yeah.
So would you go Jamar Chase or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar Jackson.
Would you go Robert Woods or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar.
DeAndre Swift or Lamar Jackson?
Probably depends on how my team turned out. So right there is that to answer your question from earlier, where I just gave you the answer by pausing.
Yeah, okay. So that would then look like we have at number 35 overall, Patrick Mahomes would be there. So 36, bump him down. So then the 4th round would start Thielen, Swift, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray. Do you think that's too high for them? It picks like 40?
I don't think it is. Again, I wouldn't like I'm trying to, you're looking at the value lost at the position of what you gain from everybody else. And I mean, that's why I say Dak even deserves to be here, because Dak was the number one on a points per game basis. You're getting that edge, because now as soon as you drop off these 5 quarterbacks, now you're talking about, don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. All right. Even if you say Aaron Rodgers is coming back, but now it's Herbert in his second season, Tom Brady being able to throw like a madman again this year with no rushing upside, which we talked about on that show. You talk about Trevor Lawrence as a rookie, Joe Burrow in his second season, like all those guys, they're in a whole nother group where it's almost like these quarterbacks should be going mid-late 4th round. Maybe they make it to the 5th, but then you're waiting another round or two before you start getting to the other quarterbacks. So that's where I could see making the argument that they should be around here, because it's similar to the Kelsey, Kittle, Waller conversation of what you drop off of this tier. It's actually it's like a couple rounds versus just being, all right, it's this, 10 picks later.
Okay, I went back and slaughtered them because I wanted to leave a substantial, like not a substantial one, but enough of a gap in the rankings between Mahomes and these guys. I think that they're close, but they're not quite on his level. So Mahomes goes in between J.K. Dobbins and Julio Jones. Lamar will come in after Deontay Johnson, before Mike Davis. So it'll go Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, then Mike Davis, Chris Carson, Montgomery, Miles Sanders. And that would be your top 55 picks overall to start these drafts.
That's pretty solid.
All right,
I can even see going Dak over those 2 of those guys.
I mean, I can throw Dak into that tier too.
He could be there or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that rankings. When we're looking at outliers now, like Dak and Russell Wilson are a bit of an outlier, is like a sandwich tier. Mark Andrews and Pitts and Hawkinson, I think, are like, they're not necessarily all on the same tier, but those are very clearly, at least in my mind, the next 3 guys off the board at their particular positions. I just have to figure out in terms of running backs and wide receivers where those guys are going to fall. And I'll have that in the, you hit the rankings right now, and you'll see what the finalized list will. And I think I'll have Meany on next week, and we'll break down this tier. Maybe we'll go position by position, try to flesh everything out. But I think that I'm pretty satisfied with this. Thank you for walking me through this and holding my hand.
I'll hold your hand. We were doing it side by side. We were walking like boyfriend, girlfriend bumping against each other, and they can't walk because they try to put arms around each other.
Oh, that's so nice. Do you dream about this? Would you wear a collared shirt for that date?
I know, because if I'm going on a date with you, I can't live up to your shirt game. So no, I would have to just do a t-shirt.
I mean, I'm sort of the opposite in real life. I wear this on the show. I wear the t-shirts in real life when I'm out. But I'm also married with
so
kids.
You should do. Confuse everybody.
Yeah. Well, when are your rankings dropping?
Draft kit. It's the week of July 12th. I don't know if it's the 12th, 13th, 14th. It's Monday, Tuesday. Like, that's when they come out. Also going to have a lot of customizable if you want to download it and play with you can play with the scoring system too.
Cool. TheAthletic.com. You can follow Jake on Twitter at AllInKid. I told you about the giveaways. Leave a 5-star rating and review with your Twitter handle and email on Apple Podcast to get in that pool of people who could end up being drawn as a winner for some cold, hard cash. But the big thing today, runthesims.com. Use it free right now when you sign up for the next month. You want to get that early bird founders discount. If you use code Mayo, it's going to be $199 for the year for NFL, and it will be $199 for life, like the NWO. So that's probably something you're going to want to get now. Go in right now. Go use all the tools. Go use all the projections. Check out the advanced stat hub. You can even play around with the optimizer and all the props from week 1 last year just to give you a sense of what it's going to look like and how easy it is to use. And when you have your own profile, you can save everything that you want to make sure that it stays there. It's like old school Nintendo. Once you get to a certain level, you want to hit save to make sure you don't need to go back to the beginning. We have that feature built in for you. Again, runthesims.com. Highly recommend you go check it out if you want the most customizable tools and stats. And no one telling you what to do, you get to tell the tools what to do so it accurately reflects what you want to be doing and what you're looking for and what you think is going to happen this season in the NFL. Other than that, smash the like, give me your top 5 in the comment section, and subscribe to Mayo Media Network. Find all previous shows down in the description as well. I'm Pat Mayo. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time.
Mayo Experience! Experience!
All right. Since we're on the topic, let's look at some running back futures, shall we, with DraftKings contributors. Reed T. Fowler back at home. Jeff Ulrich, he never leaves his home. Let me know if the following dudes will go over or under their projected season totals on the DK Sportsbook, dudes. Reed, you're new here. Aaron Jones, 1050 and a half rushing yards. What do we think here? And we don't even know if his quarterback's going to be there.
Yeah, Emerson, I don't know what time it is. I feel like I have traveled everywhere and in between everywhere. But I believe Aaron Jones is still the running back of the Green Bay Packers, and Jamal Williams is no longer a Green Bay Packer. I like this over. I think any way you cut it, if Aaron Rodgers is still there or not, Aaron Jones is just one of these players, and you see what the Packers have done with this contract that they believe wholeheartedly in. I think he's closer to a guy like Alvin Kamara than we expect, right? We've seen huge games out of Aaron Jones. And even last year when he didn't really do that well in terms of the yardage, he could have gotten a lot more. It was really the touchdowns that we saw him over or supersede or over project, right? The touchdowns that he had. But if you look at his last 2 seasons, his attempts per game, the last 3 seasons, it's just under 14, but he's had some huge games in the past. So give me Aaron Jones over. I like this, even though it's over that 4-digit mark.
All right, Jeff, what do you think here, man? Because for me, I feel like it's going to be a little more active in the passing game, but now he's starting to share the rock a little bit with what? A.J. Dillon, Jamal Williams here?
Well, Jamal Williams not on the team anymore, so definitely not going to be sharing it with him. But A.J. Dillon is a good name to bring up.
You nailed it.
Because I am going to take the under here, and there's a couple reasons why. First of all, we have a player here who's only played 16 games once in his 4-year career. Aaron Jones, a little bit slight for a lead running back. He's very explosive. He's put up over 5.5 yards per carry in 3 of his 4 years. So there's no doubt he can get over this number. It's just the way he's been used a little bit more as the Packers is in the passing game. And I feel like with Jamal Williams leaving, his role in the pass game, you're going to see a little bit more Alvin Kamara from Aaron Jones next year. And the reason why is I think that the Green Bay Packers have a true early down bruiser in A.J. Dillon. And I think you're going to see that early next year. I also am just wary of betting on any player like Aaron Jones to hit an over because, again, we have not seen the durability throughout his career. So this one for me, like the player, definitely could go over, but I'm going to take the under here just because there's too many factors that say, either A.J. Dillon comes in or the injuries kick in again and we just don't get there. So give me the under on Aaron Jones.
Okay. Chris Carson, Ulrich, 975 and a half rushing yards. Thoughts about this prop here, like over or under? What do you think?
I mean, this one is a pretty easy over for me. I'm not like a huge Chris Carson truther or anything, but like he's been pretty productive, especially last season. I mean, he had his best year in terms of just rushing the ball in terms of efficiency, 4.8 yards per carry. Now he only played 12 games, but the 2 years before that, 14, 15 games. And look, he hit the over so easily in those 14 and 15 game seasons that with the extra game, the 17th game here for Chris Carson, this total being under 1,000, it's actually a little disrespectful. The main thing with Chris Carson for me is look at this Seattle depth chart. I mean, you've got a guy in Rashad Penny coming back from a knee injury, probably not going to be used in the early down, probably going to be, mixed in gently. And then there's really no one. Carlos Hyde isn't back. This is the Chris Carson show. I really love the over here. This might actually be my favorite over of all the props we've talked about, just in terms of, everything so far. So give me the over on Chris Carson.
Reed, I'm looking at his carries per game here, though, sinking from 18 and a half in 2019 to under 12 in 2020. Is there some reason for concern here for you?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at last season, the Seattle Seahawks, the first half of it, they were very pass heavy, right? They were extremely pass heavy. And then you saw them kind of retrace into what the Schottenheimer offense was when he was there, right? It was run first, and they wanted to kind of protect Russell Wilson. But if you take a look, and I'm in agreement with Jeff here, this is an easy over for me. He's a clear-cut number one, even though they have a stable of 1,000 running backs. It's not Travis Homer. It's not any one of these guys who's going to do it. It's Chris Carson. I think, talking about fantasy football as well, I think he's vastly undervalued in this offense. To your point, to Jeff's point, if you take a look at those past seasons, he's had some huge games where he's rushed over 20 attempts, over 100 yards easy. And you think with how this offense is going to play, and the only thing that scares me a little bit is this defense is not great like it was last year. I think a lot of people thought the defense got better in the second half. They just didn't play anybody of any sort of stature. That's the one thing that scares me, is that Seattle might have to pass more than they want to. But in 2018, his last 4 games of the season, he averaged 22 and a half attempts and hit the century mark 3 out of 4 times in those games. I know that was 2 years ago, but take a look at what he's done every single year. He is the clear-cut number one. This is an easy over.
AK, Alvin Kamara, 950 and a half rushing yards here, Reed. I think the biggest question on a lot of people's mind, how will the retirement of Drew Brees impact this dude's production?
It's not the question. The scorching question isn't Jameis Winston. Is he going to throw for 20 interceptions or not? I don't know. This one's 50-50. Maybe Jeff has a better response to this with Alvin Kamara. Any rushing yard, I feel the same. I feel the way he feels about Aaron Jones with Alvin Kamara. And it's weird to say, right? Because Alvin Kamara is one of the best running backs in the NFL right now. But it's it's talent and it's rational coaching. How are they going to use Alvin Kamara this year? I would think that because their quarterback situation is a little up in the air, they would use him quite a bit. But Latavius Murray is still there, and I think he is a clear-cut guy who can be between the tackles. He's done it before. AJ Dillon still not proven yet, even though we see what he can do when he gets the rock. I just don't know with Kamara. The only thing that the only reason that I would like to go over in this is that we've seen huge, massive ceiling games from Alvin Kamara where he gets 155 yards, 6 touchdowns. He has those games in him. It's just look what he did with Taysom Hill when Taysom Hill started those 4 games, right? He just didn't do anything. And we know Jameis, he is a turnover monster. And so do the Saints have to be playing catch up in those games? So I'm going to go under here.
Jeff, how cautious are you here when it comes to taking the over just because of so many unknowns on this offense?
Oh, yeah. No, I want nothing to do with the over in this one, quite frankly. I'm almost as confident in the under here as I was on the over for Chris Carson. I mean, this is a player in Alvin Kamara. He's never taken 200 carries in his career. He's never rushed for over 950 yards in his career. Some of these things might actually sound a little bit surprising to people, but this is a player who's been primarily used as a receiver. Now, look, his yards per carry average is great. He's an efficient runner. Like Reed said, he's capable of those explosive games. We had one 100-yard rushing game last year, and it came, in the final game of the year. And Reed mentioned it right off the top. This is why I really am not interested in this. Taysom Hill, I think, has a very good shot to start a lot of games for the Saints. And, we saw when Taysom Hill was in there, it was Taysom Hill running the ball. Alvin Kamara failed to break, 60 yards in most of those games. It's just not a quarterback that I would want connected with Alvin Kamara for his rushing totals, quite frankly. So great player, but probably going to still be used more as a pass catcher. And quite frankly, I think this whole Saints offense could take a step back, which again, there's just nothing here for me that gets me super bullish on Alvin Kamara. Also a player I'm a little bit wary of for fantasy. So this one's an under for me.
Yeah. Speaking of that last one here in this segment, guys, Damian Harris, considered a sleeper maybe coming into the season for the Patriots, but when we're talking sportsbook, over under 800 and a half rushing yards. How do you feel about this one, Jeff?
Yeah, this is definitely one I would be interested in the over here. I really feel like Damian Harris is in a spot where, 1,000-yard season here is something to consider. Now, the only thing that really is in his way, I think, is the depth chart. But, Sony Michel preseason, I think we saw last year that Damian Harris is the more superior runner. And I think the Patriots at this point in year 3 of Damian Harris realize this as well. And regardless of what they do with Sony Michel, I think that Damian Harris is going to get the carries. Look, this is a player put up 691 yards in 10 games started last year. And it's not like he was taking a ton of carries in those games. He averaged 5 yards per carry. If you watch the Patriots and Damian Harris rush the ball, and I know a lot of people probably didn't see a lot of them last year, you saw a very efficient runner, a guy who's capable of big plays as well. Yeah, this total is really juicy for the over, in my opinion. I think this is a player who is durable. He was durable at Alabama, and I think he's the superior runner on the Patriots. I think he's going to get his shot. I think you could see him hit this over by week 12 this year.
That over looking pretty juicy to you, Reed.
Not really. I'll give the other side of it because I agree. Damian Harris could be a sleeper, and the stats that Jeff laid out are nice. But look, it's 47 yards per game if he starts every single game, right? That's not a ton of yards. But we know this is Bill Belichick. This is the Patriots offense, and a lot of things are different over the previous 20 years to the next 5 or 10. But when you talk about running back anything with the Patriots, it scares me. You just have to take a pause. Damian Harris had his chance when Sony Michel got hurt last year. right? And he didn't really he is clear cut, like most talented back right now on that team in that position, but he didn't really do much to be like, oh yeah, this is going to be a smash spot for Damian Harris. He went over 16 touches only twice last season, right? So to Jeff's point, like, yes, his yards per carry were great, but we just don't know what Bill Belichick's going to do. I would say though, 800.5 is not that much, right? Over a 17-game season, that could easily be hit, like Jeff mentioned, but it's the Patriots, it's Bill Belichick, it's a running back, so I'm a little scared.
Yeah, but considering, like, if Cam Newton's under center, you got to figure this team is just going to remain a run-heavy offense, right?
Yeah, exactly. And again, right, the two tight end set, like, we haven't seen what the Patriots now with what Bill Belichick has wanted to do over the last decade is get the two tight end set, play strong defense, and run the ball, right? That's what he wants to do, control the ball. And if that's the case, and it is Damian Harris, then yeah. But again, we've seen this time and time again where we project and we know rational coaching says that he is the best back. But Bill Belichick, what makes him great is he takes that and he switches. And on top of that, the Patriots did draft a running back in Stevenson in the 4th round, right? That's where the Bill Belichick gets the guys that he wants to play, is in those mid rounds. And so that's the other thing that scares me too, is if you were so confident in Harris, why draft a guy like Stevenson if you weren't going to use a RBBC on some level?
Yep. All right, guys. I will see you two coming up here for some British Open, high or low. We'll look at some sportsbook odds there. Another golfer just dropped out, a former champ as well. So let's gossip about it after we dish on some large men who can hit home runs. Back here on the Sweat, everybody, with some very important information ahead of tonight's Home Run Derby free-to-play pool. So check out the DK Sportsbook for the free-to-play $25,000 T-Mobile Home Run Derby pool. Just answer 8 questions, including who will win the Home Run Derby and how far will Shohei Ohtani advance, to give yourself a shot at $25,000 in prizes, including $1,000 to first place. Absolutely free. Enter, answer the questions. Who knows? Maybe you win some cash. Good for you if you do. Now I have some questions, and DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Paul Bruno will do their best to answer them. So let's start with the favorite here, Shohei Ohtani plus 260. Is he the one to beat? Yay or nay, Kenny?
Yeah, I do. I think that Shohei Ohtani could have a magical moment tonight. And I think that when you look at the numbers here, you know, Statcast did a pretty good piece. You know, the most or the highest average exit velocity on home runs, the person who led in the first half has made it to the finals all 5 years in the Statcast era, and 3 of those wound up winning the Home Run Derby. So I think that Shohei Ohtani hits the ball very hard. He will be able to pull the ball out to right field. You want to hit to the corners at Coors Field. You don't want to be someone that is known to, you know, hit near dead straightaway center. And I think that his, you know, the average launch angle is there. The average exit velocity on his home runs is there. And he could have some sort of Josh Hamilton-like, you know, magical moment here as he continues to just ascend up the ranks in baseball and really just transcend all thought.
Well, Paul, how much can you trust this guy, considering the top seed hasn't advanced to the final since 2015, the Derby?
For me, it's in addition to what Kenny said, it's all about the repeatable nature of his swing. There's some other guys in this in the brackets that have very violent swings. We'll get to them a little bit later. But for me, Ohtani's is a very repeatable swing. It reminds me of Ken Griffey, Carlos Delgado, two of the sweetest swings that I've ever seen in my time around Major League Baseball. Shohei Ohtani's in that class, and it's a very small one. And I think he stands out in this group because of that and has the greatest chance to go forward for that reason.
If it wasn't Ohtani, all right, like who would be your pick to win? Like, who do you think his biggest competition is, Paul?
Well, I'm looking at a couple of charts that show no doubters as a percentage of total home runs. And among the contenders tonight, Pete Alonso, it tops the list with 12 no doubters among his 17 round trippers so far. That makes him the highest percentage of anybody in this contest, Ohtani included. He's won this event before, and that is something that I factor in as well. If this guy gets into a groove, look out for him. I think he could be another guy that surprises tonight.
Yeah, Kenny, I feel like picking Alonso over Ohtani on that left side of the bracket, it's a risk, but the 2019 home run derby champion, he's the defending champion here after no derby last year. I feel like he could really challenge Ohtani, yeah?
No, absolutely not. He's not even going to make it out of the first round. The guy who I think is one of the guys I'm looking at here is Salvador Perez, a guy who has a higher average exit velocity than Pete Alonso does, and a guy that has been shortchanged by the parks that he's played at. You know, StatCast says that he has 6 fewer home runs than actually expected. He is second in baseball in expected home runs with over 26, and he does play in one of the best pitchers' parks in Kansas City. The guy hits the ball very hard, a hard hit rate near 50%. And look, of course, he doesn't get this. Maybe Pete Alonso gets tougher pitches to hit than Salvador Perez, but the stakes are obviously going to be higher, and the playing field will be leveled in the altitude with, 60-mile-an-hour cheese coming down the middle. But I do think that Salvador Perez has shown that he can hit the ball very hard. He has hit a lot of. He probably should have hit more home runs. And plus 1,000 odds here really don't give him the fair chance that I think he has to win this whole thing. He might not be the top competitor to Ohtani, but you got to take this value considering how well this guy has struck the ball. If he played at Coors Field, this guy might, be pushing towards the lead in the league in home runs.
Well, when Joey Gallo hits home runs, like he launches them. And at Coors Field, one of the props you can get here, Kenny, is who will hit the longest home run. Gallo is the front runner here, plus 350. Is he your choice?
He is. Yeah. Look, I mean, you look at the top two guys, you got Gallo at plus 350, Ohtani at plus 400. Gallo has a 490-foot home run to his name. It did come in 2017. Ohtani, the longest he's ever hit one, is 470. I know we're like, only 470, right? But when we're talking about a guy that, maybe with the balls not stored in the humidor and the altitude, a guy that could maybe hit the longest home run of the night, maybe go over 520, I think that's got to be Joey Gallo. I would take Joey Gallo to hit the longest home run. If I had to take anybody in baseball, I would probably pass up Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton and pick Joey Gallo. This guy absolutely crushes baseballs, and he's going to crush one deep into the Colorado night here. I think that he's going to definitely get the longest home run of the night. He's a favorite for a reason.
Yep. The number 2 seed too. A lot of people think he's in a favorable situation to kind of advance through this bracket. But Paul, him hitting the longest home run here, what do you think?
I'm with Kenny on this, and it comes down to what I mentioned earlier. It's the violence in his swing. You think about the big hitters in golf, guys. They're not the most accurate, but they can sure launch them when everything goes right. And for me, Gallo's the strongest guy in this field. And if everything is in sync on 1 or 2 swings, he's going to be the one that puts it out of sight further than anybody else tonight. In my opinion, it's a lock.
What about over or under for longest home run? Is that right? 519 and a half feet. Is that reachable? There's no way that's reachable, Paul.
I'm going to say it is because of a couple of factors, guys. The air and altitude, of course, in Coors is clearly an issue. But I've heard, and you guys can confirm or deny this, but they're going to use different balls tonight, and likely ones conducive to traveling a bit further than the balls used in the 2021 regular season. So I see at least 1 or 2 of them going to go over that mark, and it grew by 9 feet overnight. It was 510 yesterday, and it's 519 today. So keep an eye on that line.
Yeah. It's interesting, Kenny, too, because I'm looking at it here. So during the StatCast era since 2015, there has been just one 500-foot home run launched at Coors Field. That came off the bat of Giancarlo Stanton in 2016. It went 504 feet. But I don't know if what Paul's saying true. If those reports are true, they're going to slide some new balls in there. Maybe this is something that can be hit tonight.
Yeah, I think Trevor Story also hit one 505 once. But look, I mean, it's a ridiculous number. It's ridiculous. And I think this opened around 503.5 feet. And with the humidor news, the ball's not being stored in the humidor. This line has just jumped way up. I'm sorry, but I can't take this. I can't take this. Yeah. And when you think about the home run derby, it is a contest where you're going to get some long home runs. But as the derby wears on, you're going to get guys swinging a little easier. I don't think that, especially in the altitude, this could be a different home run derby where, considering how easily balls fly out, you could see guys just try to go for launch angle. Like a guy like Matt Olson could really do well here. I don't think we're going to see guys try to mash the ball. And I know that like they want to break the record or whatever with the longest home run. Mark McGwire, when they had the home run derby at the last time in Denver, his longest home run I think was 500 feet. So
it was 510. 510 in 1998.
Yeah, 510. Right. You want to talk about juice balls? There's juice something else going on there, and he still didn't get there. So, look, I don't know. I think this is ridiculous. I think I'd take the under. Maybe at like 505. Sure, the 520-foot home run is very improbable.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And this season alone, longest homer at Coors Field, that was hit by Ryan McMahon. It traveled 478 feet. Finally, Kenny, just your overall favorite home run derby bet. There are multiple options to choose from on the DK Sportsbook.
Yeah, so I really liked parlaying it to be a left-handed batter and it to be a batter from the American League. It was minus 155 this morning on a left-handed batter. It's now to minus 180. The AL minus 195. But I really think that Ohtani has a very good chance here. And if not Ohtani, you get Gallo and you get Matt Olson as well, a guy, as Ball said, very repeatable swing, a guy that has a high launch angle, a guy could launch him into the night. I definitely think that if you can get those three guys, those are like my favorite options. And you could parlay that. It was plus 150. Now it's plus 135, plus 137. Those are still pretty good odds. I'd do that.
Okay, Paul, how about you? Favorite home run derby bet?
I got to ask Kenny how he saw all of my notes. I'm in sync with him all the way along the board. Ohtani wins it all, but Alonso and Olsen are my second and third picks in this thing.
Love it. You guys are fantastic. You two are free to go. So from one man who plays blades, that's Kenny, to a bunch of men who play blades, we're going to take a sportsbook look at the British Open coming up next. Wow. All right. Cody on the ones and twos behind the scene, not messing around, just punching us right up. Let's go. Let's talk about the British Open. We don't have a whole lot of time here. DraftKings contributors Reed T. Fowler and Jeff Ulrich are back. So PGA Tour, high or low, are these starting odds for the British Open too high, so too long, or too low, which we're talking too short? Let's go John Rahm, plus 800, the favorite right now. Reed T. Fowler, these odds too long or too short?
I mean, too low, just because look, John Rahm is solid, right? But at the same time, when you take a look at some of the trends, and I know Ulrich's a big trend guy, read the cheat sheet because we got a lot of trends there from him, but he doesn't meet those trends, right? And I think Rahm is fantastic. He's coming off a major win, but there's a lot of guys that I want to take, and I'm never going to take someone this short.
How about you, Ulrich?
Yeah.
Big trend guy?
I mean, yeah, that's me. But this is like the last major championship I would take a favorite at. And, that was probably the US Open, which really fits to a certain skill set. The Open is crazy. It's weird weather. It's crazy holes with pop bunkers where bad bounces can get you into double bogeys, even if you hit a good shot. This just isn't the spot to take a guy under plus 1,000. Jon Rahm is a deserving favorite. He's the best player in the world right now by far. This number is just too short, though, for this event.
You know what I love though about Royal St. George's is you get some unlikely winners here, in the past. I never know. What do you have? Darren Clark, 2011. Ben Curtis. Anyone remember him in 2003?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of that, I teased it earlier in the show. Zach Johnson has decided to withdraw from the tournament. I think he tested positive for COVID-19. So now there's been 15 golfers who have dropped out of this event. I know Reed and I, we talked about it. Probably a lot of them don't want to deal with all the traveling factors and testing and all of that stuff. But Brooks Koepka is in the field, Reed. Plus 1850. Too long, too short.
I mean, this is Brooks at a major, right? It's too high. If it's in this range, you want to hammer it. I mean, even though back in other majors, he was a lot higher than this at the Waste Management. He was plus 5,000. This is Brooks Koepka. I mean, look at what he's done at major tournaments. Just his last two major tournaments. This guy needs no explanation on why he should be one of the favorites on your betting card. You take a look at what he's done just at this tournament specifically, and this is a guy that could win this, right? I mean, it comes down to approach shots, and he's been great over the last handful of tournaments. It comes down to putting and short game, and in a major tournament, there's few that are better than him right now. So give me Brooks. Yeah, this is too high.
Yeah, Jeff, you got to figure his recovering knee is better than it was 2 months ago when he was able to finish runner-up at the PGA.
Yeah, and really, the walk this week, I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I mean, if he was able to get around Kiowa and the tough US Open course, I mean, the walk around the links isn't going to be that bad for him. This is a player who's finished T10 or better in 3 of his last 4 Open Championship appearances. He can play the links for sure. I agree with Reed pretty much is what we're saying. I think plus 1850, whatever he's at right now, in the high teens, I think that's a really good price. I think you're getting a bit of a discount, so to speak, over his US Open price. And at Brooks Koepka at a major, it's kind of automatic when he gets to this range, and he's healthy, and he is right now. So,
Jeff, let's go to his best friend. Let's go to Bryson DeChambeau, plus 3,500. He's feeling good. He's coming off a massive, massive victory over Phil Mickelson and Tom Brady in the match.
Yeah, I mean, just a huge W there. Look, Bryson is the opposite of Brooks in terms of his major championship performances. He's certainly figured out the US Open. He hasn't really figured out the other events. His best finish in an Open is T51. I just don't really want to take a guy who doesn't have that much Open experience, who really isn't in the best form. I mean, he kind of got outplayed by Aaron Rodgers in that event, if we're being honest. But Bryson, I know these odds are massive. You can certainly sprinkle on them because they're so big, and we're not going to see Bryson at this number very often over his career. But for this event and this venue specifically, it's just not for me.
Yeah, Reed, remember that back 944 at the U.S. Open? Then he just missed the cut. Just missed the cut at the Rocket Mortgage.
Yeah, and then he fired his caddy, right? So he's got a new looper on the bag.
Or did his caddy quit?
What's the case? Same difference.
Potato.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's too high for him, but it's too low for the Open Championship for him, right? Like Jeff mentioned, you want experience here, and it's not necessarily hitting a ton. Even though some trends say that the longer hitters have done well at Open Championships, that's not going to be the case here. You need to put it in the right spot. It's an approach game, and if he's in that fescue, even though he's got a very steep and strong swing, it takes much more than that. So I think this is too low for the Open Championship for him, even though it's Bryson. He's one of the best in the world.
All right, we got 1 minute to go. We're going to squeeze him in. Tony Finau plus 4,500. Go ahead, Reed.
I mean, there's few things that are automatic, Jeff. Death, taxes, betting Louis this season, absolutely, and Finau at the Open. No, I'm just kidding. The Open Champion. Yeah, I know. To finish second. Look, I mean, Finau's had a great record in the Open Championship, right? So again, this is a tournament that you can see him win. The past average odds of the winning players over the last handful of years has been around plus 7,000. And I know Finau's not there, But this is a type of tournament that he can win. Now, we know that distance is his big thing and putting isn't his big thing, but he's done well at this course. So I like it. I think this is too high for him, even though he hasn't won. It's Tony Finau. Come on, guys.
Mm-hmm. Jeff, you have 5 seconds. I'm not kidding.
I don't mind it at all. I actually like this price. I think you're getting good odds on Tony Finau this week. Like Reed said, he's a good open player. Absolutely.
Amazing. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching The Sweat. We love you. We appreciate you. We're back tomorrow at 11 o'clock. First sim of the day coming up at high noon.
What's up, Dream Streamers? It is not a wild weather any day in virtual Simland, but I can tell you in real life, if you're in New England, the weather is bonkers. So hopefully you live elsewhere. She is Tara Lynn Asak, not producing. She is on camera, on air, and ready to bring the heat. I'm Adam Kaufman. We got not a half dozen, not a usual half dozen. We got 5 Madden simulations coming your way today. How are you?
I am doing great, Cough. Like you said, the weather is rough today, very gray out. And also it's just gray in our hearts today because our adopted kids, separate marriages here.
Naturally.
Our adopted kids, the Phoenix Suns, they really let us down last night and they just couldn't get the buckets in Milwaukee. So it's a tough day for me right now. I'm still pretty somber.
See, that must be why I'm not wearing my Valley shirt. You're not wearing your shirt with just a picture of a sun on it, because we are both completely embarrassed by our Phoenix Suns today after that 20-point loss last night. I'm not worried. I'm not worried, TL. They're still going to win the series.
Yeah, I'm definitely not worried about it. I had some people chirping it, aka Rossi, because he's really upset that me and you are jumping on the bandwagons. Of course,
man, him, Glash, a lot of people just upset that they weren't included in something, apparently.
A lot of hatred. Yeah, it seems like they are jealous that they did not jump in and just be a part of me, you, and ZT just going to go ride with the Suns off into the sunset, and they're going to win. So they can chirp all they want. I'm not listening.
All right, well, dare I ask, TL, for the nooner, let's see if TL wears her Sun shirt. She didn't, obviously. She's rocking a DraftKings sweatshirt. Did you make a lineup?
Kaufman, guess what? I said, if I start my Monday, if I start the week with being chirped by Kaufman saying, oh, you couldn't get a lineup in, and we got chirped yesterday, me and Jeff, because Jeff didn't even get to make a contest. And I said, if I start my week like this, it's going to be rough. So I made a lineup. Sure. I just got to find it.
All right. Well, once you find it, I want to hear it. Yeah, I mean, Moose, admittedly, I guess to his credit, because he's very transparent about it, but admittedly very lazy when it comes to making contests. If there's a contest already out there, sure, he'll jump in, he'll make a lineup, but actually creating the contest, no. And you know what it is, for all the people that are out here watching with us, I think he's sore. I think he's a little sore about the fact that these Moose Opens don't fill with the regularity that he would like them to. But let us take it upon ourselves. Let's shout Moose out. Let's promote Moose, because as I always say, Carolyn, if it doesn't fill, it doesn't run. And damn it, I want to compete with the people in golf this week. So we've got the Moose Classic, the Open Bonanza, needs to fill by at least, it says it goes live anyway in 60 hours. Okay, you have 60 hours to fill this contest. But Moose, he went big. He went big, go big or go home. Well, for majors, he goes big. So we have got 200 people that need to jump into this thing, and only 41 in so far, including me. I've reserved a spot. I need all you out there. Hop in. Let's fill this thing up for Moose. Let's show him we can do it, and let's compete. It's $1 to enter, payout to the top 20. So you're looking at a $27 first place prize. And of course, payouts, like I said, all the way on down through the top 20. So let's fill up this thing. Patriots-Dolphins, 2.5 into this opening quarter, no score so far. James White, a paltry 1-yard rush. So what do you got? What's the lineup?
All right. Well, speaking of James White, I put him in my captain spot, followed by Mr. Cam Newton, followed by Parker, Asiasi, Patriots D, and then Sanders. Okay.
Well, I didn't hear Ryan Fitzpatrick in there, so that means you are taking this build a little seriously, which is nice.
I'm going to the Sim fam. I'm starting off this Monday in all seriousness. I don't want to start off like Bozo. It's a new week.
It's a new week. Leave your bozo for the weekend.
Yeah.
So here's what I've got. A lot of plays that I imagine a lot of people went with. Julian Edelman is my captain. Future Hall of Famer Julian Edelman to you. 46.5% owned in our smaller contest, which has 142 entries of the 200. Reasonable, not bad, probably around average at this point in time. 8.4% the captain slot as a big pickup to the 14 into the hands of Devin Asiasi, who has more catches on that play than he had entering like week 16 last season in the real world. But nevertheless, I faded him today. So burned by that, I guess. I faded the QBs as well. I got Matt Breida, very chalky, about 20% in the captain spot. Then a whole lot of balance of guys owned in the 20s and 30s. Devontae Parker, N'Keal Harry, Jakeem Grant, pardon me, not to be confused with the basketball player Jeremy Grant, Jakeem Grant, and Albert Wilson. Hello, Mr. Wilson, is in my lineup as well.
All right, I like it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Ryan asking if these are the playoffs. Not yet. Playoffs begin on Wednesday. We are rapidly approaching the postseason, which is why, and this will be talked about, I'm sure, over the course of the day, but I will mention it right now. I mentioned it when I was working with Glash last night. The schedule, our apologies, but this is what happens when you run a sim season as we are for the 2021 campaign through Madden 2020, but the actual 2021 NFL season schedule gets a little wonky when you get to this point in the year. Cam Newton on the run, slides, picks up 3. First attempt for him. Schedule's a little wonky this week as we transition from the regular season TL to the playoffs. You have 5 sims today. You have all the regular ones with the exception of the 4 p.m. There is no sim for the early bird special at 4 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow, same deal. 5, no 4 o'clock. Wednesday playoffs begin with wild card games as we will have Nick Folk. Nice easy field goal from 28, 3-0 New England, 3:12 to go opening quarter. So you will have full slate on Wednesday, which, if you missed us last week, is not a wild weather Wednesday. The weather is as dead as Skip Perkins. There is no weather. No weather, obviously, in domes regardless. No weather on the field. No weather. Clear skies, comfortable, nice 80-degree Aruba, San Diego-like weather for every single sim. I know. Drives you nuts. But then come Thursday, folks. Thursday, I apologize. Thursday gets a little, control your YouTube, would you? Thursday gets
not weird.
You got ads popping up. Thursday it's going to get a little weird for the people. There's no sim at 12. You will have divisional playoff games at 2, 4, 8, and 10. No sims at 12 and 6. Friday, you will have 4 sims as well. 12 and 2, then a little break, and then at 6 and 8, you will have conference championship games. And then Saturday, consolation game for the AFC and NFC runners-up at 2. Simper Bowl, which I'll be with Tom Carroll for that, at 8 o'clock. And then Sunday, we reset and everything goes back to your regular 6 sims over the course of a roughly 12-hour period of time. So apologies again. This week you will not get your full 42-7, but there's a reason for it. When you crown champs, that just it comes with the process. My dog is going bananas if you can't hear that.
I really can't with all you people and your dogs. Like, everybody just uses their dog for an excuse now. Emerson, now Jeff, you. I'm sick of you and your dogs. I'm sick of it.
What was my excuse other than my dog is making noise?
Oh, my dog is going crazy. It's wild over there. Like, it's just...
I didn't say we're... Matt Breida, go! Ripped down at the 19 from the 40, picks up 35. Listen, I didn't say that I was distracted. I didn't say that I couldn't do my job. I didn't say that it was a problem. I simply said the dog going a little berserk.
I'm just, when you're over here dogless, single, and just, you guys just really like put your pets down all of our throats. It's like, no offense, but I see Thor every 5 seconds. Then I have to see the sassy Springers. Pepper's wild. Pepper's, I feel like me in dog form though. She's very sassy. And now your dog wants to get in.
Sorry, what is a Pepper? Who's Pepper?
Oh, what? Pepper is Jeff's dog, new puppy.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I knew he was getting a dog. I didn't know he had actually gotten the dog at this point.
Yeah, and so now Pepper is wild, and Jeff tries to control Pepper, and Pepper doesn't have it. Pepper really
As long as Pepper's not breaking wind into Jeff's mic the way Wiley did, we'll be in good shape.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I was just going to get to that. Producer Drew is always on it. I did see someone in the chat ask, hey, like, where are the standings? Well, you can go to DKNation.DraftKings.com. Check it out. It's the Madden 21 simulated football season results and standings.
Touchdown, Jakeem Grant. Hope you got him, folks. I do. No, it was Albert Wilson. What a dope. My goodness. Mostert with the score. Albert Wilson with the touchdown. First of the day for the Miami Dolphins. First touchdown in general here in this sim. It's about to be 7-3. Grant 19, Wilson 15, and now we're all caught up. Wilson about 30% owned in the larger contest. Drew, at least you have the right team. Thank you. Producer Drew, we've got Bert, Bobo, and Ops along with Daniel. DC over there getting trained by none other than our hood, always up to no good. Undercover boss Tom T. Pike is our technical director.
So again, it's week 18, Sim Fam. Patriots sit at 11-5, and the Dolphins sit at 7-9.
So Drew, as you said, who is always on top of the things, said,
he is. I don't even. He's honestly, he's a wizard.
He is. Just totally ignores us in the Zoom call, probably because he's doing, prep and getting ready to do his job and stuff like that. But
he has to listen to our voice for like the next hour, so I think he takes that time just to be like, I'm just going to zone them out for a second.
Well, I mean, you would know. You're a producer as well, so that might be your practice going into the game. I got enough of them coming up in a little bit. I'm just gonna hands off for now. They can figure it out. This is what I do
before the sim. I just close my ears.
Yeah, as Drew says, stop giving our secrets away, Tara Lynn. So Patriots, as TL said, 11-5, and can clinch a bye with a win over the Dolphins today. They find themselves down 7-3, about 20 seconds to go opening quarter. Your other division leaders, for those asking in the DraftKings conference room, we appreciate you. The Chargers are 10-6 to lead the AFC West. Ravens barely in front in the AFC North at 9-7. You've got the Browns and Steelers, each 8-8. AFC South, it is the Titans at 10-6 with the Texans a game back. Over in the NFC, two-way tie in the East between the Cowboys and Eagles at 9-8, while the Giants are a game back. In the West, Seahawks comfortably in front at 12-4, one of the top teams in these Madden sims. Packers, my beloved Green Bay Packers, 13-4, and the NFC South, it's crowded. Saints 10-6, the Bucs right behind them, the real-life Super Bowl champs at 10-7, as we have reached the end of quarter number one, and the Pats threatening.
Mr. Kevin Harris is asking you, Koff, is it a new season after this one?
So after this one, we are going to go back into what we did right before this one, which is we will have exhibitions that have no impact, no bearing on an actual season. But I can tell you, this is already including the bracket championship that we did. This is probably the fourth season, I want to say, since we've moved to Madden 21. So rest assured there will be another one to come. But if I had to guess, this is only my pure speculation, TL. I feel like it's an educated speculation, but it's a speculation nonetheless.
Yep.
I don't think there will be another season until we kick off Madden 22, because that game is obviously coming out next month. So I would say we're probably going to be living in straight up exhibition mode, even though technically these are all exhibitions. We just don't keep standings when we are, quote, out of season. But I would guess that after this season wraps up, later on this week, we will move into exhibitions until we are getting ready to kick off Madden 22 in another month and change. So should be good.
All right. Love it. Mike Bizzle also loves the mirror image of black merch. Yeah, me and Koff decided to match today. We're sad. That's why we're wearing black, just because our sons just didn't really pull through last night. But
our sons, our sons, S-U-N-S.
Yes, not Glash and his son.
Those sons. Hugh says, nice haircut, Koff. Looking spiffy in Simland. LOL. Thank you, Hugh.
Ooh,
appreciate you. Charlie asking where you can get the shirt. Honestly, I mean, you can check out the DK shop. I don't know. I know we sell so much merch, obviously, sweatshirts like what TL's got, hats, as you've seen. I think Emerson was wearing one earlier during
They recently updated the DK apparel shop recently.
Yes.
New merch in there.
That's true. I do not know, though, if there are polos, but certainly worth
I
looking.
didn't see them. They should sell polos.
They should. I agree. We're going to, you know what? Let's talk to someone. Let's tell them.
I always say it, between you and Emerson, they're going to listen to you or Emerson over me. So you go talk to someone and then just make it happen.
I will put in a call. Congo Cab. So wait, Koff, you have 2 teams in each sport? I do not. I have one team, which is I'm Boston through and through. Then I just like to, come to playoffs to make it more interesting. Adopt a team when your team goes down. I didn't have I wasn't, pro Celtics, pro Suns. Boston got knocked out, and it's like, all right, I want to pick someone to root for here, not just be open to whatever. And so I invested myself in Phoenix and our Suns, as TL said.
Our Suns.
2 wins away from a championship. 2nd and 9 from the logo. Cam Newton got it. Caught inside the 10. 9-yard line, 94 passing now for Cam. Julian Edelman, 34-yard pickup. Do you, on the subject of, dare I say, football, TL, there's been a lot coming out lately regarding these Patriots and just the back and forth, back and forth, depending on who you want to listen to, which, media personality, which prognosticator, which skeptic, who is going to start come week 1 at quarterback for the New England Patriots. I have long been a believer, and I've not swayed from this, that Cam Newton is the guy. I'm not swaying from that either. Yeah, I think that if Mac Jones is your starter in week 1, and that doesn't even mean it's a bad thing long term. Obviously, he's your future, as he was drafted as such. As we got a rushing score, Sony Michel, Pat's back on top. He was drafted. Oh no, wait, Danny Vitale on the score. I thought that was Sony for sure. I need a replay.
Danny Vitale 0.0.
Let me look at this replay. Oh my goodness, Danny Vitale. I saw the 26, not the 45. I went with Sony. Danny Vitale. Wow. He's not even a Patriot in real life anymore. None of you have Danny Vitale. None of you.
Yikes.
The vulture score. Where's Rossi when you need him?
We do need him.
Caw-caw, caw-caw. I'm a vulture. Guess I was trying to will Sony Michel into existence there. He's not even in my lineup. I just wanted people to be rewarded. The vulture, Danny Vitale. All right, well, as they look at everything, 10-7 Patriots, 5 minutes to go, second quarter. And as I was saying anyways, David says, Danny Vitale scored? Yeah.
What?
Vince's cousin? No, I don't think so. And a lot of cacaws in honor of Rossi, obviously. I just think if Mac Jones, obviously he is drafted to be your future and not Cam Newton. We know that. But if Mac Jones is your starter come week 1, to me, that just screams something went wrong in camp.
Right. Something definitely happened.
That bad.
Yeah. But he recently came out, Koff, I'm pretty sure you saw it, Cam Newton saying that he hasn't felt completely healthy since 2016. But he's going to go out there and he's going to persevere and shut people up. So Cam's a good talker, and every time I hear him, I definitely get inspired, and I believe in Cam, but we need to see it actually produce on the field.
Do you believe you will? Look at this.
I believe you will.
Oh, man, down to the 8. We had Wilson going off again. 52-yard rack. Already had a touchdown earlier, looking for more. Getting dangerously close to the bonus, too.
Dang. Besides the will he, won't he with Cam Newton, Mac Jones, Bill has a lot of other drama going off for the Patriots. Really unusual, I feel, for Bill Belichick, with just Stephon Gilmore, and then we have N'Keal Harry. A lot of dramatics going over there at Gillette Stadium.
Producer Drew, as we have a second and goal from the 8, halfway through this second quarter. Handoff from Miami, and Breida picking up a few. Kind enough, Drew, to send over a sampling from Twitch, which is just so dead on accurate. Germ says Koff is terrible today. Reed T says, Crust is the new phonics. Robus says Koff is not even watching. I mean, the first touchdown, I called Grant instead of Wilson. The second touchdown, I called Michelle instead of Vitali. I mean, they're spot on, Twitch. Twitch speaks the truth today. It's not been a pretty showing here for this nooner. Third and goal from the 5. The Southpaw, Tua, slings it. Touchdown! Devontae Parker, I nailed it. It's Devontae, guys. It's Devontae Parker. Devontae Parker scored the touchdown. See those 2 sticks on the jersey? The 11, Devontae Parker.
And he's in my lineup, so I'm happy today. Guys, Twitch, Kaufman's very upset. Our Phoenix Suns blew it last night, so give him a little bit of a break here. And I never ask for a break when it comes to Koff, ever. I love when people torture him, but I'm also sad too. So just cut him some slack.
Germ, third time's a charm.
Thank you, Germ.
Oh, perfect. Just perfect. T-Pike, damn, I thought it was Grant. Bizzle, Koff is at his worst. Yeah. Good news is, I don't have another sim until 8 o'clock tonight, so it's going to give me plenty of time between these two to really refocus, re-energize, recharge, you name it.
Coffee.
I will be back in just such a dominating way. Let me tell you what's coming up over the course of this day, by the way, because we have a lot.
Trading with Devontae Parker. Stop trying to throw Koff off.
It was Devontae. Who just scored? It was Devontae. All right, so here's what we got coming up today. Again, a lot. Saints Falcons are the next sim in about an hour and a half. Brendan Glasheen, the original Phonics, and Christian DeAndrea will be here as Cam completes a pass to his left. It's the other number 11, Julian Edelman, picking up that game to the 37 as Cam up over 100 passing. At 3 o'clock Eastern time, more like 3:15 probably, but after the 2 o'clock sim, Emerson Latzia, Reed T. Fowler, they will get the green.
Love that.
Golf talk, get you excited for the major coming up later this week. 4 o'clock is opposed to a sim, as mentioned. There will be no sim for the happy hour because we're just balancing out the schedule to wrap up these final couple days of the regular season. But you will have content. We're not going anywhere. You will have a replay of the sweat if you missed it at 11 a.m. to noon. So you will get that. 5 o'clock, probably on the dot, given it will come after the sweat. Chirag Hira, Julian Edlow, a.k.a. Felix, the Slate NBA. They will talk about our Suns and the Bucks and what happened in Game 3 and what to expect in Wednesday's Game 4. It is a couple days away. Then at 6, as we kick off the late classic, you will have 3 sims. Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey, Titans-Texans. That is the happy hour sim. At 8 o'clock, Steelers-Ravens, prime time, me and Rossi. Then after that, this will be fun. This will be something, TL, we have never experienced in Simland before. Or the Dream Stream, I guess I should say, because it's really not the sim at all. We've never done this. You're familiar with these watch-alongs? Yeah, it's not a sim at all. You're familiar with these watch-alongs that we've done for the NBA, for golf. Well, we are going to do a home run derby watch-along tonight, just after the 8 o'clock sim. So again, 10 past 9 or whatever it is.
Yep.
I will be there. Brendan Glasheen will be there. And Steve Buchanan will be there. All 3 of us watching along, just rotating, who says back. And, Buke's just dumping all over the both of us while we help you, obviously, with your following closely with the DK Sportsbook and everything else. You should be here with us for that. And then, of course,
excited. I'm watching 100%.
You should be. We're going to see you in the chat. And then Madden After Dark tonight, Jets, Bills, it'll be Glash and Tom Carroll. You should be there for that. It'll be a good time.
I had no idea that Bukes was involved in this, so I have to watch. I already know what I'm doing at 9 p.m. I'm so excited. And if people, if you aren't tuning in for that, you're missing pure comic relief. If you're having a crappy Monday, if the weather's getting you down, or it's just Mondays are tough. You need this laugh tonight. You have to watch.
Future Hall of Famer Julian Edelman with the touchdown. Lots of offense in the opening half. I brought my average back to 50%. About to be 17-14 Patriots. Tarlin,
That's your
AK,
captain.
Bert, Bobo, DC, Drew, Tom, the undercover boss. A lot of people here with you. There will be no buzzword. Guys, even Glash is getting lazy with the buzzword. You know what he had the nerve to say to me last night when I called him out about not doing the buzzword like 3 straight Madden After Darks? He said, I had been away for the weekend and I was trying to take it easy, and my voice, I didn't think my voice could handle the buzzword. And I said, all you have to do is say the same word for 60 seconds.
Right. You don't have to
That's
scream
it.
it.
Yeah. He said, oh, you know how the buzzword works. I got to yell. I got to dance. No, you don't.
No.
You don't have to.
What?
You choose to. You can dial it back if you want. Just skipping the buzzword altogether.
You just described a coward. That's what you just described.
I mean, I don't like the buzzword any more than anybody else who doesn't like the buzzword, but it's your gimmick, man. Own it. Just skip it. I'm sure there's a story here, TL, but there's a YouTube name, which is Wish Me a Happy Birthday, and thank you for that. The YouTube name is Tarlin's Phone Charger.
Honestly, I haven't even questioned Tarlin's phone charger. I honestly don't know why it is a YouTube name. I just kind of went with it just to see just my name and a handle. I'm like, oh, that's fun.
It works, right? Let's go.
My phone is always dead. I don't know if that person knows that, and if they do, now I'm wondering how they know that. But I hardly ever charge
because they've reached out to you and you're not getting back to them.
Well,
they assume your phone is dead.
Shucks.
Cristobal says, I prefer skip over the buzzword. You know what? Me too. Me too.
Yeah. Carolyn's phone charger, because your phone is never charged. Okay.
Do you talk about that a lot? The fact that your phone has terrible battery life?
No.
Oh. I don't know. Is it Glash? Is Glash in the chat with an alternative name?
Is that best friend Jen going undercover? I'm really confused here.
Is Jen ready yet?
Jen is probably never going to be ready.
Jen's just unprepared for life.
She truly is. Oh, I said it on a sim bozo. Okay, maybe I did say it on a sim. I just don't honestly recall. Yeah, I think it's just working from home. I'm telling you, my brain is getting smaller and smaller every day. I need to get back to the office. But thank you, Tarlin's phone charger. I actually need to get a new phone because I haven't upgraded in so long. The Apple people are on to me, and the phone is getting worse day by day. I will charge my phone all night, and I'll wake up and it dies within an hour.
What model iPhone do you have? How old is the phone?
I have this is so un-TL of me, so people are going to be in shock. I still rock the 7 Plus. I still have a home button.
TL, I've got the 6.
Oh yeah, see? Oh my goodness. I'm turning into you.
You're getting old.
I'm getting old, and every time there's an upgrade, I'm like, I don't really care. My phone is fine.
You got to do the upgrades. No, you got to do the upgrades.
Yeah, so that's on my list of things to do tomorrow at some point.
So we have a field goal here, Jason Sanders, to close out the half. It's a good, productive half offensively. 17 all. We'll dive into the numbers, give you our leaders, all that. And then I have something to say about that iPhone remark you just made. Where are you sitting in the contest currently? I know that it's manual scoring, so it could change, obviously.
All right, let me do a quick little refresh here. Oof, I am sitting at 120.
It's not great. Tua,
Not great.
168, couple of touchdowns. Cam, 163. He has a score. Both these guys pacing toward the bonus. We'll see if either one can actually get there. Sony Michel, who does not have a touchdown, contrary to singular belief, 7 for 35. Danny Vitale with the vulture in his lone attempt and yard.
Still can't get over that.
Breida, 5 for 37. He is your leading rusher in terms of yardage right now. Pass catchers, Edelman, 5 for 73, touchdown. Wilson, 2 for 80, touchdown. Parker, 2 for 23, a score. And others like Gesicki, Asiasi, and Grant and Parker, who I mentioned, are in the 20s and 30s yardage-wise. So 17 all. I am sitting 11th right now out of the 142. Producer Drew is in 6th, however. Producer Drew threatening. So I want to say, well, not last night. Last night this was not the case, but previous to that, I had been on like 3 straight sims where one of us, someone from the team, had won the sim. There was I won one.
Okay.
BK, who wasn't even doing the sim, won one. He had made a lineup. Moose, I think, won one, if I remember right. There was someone from it was Christian then Lamarca. That's right.
The oldness is kicking in. You can't even remember who won.
Of course I can't. My memory stinks. TL. It's not even an age thing. My memory has stunk for years.
No, I can't even. I put my car every day.
So hopefully, I'll due respect to Jay Stampzone, who's in front right now, but Drew might be coming for you. He's about 17 points off. I mean, you've got a pretty comfortable lead right now. That lineup, Edelman in the captain spot for Jay Stampzone, Newton, Tua, Parker, Wilson, and Sanders. That is a solid looking build right now.
Yeah.
Winners Love Me says Koff looks like he's dressed for student photo day.
He is. He's getting a new headshot today.
Yep.
We're going to grab it from YouTube.
Anna says Tarlin resembles Leslie Mann in her characteristics and Kaufman Paul Rudd. So we can be in This Is 40 together.
Wow, fabulous.
How about us?
I take that as a compliment. I love Leslie Mann.
Oh, she's great. Hilarious, too.
Yeah.
So something you had said, though, about the you said it with such disgust, such disdain. You went, it still has a home button. Tara Lynn. My wife has a newer phone. Maybe, I don't know, whatever the newer one is. Is it 11? Is that what they're up to? She's got a newer iPhone. And
12?
I don't even know. I don't want a new phone, in large part because I don't want to give up the home button. I like the home button. I want the home button.
You would.
I am uncomfortable.
You don't like change.
Also true, but I am uncomfortable not having a home button. She gave me her phone to do something once. She was like, "Hey, could you look up whatever?" And I held her phone. I just stared at it. What do I do?
You're like, why?
There's no home button. She's like, no, you just do this. You like swipe up. And I'm like, no, I'm out. Here's your phone. I don't want any part of this. No, not doing it.
Oh, God. Surprised you just still are not rocking a flip phone or a pager. That's how I think for you. So
I never had the pager. That wasn't really my era, despite how old everyone thinks I am. But I loved the flip phone. I would absolutely, if you could get maybe you can. I haven't gotten a new phone in like 6 years or whatever it's been. But if you can you get a smartphone flip phone? I mean, obviously at the time that I had a flip phone, you couldn't. But if you can get a smartphone flip phone, I'm in. I'll do that.
You're onto something.
I'll do that for sure. I like the flip phone.
Oh, Mr. Hood, Samsung made one.
I'm going to look into it.
All right. Yeah, the flip phone did make me feel more important. You just flip it open, or if you're mad, you just flip it down. And you're like, oh, I'm sick of it. It did. I kind of do miss that, actually.
The Motorola Razr came back out with a smart flip phone. That's what I had. I had the Razr, like anybody else who had a flip phone.
Smart.
It's a great commercial. It was just captivating.
Love it.
Bert, get your facts right.
Hey, so are you excited about LaMarca's new haircut? Were you behind that? I saw some pictures on Twitter. He looks like a new man.
Well, did you see that when he tweeted the photo, he mentioned me specifically. He said, as we got a fumble booth review, 17 all still, a couple minutes gone by, third quarter. He said, I finally caved, Koff. Yeah, I was not only behind it, I was annoyingly pushing him toward it. I mean, every time I would work with it, when the world opens back up, as Miami's got it here at the 18, 1st and 10. Every time when the world opens and I got a little time, get your haircut, man. Like, this looks terrible. This is awful. Like, I've seen you cleaned up before, and you just are a mess. Like, you take off the hair, it's just this greasy, disgusting.
It was always.
Oh.
I mean, LaMarca, every time he would come on camera or he would adjust his hat before he would come on camera, it looked like he played in the rain.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then, like, the beard would get long. Glash, maybe the most valuable, I know he's like TikTok fame and all that, but maybe the most valuable thing that he has done on social media, when he put out the LaMarca Steve the Pirate tweet last night. I mean, that was just so
hilarious,
accurate. It was disturbingly accurate. Absolutely giving off the Steve the Pirate vibes. And now of course he's on vacation, but I can't wait, because I'm sure there are plenty of people out there listening that haven't seen the picture or maybe aren't even on social media or whatever, don't care. But when he returns, it is going to be jarring for the people. It is really going to be, no more beard, no more long hair, may or may not even wear a hat. We'll see.
New LaMarca.
A brand new LaMarca.
Well, thank you for pushing him to clean it up.
Clearly he is the type that responds to peer pressure.
Yep.
And fortunately, he was only pressured to get a haircut and not, like, jump out of an airplane or something. 24-17 Miami, 5:20 to go, third quarter. We got our great Game Ops crew, Bert, Bobo, DC, of course, our production team, Drew, our producer, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, Carolyn Asak, Adam Kaufman. People are big fans of yours, let me tell you that. There was someone who said, who was it? Anyway, I'll scroll past it, or I'll just, paraphrase. But it was someone who said that, like, can we replace Glash on the next 10 sims and replace? Oh, here it was from Craig. Yeah, can you replace Glash the next 10 shifts and have Tara Lynn fill in? What do you think of that?
You would break Glash's heart. He lives for these people. Craig, we would crush Glash if we did that. Even though I didn't like his complaints about the buzzword. He created that. It's his shtick. I think the new play-by-play job, it might be going a little to his head. He's getting a little diva-ish. But, I will hop on more Sims now that I'm getting more comfortable, Craig.
Everybody smash that like. Haven't mentioned that yet today, and we are nearly at 100 on the YouTube. But hit the like, hit the subscribe button if you are watching along on YouTube. Of course, on Twitch, give us a follow, twitch.tv/DraftKings. We appreciate that. If you are among the millions, billions, gajillions watching elsewhere across the universe, across the multiverse, it's much appreciated. DK Nation, DK Playbook, Game Center, wherever you're finding us. But really, we are absolutely partial, as Cam Newton sacked, to those in the chat. Whether it's YouTube or Twitch, we like to interact. So come on over, join us here. Super Bowl baby, the royal they say, you can tell a lot about a person, pardon me, from what is on their bookshelves. They would say Adam Kaufman is a big fan of the 40-year-old virgin because he appears to have obtained the movie set. I do have a wall of DVDs. That is accurate. The home button is my safe space, says Tara Lynn's phone charger. Gregory says, why don't we have Tara Lynn as the lead host?
Oh, no, Gregory.
Doing that?
We're not up to that level yet. Didn't we?
Listen, level, much like age, is all about how you feel.
True.
If you are feeling comfortable enough to be in the lead seat, I know a guy. He's producing right now.
Really? Who's that guy? Haven't heard of him before.
Producer Drew, he's the puzzle maker. He can put you right in that lead chair.
Yeah, re-tease, did you know? More coffee shop TL though. Honestly, I gotta go back there once, Sim, because a lot of the people wanted to know what I was talking about. I have to go in there with a backdrop, I think, just to let people know that I am working for DraftKings. It's not just me losing my mind. I kind of looked like a Shutter Island patient-esque, if you will, because I was just kind of yelling into my laptop, and I had this crazy guy. Have you heard of him? His name is Brendan Glasheen. Screaming, "Oh, how did you take your coffee? Are people listening to you? And you look weird." He was just screaming it the whole time.
He mentioned yesterday, actually, T-Pike was directing as well, and also mentioned that someone, because you didn't have headphones, someone actually did wave back as they were leaving the coffee shop.
Yeah, they did. The people were interested.
So that's pretty good. 4th and 1, too, just a little bit short right there. Gilmore with the tackle. Stephon Gilmore, who is anxiously looking for a new contract.
Oof.
Reportedly, he and the Pats plan to sit down before training camp. That's according to Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, to talk about a new deal. The good news is, at least if you're a Patriots fan, and certainly if it involves Gilmore, doesn't seem to be acrimonious. They punted on 4th and 1, didn't go for it. Doesn't seem to be contentious. He's not expecting to get traded or anything like that. They just need to come to terms on whatever a new deal is going to look like. Presumably just for the 2021 season. He's making $7 million base salary, feels, and he's not wrong, that he is underpaid for, 1, what his worth is, 1, what his market would be, 3, obviously, his stature, and he's looking for more loot. He's looking for more respect, TL. Respect is in the money, and he's looking for more respect. And I don't think this is going to lead to a long-term deal being worked out. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he is gone after this coming season. But I think they're going to figure this out.
So you think that they are in the process of eventually they're just going to give in and give him a raise?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
I agree. I'm more all in on this N'Keal Harry drama. It's something every week, it looks like, just because he's turned out to be one of the biggest busts for Belichick. And I just want to know what Belichick is actually thinking of N'Keal Harry. And it does sound around here, too, just listening to different sports commentators, different media outlets, they are putting the blame on Belichick for N'Keal Harry even playing in the NFL.
So that's interesting. I mean, I'm not... Like, N'Keal Harry would have gotten drafted, but yeah, I mean, if you wanted to debate whether he should have been a first-round pick, it seems like, sort of revisionist history, but going back through time, it definitely seems like Bill Belichick had N'Keal Harry rated on his board much higher than most people did across the league or even within the Patriots organization. And yeah, I mean, to your point, a guy who couldn't create separation in college, big shock, couldn't do it in the NFL, and 2 years into his career, it's not been good. And injuries have played a role and other factors as well. Yeah. But I would say that his time in New England is running short. What surprises me, quite frankly, is that he hasn't been traded already. And I don't mean since the trade request came out a couple days ago. I mean, we were talking about this at the time of the draft. I thought he was getting dealt then, 2 months ago or whatever it was, versus this being a conversation right now. I almost kind of thought we were beyond it. All right, well, he wasn't traded around the draft. He's probably not going to be traded, but we'll see. 24-17, Miami's in front at the end of 3. 194 for Tua, a couple of touchdowns. Newton, 178. He has a score. So both QBs really slowed down in terms of the passing attack. Neither one trending for a bonus now. Breida, he could get there if he breaks one off. 10 for 74, even just a little bit of balance. Continues his average through 3. Michelle, 10 for 62. Again, the vulture for Danny Vitale. Edelman, 5 for 73, a touchdown. 2 for 80 still for Wilson, the score. Parker, 2 for 23, a touchdown. Grant, Jeremy, Jakeem, Mostert, call him whatever you want. 5 for 46 at the moment. 5 for 42 for Devin Asiasi. Where are you in our contest.
Ugh.
I passed Drew.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Wow.
You got up to 18. I'm up to 8.
Producer Drew, how did you let this happen?
How do you live with yourself?
Well, I dropped even lower cough. I'm now sitting at a hot 139.
That's out of what?
Oh, that is out of
It's out of 141.
142. So
Yeah.
can I just say that I do better putting in a backup QB?
You might. Yeah, I'm going to say it's out of 141, though, because the 142nd person didn't even make a lineup.
Juice G, just whatever, Juice G.
It's unlike Juice G. Juice G is usually in the running. Bird says he's 125th, though, so don't feel
Okay.
horrible about yourself.
All right, don't feel horrible then. Thanks, Bert.
Going back to the phones, Boston Joe, in the early 90s, I actually had a car phone. I felt like James Bond being able to call from my car, LOL. It's true. I remember that, Boston Joe. There was, I mean, you need to be of a certain age to appreciate that comment. There, like, you couldn't have felt cooler making a phone, a call from your phone in the car. It was like, now, obviously, it's not only commonplace, it's like illegal to actually hold your phone in the car in a lot of places. You need to have the hands free going on, technology, I tell you. But back in the day, yeah, I mean, you felt like you were friggin' Jetson, man. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Safety territory. We had one yesterday. Can we get another? Not right there. 7-yard pickup for Breida. You're too young
88
for
likes, 5 we went up to 5 dislikes. What did we say?
Well, it's going to be more now that you brought attention to it.
Is that your little trick? You just don't bring attention to it?
I mean, it tends to make people react.
Wow, okay. Good to know.
We'll see.
Maybe the people will be nice. It's Monday.
That's all the more reason people won't be nice. Ugh.
Ugh!
Monday.
6.
This is gross. Monday. Ugh.
Hey, no, it stopped raining here and the sun looks like it's trying to come out. So that's a positive about this Monday. I like to try to keep it positive here. Yeah, it's building up now. I shouldn't have brought attention to it.
Oh, good. Mr. Kilgore, Jared says, Koff, not sure if the Pats could get an 8th rounder for Harry. Yeah, I mean, listen, you're not going to get anything remotely close to where you took him, obviously, that being a first-round pick. You probably wouldn't get anything better than, I mean, best case scenario, best case scenario, probably be like a conditional 5th rounder. And to me, and I might be in the minority here, I wouldn't do it. I still think, and I think ZT said this the other day, and paraphrasing him, but I still think that N'Keal Harry's ceiling is higher than that of a typical 5th, 6th, 7th round pick. They aren't all Brady's, Edelman's, Antonio Brown's, guys like that who, late round picks who become stars in the league. So I'm of the mind that I would just hang on to Harry. I'm not saying I re-sign him or anything like that, but play out the rookie contract a little bit. See if he can. Right now, you would be selling lower than low. He is at his absolute lowest value right now if you got rid of N'Keal Harry. So see if he can carve out a niche for himself. CEH. I would have bet money Koff had a beeper once. I probably wanted one. See you guys in the chat. What's on your mind? Tell us. Look what you did to the dislike. Look what you did to the dislike button.
Dude, I regret everything. That's I really don't even look at the likes or dislikes, and for some reason I just looked at it and I was like, hey, we were at 2. Why did it go up to 5? And now people are just really going at it. Hey, people who are disliking it, I wish I could dislike you.
Ooh! Coming in hot.
Take that. I think this is hilarious from Flagrant Foul. I won a cell phone back at the beginning of cell phones at a baseball game. I never picked it up because I didn't want the extra bill each month. Hey, so you're a winner right there because I wouldn't want the extra bill each month either. Flagrant foul.
I support that. (24-17) Miami as we approach the midpoint of this fourth quarter.
Miami.
When was the last time you were in Florida at this point? I know you tend to hop back and forth. Got some
I
family.
love Florida. I thrive in Florida. As soon as I arrive at Miami International Airport, I drop 5 pounds instantly. I become 10 times glowier. I'm 20 times happier, and Miami is my city. But the last time I was there, probably about 2 months ago. But I've been wishing that I've been there throughout this. I mean, it's basically Boston has turned into London. It's raining every single
Yeah, it's really,
day.
it's really quite a thing. Yeah, I mean, July has been kind of, yeah, we're like Seattle or something. But
It's
so,
bonkers.
so why? And I know you were there for a fairly extended period of time earlier in the pandemic, but because you know you aren't, as you noted earlier, back in the office yet. Why not just spend more time there? Kind of the way that Reed just did, you know, a month or two or whatever it was back home in Hawaii. Why don't you just go to Florida for a while?
I know. Well, I recently moved into a new apartment. As you can see, still moving. I'm like you. I have paper plates, paper everything.
Yeah.
So I do want to enjoy just living in my new space. That's why I haven't ran out there. And hoping that we're back in the office, I think, coming up soon. So haven't made a move there yet, but probably in the fall I'll go back and visit my sister.
There you go.
Yeah.
I just want you to thrive.
I want to thrive too, to be honest.
You thrive in Florida.
I really do. I thrive there. My smile never leaves my face. Here I'm like walking outside. There's green bags of dog poop at my doorstep because people here don't like to throw out their dog's poop. Speaking of dog owners, you should not be a dog owner if you do not clean up your dog's poop.
Got to pick
Big
up.
thing of mine. That doesn't happen to me in Miami. I don't walk out and step in green bags of dog poop.
Got to pick up after the pooch.
Check the London weather from tomorrow and retract that comment immediately. Kyle Robbins, I mean, I guess. It's not like I wake up every day and check London's weather. I'm just comparing it to London because they're known to be a gray, rainy, cold area.
I think you're missing the cool part of that comment, which is, hey, Kyle, we got a listener in London right now.
No, you think he's from London?
He said we get sun here too.
Oh, I didn't read the second comment. Really? Kyle, are you in London or are you pulling my leg?
Now people asking what kind of dog you have.
I don't have a dog. I have an imaginary dog.
What's its name?
Dog.
Hey, dog. Sit dog. Down dog. Eat dog. Sleep dog.
Kyle,
Go,
do
dog,
you have
go.
an accent? Hello there.
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
2 minutes.
Nope.
2 minutes.
No.
In the sim. Me going to get a coffee after this.
Brian says, got any thoughts on the Derby tonight? I like Mancini as a long shot. Great story. Mancini would be awesome because, as you said, Brian, that is a really cool story. Speaking of story, Trevor Story as a hometown guy in Colorado. Those are always fun stories. Shohei is going to be a popular guy, and I'm not even talking about odds makers. I just mean everybody wants to consume all things Shohei Ohtani. So I think most people are probably going to be rooting him on. I will be rooting him on. But I can tell you, coming up after the 8 o'clock sim tonight, me, Flash, Bukes, we will be doing a home run derby watch-along where we will all hang out, keep track of what's going on. So you should be here with us. Kyle says 5:40 p.m. here. Should be working, but get the Madden stream up. So there you go.
All right. Love it.
Certainly.
Welcome, Kyle.
Kyle.
Hope of the night to you, Kyle.
Well, I'm sorry, what? Top of the night?
Yeah, because 5:50 p.m. there.
I can't imagine that's an expression.
Hope of the night to you.
Also, what is this accent?
It's
Drew says that's Irish.
yeah.
That's like I think that might be an Irish person trying to do a British accent.
All right. I need to figure out my dialect.
We're gonna get you a like a speech coach or whatever those are called.
Indeed. Bukes is coming in hot tonight. Yes, he will. Check it out, 9 p.m. for the follow along.
Brita in the bonus. Glash is gonna come in next for the next sim an hour from now.
Maybe he'll do an accent.
Maybe he'll be with Christian, and you know if they're anything like me, they're probably not. But they're gonna look at the metrics. They're gonna say 30 dislikes. What happened on that first sim? You guys must have had a delay, a lag, a power problem. What? It's good. Nope. You guys can just tell them TL acknowledge the dislike button, and it's off from there.
And then I'm going to get text from Glash for the next hour. No, don't even tell him. Leave me alone. I don't want to deal with him. It's Monday. Again, I will just keep saying that. I need a shirt that says it's Monday. That is my excuse for everything.
(24-17) final minute. Alana, the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
Indeed.
Indeed. Oh, goodness. Bizzle, speech coach, whatever those are called. Coffin team could use a bunch.
I think our voices, first of all, Bizzle, I think our voices are great. Just not our accents.
Our voices are fine. It's the words that come out of our mouths that are the problem.
Okay, well, that's not a speech coach. That's going back to being in the womb and coming out a completely different person.
Alpha wants to know, what's your favorite day of the week?
Favorite day of the week? I mean, I love Taco Tuesday. I really do love to celebrate it as well. Big quesadilla girl, chips and guacamole. And Friday. Sure. Friday's great too. End of the week.
202-52, couple of touchdowns in the air. Newton, 207. He is a scorer. So those are your passing numbers for the QBs here. Get into our awards in just a quick moment, as just shade of an hour on this sim. Pretty good. Brita, late bonus, 16 for 102, a touchdown. Danny Vitale with a score. Sony Michel, it wasn't, but he did have 62 on the ground and a solid average at 6.2. We'll look at the pass catchers as well. No bonuses there. Wilson, 3 for 90, a score. 6 for 77 for Edelman with a touchdown. 5 for 46 for Grant. 4 for 28 for White. Asiasi, 5 for 42. 3 for 63 for Gesicki. Didn't see that coming is our projected winner, barring any stat adjustments. So an even at 9 in the air as well. About a half-point lead on B-Man 65. We'll see if anything changes. Would you like to give out the Krusty Koff Award winner?
I would actually like to give out the babysitter Billy.
Okay. Sure. All right, I'll rock a little Krusty Koff. How about?
I'm just annoyed.
I'm going to go Albert Wilson.
I thought you were going to go Vitale.
No, nobody had him. Nobody owned him.
Yeah, no one had him.
Yeah. I'll go Albert Wilson with his
8
points in the flex and 30% ownership, 2.1 at captain. But yes, the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award goes to
Patriots D. What did you guys do for me? Oh, wait, you did Diddly Squat. 27% owned. And yeah, I'm mad about it.
0 points.
0.00. Patriots D. Babysitter Billy. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's not often we give the DST the Babysitter Billy, but my goodness, was it deserving today. Like you said, a quarter of lineups and no points. So the Dolphins may still be alive for a playoff spot. We will see. Check out tiebreakers and things like that. But the Chargers and Titans are in the hunt for a first-round bye after the Patriots fell short today. That's a bummer for them anyway. So, Saints, Falcons, Brendan Glasheen, Christian Andrea, they will be with you for a Week 18 contest coming up in 1 hour, almost on the dot. Tara Lynn with the fraud shift, she is done. I have one more later on, 8 o'clock tonight. That will be with Jason Rossi, Steelers, Ravens, and again, the Home Run Derby watch along with Bukes and Glash after that, right around 9:15. So you do not want to miss any of that. Make sure you are with us. And if you missed any of the sweat, which comes your way Monday through Friday, 11 to noon Eastern time, well, good news. We're going to show it to you again in just a second. Thanks to Drew. Thanks to Tom. Thanks to Bobo, Bert. Thanks to DC. Daniel, new member of our Game Op squad. TL, great pleasure. Let's do it again
Great
soon.
time, Cop. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay, everybody. Good Monday morning. A slow week in sports. LOL. Not at DraftKings. Not on this daily DFS and sports betting baby we call the sweat. I'm Emerson Latzia. We'll fill an hour. Just you watch. Let's get after it with some MLB mid-season awards. DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. We are at the All-Star break now. So who is your AL MVP of the first half? That's my first question, Paul.
Well, in an ordinary year, a guy who leads the league in batting average, RBI, hits, and OBP, and is second in homers and and slugging should be a runaway leader, right? That's Vlad Guerrero's resume this year. But we're seeing a historical performance out of Shohei Ohtani. Not only does he lead the majors in home runs and slugging, but he's third in the major leagues in RBIs with 73 and a pretty nice 364 on base percentage. And he pitches a little bit too. 4-1 is the record in 13 starts, 87 strikeouts in only 67 innings. None of us on this panel have seen anything like this, and we've only read about something like it when you talk about Babe Ruth. That's the company that Ohtani's in, and that's why he would get my vote.
Yeah, there's no way to deny that he is the best player in the world right now, maybe ever here, Matt.
Yeah, it's interesting this year because I feel like in most years the MVP is determined by the numbers, and I know we're moving more in that direction. It's not entirely that way, though. A lot of the writers that vote on these things still consider narratives, but the numbers I don't think will matter much this year. Like even if Vlad Guerrero Jr. has a better second half than he did in the first half, and even if Shohei Ohtani cools down a bit, I think just because of how unprecedented what Ohtani's doing is, like just because of that, I think he runs away with this thing unless he gets injured. Like I really don't see a way that he doesn't win just because of the unique nature of the season he's having, both hitting and pitching. So he's a minus 335 favorite on DraftKings right now. It's hard to lay odds because Ohtani has gotten hurt in previous years. I would love to see him just finish out the season this strong. Vlad does what he's been doing too, and Ohtani wins the award just because it's a unique thing that he's done in 2021.
Yeah, and say with me, folks, the MVP should not have to be on a playoff team. Matt, National League most valuable player right now for you in the first half is who?
So we'd be having a different conversation if this were a couple days ago with the ACL injury to Ronald Acuna Jr. It's really changed the landscape. We had a 3-horse race. Now it's probably a 2-horse race between Jacob deGrom and Fernando Tatis Jr. I think Tatis perhaps will ultimately win it because it kind of pains me to say it. I think Jacob deGrom is overachieving just a little bit. A roughly 1 ERA is just not that sustainable, even for someone as great as he is. Having said that, I think deGrom is the favorite at the moment. I think he's been the best player in baseball to this point. But if you ask me who has the better second half, I think it might be Tatis. But either way, this should be a really close race. But I lean towards Tatis ultimately edging him out.
Yeah, man, you didn't even mention he's a 364 hitter with 6 RBI and 33 plate appearances here, man. Paul, what about you, man? NL MVP.
It's a shame Acuna is out of the race for the rest of the way, but you said who was the first half MVP? It's got to be Tatis for me, leading the NL in homers, slugging percentage, on base percentage, stolen bases, second in runs scored, tied for second in ribbies. And I'm not including a pitcher in this race. I'm sorry, they have their own award. That's the school I come from. So to me, Tatis is the runaway leader. Hopefully he'll be challenged by somebody. A couple of names that are on the outside, hoping to factor in the second half would be Nick Castellanos and Trey Turner, in my opinion.
Okay, Paul, what about American League Cy Young? Who do you have?
Two veterans are at the top of my list, guys that a couple of years ago were almost reclamation projects. Lance Lynn of the White Sox, first in ERA, second opposing batting average, third in WHIP, 105 strikeouts versus 31 walks, only 63 hits and 90 innings pitched, a nice 9-3 1-loss record. Kyle Gibson, number 2, second in ERA, fifth in opposing batting average, seventh in WHIP, 78 hits allowed, 102 innings pitched, 88 strikeouts versus 31 walks. 6-1 is his one loss. I'm going to give it to Lynn right now, but I'm surprised that both these guys are in the mix.
Okay. How about you, Matt?
So I think it's Carlos Rodon to this point, just with the incredible strikeout rate. And it's a little confusing to me that Garrett Cole is still, not that he's still the favorite, because I do think he's the best pitcher in the American League, but just that he's favored to such an extent where he's around even money. And then there's a bunch of guys who are 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1. I think Kyle Gibson's been good, but I think the low strikeout rate is just, it's hard to overlook that. He's done well at limiting damage, but I think that's more luck than anything. And Lance Lynn was looking a lot better earlier, but the control has seemed to waver for him. The last couple of starts, he's had some walk problems. Even watching him, which I normally wouldn't bring up, but just like he's missing spots on pitches. And I think there's a good chance he gets it together and is really in the race. But to this point, I feel like Rodon has been by far the most consistent, doesn't seem affected by the substance crackdown. The strikeout rate is there. And I think he probably, like, if I had to pick a guy who ends up winning, I think it's him. But either way, I think he's been the guy to this point.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about him, too? It's a pretty good story. Non-tendered during the offseason. So he wasn't offered a contract, for the 2021 season, ended up re-signing with the White Sox anyway, and then came to spring training, fought for a job, and look at him now. He's your first half AL Cy Young. So NL Cy Young. Matt, who's your guy? I mean, I guess I shouldn't ask that question. Is there any chance you could take anybody else besides DeGrom?
No. So I think if Jacob DeGrom was injured right now and didn't pitch again this season, I think he still probably wins the Cy Young. I think there would at least be a conversation at that point. So I think that the better thing to bring up, because he's going to run away with this if he continues to pitch anywhere resembling what he did in the first half. But if there's someone who could unseat him, let's say DeGrom just starts pitching really poorly or gets hurt or something like that, I think for me, it's Zach Wheeler over Kevin Gausman, just because I think he's a better pitcher. So Gausman, not as many strikeouts, a little more walk prone, hasn't been as good in previous years. It seems a little flukier to me. And Zach Wheeler, I think, is just an incredible pitcher, works really deep in games, and he has the track record. So it's going out on a limb to say Wheeler is in the race, because I don't think he's in the race at all unless DeGrom were to suffer an injury. But Wheeler is like the one guy who at least is a possibility, I think, to take over for DeGrom. But no, Jacob DeGrom is the NL Cy Young winner.
Yeah, Paul, each start entertains like new ideas about DeGrom potentially being the greatest ever. The numbers certainly back that up. I'm sure he's your pick. Who else is in the mix for you?
Yeah, I think the names that have been mentioned are the guys that are in contention for second place. But I'm going to go with Gausman as the second place guy. But DeGrom has put up numbers that I'd never put up when I played video game versions of Major League Baseball. So that's how special this year has been for him. It's historic, just like Ohtani's performance on the other side. We're seeing amazing numbers from people who play the game this year, and the names that have been covered tell the story.
Gentlemen, nice work. I know Paul will talk some home run derby with you coming up. We got some of that fantasy football flavor coming your way now. And one of the things that can make or break your season is getting the right mid-tier running backs in your lineup. So here's Pat Mayo and Jake Seeley going over their mid-tier RB ranks for the 2021 season.
Okay, so like the running back rankings for me go. It's Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery, Miles Sanders. That's the next thing. Do you think that Miles Sanders should be on that tier? Like if that's a tier of 3,
Yes.
do I just make it a tier of 4?
I think it's a fair tier for him. And I say because I could also see him getting back to being Miles Sanders and jumping up to the next tier. But we've talked about a lot with these running backs is things have to go right. This team is the Eagles have told us nothing, but they are also concerned about Miles Sanders in the passing game by who they brought in, and they still have Boston Scott. So I say there's an issue here of the downside, but Miles Sanders' talent and his ability, if he can get right, he's still good enough to be talent-wise a top 20 running back, and for fantasy purposes, even potentially top 15. But he deserves to be in this tier because of the concerns.
So I'm wagering that I'm higher on Cooper Kupp than you are, as I have Kupp at the beginning of this tier and Woods at the bottom of this tier. I think that they're close. I think I'd rather Cooper Kupp for this season, though, with Matthew Stafford.
I agree with you. What do you have him at wide receiver overall?
Wide receiver, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 12.
Okay, you are higher, but not by much.
So it might.
I'm at wide receiver 17.
The rankings for me go Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Julio, Thielen, Evans, Woods, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb. Do you think that's a tier unto itself, or does that get broken up like Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Jones, Thielen, Gap, Evans, Woods, Chase, Lamb, or Evans and Woods a part of that first tier, or is just do you think you're good with all of those guys?
I'm good with all those guys.
Would you throw Deontay Johnson is next on the list? Does Deontay Johnson deserve to be in that tier? Does Kenny Golladay deserve to be in that tier? Or is that the break?
That's the break.
Okay. So I take that group of, let's say, 9 wide receivers. Now to put them in the overall rankings, we kind of agreed that we like Darren Waller and Kittle more than all those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then,
and this is what's so good about taking a running back is because almost all of those wide receivers, or like 80% of them, are sitting there in the 3rd round.
Oh, for sure. Like that's where these receivers are ranked in mine is going to be above where I believe that their ADPs are at the moment. That might not break down that way because people are really overdrafting wide receivers at their running backs at this point, like the Swifts and Dobbins, at least in my mind, that those guys are just going to go higher than them. So would you put that wide receiver tier after Kittle, before Dobbins and Swift? Or is it Dobbins and Swift, then these guys, then Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery type of thing? Like, would you rather have Chris Godwin or would you rather have J.K. Dobbins?
I'd rather have Dobbins, but I'd rather have Godwin than Swift.
Interesting.
But it's close enough that if you're talking tiers, I would almost just smush all those wide receivers with Dobbins and Swift. Like, just what did you do in the first 2 rounds? Do you go Swift or Dobbins, or do you go with one of these wide receivers? I think it just kind of depends on where you are. I know we're doing wide receivers and tiers separately, but I would just smush it into all like one big tier of 10 guys.
Okay, I can see that. So then we go like on an individual basis. Then we go J.K. Like, would you go J.K. Dobbins or Cooper Kupp?
I'd go Dobbins, but if I already have a bell cow running back, then I'd probably lean towards Cooper Kupp.
It's funny because I think if you have a bell cow running back, Dobbins is a nice complement for something like that, where
of course
now you don't need the lean on him to like really come through. He can have his like down weeks where like Edwards or Lamar does most of the rushing, but you still get to bask in the glory of these like top 5 running back weeks along with your McCaffrey or Kamara or Barkley or whoever it is. I think he's a nice complementary piece.
I don't disagree at all, but also we're talking about that next tier of running backs that aren't in this group that we already talked about. It's, if I go Kupp there, I could get one of those running backs who have similar upside, a little less risk, but it's more of the wide receiver. It's going to depend on, I know we're trying to make your rankings, but it really just depends on how you did your first 2 rounds for me.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going to be unknowable because everyone's going to be different with that. Okay,
so no. You don't get the questions of who should I take at the 8th pick, like because the first 7 picks.
Yeah, I just honestly, when people ask me dumb questions like that, I just say Christian McCaffrey.
I like it.
Makes it easy, and then they get the point. I think like you can use these as a guide to go through. So I'm probably going to have Dobbins a little bit more down on this. It's really that Julio Thielen type thing. I think like we're dealing with like wide receiver ones on teams who might not even be the highest scoring receiver on their own team. So I'm making a choice here that I think that Kupp is better than Woods. I think that Cooper is better than Lamb. I think that Godwin is better than Evans. Not by a substantial amount, but that's the way that I have them ranked. I think that Brown is better than Julio. I think that Jefferson is better than Thielen. And that's sort of this entire tier. So I'll go Dobbins after Godwin and before Julio. But then when I put Swift in, like, would you rather have Robert Woods or DeAndre Swift?
Swift.
Would you rather have Adam Thielen or DeAndre Swift? That's it. That pause is it. So that tells me volumes. So that now goes A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin. This is the beginning of the 3rd round. So A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, Antonio Gibson, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Darren Waller, George Kittle, Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, J.K. Dobbins, Julio Jones, and Adam Thielen. I believe that is 12. Let me count that to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nailed it. And then the beginning of the fourth round would be Swift, Evans, Woods, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery, Miles Sanders. Do you think that, I mean, that when we talked about the tiers, that sounds about right? Or would you elevate that little mini running back tier above Chase and Lamb and Woods and Mike Evans?
I think, again, kind of smush them together.
Okay.
They're in the same conversation.
I'll just leave them as tiered within my ranking so people can see the distinction between those guys.
Yeah, for half and full point PPR, the receivers are the better bet. But,
I think if you're looking for the safer bet anyway, the receivers are the better option. It's just if we're playing for upside and, like you said, like value, that if you hit the running back here, you hit big.
Yeah, you could, but and this is why I don't want to be in the third and fourth round and forcing myself to pull up these running backs.
Well, that gives us about a tie. It gives us the top 48 on the board. And you can check out all of my rankings down in the description up on DK Playbook. And we're going to be talking more and more about this. Maybe we'll try to continue to fill out the rest of the rankings and debate them through on next week's show. And like I said, we've already had 10 fantasy football preview shows. Find them all in the description up on the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. Plus, if you're in the market to win some just cash, if you go rate and review the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast right now on Apple Podcasts, you can find that link in the description. You say 5 stars, something nice about the show, leave your Twitter handle or email address. I'm doing a draw. It's for the British Open, but hey, I don't want to exclude my fantasy football brethren as well. You go leave that review right now. You're in a draw to win. I mean, there's going to be a pool of like $1,000 of a giveaway. All you have to do is go leave that review. Takes 20 seconds. You can win like $200 or something like that. So I suggest you go do that right now. Okay. Apple Podcast. Help us out here and share the show around. I want to end with quarterbacks and where to put these guys in, at least at the top. Obviously, I have it as Mahomes. My rankings are Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler, Dak. Those are my top 5. I think that those 5 guys are better than the rest. Do any of them deserve to be on this list of the top 50? Like, where does Mahomes go?
I mean, he will.
He will. Yeah, where he goes and where we rank him. Because we both kind of agree that his ADP right now of, not CJ Uzomah, Patrick Mahomes of 26, probably a bit too high.
Too high.
But that doesn't mean that he's outside the top 50 at the same time. Like, there would become a point where I'm looking at the board, Patrick Mahomes isn't gone. I'm like, yeah, give me Patrick Mahomes. That's a good pick now.
I'd say, I'm looking right now, like around 30-ish. Like once Gibson at running back is off the board, and once we get through Waller and Kittle and that wide receiver group that we were putting in there with like that Cooper tier.
So would you rather have Patrick Mahomes or Amari Cooper?
I'd still take Cooper.
Would you rather have Chris Godwin or Patrick Mahomes?
Godwin.
Would you rather have J.K. Dobbins or Patrick Mahomes?
Dobbins. Keep going.
Julio.
Now I'm thinking about
that actually works with the tiers because it goes Godwin, Dobbins. Like Dobbins is sort of the breakup of that wide receiver tier. Like it's one tier, but it's kind of split into part A and part B amongst all of the running backs. I mean, that's where Mahomes could easily go in. You could go Waller, Kittle, Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Dobbins, Mahomes, Julio, Thielen.
Yeah, I could work with that.
And that would
then Murray and Allen coin flip.
25,
get into the conversation.
7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would make him 35 overall in the rankings.
And that's usually about where I say like I'm willing to take a running or a quarterback is late third, middle third, depending just on how the board looks at that point.
All right.
That makes that works out perfectly.
Well, what about Lamar Jackson then, who I have at number 2, but I think that he's very much smudged in this tier. Like I think all 4 of those quarterbacks are very, very similar in terms of baseline performance. The reason that I have Lamar at number 2 is just I truly believe that his upside is higher than these guys. Like, unless Josh Allen rushes for like 12 touchdowns, which I don't think that he's going to do. I think we might see a little bit of a step back in terms of the rushing numbers, at least for the health and safety of the poor guy. I think that's going to be the case. But no matter how you kind of cut the projections, how you think about it in your head, Lamar through Dak should be really close.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Lamar Jackson can still finish as the number one in front of Patrick Mahomes. I would have all three of them in a group, and then probably Dak is on their heels, but there'd be a smidge of a gap where I think all of them should be in the fourth round conversation.
You mean Lamar, Josh Allen, and Kyler Murray?
Yes.
Okay. So would you go Mike Davis or Lamar Jackson?
I'm going Lamar Jackson.
So that's the tier then.
Yeah.
So would you go Jamar Chase or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar Jackson.
Would you go Robert Woods or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar.
DeAndre Swift or Lamar Jackson?
Probably depends on how my team turned out. So right there is that to answer your question from earlier, where I just gave you the answer by pausing.
Yeah, okay. So that would then look like we have at number 35 overall, Patrick Mahomes would be there. So 36, bump him down. So then the fourth round would start Thielen, Swift, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray. Do you think that's too high for them? It picks like 40?
I don't think it is. Again, I wouldn't like I'm trying to, you're looking at the value lost at the position of what you gain from everybody else. And I mean, that's why I say Dak even deserves to be here, because Dak was the number one on a points per game basis. You're getting that edge, because now as soon as you drop off these five quarterbacks, now you're talking about, don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. All right. Even if you say Aaron Rodgers is coming back, but now it's Herbert in his second season, Tom Brady being able to throw like a madman again this year with no rushing upside, which we talked about on that show. You talk about Trevor Lawrence as a rookie, Joe Burrow in his second season, like all those guys, they're in a whole nother group where it's almost like these quarterbacks should be going mid-late fourth round. Maybe they make it to the fifth, but then you're waiting another round or two before you start getting to the other quarterbacks. So that's where I could see making the argument that they should be around here, because it's similar to the Kelsey, Kittle, Waller conversation of what you drop off of this tier. It's actually it's like a couple rounds versus just being, all right, it's this, 10 picks later.
Okay, I went back and slaughtered them because I wanted to leave a substantial, like not a substantial one, but enough of a gap in the rankings between Mahomes and these guys. I think that they're close, but they're not quite on his level. So Mahomes goes in between J.K. Dobbins and Julio Jones. Lamar will come in after Deontay Johnson before Mike Davis. So it'll go Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, then Mike Davis, Chris Carson, Montgomery, Miles Sanders. And that would be your top 55 picks overall to start these drafts.
That's pretty solid.
All right,
I can even see going Dak over those two of those guys.
I mean, I can throw Dak into that tier too.
He could be there or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when we're looking at outliers now, like Dak and Russell Wilson are a bit of an outlier, is like a sandwich tier. Mark Andrews and Pitts and Hawkinson, I think, are like, they're not necessarily all on the same tier, but those are very clearly, at least in my mind, the next three guys off the board at their particular positions. I just have to figure out in terms of running backs and wide receivers where those guys are going to fall. And I'll have that in the, you hit the rankings right now, and you'll see what the finalized list will. And I think I'll have Meany on next week, and we'll break down this tier. Maybe we'll go position by position, try to flesh everything out. But I think that I'm pretty satisfied with this. Thank you for help walking me through this and holding my hand.
I'll hold your hand. We were doing it side by side. We were walking like boyfriend, girlfriend bumping against each other, and they can't walk because they try to put arms around each other.
Oh, that's so nice. Do you dream about this? Would you wear a collared shirt for that date?
I know, because if I'm going on a date with you, I can't live up to your shirt game. So no, I would have to just do a t-shirt.
I mean, I'm sort of the opposite in real life. I wear this on the show. I wear the t-shirts in real life when I'm out. But I'm also married with
So
kids.
you should do. Confuse everybody.
Yeah. Well, when are your rankings dropping?
Draft kit. It's the week of July 12th. I don't know if it's the 12th, 13th, 14th. It's Monday, Tuesday. Like, that's when they come out. Also going to have a lot of customizable if you want to download it and play with you can play with the scoring system too.
Cool. TheAthletic.com. You can follow Jake on Twitter at AllInKid. I told you about the giveaways. Leave a 5-star rating and review with your Twitter handle and email on Apple Podcast to get in that pool of people who could end up being drawn as a winner for some cold, hard cash. But the big thing today, runthesims.com. Use it free right now when you sign up for the next month. You want to get that early bird founders discount. If you use code Mayo, it's going to be $199 for the year for NFL, and it will be $199 for life, like the NWO. So that's probably something you're going to want to get now. Go in right now now, go use all the tools, go use all the projections, check out the advanced stat hub. You can even play around with the optimizer and all the props from week 1 last year just to give you a sense of what it's going to look like and how easy it is to use. And when you have your own profile, you can save everything that you want to make sure that it stays there. It's like old school Nintendo. Once you get to a certain level, you want to hit save to make sure you don't need to go back to the beginning. We have that feature built in for you. Again, runthesims.com. Highly recommend you go check it out if you want the most customizable tools and stats. And no one telling you what to do, you get to tell the tools what to do so it accurately reflects what you want to be doing and what you're looking for and what you think is going to happen this season in the NFL. Other than that, smash the like, give me your top 5 in the comment section, and subscribe to Mayo Media Network. Find all previous shows down in the description as well. I'm Pat Mayo. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time.
Mayo experience. Experience.
All right. Since we're on the topic, let's look at some running back futures, shall we, with DraftKings contributors. Reed T. Fowler back at home. Jeff Ulrich, he never leaves his home. Let me know if the following dudes will go over or under their projected season totals on the DK Sportsbook, dudes. Reed, you're new here. Aaron Jones, 1050 and a half rushing yards. What do we think here? And we don't even know if this quarterback's going to be there.
Yeah, Emerson, I don't know what time it is. I feel like I have traveled everywhere and in between everywhere. But I believe Aaron Jones is still the running back of the Green Bay Packers, and Jamal Williams is no longer a Green Bay Packer. I like this over. I think any way you cut it, if Aaron Rodgers is still there or not, Aaron Jones is just one of these players, and you see what the Packers have done with this contract that they believe wholeheartedly in. I think he's closer to a guy like Alvin Kamara than we expect, right? We've seen huge games out of Aaron Jones. And even last year when he didn't really do that well in terms of the yardage, he could have gotten a lot more. It was really the touchdowns that we saw him over or supersede or over project, right? The touchdowns that he had. But if you look at his last 2 seasons, his attempts per game, like the last 3 seasons, it's just under 14, but he's had some huge games in the past. So give me Aaron Jones over. I like this, even though it's over that 4-digit mark.
All right, Jeff, what do you think here, man? Because for me, I feel like it's going to be a little more active in the passing game, but now he's starting to share the rock a little bit with what? A.J. Dillon, Jamal Williams here?
Well, Jamal Williams not on the team anymore, so definitely not going to be sharing it with him. But A.J. Dillon is a good name to bring up.
You nailed it.
Because I am going to take the under here, and there's a couple reasons why. First of all, we have a player here who's only played 16 games once in his 4-year career. Aaron Jones, a little bit slight for a lead running back. He's very explosive. He's put up over 5.5 yards per carry in 3 of his 4 years. So there's no doubt he can get over this number. It's just the way he's been used a little bit more as the Packers is in the passing game. And I feel like with Jamal Williams leaving, his role in the pass game, you're going to see a little bit more Alvin Kamara from Aaron Jones next year. And the reason why is I think that the Green Bay Packers have a true early down bruiser in A.J. Dillon. And I think you're going to see that early next year. I also am just wary of betting on any player like Aaron Jones to hit an over because, again, we have not seen the durability throughout his career. So this one for me, like the player, definitely could go over, but I'm going to take the under here just because there's too many factors that say, either A.J. Dillon comes in or the injuries kick in again and we just don't get there. So give me the under on Aaron Jones.
Okay. Chris Carson, Ulrich, 975 and a half rushing yards. Thoughts about this prop here, like over or under? What do you think?
I mean, this one is a pretty easy over for me. I'm not like a huge Chris Carson truther or anything, but like he's been pretty productive, especially last season. I mean, he had his best year in terms of just rushing the ball in terms of efficiency, 4.8 yards per carry. Now, he only played 12 games, but the 2 years before that, 14, 15 games. And look, he hit the over so easily in those 14 and 15 game seasons that with the extra game, the 17th game here for Chris Carson, this total being under 1,000, it's actually a little disrespectful. The main thing with Chris Carson for me is look at this Seattle depth chart. I mean, you've got a guy in Rashad Penny coming back from a knee injury, probably not going to be used in the early down, probably going to be, mixed in gently. And then there's really no one. Carlos Hyde isn't back. This is the Chris Carson show. I really love the over here. This might actually be my favorite over of all the props we've talked about, just in terms of, everything so far. So give me the over on Chris Carson.
Reed, I'm looking at his carries per game here, though, sinking from 18 and a half in 2019 to under 12 in 2020. Is there some reason for concern here for you?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at last season, the Seattle Seahawks, the first half of it, they were very pass heavy, right? They were extremely pass heavy. And then you saw them kind of retrace into what the Schottenheimer offense was when he was there, right? It was run first. And they wanted to kind of protect Russell Wilson. But if you take a look, and I'm in agreement with Jeff here, this is an easy over for me. He's a clear-cut number one, even though they have a stable of 1,000 running backs. It's not Travis Homer. It's not any one of these guys who's going to do it. It's Chris Carson. I think, talking about fantasy football as well, I think he's vastly undervalued in this offense. To your point, to Jeff's point, if you take a look at those past seasons, he's had some huge games where he's rushed over 20 attempts, over 100 yards easy. And you think with how this offense is going to play, and the only thing that scares me a little bit is this defense is not great like it was last year. I think a lot of people thought the defense got better in the second half. They just didn't play anybody of any sort of stature. That's the one thing that scares me, is that Seattle might have to pass more than they want to. But in 2018, his last 4 games of the season, he averaged 22 and a half attempts and hit the century mark 3 out of 4 times in those games. I know that was 2 years ago, but take a look at what he's done every single year. He is the clear-cut number one. This is an easy over.
AK, Alvin Kamara, 950 and a half rushing yards here, Reed. I think the biggest question on a lot of people's mind, how will the retirement of Drew Brees impact this dude's production?
It's not the question. The scorching question isn't Jameis Winston. Is he going to throw for 20 interceptions or not? I don't know. This one's 50-50. Maybe Jeff has a better response to this with Alvin Kamara. Any rushing yard, I feel the same. I feel the way he feels about Aaron Jones with Alvin Kamara. And it's weird to say, right? Because Alvin Kamara is one of the best running backs in the NFL right now. But it's talent and it's rational coaching. How are they going to use Alvin Kamara this year? I would think that because their quarterback situation is a little up in the air, they would use him quite a bit. But Latavius Murray is still there, and I think he is a clear-cut guy who can be between the tackles. He's done it before. A.J. Dillon, still not proven yet, even though we see what he can do when he gets the rock. I just don't know with Kamara. The only thing that the only reason that I would like to go over in this is that we've seen huge, massive ceiling games from Alvin Kamara where he gets 155 yards, 6 touchdowns. He has those games in him. It's just, look what he did with Taysom Hill when Taysom Hill started those 4 games, right? He just didn't do anything. And we know Jameis, he's a turnover monster. And so do the Saints have to be playing catch up in those games? So I'm going to go under here.
Jeff, how cautious are you here when it comes to taking the over just because of so many unknowns on this offense?
Oh, yeah. No, I want nothing to do with the over in this one, quite frankly. I'm almost as confident in the under here as I was on the over for Chris Carson. I mean, this is a player in Alvin Kamara. He's never taken 200 carries in his career. He's never rushed for over 950 yards in his career. Some of these things might actually sound a little bit surprising to people, but this is a player who's been primarily used as a receiver. Now, look, his yards per carry average is great. He's an efficient runner. Like Reed said, he's capable of those explosive games. We had one 100-yard rushing game last year, and it came, in the final game of the year. And Reed mentioned it right off the top. This is why I really am not interested in this. Taysom Hill, I think, is a very good shot to start a lot of games for the Saints. And, we saw when Taysom Hill was in there, it was Taysom Hill running the ball. Alvin Kamara failed to break, 60 yards in most of those games. It's just not a quarterback that I would want connected with Alvin Kamara for his rushing totals, quite frankly. So great player, but probably going to still be used more as a pass catcher. And quite frankly, I think this whole Saints offense could take a step back, which again, there's just nothing here for me that gets me super bullish on Alvin Kamara. Also a player I'm a little bit wary of for fantasy. So this one's an under for me.
Yeah. Speaking of that last one here in this segment, guys, Damian Harris, considered a sleeper maybe coming into the season for the Patriots, but when we're talking sportsbook, over under 800 and a half rushing yards. How do you feel about this one, Jeff?
Yeah, this is definitely one I would be interested in the over here. I really feel like Damian Harris is in a spot where, 1,000-yard season here is something to consider. Now, the only thing that really is in his way, I think, is the depth chart. But, Sony Michel preseason, Like, I think we saw last year that Damian Harris is the more superior runner. And I think the Patriots at this point in year 3 of Damian Harris realize this as well. And regardless of what they do with Sony Michel, I think that Damian Harris is going to get the carries. Look, this is a player put up 691 yards in 10 games started last year. And it's not like he was taking a ton of carries in those games. He averaged 5 yards per carry. If you watch the Patriots and Damian Harris rush the ball, and I know a lot of people probably didn't see a lot of them last year, you saw a very efficient runner, a guy who's capable of big plays as well. Yeah, this total is really juicy for the over, in my opinion. I think this is a player who is durable. He was durable at Alabama, and I think he's the superior runner on the Patriots. I think he's going to get his shot. I think you could see him hit this over by like week 12 this year.
That over looking pretty juicy to you, Reed.
Not really. I'll give the other side of it because I agree. Like, Damian Harris could be a sleeper, and the stats that Jeff laid out are nice. But look, it's what is it, 47 yards per game if he starts every single game, right? That's not a ton of yards. But we know this is Bill Belichick. This is the Patriots offense, and a lot of things are different over the previous 20 years to the next 5 or 10. But when you talk about running back anything with the Patriots, it scares me. You just have to take a pause. Like, Damian Harris had his chance when Sony Michel got hurt last year, right? And he didn't really he is clear cut, like most talented back right now on that team in that position, but he didn't really do much to be like, oh yeah, this is going to be a smash spot for Damian Harris. He went over 16 touches only twice last season, right? So to Jeff's point, like, yes, his yards per carry were great, but we just don't know what Bill Belichick's going to do. I would say, though, 800.5 is not that much, right? Over a 17-game season, that could easily be hit, like Jeff mentioned. But it's the Patriots, it's Bill Belichick, it's a running back, so I'm a little scared.
Yeah, but considering, like, if Cam Newton's under center, you got to figure this team is just going to remain a run-heavy offense, right?
Yeah, exactly. And again, right, the 2 tight end set, like, we haven't seen what the Patriots now with what Bill Belichick has wanted to do over the last decade is get the 2 tight end set, play strong defense, and run the ball, right? That's what he wants to do, control the ball. And if that's the case, and it is Damian Harris, then yeah. But again, we've seen this time and time again where we project and we know rational coaching says that he is the best back. But Bill Belichick, what makes him great is he takes that and he switches. And on top of that, the Patriots did draft a running back in Stevenson in the 4th round, right? That's where the Bill Belichick gets the guys that he wants to play is in those mid rounds. And so that's the other thing that scares me too, is if you were so confident in Harris, why draft a guy like Stevenson if you weren't going to use a RBBC on some level?
Yep. All right, guys. I will see you two coming up here for some British Open, high or low. We'll look at some sportsbook odds there. Another golfer just dropped out, a former champ as well. So let's gossip about it after we dish on some large men who can hit home runs. Back here on the Sweat, everybody, with some very important information ahead of tonight's Home Run Derby free-to-play pool. So check out the DK Sportsbook for the free-to-play $25,000 T-Mobile Home Run Derby pool. Just answer 8 questions, including who will win the Home Run Derby and how far will Shohei Ohtani advance, to give yourself a shot at $25,000 in prizes, including $1,000 to first place. Absolutely free. Answer the questions. Who knows? Maybe you win some cash. Good for you if you do. Now I have some questions, and DraftKings contributors, Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Paul Bruno, will do their best to answer them. So let's start with the favorite here, Shohei Ohtani plus 260. Is he the one to beat? Yay or nay, Kenny?
Yeah, I do. I think that Shohei Ohtani could have a magical moment tonight. And I think that when you look at the numbers here, Statcast did a pretty good piece. The most or the highest average exit velocity on home runs, the person who led in the first half has made it to the finals all 5 years in the Statcast era, and 3 of those wound up winning the home run derby. So I think that Shohei Ohtani hits the ball very hard. He will be able to pull the ball out to right field. You want to hit to the corners at Coors Field. You don't want to be someone that is known to, hit near dead straightaway center. And I think that his, the average launch angle is there. The average exit velocity on his home runs is there. And he could have some sort of Josh Hamilton-like, magical moment here as he continues to just ascend up the ranks in baseball and really just transcend all thought.
Well, Paul, how much can you trust this guy considering the top seed hasn't advanced to the final since 2015, the Derby?
For me, it's in addition to what Kenny said, it's all about the repeatable nature of his swing. There's some other guys in the brackets that have very violent swings. We'll get to them a little bit later. But for me, Ohtani's is a very repeatable swing. It reminds me of Ken Griffey, Carlos Delgado, 2 of the sweetest swings that I've ever seen in my time around Major League Baseball. Shohei Ohtani's in that class, and it's a very small one. And I think he stands out in this group because of that and has the greatest chance to go forward for that reason.
If it wasn't Ohtani, all right, like who would be your pick to win? Like, who do you think his biggest competition is, Paul?
Well, I'm looking at a couple of charts that show no doubters as a percentage of total home runs. And among the contenders tonight, Pete Alonso, it tops the list with 12 no doubters among his 17 round trippers so far. That makes him the highest percentage of anybody in this contest, Ohtani included. He's won this event before, and that is something that I factor in as well. If this guy gets into a groove, look out for him. I think he could be another guy that surprises tonight.
Yeah, Kenny, I feel like picking Alonso over Ohtani on that left side of the bracket, it's a risk, but the 2019 home run derby champion, he's the defending champion here after no derby last year. I feel like he could really challenge Ohtani, yeah?
No, absolutely not. He's not even going to make it out of the first round. The guy who I think is one of the guys I'm looking at here is Salvador Perez, a guy who has a higher average exit velocity than Pete Alonso does, and a guy that has been shortchanged by the parks that he's played at. Statcast says that he has 6 fewer home runs than actually expected. He is second in baseball in expected home runs with over 26, and he does play in one of the best pitchers' parks in Kansas City. The guy hits the ball very hard, a hard hit rate near 50%. And look, of course, he doesn't get this. Maybe Pete Alonso gets tougher pitches to hit than Salvador Perez, but and the stakes are obviously going to be higher, and the playing field will be leveled in the altitude with 60-mile-an-hour cheese coming down the middle. But I do think that Salvador Perez has shown that he can hit the ball very hard. He has hit a lot he probably should have hit more home runs, and plus 1,000 odds here really don't give him the fair chance that I think he has to win this whole thing. He might not be the top competitor to Ohtani, but you got to take this value considering how well this guy has struck the ball. If he played at Coors Field, this guy might, be pushing towards the lead in the league in home runs.
Well, when Joey Gallo hits home runs, like he launches them. And at Coors Field, one of the props you can get here, Kenny, is who will hit the longest home run. Gallo is the front runner here, plus 350. Is he your choice?
He is, yeah. Look, you look at the top 2 guys. You got Gallo at plus 350, Ohtani at plus 400. Gallo has a 490-foot home run to his name. It did come in 2017. Ohtani, the longest he's ever hit one, is 470. I know we're like, only 470, right? But when we're talking about a guy that, maybe with the balls not stored in the humidor and the altitude, a guy that could maybe hit the longest home run of the night, maybe go over 520, I think that's got to be Joey Gallo. I would take Joey Gallo to hit the longest home run. If I had to take anybody in baseball, I would probably pass up Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton and pick Joey Gallo. This guy absolutely crushes baseballs, and he's going to crush one deep into the Colorado night here. I think that he's going to definitely get the longest home run of the night. He's a favorite for a reason.
Yep. The number 2 seed too. A lot of people think he's in a favorable situation to kind of advance through this bracket. But Paul, him hitting the longest home run here, what do you think?
I'm with Kenny on this, and it comes down to what I mentioned earlier. It's the violence in his swing. You think about the big hitters in golf, guys. They're not the most accurate, but they can sure launch them when everything goes right. And for me, Gallo's the strongest guy in this field. And if everything is in sync on 1 or 2 swings, he's going to be the one that puts it out of sight further than anybody else tonight. In my opinion, it's a lock.
What about over or under for longest home run? Is that right? 519 and a half feet. Is that reachable? There's no way that's reachable, Paul.
I'm going to say it is because of a couple of factors, guys. The air and altitude, of course, in Coors is clearly an issue. But I've heard, and you guys can confirm or deny this, but they're going to use different balls tonight, and likely ones conducive to traveling a bit further than the balls used in the 2021 regular season. So I see at least 1 or 2 of them going to go over that mark, and it grew by 9 feet overnight. It was 5'10" yesterday, and it's 5'19" today. So keep an eye on that line.
Yeah. It's interesting, Kenny, too, because I'm looking at it here. So during the StatCast era since 2015, there has been just one 500-foot home run launched at Coors Field. That came off the bat of Giancarlo Stanton in 2016. It went 504 feet. But I don't know if what Paul's saying true. If those reports are true, they're going to slide some new balls in there. Maybe this is something that can be hit tonight.
Yeah, I think Trevor Story also hit one 505 once. But you look, I mean, it's a ridiculous number. It's ridiculous, and I think this opened around 503 and a half feet. And with the humidor news, the ball's not being stored in the humidor, this line has just jumped way up. I'm sorry, but I can't take this. Yeah. And when you think about the home run derby, it is a contest where you're going to get some long home runs, but as the derby wears on, you're going to get guys swinging a little easier. I don't think that, especially in the altitude, this could be a different home run derby where, considering, how easily balls fly out, you could see guys just try to go for launch angle. Like a guy like Matt Olson could really do well here. I don't think we're going to see guys try to mash the ball. And I know that like they want to break the record or whatever with the longest home run. Mark McGwire, when they had the home run derby at the last time in Denver, his longest home run I think was 500 feet. So
it was 510, 510 in 1998.
Yeah, 510, right. You want to talk about juice balls? There's juice something else going on there, and he still didn't get there. So look, I don't know. I think this is ridiculous. I think I'd take the under. Maybe at like 505, sure. The 520-foot home run is very improbable.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And this season alone, longest homer at Coors Field, that was hit by Ryan McMahon. It traveled 478 feet. Finally, Kenny, just your overall favorite home run derby bet. There are multiple options to choose from on the DK Sportsbook.
Yeah, so I really liked parlaying it to be a left-handed batter and it to be a batter from the American League. It was minus 155 this morning on a left-handed batter. It's now to minus 180. The AL minus 195. But I really think that Ohtani has a very good chance here. And if not Ohtani, you get Gallo and you get Matt Olson as well, a guy, as Ball said, very repeatable swing, a guy that has a high launch angle, a guy could launch him into the night. I definitely think that if you can get those 3 guys, those are like my favorite options. And you can parlay that. It was plus 150. Now it's plus 135, plus 137. Those are still pretty good odds. I'd do that.
Okay, Paul, how about you? Favorite home run derby bet?
I got to ask Kenny how he saw all of my notes. I'm in sync with him all the way along the board. Ohtani wins it all. But Alonso and Olsen are my second and third picks in this thing.
Love it. You guys are fantastic. You two are free to go. So from one man who plays blades, that's Kenny, to a bunch of men who play blades, we're going to take a sportsbook look at the British Open coming up next. Wow. All right. Cody on the ones and twos behind the scene, not messing around, just punching us right up. Let's go. Let's talk about the British Open. We don't have a whole lot of time here. DraftKings contributors Reed T. Fowler and Jeff Ulrich are back. So PGA Tour, high or low, are these starting odds for the British Open too high, so too long, or too low, which we're talking too short? Let's go John Rahm, plus 800, the favorite right now. Reed T. Fowler, these odds too long or too short?
I mean, too low just because John Rahm is solid, right? But at the same time, when you take a look at some of the trends, and I know Ulrich's a big trend guy, read the cheat sheet because we got a lot of trends there from him. But he doesn't meet those trends, right? And I think Rahm is fantastic. He's coming off a major win, but there's a lot of guys that I want to take, and I'm never going to take someone this short.
How about you, Ulrich?
Yeah.
Big trend guy?
I mean, yeah, that's me. But this is like the last major championship I would take a favorite at. And, that was probably the U.S. Open, which really fits to a certain skill set. The Open is crazy. It's weird weather. It's crazy holes with pop bunkers where bad bounces can get you into double bogeys, even if you hit a good shot. This just isn't the spot to take a guy under plus 1,000. John Rahm is a deserving favorite. He's the best player in the world right now by far. This number is just too short, though, for this event.
You know what I love though about Royal St. George's is you get some unlikely winners here, in the past. I never know. What do you have? Darren Clark, 2011. Ben Curtis. Anyone remember him in 2003?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of that, I teased it earlier in the show. Zach Johnson has decided to withdraw from the tournament. I think he tested positive for COVID-19. So now there's been 15 golfers who have dropped out of this event. I know Reed and I, we talked about it. Probably a lot of them don't want to deal with all the traveling factors and testing and all of that stuff. But Brooks Koepka is in the field, Reed. Plus 1850. Too long, too short.
I mean, this is Brooks at a major, right? It's too high. If it's in this range, you want to hammer it. I mean, even though back in other majors, he was a lot higher than this at the Waste Management. He was plus 5,000. This is Brooks Koepka. I mean, look at what he's done at major tournaments. Just his last two major tournaments. This guy needs no explanation on why he should be one of the favorites on your betting card. You take a look at what he's done just at this tournament specifically, and this is a guy that could win this, right? I mean, it comes down to approach shots, and he's been great over the last handful of tournaments. It comes down to putting and short game, and in a major tournament, there's few that are better than him right now. So give me Brooks. Yeah, this is too high.
Yeah, Jeff, you got to figure his recovering knee is better than it was 2 months ago when he was able to finish runner-up at the PGA.
Yeah, and really, the walk this week, I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I mean, if he was able to get around Kiowa and the tough U.S. Open course, I mean, the walk around the links isn't going to be that bad for him. This is a player who's finished T10 or better in 3 of his last 4 Open Championship appearances. He can play the links for sure. I agree with Reed pretty much is what we're saying. I think plus 1850, whatever he's at right now, in the high teens, I think that's a really good price. I think you're getting a bit of a discount, so to speak, over his U.S. Open price. And at Brooks Koepka at a major, it's kind of automatic when he gets to this range. And he's healthy, and he is right now. So,
Jeff, let's go to his best friend. Let's go to Bryson DeChambeau, plus 3,500. He's feeling good. He's coming off a massive, massive victory over Phil Mickelson and Tom Brady in the match.
Yeah, I mean, just a huge W there. Look, Bryson is the opposite of Brooks in terms of his major championship performances. He certainly figured out the U.S. Open. He hasn't really figured out the other events. His best finish in an Open is T51. I just don't really want to take a guy who doesn't have that much Open experience, who really isn't in the best form. I mean, he kind of got outplayed by Aaron Rodgers in that event, if we're being honest. But Bryson, I know these odds are massive. You can certainly sprinkle on them because they're so big, and we're not going to see Bryson at this number very often over his career. But for this event and this venue specifically, it's just not for me.
Yeah, Reed, remember that back 944 at the U.S. Open? Then he just missed the cut. Just missed the cut at the Rocket Mortgage.
Yeah, and then he fired his caddy, right? So he's got a new looper on the bag.
Or did his caddy quit?
What's the case? Same difference.
Potato.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's too high for him, but it's too low for the Open Championship for him, right? Like Jeff mentioned, you want experience here, and it's not necessarily hitting a ton. Even though some trends say that the longer hitters have done well at Open Championships, that's not going to be the case here. You need to put it in the right spot. It's an approach game, and if he's in that fescue, even though he's got a very steep and strong swing, it takes much more than that. So I think this is too low for the Open Championship for him, even though it's Bryson. He's one of the best in the world.
All right, we got 1 minute to go. You know we're going to squeeze him in. Tony Finau plus 4,500. Go ahead, Reed.
I mean, there's few things that are automatic, Jeff. Death, taxes, betting Louis this season, absolutely, and Finau at the Open. No, I'm just kidding. The Open Champion. Yeah, I know. To finish second. Look, I mean, Finau's had a great record at the Open Championship, right? So again, this is a tournament that you can see him win. The past average odds of the winning players over the last handful of years has been around plus 7,000. And I know Finau's not there, but this is a type of tournament that he can win. Now, we know that distance is his big thing and putting isn't his big thing, but he's done well at this course. So I like it. I think this is too high for him, even though he hasn't won. It's Tony Finau. Come on, guys.
Mm-hmm. Jeff, you have 5 seconds. I'm not kidding.
I don't mind it at all. I actually like this price. I think you're getting good odds on Tony Finau this week. Like Reed said, he's a good Open player. Absolutely.
Amazing. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching The Sweat. We love you. We appreciate you. We're back tomorrow at 11 o'clock. First sim of the day coming up at high noon.
All right. Monday. Christian, how are you?
I'm good. I mean, speaking of Mondays, Glash clearly having a case of them. We'll be on at some point with us, but he's a bit of a ne'er-do-well, so we don't even know if that's the case. Locked himself in his dressing room, refusing to come out because he is the voice of the Connecticut Sun, and now he's big-timing us. So instead, you guys get the congeniality crew, at least for a few quarters, until DraftKings CEO comes in and negotiates him down from his asking price of $1 million per sim to like $750K, which is reasonable. When you got talent like Glash, you got to know what you're worth, what your value is, and I appreciate the hustle on his end. Jason Rossi, however, also worth $1 million per sim, and I am honored to be here with you. How are you today? How was your weekend? How is your week shaping up, and how does your lineup look now that they've locked?
I was gonna just go all Glash the whole time because that's how he always starts. Okay. All right, Monday, 2:00. So first of all, feeling good, feeling fine, happy to be here. Glad to get a little Christian time in. I had to do a little do-si-do. We were supposed to team up last week. I had to move some things. Things happen, life happens, but glad to be with the DK Sim fam a little earlier than I expected here on this Monday. But the question at hand, the important one, my lineup looking a little something like this. I got the new Tennessee Titan in the captain spot, Julio Jones, teamed him up with Todd Gurley as well as for the Falcons. And then for my Saints, Alvin Kamara, Traquan Smith, Michael Thomas. What'd you do?
I originally had my typical build, which is like Ridley in the captain spot. And then I was like, oh, yeah, the Atlanta defense is bad. In real life, more than in Simland, because these are two teams playing for the title, which obviously is not what happened last year, and I would be shocked if they were playing for a division title this year as well. But I still went with the maybe I'm investing too much into real life, because I bought the dip on Alvin Kamara down to 8,600 in the flex, so he was relatively inexpensive to captain. Last time he cost 8,600. He delivered with 38.6 points against a bad defense in Dallas, so maybe he'll be able to do the same here. Anyway, he is giving me 1.5 times every point. Julio, Michael Thomas, Calvin Ridley, Manny Sanders, and Will Lutz rounds things out.
Oh, kicker.
Yeah.
Love that.
A little kicker, actually. I was running low, and I was like, you know what? I can throw Zacchaeus in there, but I went for the proven production of Will Lutz rather than the trick or treat of the wide receiver core.
Give me all the Zacchaeus, Dr. Zayas. So we have a big matchup here. Final week of the playthrough, well, the final day, but playthrough of the 2021 season, 2022 as well, because this matchup will be taking place in the year of 2022. Where have our future glasses on. We go back to the future. The Mandalorian, yes, the DeLorean is all revved up. Mandalorian is too, I guess. But yeah, so we will see. The winner of this one will likely be the division winner. The only reason I say that because there's still a little bit of numbers and cents to be worked out. And we, we have the greatest ops team in the world, but we want them focusing more on the points, not on all that math. So we'll figure it all out. If Atlanta wins, I think it'll be a little bit of an upset the way they kicked off our season, Christian, if you remember, winning the Super Bowl, the very first one. Then they bounced back and we did that second playthrough and they stunk out the joint, didn't really make it all that far. And here they are, trying to get that NFC South title here in Madden 21 for the 2021 playthrough.
I mean, a big game for all of you who entered the Madden free-to-play season results pool. And I wonder, how many fortunes will be lost on this one game?
That's a good point. I picked the Falcons to win this division. So I am actually now my excitement has gone up tenfold. Saints trying to make a stop here. The Falcons threatening at the 31. Christian DeAndrea, Jason Rossi. We got TP, our technical director. Drew, our producer. We got Bert, Daniel, and the ops is Matt Ryan looking like the Super Bowl, taking a sack. He really shouldn't. Goes back a 7-yard loss there. So a 3rd and 13 here for a game. Again, very important for the standings. Winner basically kind of wins the division. We're gonna play it that way. Just spoke up the drama.
We'll roll with that for now. It makes sense. I'm gonna say yes. Yes, that makes sense.
By the way, as we get to this 3rd and 13, highest owned in this contest, no real shock here. Alvin Kamara coming in with the highest ownership. Give you the rest of those numbers after this play. See what Matt Ryan can do. 3 wide. First going across the middle. Looks like he's looking there. Goes to that Gurley coming out of the backfield. It is.
Sure. And
Pick up
first and goal coming up, massive conversion there.
31 yards. That was a great play. So Alvin Kamara is the number one owned. Julio Jones, Mike Thomas, Matt Ryan, Drew Brees, 2 quarterbacks in the top 5. You can tell the defenses here are not ones people are looking for. Gurley at 45% owned, 7th owned in the contest. Let's see what we get here. We see a great crew also as well. YouTube, Twitch. Appreciate everybody. Smash the thumbs up over on YouTube, Twitch. Make sure you subscribe to the growing Twitch fan.
So I'm looking back at my pool, and 86% of entries picked the Buccaneers to win the division. Because, of course, even in Madden, where things are wacky, why would you ever go against Tom Brady and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and that stacked receiving core? Saints, 8%. Falcons, about 4%. So this could be either way, it's going to be an upset maker as far as the pool goes. So if you are a DK SimFam regular and you're like, you know what? Yeah, I'm never going to fade the Falcons. Not in Simland. Well, you could be very happy with the outcome here.
Seriously. Oh, will be very, very fascinating to see how this one shakes out. We get another 3rd down. Last time Gurley went for 31 yards. I got the I formation. You got the 2 star receivers on the outside. Goes up that way. It's caught.
You did.
Pulls it in. Is it? I can't go. That is Ridley. So you in your lineup, Christian, and the smart ones that decided this is going to be an offensive shootout. By the way, you don't see a lot of those passes here in Madden enough. Those are the realistic throws, the corner kind of like route.
Yeah.
Throw it up to your receiver, let him battle for it, and he does just that.
Yeah, Ridley definitely a guy who can get those. You'd see it a little bit more often from Julio Jones, which is going to make life a little bit more difficult for Calvin Ridley. Back when the trade happened over on the post route, I broke down his numbers with and without Julio in the lineup. And unsurprisingly, he gets more targets when Julio isn't there. His volume is going to be there if you're looking at him for season-long fantasy. And Matt Ryan, 36 years old, probably not going to fall off a statistical cliff, but the quality of his targets is going to go down significantly. His catch rate, his yards per target, his yards per catch all went down those 7 games Julio missed last season. Expect more of that, even with Kyle Pitts entering the lineup. Maybe Pitts can balance things off there, and I know there's going to be a lot of preseason hype on Pitts' name. Dude is a physical marvel. I'm looking forward to seeing someone draft him way too early in my keeper league draft, but that's not a keeper league draft. It's just an annual draft. But I think he may struggle a bit because you can key on Ridley, you can key on Pitts. You don't have to worry about that run game with Mike Davis leading the charge in the backfield. It's going to be a lot of dime and nickel defenses facing Matt Ryan come 2021.
Yeah, I really like when you look at fantasy, I think Ridley's going to potentially get I don't want to say overdraft or like the value. He's going to probably go early 2nd round, though, I would just assume, just because people want to believe looking at the numbers you broke down, as you mentioned in the post route. If you're not involved, postroute.substack.com. Go get subscribed. You got an email today. I have to check it out. I think it was, were you talking about was this the worst to first?
This is first to worst. So
first to worst. Sorry.
This was Sarah taking a look at all the teams that could fall apart and go from division champs to division chumps.
Ooh, yeah, good. Make sure you check that. I haven't read the whole thing. Just obviously you can tell I did the skim, so I got the gist. Just like everything in my life, I see where it's at, and I just don't know what it says. Make sure you subscribe there. But as you mentioned, Ridley to me is just one of those guys that I just feel like I don't know how much, like, I don't think he's going to turn into Julio Jones, and I don't mean from a player standpoint, he's not, but from a statistical standpoint, he could be comparable. So I think he's a guy that I could almost see like that 1 or 2 guys, in that league is Kamara gets absolutely destroyed in the backfield, like overvaluing to the point where he's like the turnaround pick, right? Like instead of taking like Mike Thomas, you're going to take Calvin Ridley in that 13, 14, 15-ish spot overall. And I'm not saying it should happen. I just have a feeling it's going to happen in some leagues. You're going to hear those stories because his hype is only going to go up over the next 5-6 weeks.
1,000%. He's a guy who could go out there and have a 1,500 yards campaign, especially with 17-game season. I mean, almost 1,415 games last year. And again, Julio missed some time then, so that did kind of show you what he will do. But yeah, he is talented enough to go out there and make things happen. The good thing about the Falcons is when they take first-round flyers on skill players, they do tend to pan out, which gives you a little bit more hope on Kyle Pitts. a problem there. Well, not really a problem from a fantasy standpoint. The defense still sucks in Atlanta. So guess what? Going to be throwing the ball more.
Load up the offense, Christian. Load up those Falcons on offense.
Exactly. And why not get you some Mike Davis while you're working up that stack? Because he was a guy who had a very solid success rate at Carolina. I don't know if I really trust him as a full-time back, but he did more with less with the Panthers. He wound down a little bit towards the end of the season. That's what would give me pause. His last 5 games, he was a pedestrian running back, did not live up to the early standard of his replacement days for CMCs. And big
round. Speaking about that defense, wow, going to take some yards back here. It was caught across the middle, hit the ground on a fumble.
So a big-time catch for Manny Sanders, and he immediately drops it. So
what a snag, that one-hander.
And then ball is definitely up before he hits the turf. So, you know what? I was trashing the Falcon defense, yet here we are coming up with the Falcon defense, coming up with the big-time turnover to snuff out a potentially promising drive from the visitors here.
And again, for those joining us, the winner of this wins the division. We've had 2 outstanding catches. Even that Emmanuel Sanders, one-arm left-hander, snagged it, brought it in. It all came out, though, and we had Calvin Ridley grab the opening touchdown of the day. Again, Ridley is owned in 45%. Alvin Kamara, he was owned in 68%, like I said, leading the charge. Here is 2nd and 3. I do have one question after this play about Kyle Pitts, and I'm intrigued by because you're a very knowledgeable man, and man, that is going nowhere for Gurley. With the tight end position is kind of hot, fantasy perspective for a moment, kind of hot trash a little bit. Like you have the top 3. What is it? You got Kelsey, Kittle, Waller. Is there anybody else that I'm missing there? I feel like that's a class of their own. Then you have everybody else. We'll see what they turn out to be this year. Where do you put Kyle Pitts right now? Like, is Kyle Pitts a guy that because I feel like, again, when we just mentioned about this Falcons offense, there's a lot of hype, but do you feel like, is he, clearly he's a top 10, I would say, pick for a tight end, just because, is he a top 5? Are you going to, would you rather take him than the chance of, Hunter Henry figuring it out in New England, Jonnu Smith, or, I know I'm missing some names here, but, where are you where's your head at, Christian, right now with Kyle Pitts when it comes to the fantasy perspective?
Yeah, I think that second tier, there are a whole bunch of different ways you could go. I like Dallas Goedert a little bit more than I like Kyle Pitts right now. I might like Mark Andrews a little bit more just because he's going to get a better, higher quality look with the new wideouts, and that's a big deal. I like Pitts more than maybe TJ Hawkinson, Noah Fant, although to be fair, Jared Goff targets his tight ends all the time. That's what made Tyler Higbee so valuable, at least from a quarterbacking perspective with the Rams last season. Again, big article about that in last week's post route. That is Wednesday's edition of which wide receiver / tight end add the most value to their offense. So you can make the case that Hawkinson's going to get a lot more looks because Jared Goff is scared to make those throws downfield. That's where Hawkinson can thrive. I would put him, I think I would put him below Goddard, below Andrews. I would put him in that 6th tight end spot. And then I'll put him ahead of Hawkinson and Fant and a Logan Thomas type, a Mike Gesicki type. I would put him there just because the Falcons are going to be throwing the ball a ton. They're going to be trailing. The defense is it's like buying into a Cowboys skill player because they are going to have to win games 35-31. So it's what you like to see. And unlike the Cowboys, who theoretically have a good running game, depending on what happens with Zeke, the Falcons probably aren't going to get there as much as I like Mike Davis. He's going to have some struggles, and he might run out of gas late in the season. That's when Pitts comes out to play. That's when Pitts carries you to a fantasy championship.
I like that little analysis there from Christian. If you're just joining us, hey, how are you? He's at the Fantasy Grind. Who am I with? Moose? He's at the Train Island. Yeah, you can follow Moose as well. I love Moose, don't get me wrong. At Train Island. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. In this one here, it has been the lone touchdown by Calvin Ridley. The Falcons defense has recovered a fumble that Emmanuel Sanders put on the turf after a nice catch on a 3rd down. We have a great crew again. TP, our technical director. Drew is our producer. Bert and Daniel in ops. Glash will be joining us in moments. He's in the chat. He's ready. He's coming. He's coming in hot soon. So I just want to let you know, I'm going
to bargain him down to $800K per sim, which, you know what, man is worth it. He is the voice of the Connecticut Sun. You don't get that guy working on scale. You get whoever's Glash's agent is. I think it's Drew Rosenhaus, but I'm not certain. But clearly doing work, big fences there and getting him onto this.
Rosenhaus. There he is. So we're welcoming in now the man, the myth, the legend. All the hype in the world has been around his negotiations. They have found a way, like CM Punk out in the 2011 Money in the Bank. Glash has signed his contract, and he is back.
Holdout's over.
There it is.
Hi, Rossi. Thank you. I apologize. I deserve every bit of criticism and shame. Shame. I deserve it. I deserve every second of it.
You really didn't get any criticism, just saying.
I called producer Drew. I never call producer Drew. It's always on Slack. It's always email. It's always text. And he probably figured, Glash is calling me. Something's wrong. And well, everything's fine. Everything's fine now. How are you guys doing? Wow, touchdown.
Look at that. Glash comes in, auto points.
Wow. And it's Hayden Hurst, the tight end. So a big start here for the Falcons, that passing game. Doing what I thought the Saints were going to do to the Falcons passing D. Instead, it's Atlanta taking an early advantage here on the home field. The land of $5 craft beers and $2 hot dogs, Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
There you go.
Hot dogs, yum.
Hurst only 29% owned.
I mean, there's so many good plays in this one.
Heavy.
Yeah.
Rossi, what do you want to do? You want to stay? You want to go?
I'm going to stay for the quarter.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm comfortable at this point.
Yeah, you look like that's a cozy sweatshirt. Looks like.
Sweatshirt season in the Rossi household. Later on, I'll put on a very slick T-shirt. But when I got the call, the bullpen call.
A little bit chilly where you guys are?
It's like 60, 59 degrees. It's 2 days. It's been a pretty rough couple days for summer.
It was lovely here yesterday, like 72 and a little windy. Played a little golf, but yet today, rain, low 70s. Like good hoodie weather.
Big time.
Georgia in the top 10. Noise. I am not. I'm currently looking at .45 from my captain Alvin Kamara. Mike Bisley, I was not in the Deer District yesterday. I was also not one of the ones who dropped $500 for standing room only seats at Fiserv Forum with no guaranteed court view. Just $500 for the privilege to walk around a very nice arena and drop $18 on a pounder of craft beer. I said no to that. Also, the Deer District, it looks awesome, but the logistics of it, they frighten me. I'm not a big crowds guy in the first place. I would tolerate crowds for big sports, but standing there and paying a discount, $15 per beer, and then your people are all around you, you're getting bumped into. What happens when you got to pee? You lose your spot. You got to wade through a sea of people. For me, I would much rather watch it at a local establishment, and maybe, just maybe, I'll tap Glash for a few extra dollars here and there so I can afford some of those game 6 seats. Watch the Bucks close it out on their home court and then attend the celebration down the streets of Milwaukee.
Go Bucks, baby. Go Bucks.
Buses going up and down the 3rd Ward, past Stenny's, the greatest bar in Milwaukee.
Is that an accomplishment? I don't mean that.
I mean, there's so much competition. It's just the thing. That's the thing about it. It's like if they opened up the Miss America competition to every woman in America, that's what it's like trying to be the best bar in any Wisconsin town, really, because we have 3 times more bars than grocery stores, 3 times more bars than churches. It's
God bless America.
Clint says, kudos to all DK, though, for folks willing to step up when needed. That is Jason Rossi today, everybody.
And listen, Glash would do it for me. If he was available, this is absolutely a shared experience, and there will be times that people will step in for each other.
Yeah.
Christian, so you say you're not a big crowds guy, but what about when Vandy was in the College World Series?
I mean, a different, I'll tolerate it for sports. That's kind of where it is. For certain events, I'm okay with it, but if it's just, it can be also, I mean, sitting in a stadium is very different than standing outside shoulder to shoulder with people. That's a little bit claustrophobic to me. if I'm going to an event with crowds, like I want to just make sure I have a seat, you know, like someplace I can sit down, rest these weary old bones, you know, give the discs a little lumbar support. Yeah, no, man, it's not great.
Yeah.
Just said hi to the Twitch fam. If I had to make a case, because Rossi, I know you have some homework for some of us broadcasters here with The Sims. We need to send you something for later this evening.
Oh, yes. Yes.
If I had to rank folks that pay attention to our great Twitch family, I think the three of us right here, we are loyal to that Twitch chat.
In any order, really.
Yeah, it's not very hard to have another tab open or another device, so I'm always with the Twitch homies.
I got Twitch up, I got YouTube up, both lovely play. I mean, for me, I came in late, so I missed the heyday, the glory days of like 2,500. Oh, wow, big run from Kamara coming back. The glory days of like 2,500 people on the sim. But I was here when there were like 6 of us on Twitch, and it was like me talking it out with first time playing Fortnite, and now regularly around 50 to 100 per sim, and obviously the stream quality is crystal clear. The DraftKings video team always making sure we're taking care of. Just a big fan of both sides, really. We're happy to see that. Sir Smoke a lot. Switch from YouTube to Twitch, never going back. I like it. I see it. Very nice.
Hey, so I did get a lineup in. I knew I was going to be late, but that didn't give me an excuse not to make a lineup.
Is it in first place? He's sitting in first.
No, 106th.
Ooh, I am
only up from there.
Currently at 69, which nice.
Let me see. Where am I sitting here? 117th, Glash. So I'm staring at your caboose.
Michael Thomas is my captain. Julio, Ridley, Jared Cook, who has nothing. Russell Gage, who has nothing. And then Manny Sanders.
Yeah, he's got the fumble. So,
yeah, I see that.
Would have been a real nice gainer for him, too. But instead, oh, wow. That looked like it was going to end in disaster. But Kamara able to turn that screen pass into about 6 yards. That's kind of what we saw a lot of from Drew Brees last season. Those check down passes was just not taking big opportunities downfield. His retirement kind of a foregone conclusion after that one, especially after that man broke the majority of his ribs in the single play, which is still baffling to me. Like he must have gone months without watching any romantic comedies, because a good chuckle with a broken rib is a one-way ticket to agony. Is very nearly a Traquan Smith touchdown there, but swatted down for Brees' first incompletion of the day.
That's a good point, Christian. Gosh, listen, guys, enjoy. We have to start this again like we did last time, and we don't know when everything's turning over, so don't go to any conclusions of what my sentence is finished. But we have Drew Brees. This is it. We're down to the final X amount of games. We don't know when, but like he will not be in the next version of Madden as a starting quarterback. Like there's a lot of guys that there's gonna be a lot of change here. So enjoy them. Oh,
it's a touchdown.
Ooh, oh, Captain, my captain. If you bought the dip on AK, you're doing all right, as the Saints muscling their way back into this one, but the Falcons will have 2 minutes, 10 seconds, and all 3 timeouts to try and extend their lead back to 14.
There you go. Highest owned in the contest right there. So high ownership paying off.
Chalk.
You guys see this news from Jeff Passan? He reports baseball for ESPN.
I love this shit.
I don't believe
I did. Are you talking about Ohtani?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's awesome.
All the people, Glash.
Shohei Ohtani, Angel Star, will be the American League All-Star Team starting pitcher.
Oh, yeah.
He'll bat leadoff as the DH less than 24 hours after competing in the Home Run Derby as the 1 seed tonight. That is awesome.
It's going to... I never like to tell anybody what to do, right? I know tonight there's a watch-along, right, for the Home Run Derby with... Boots?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's going to be awesome, first of all. I'll be leading up to that in the 8 o'clock sim with, I think, Koff. But this is amazing. Like, everybody, I understand the high criticism of baseball at times and whatnot, but this is a moment here, folks. Watch the Derby tonight and watch at least some of the beginning of the All-Star game tomorrow. I implore you, because you're going to see something that will be talked about to pull a Sandlot forever. Like, I can't even think of another person that is going to be in the Home Run Derby, be the starting pitcher for the All-Star team, and bat leadoff. first of all, it's the first time ever. I don't think it's ever happening again.
Amazing.
But on the other side, some bad news from the world of wrestling. Rossi, I don't know if you've seen this, but Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, headliner of the first WrestleMania, one of the better pro wrestling heels out there, an all-timer in both WWE and WCW, a little bit in WCW, let's be honest, but 71 years old, passed away today. Was obviously in rough shape before that went downhill. And hopefully he and his family are at peace right now. Orndorff was one of those guys who, if you grew up, you're in your 30s, you saw him kind of towards the end of his career and he's a little bit boring, but then you go back and you watch him heal it up and you watch him as just a technical wrestler out there. And he was really truly proficient at what he did. And that's why he was a 2-decade headliner, or at least upper mid-carder. So rest in peace, Paul Orndorff. You were, in fact, a legend.
Shout out. Christian, the highs and lows of the last 2 minutes. I don't even know how to feel.
We are casting a wide net.
Anybody win anything good this weekend? Get any good ghost stories?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, and the rest of the Sim fan might be with me, got in on that Domino's delivery cash in the free play pools, the $200K on the one question pool that Julio. Woo. Okay. Falcons in business here, well into Younghoe Koo's range after that 42-yard Julio catch. But yeah, basically you just had to answer the one question: do you think Domino's is going to deliver on time? It was a bit obvious, but if you answered correctly, you got like $3 and change added to your account. You can immediately drop into your Simland free rolls or whatever here. Not free rolls, but obviously. So hopefully y'all got in on that, got that $3+ in. I mean, that's a good thing. So we're back up. We're back above board here.
Hey, and on the subject of free-to-play pools, there's a catch and run for Hurst to the 8, gain of 22, 4 for 57 for him. Rossi mentioned the Home Run Derby watch-along tonight. There are 2 free-to-play pools for tonight's Derby. There is a $25K T-Mobile Home Run Derby pool for the entire tournament, or whatever you call it, bracket. And then there is a specific final round pool, $25K in prize money. Free to enter. That'll be fun. We're going to be paying attention to those tonight when Steve comes on with myself and Adam Kaufman.
Ooh. Okay, so a 3-man weave for that too. Yeah, I'm all in. So I'm doing that 8 o'clock sim. I'm going to be entering that contest because I'm still picking my, like, Trevor Story seems like, oh, is that the guy? Atani, you obviously know, but I always feel like it's the one you don't know. I always feel like in the Home Run Derby, at least in the last 10 years. I mean, 14 years. Good sample to use because in the last 10 years, the favorite hasn't won. That's what I mean. Like, it's never the obvious choice.
Right. I mean, the good news is we're going to get to see Otani send a few baseballs to hell, which is great. But I wonder about his endurance when you're hitting a baseball 500 feet regularly, how long just the human body in general can keep that up. And maybe I'm foolish for doubting Shohei Otani in any way, shape, or form. I'm just looking forward to him mashing a baseball outside of city limits. Wow. 2 straight passes to Alex Anzalone, and he drops them both.
I played linebacker.
I think the last favorite to win was Vlad Guerrero in the 07 to 2010 range. Something like that.
Sounds right. I'm just looking at Home Run Derby winners just going down. I'm like, okay, I know he wasn't the favorite. Just for people, for argument's sake, was it the last one? Because there obviously wasn't one last year. You had, Bryce Harper won, Pete Alonso. You had Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge. Maybe, I don't know if Judge was the favorite that year, because that was early in his Stanton before that, Todd Frazier. Cespedes had 2 in a row. Prince Fielder, those are your best, quote-unquote, 10. David Ortiz might have been one. He might have been the favorite there, Glash, potentially in 2010. Guerrero was 07. Guerrero was 07.
Okay.
In San Francisco. He was sending floaters out there.
Yeah. Just depositing balls in the coat.
Yeah. I'm guessing Cespedes had to be at least close to the top in 14 just because he won it the year before. But again, I did see an article that said something about favorites for whatever favorite technical is. Is there a technical favorite for tonight? Is it Otani?
It's Otani. Yep.
Yeah, see, I don't think he's going to win it.
Well, the other thing too is we have to. We know he leads Major League Baseball in home runs, and then the next guy is Gallo, I think at 23. Yeah. But we have to realize like they all start from zero tonight. You know what I mean? Like they all have power. Like I get why Ohtani's the favorite. Folks know what they're doing there in Vegas. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're all starting from zero. It's not like they get their total from the first half of the season, then we're adding on to it.
Yeah. That would be an interesting way to look at it, though. Look at you, Glass, trying to invent something here for baseball without even knowing it. It's $1 million idea.
Imagine. I mean,
it's as good as an idea of like if they were going to do anything different. I think they had really at the end of the day, it's just the players getting involved. And tonight you have good named players involved.
Yeah, Trevor Story Story's a right-handed hitter though, right?
Yeah. So shortstop.
Folks love the lefties at Coors Field. If you watch The Sweat, if you listen to our baseball guys, Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne, Julian, Lamarca, they love them lefties.
Mm-hmm. That Story, we'll see. You know, he's used to the park. We could say, for whatever that's worth. But yes, is a right-hand bat. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll have a watch along tonight after the 8 o'clock sim. Myself, Kaufman, and Steve. Steve's going to be our analyst tonight, crunching numbers, letting you all know what the deal is. Shane Thomas. I think Vlad Guerrero Jr. though opted out. He didn't want to do it. You know who also could have been in it was Rafael Devers. He declined.
Yep. I still think it's a great way to get.
That's some decent clock management there from the Saints, squeezing extra play out of that drive, going to make it a little bit easier for Will Lutz here. Basically going to make it a 45-yarder for the kicker here. I can't imagine they'd go for it. Instead, they'll just take 3 points and make this a one-possession game. Send us into halftime, right?
He's going to nail this.
He's good. He's
in a dome, a good kicker. Yeah, ding dong. Oh, at the break, Falcons 17 behind Ridley and Hurst touchdown catches. Saints 10. They have 1 touchdown from Alvin Kamara through the air.
All right. Good deal.
Now we turn to the 3-man booth. What a lucky Monday afternoon for all of us. An all-star trio here. Calling a game. This has yet to disappoint, although that Manny Sanders fumble was a bit heartbreaking if you got him in the captain spot, I can imagine.
Yeah.
He's made up for it, though. He's caught some passes since.
Yeah.
And I only know that because he's in my lineup. Now I'm in 129. This is not good. I didn't play Camaro. What was I? Kamara. We found out it's Kamara, not Camara. Brandon Cristal. Thank you. You know how we know that? Alvin Kamara does NASCAR commercials.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a brand ambassador for NASCAR. Which
recently, he's like, I'm Alvin Kamara from NASCAR. And that's how you found out. He said it himself. So
he's kind of living in that like Tyrod Taylor zone where he's like, it's actually Tyrod, but I don't care how you pronounce it. I think Kamara is in the same place where he's like, doesn't matter to me. I'm just going to go out there and rip off 1 million yards and make you happy to own me in fantasy. Oh, we don't really know what he's going to be because when he played alongside Taysom Hill last year, he was underwhelming in the passing game. So maybe his stock is fluctuating a little bit. I would still take him in the first half of my first round in any upcoming fantasy drafts, however. And today, 5 catches, 40 yards, more catches than anyone else, and he's got that touchdown. A good day to be playing the chalk in Georgia.
I like it.
Rossi, any parting thoughts? You are back at 6 and 8 tonight.
Yeah, baby. Thoughts, not really. I actually have something just random. If you Google home run derby, there's an odd tweet that comes up from Jeff Kavanaugh.
Oh.
And it says Lamar Jackson has won a playoff game, and people think he's a choke artist or whatever. Stafford has started for 12 years and 0 playoff wins, but folks are still holding on to. I'm not sure what. That is literally the top. Like if you Google something and then like it shows like Twitter action, all that, that is the first tweet. It has nothing to do with the damn home run derby. So, I don't understand it, but it's a weird world we live in.
That is certainly a take. I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah.
But what is that doing in my home run derby search? Right after that is Jeff Passons and all these other baseball reporters. But literally right now, you just Google the words home run and derby. You get your articles. Right below that, the first tweet is a guy tweeting about Lamar Jackson. There's a little hot take there about Stafford stinking. What are we doing?
The Iceman says, get these idiots off the screen, put the game back on, or put Kaufman on.
All right. On that note, I'm going to depart because that depressed me so much. I think you two idiots should be on the whole game side screen, but it was a pleasure for all the Sim Famers. I'll see you at 6 for the rest of you two. I'll see you soon. Enjoy the rest of the Sim.
Thanks, Rossi.
See you, Rossi. Stepping in. Bruce Harding throwing his support behind Sal Perez, already at 30 dingers before the break, so doesn't walk a ton, but a very, very reliable 3 true outcomes kind of guy. And Iceman, we will let Kaufman know that you are standing for him. He will be so happy to hear it. And then he will briefly address it and we'll spend the next 15 minutes talking about the Celtics.
Hey, there's Sanders again with the catch, making up for it. There you go. We appreciate you, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thank you all for, your interactions, even though yours truly was late today from life. Reed Tees, did you know? I'm not sure what your weather thoughts are. I don't know if I follow. Are you asking about how Wild Weather Wednesday got canceled? Is that what you're asking my thoughts on?
Is that Weathergate?
I guess that's Weathergate, unless I'm missing something.
Unless something else happened. I don't know. It's the only thing I can think of, which, to be fair, not really a gate if most people are in favor of it and see it as a good change. I can't imagine it was that controversial, given the amount of pure vitriol and hatred we dealt with every Wild Weather Wednesday when the sim ended 7-3.
Chirag versus Emerson. Oh, see, I think Reed T's Did You Know's point is who actually put it in motion? Who made it happen? I mean, Chirag did. It's not Emerson. Emerson will come on here and support you, but he didn't ultimately really try. Chirag did. Chirag brought it to the table in a meeting and said, folks have had enough of this, from what I've gathered. And Chirag was the last man to speak for then the move to be made. So I'm Team Chirag on this one.
It was rude, but I understand it. He just sat in the corner counting his money very loudly to let us know that he did not care, but he does get paid very well. So
right, exactly.
Right.
We've got Bert and Daniel, a new Daniel, on our ops team today. Producer Drew, Tom on the 1s and 2s. We have a 3-way tie for first in the $250 free contest. Kamara has already scored once. He puts the Saints inside the 20, a gain of 12, 6 for 28. The Saints are down 7. Hurst has a touchdown for Atlanta. So does Ridley. And Kamara has New Orleans' lone touchdown. Saints need the game, Christian. Atlanta's out. Oh, wait. Actually, Atlanta's still kind of in this thing as a wild card.
Yeah. This from what we understood, this game was a de facto NFC South title game between these two, which wow. Did he tap?
Manny!
He did. Wow. Manny making up for it after that first half fumble, getting those feet inbounds. And for me, it was like, ooh, do I want to throw Manny in there? Do I want to throw Traquan Smith in there? I went Manny. I'm feeling good about it now. That's going to give him the bonus as well as a touchdown. Are we going to get a review on this one, however? Because that was right on the borderline there.
I think he got it.
Go to the booth. We're going to take another look at this. As always, all scoring plays automatically get rung up. That looks like a catch to me.
It's a touchdown.
That looks like a catch to me.
Stands. All right.
Will Lutz to dink an XP through. It's up. It's good. So Manny up into the 20-point range in the flex, a must-have today, as this game tied 17-all with about 13 minutes left to play.
Matt Nelson is asking you if you watch Letterkenny. I've watched a couple of episodes. It's pretty funny.
I have been going through it. I've been going a little bit slow going. Like I had a friend recommend it for a long time, and we just got Hulu not too long ago. So I was like kind of going through some of the other shows that I wanted to catch back up on. Like I went through all the seasons of Fargo, went through, saw a Man Seeking Woman, a whole bunch of great shows. But Letterkenny was kind of like low on the priority list, and now I've just been steadily going through it. It's a tough one to binge just because it is so kind of niche with the Canadian references and all the lingo and all the way they talk. But dude, I'm enjoying it quite a bit. It's very funny. It's a great hangout show where there are no stakes. You just like the characters. I'm a big fan.
Matthew Westlake, you got your wish. Sanders touchdown. Cough's in the chat. Cough, yes. See you later.
And Cough heard, he just got that spider sense tingling that someone was standing for him. And he came in and he's about to actually be on the Boston Celtics because that's how that goes.
Well, there's nothing to update.
Yeah.
The Celtics are taking a break from the news.
I mean, Summer League's got to be starting up soon out in Vegas, right?
Well, after the draft.
Yeah. Oh, right. I've got the time.
When is the draft?
I don't know. I mean, the deadline to pull out happened recently, so we got to be pretty close, a couple weeks away. Let's see.
Okay, end of July. So right when training camp starts.
Yeah, 17 days away, July 29th.
Okay.
Which always a great event to set yourself down in front of the TV, have a few beverages, like a great pace changer in the middle of a slow sporting summer. I always have greatly appreciated the come watch this aspect of the NBA draft, particularly because I get to see great players from bad Vanderbilt teams go in the first round. And I get to wonder how the hell this team has been so bad recently.
I mean, for those of you that are big baseball people, you probably enjoy these first couple of days of this week, but really just the general sports fan, once these NBA finals wrap up, enjoy these next few weeks because, as we've talked about, we're going to be here with the Madden, no doubt. So please tune into the Dream Stream. Great audience here today, about 450 on YouTube and on the DraftKings Twitch channel, 50 plus. We get to the end of July. Well, we're moving, man. We've got training camp, NBA draft, free agency in the NBA, all that good stuff. There's Todd Gurley. He might go. Oh
boy. That's going to pick things up. Shoestring tackle, too little, too late. A 42-yarder from the RB1 in Atlanta. That man still looking for a home. Going to be a free agent, it seems, up into training camp. But right here, looking like the Todd Gurley of old and getting Matt Ryan his third passing touchdown of the day.
Wow. Gurley, 44.5% owned, 9% in the captain. Coup to make this a 7-point game. A lot of scoring here as we have about 3 minutes left in the third. So it's Gurley, Hurst, and Ridley. Touchdowns for the Falcons. Gurley 9 yards off from the receiving bonus. And then for New Orleans, Manny Sanders, Alvin Kamara with the touchdowns. Coffin here also starting trouble. Maybe we should bring back Wild Weather Wednesday.
You know what?
See, that is such a Cough thing to do because after we got this thing established last week, he was on his vacation and he wasn't in the middle of it. So now it's like, whoa, maybe I can use my platform and bring it back.
Yeah, you know, he's lighting fires and just walking away from it. He is performing chat arson right now. We need someone to come in and arrest him.
I kind of agree with Travis here. It says whoever is the biggest baby got the ball rolling. Weather Wednesdays were cool. A twist on the game.
I mean, I liked Weather Wednesdays, but also there were some real clunkers in there. There were some very tough games to watch, to call, to play. But it was a change of pace, and you could work that market inefficiency when people forgot it was Wednesday or didn't know the weather would be affecting the game. They were definitely like, okay, I'm going to stack up my tight ends, I'm going to stack up my running backs, and that would work out for you.
I think Brandon Cristal had a great idea. I think once we actually hit the time of year where weather is a factor in New England or Denver, try to work in some snow games. Because that is a fun, when we first did the snow games, it was kind of cool just to look at it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is, but then every single week, it's like, oh, yeah, we've done a snow game before. It's nothing.
Well, that's going to be interesting with Madden 22. I mean, how are they going to is it going to have the same impact of those weather games? So I wouldn't mind a few trial run Wild Weather Wednesdays with the new game and see how EA handles the weather this year. It's second completion of the day there from Breeze. 3rd and long coming up for Saints trailing by 7.
Travis adds, there have been some bad good weather games too. I'll tell you this, and I'm not going to go too far into this, but what I can remember when we did games in Madden 20, so last summer, we had some great, like there were some weather games. There was one Jeff and I did. We did Packers-Rams, and the final score was like 45-41.
Yeah.
It was tremendous in the rain, up and down, up and down. Like, so, I don't know. I think that's a good point by you. We'll see what happens with the new game. Maybe the weather won't make as much of an impact in terms of the stink factor. We'll see.
Oh, good dog. Sorry, that was my dog yawning loudly.
What's her name again?
BMO.
BMO, that's right. We've talked to, hi, BMO. Yeah, BMO. Hi, BMO.
He's a good boy.
Oh, it's a boy, not a girl.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Always ever had girl dogs in my family, and then found this guy at the Humane Society, and he was awesome. So like, all right, let's give a boy dog a try. And other than being dumb as hell and needing 18 months to house train him, he's been awesome. Like I'd always been told, like, oh, you get a female dog, so they're less aggressive and they can hold their pee better. Now this guy, now that he's finally housebroken, he rules. What a good dog. Just dumb as hell, but good boy.
Congo Cab mentioning something about home field advantage for 4 home teams. Which ones you talking about, Congo? 2nd and 11 here for Ryan from their own 19. Hits Julio Jones out to the 46. That's going to take some getting used to, him not being in Atlanta in the next game. I
mean, it just lucky Ryan Tannehill, man, because Julio Jones is a guy who makes everyone in that passing offense better. But, I don't understand how you off your cap situation so badly that you have to trade away the greatest player in franchise history, greatest offensive player at least, for pennies on the dollar.
Is he going to do this again? That's the bonus for Gurley receiving.
Wow. And the bonus for Matt Ryan as well, 326, 3 touchdowns for him. Is Atlanta looking to extend this lead and possibly fire another nail into the coffin of the visiting Saints here, as one broken tackle leads to a huge gainer for Atlanta. Are they going to get another playoff before the quarter break? It looks like they will. Are they going to make it 31-17 before the 4th? No. They will make it 2nd and short at the 4-yard line as Hayden Hurst gets that one inside the 5. A pretty solid continuation in this one, Glash. A lot of good offense. I mean, the Saints kind of crumbled a little bit there at the end. Too many check down passes, which, to be fair, very true to the Drew Brees experience. 24-17, but the Falcons moments away from making this a 2-possession game.
3 touchdowns for Ryan, 333 through the air. Fantastic. Drew Brees, 217, 2 touchdowns. Wow. This is the last time Todd Gurley had the receiving bonus.
It's wild. I mean, he hasn't done a ton on the ground, but look at that perfect passer rating from Matt Ryan. 1 away from the Bundy. Is he going to hand it off to Gurley here? Is he going to throw it maybe to Julio? Julio, if he catches a touchdown from this very spot, will hit the bonus at 101. But yeah, neither team really run the ball much. Only 44 rush yards between Alvin Kamara and Todd Gurley. It's been all passing, which makes a lot of sense here indoors. You got a couple former MVP quarterbacks. You got one bad secondary in Atlanta and one that doesn't get its fair due here in Madden with the Saints. So possibly headed towards a furious finish. A lot of shakeups headed in the leaderboard. We'll have to wait and see. Glash, where are you in the contest right now?
Good question. And just looking back at history for Gurley, I see a 144-yard receiving game he had against the Giants a long time ago. I am in 124th. Not good.
Not good. I'm currently 45th. I'm right at that top third cutoff line of the 135 of you who joined. And again, thank you guys not only for joining, for being part of the Sim Fam, for watching us, for subscribing to the post route. We are just grateful to have you here because without you guys, there's no Dream Stream. There's no job. There's no way I get to claim that I do this for a living day in and day out. Talk about fake football, talk about real football, talk about hot dogs. So thank you, DK Simfam, from the bottom of my heart, from the bottom of Glash's heart, from the bottom of DraftKings' heart. You guys are the real MVPs, and we are very grateful to have you here.
Called for. What's up? How are you? From the 4, Ryan, end zone, touchdown. Russell Gage.
Ooh, Russ Gage. So
Nice.
finally off the schneid. Welcome to the party, pal. He's probably going to be in a few winning lineups now after doing very little in that first half.
Yeah, he had 1 catch for 3 yards. That helps my lineup. I played him, so. Love Russell Gage. Mike Bizzle, to answer your question, I think I know what your question is. The Commissioner's Cup championship for the Sun and the Storm is neutral site. It's in Phoenix, where the Suns play.
Huh.
Commissioner's Cup is just a new. It's really because of the 25th anniversary of the league, but a way for the women to make a little more money. So it's an incentive to play well in the first half of the season, which Connecticut did, and so did Seattle.
I had a couple buddies who were sitting in one of the boxes for one of your recent Connecticut Sun games. You know, a guy who he has the Sun rewards or whatever from Mohegan, and
yeah,
they went up and enjoyed. They said they had a good time. You know, obviously had imbibed a bit there, and like we got the messages like going into 6-7 a.m. about how much they were up and what a good time they were having. So a wonderful experience. I mean, paying off putting in the arena in Uncasville and getting the WNBA team out there, because that is a nice little perk for anyone in the Connecticut area who maybe heads out to the casino every now and then.
Hey, anytime you're around, let me know. A lot of games in August, so.
I mean, fingers crossed. I'd like to make it out there. I got a few guys who said they're coming out to Wisconsin in the coming weeks, and who knows whether that'll go through. I also got to get back down to St. Louis, not just to see Tommy Freeze Pops before he leaves the Midwest, but also my nephew graduated high school. He's heading off to Emerson College coming up, so I'm going to go down, see him, send him off right. It's a long trip. It's a big deal. Like going from the Midwest to a college you got to fly all the way to, some 1,500 miles away, but Boston, Emerson College, a great school, a great little college town in Boston, a lot to do out there. So good for him, putting himself out there and going for a rewarding collegiate experience. That's not gonna have like the local. He's not gonna be surrounded by his high school friends. He's gonna have to go out there, branch out, make new friends, and that's pretty cool.
Breeze fires Sanders again into Atlanta territory. This one doesn't feel over because there's still a lot of time left, but the Saints have played well on offense too. 8 catches for Sanders. He's easily got the bonus.
Sal Curcio, any increasing free rolls on special events? I can't say for certain, but we have done that in the past for big games like the Super Bowl. So I think there is a good chance that you will see some higher stakes free rolls coming up for bigger games now that we are about to enter the Sim playoffs here in Simland.
Yes, that's a nice reminder because I think, as producer Drew noted, Tampa's 10-7, Atlanta's 9-7, New Orleans is 10-6. If Atlanta wins this game, they get the division. Falcons are 2-0 against the Bucks and the Saints. Okay. Or would that be 4-0? Because they play each other twice. That makes sense? Yes? No?
It is 2-0 versus each.
Okay. Oh, against each. Got it. Thank you. Jordan Warren says, I think a lot of second-year receivers will be better next season in Sims. Of course. Jefferson, Rager. I mean, Jefferson, no question.
Yeah.
T. Higgins, I think, will be pretty good.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Who's another one? Who's another receiver who had a good...
Henry Ruggs, maybe not as much. He was a little frustrating last season.
Calvin Ridley will be better. I mean, he already is pretty good with the superstar trades. I want to thank Salvatore in the chat. Any increasing free rolls coming up? We do have free rolls. We have. Oh, I see what he's asking. More. Well, the free rolls are going to stay the same, but we have more to come down the road on the Dream Stream once the postseason ends of this 2021 simulated schedule. So stay tuned. Keep your eyes on the Dream Stream. Keep watching. We appreciate it. Is that what you just said, Christian?
That's correct, yes.
Crap!
I just got glashed.
You know,
you're having a day, man. You know
what?
I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah, you know what? No, here's everything's fine. I'm having a day. I'm gonna make an excuse. Producer Drew I think might have an idea what I'm getting at here. You know, cough. Producer Michael, they're already starting our Slack for tonight for the home run derby with Steve. There's no Slack. What's the word I'm looking for? Like Slack integrity. Like they're over there yapping about stuff. I'm trying to call this game, so they're just distracting me.
Oh, Breeze had Sanders open for what would have been a walk-in touchdown and the bonus. He overthrows him, and now you can't settle for 3 here. Wouldn't help you at all. You gotta go for it on 4th and long. This one possibly over, definitely over if the Saints don't get the first down here, but would be great news for Gurley owners.
Oh, wow.
And it is Sanders again. So after blanking Sanders before, he hits him on that one for the first down. 1st and goal coming up, and Manny 10 for 150 plus and a touchdown. Flash, I'm going to go out and say it. That man is going to be your crusty cough post route. .substack.com player of the game.
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. 1st and goal. Come on, Drew.
Oh,
Come on, Drew.
Do
Throw
something.
the ball!
Oh, you embarrassment. That's why you retired.
Johnny Lambert. Breeze would never take that sack. Well, Johnny, I got news for you coming up here, man. You're going to see another sack. You're not going to love it. How's your lineup doing?
It's not bad. I mean, still top 3rd, 42nd,
okay.
35. And if we can get a Kamara touchdown here, anyone other than Jared Cook, maybe, or Traquan Smith, I'll be doing okay. I got Kamara, I got Thomas, I got Manny Sanders, I got Will Lutz. So ideally, I'll be getting at least one more point out of this drive. The Saints really taking their time with this one. I'm going to make it difficult to pull off a comeback here.
It's a good call by the chat. Brandon Ayuk. It's another one who I should see an increase in production.
He gets rid of it at the very least. But Breeze into the passing bonus, but not really creating confidence as this drive's in danger of stalling out again. 4th and goal coming up. Easier than the last one when they converted 4th and 14. Let's see if Breeze can work his magic again and pull this into a 7-point deficit.
Come on, Drew. Do it again on 4th and goal. Yeah!
And it's Traquan Smith for the touchdown. Breeze's 3rd of the game. Traquan's 1st. So another guy off the milk carton and into our hearts. Traquan Smith, the wide receiver 3 in New Orleans.
35% owned, 5.5% the captain.
Could be a sneaky good pickup this year in fantasy just because there's no Manny Sanders there anymore. He's going to be the wide receiver 2 unless a guy like Marquez Callaway or Deontay Harris steps up. So expect a little bit more production from Traquan. Take a mid-round flyer on him, perhaps. The only question is, what is his quarterback situation going to look like? Is he going to have the underwhelming performance of Taysom Hill, or is he going to have the effort I'm throwing downfield of Jameis Winston? Definitely a situation worth monitoring in New Orleans.
Okay, still 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning.
Now, are they going to onside kick it here?
Yes, we do have programming after this particular sim, live programming on the Dream Stream. Get the Green with Reed Fowler. And is Jeff here today? Or is it Emerson?
I think it's Emerson.
Oh, it's Emerson today. Oh, okay. Good. Emerson and Reed coming up. Jeff is probably out campaigning to get his open contest filled this week. He's been motivated by others for doubting him. It's understandable.
Who are you to doubt this? Sim fam. All right, Falcons need 1, maybe 2 first downs to ice this one and claim the division. Would be great for my pool entry, but not for the 85% of you out there that put Buccaneers in as your NFC South champions. Can't imagine that a lot of you in the Sim fam did that, knowing how good the Falcons are here in the fake football universe. Is a big
I mean, to your point, the Falcons, I think the first when the new game came out last year, so last August when we did our preseason tournament leading up to the regular season, I'm pretty sure Atlanta won it.
Yeah, that's correct.
They beat Kansas City.
Ooh, we got a little Jordan Humphrey question from DFS Queenie. I honestly don't know what to expect from him. He's a big target. You'd think he'd get more red zone looks, but a guy who just hasn't proven much in his first 2 seasons in the league. Only has 6 targets over that time frame. And yeah, maybe he can be the guy. He's going to get the opportunity, but he's really got to work his way into a big spot. And I still, even if he does make the leap, I'm not sure he's going to steal snaps away from Traquan Smith as we get a big 3rd down conversion coming here for the Falcons. Will they make it, or will they get stuffed? They decide to keep it on the ground, and Gurley picks it up. A heartbreaking outcome there for the Saints. If they do get the ball back, it's going to be with very little time to play and 0 timeouts now. So a real rough sled there for New Orleans. They are watching their shot at an NFC South championship slip away at the hands of Todd Gurley.
Luke Murphy says, I think Cam Akers will be one of the better players in Madden next year if he's both a 3rd down and power back. Stafford loves dumping to Swift. We know Akers is consistent. Good take.
Blitz money. I thought the DraftKings Super Bowl win would catapult the Falcons to real-world success. Unfortunately, I was wrong. You and me both, buddy. We appreciate the option. The world is more fun. NFL is more fun when the Falcons are good because they're never good in like a boring way. They're always fun in a weird, electric Jamal Anderson, Tim Dwight, or Julio Jones kind of way. Like you never get a good Falcons team that is not super exciting to watch. They are typically an offensive first show, or when the defense is there, they have like a Deion Sanders run things. The Falcons are never good in a consequential way, but when they are, it is fun. Even when they're bad, they're fun. It's just a fun team to watch.
3rd and 4. Ridley's up top here for Ryan. Probably an inside handoff. Nope, he'll throw.
Take the risk, and it pays off. Julio into the bonus with that one.
Wow.
Matt Ryan, not only the Bundy, but he gets his guy up over a hundo. That'll be enough. We're going to see a couple kneel downs here, maybe just the one kneel down, in fact. And the Atlanta Falcons are your 2021 Sim NFC South champions. Thanks to Todd Gurley and Julio Jones, 2 guys who will not be Atlanta Falcons when the 2021 season begins.
We have friends at ESPN that, in terms of what we do at DraftKings, I think this is funny because DraftKings says I quit watching ESPN when I realized they never air sim highlights. Imagine. We really should have had like top 10 plays on SportsCenter last year from these sims. I'd put our content, our streams last summer up against anything that was going on.
That's true.
Last
I think
summer.
Korean baseball, the KBO had us beat, but really it's not.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got some, I know you had mentioned like you kind of felt good about your player of the game, but have you changed it all now since this one's over?
It's still Manny. Manny had that big game, even in a losing effort. And Todd Gurley, a close second place for him, but Gurley 31 points, Sanders about 34 points in the flex. Sanders much less owned, only 20% in our free roll. So Manny was a difference maker today, and you know who was not? Who was going to get that babysitter Billy? Let's take a look at those last. Oh, Jared Cook. I think it's going to have to be that guy. Only 6 points for him in a day where everyone kind of came out to play. 7K, about 1/3 owned, and really didn't perform all that well. Calvin Ridley, a close second there, but Jared Cook, you are the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner for this 2 p.m. sim.
All right, Christian, is that it for you today?
That is it for me. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back Wednesday. I got Thursday off because we got the reduced sim schedule, and I'll be back Friday as well.
Right.
A lot of noon sims coming up. I'm happy to get back into the swing of things, get my early sims out of the way, and then I get the rest of my afternoon to go and watch Judge Judy or whatever.
Okay, good deal. There is no 4 o'clock sim today, everybody, because of the condensed. The schedule's winding down here for our 2021 simulated schedule. So 5 sims today, 5 tomorrow, and then we'll get the wild card round going on Wednesday with no weather. May I remind you, 6 sims on Wednesday, and then the postseason begins that Wednesday. So keep that in mind as the day goes on. The next sim you can look forward to is at 6 o'clock, Titans at the Texans with Rossi and Kenny. We do have a couple shows coming up. Later on, we have the slate. They will cover the NBA. Sharag and Julian will be in here reacting to the NBA Finals. And coming up now, it's Get the Green with Emerson Latzia and Reed Fowler, getting you ready for the Open. I think they're ready to go. Why don't we send it now to Emerson? Once this show is over, I'm going to need you to hold me up, okay? And
hey,
make my day brighter.
So today's one of those days that Sharag shows up, thinks he's king, thinks he's the one who eliminated Wild Weather Wednesday, when really everybody knows it's been me.
It's you.
And you can back me up on that.
We're back into this.
Yeah. But anywho, no, we'll talk about it later. Clash, you and I need to get on a sim together here soon. So we got a lot of catching up to do, buddy. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave this on.
There you go.
Okay.
That boy. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
All right. Dude, Glash is the king of hamburger meat. You know,
that's true. That is true.
I got a manscape with as much as I sweat. Anywho, love you guys. See ya. Miss ya. What's up, everybody? It's another major week, the final one of the year. Should be a good one, dude. I'm pretty excited for it. Assuming over the next couple days, the rest of the field doesn't drop out right now, because there's been guys dropping like flies for COVID reasons, whether they came down with it, whether they came in close contact with someone, or they just don't feel like traveling across the pond during this time of year, you know?
Yeah. A couple of programming notes here. I'm gonna lobby to rename this course Royal St. Georgie.
Oh,
I'm surprised you haven't made a Freudian slip there, because I was almost doing it. And number 2, the mic you see is on the outside. If when you see us on the 2 up, the mic is on the outside of my shirt, because I have laundry going right now. And if it gets a little too loud, I'm going to have to take this off, go deal with that, because you guys are a priority. Well, and my laundry is too. I want some clean stuff, but I might have to take it off quickly, because if I put it would have been too much. So that's why this is out right now.
Dude, that is great, because here in about, 15 minutes or so, you'll hear the washing machine behind me start beeping.
There we go.
I, too, am doing laundry. We're the laundry bros, dude.
Hey, got to do it, man. You got to do it.
Yeah, you certainly do.
And if you're like Emerson, you just leave the pile of clothes on one side of the couch, then you move it to the other side of the couch, you move it to the chair, then you move it to the bed.
Yeah, dude, it goes from the top of the dresser, not even in the dresser. It goes from the top of the dresser to the bed. That's what happens.
Yep.
Okay. So, what? Anything from last week? Anything happened? I didn't pay attention to that tournament. Would you like to add anything before we get into the British Open?
Yes, Lucas Glover. If you're a reader of the DK playbook article that I put out, Best Bets, you saw Lucas Glover was a tout at plus 4,500. He ends up winning. So hopefully you guys followed that as well. Get you a nice little bankroll heading into this week. But yeah, I mean, I just did a podcast with with someone who covers golf on the PGA Tour, and he was down there at the John Deere, and he was saying that It was cold, rainy, windy, which is usually not the case in the Quad Cities at this time of year. So a little bit different in terms of weather, which is a nice segue into what we're going to talk about, which is Royal St. George's. It's a tough course that's right on the coast there in Sandwich, Kent, England. You get inclement weather in the UK, especially on the coast. So this should be a fun one. But yeah, the John Deere, Lucas Glover, a major championship, a champion in his own right. He notches another victory for a pretty good career.
And the weather, I believe, is expected to be hot garbage, cold, rainy garbage. So right off the bat, I'm talking to you about weather. Who are some of the guys that you think, like, which kind of game should we be targeting and betting on the DFS side? Because there are many golfers out there who are better and more conditioned to shine in these crappy conditions.
Yeah, I think it's guys who have Open Championship experience, right? Like weather itself, you can't really predict. If a guy plays well during a weather, during rainy or windy weather, sure, like you can say their strokes gain approach during a windy round was X. But are they, like, was it because of the wind they played well, because of the rain they played well, or was it because they were playing well to begin with and they weren't worried about it, right? So the experience that you need to have here at the Open Championship, I think, is huge. If you just take a look at some of the trends, right? The guys who play links golf courses, who have experience playing links golf courses, especially the week previous, whether it be the Scottish or the Irish Open, 6 out of the last 9 winners, Emerson, have played the week previous at the Scottish or Irish Open. Just because links experience is so important this week. Yep. Those are the guys that you want to target. Guys who have experience and have success at the Open Championship. Something like 13 of the last 14 winners of this tournament, top 10 in the Open Championship in the past. So now you start to whittle down the field. That's not to say that, especially on the DFS side, that guys who don't have experience, a ton of it, won't play well or won't be in the top 10. But Will Zalatoris, even Morikawa, a guy that I play who's like Brooks Koepka Jr. in terms of play this guy as much as possible at the major tournaments. He's someone that I don't necessarily have that like auto bet or auto play going up to the counter, so to speak, feeling right now, because experience at this tournament is very, very important.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about it during the sweat this morning. One thing that kind of sticks out to me with Royal St. George is like the golf's oldest event returning here, which is the scene of a couple very unlikely winners, where you had Darren Clark in 2011. I think he was in his early 40s or whatever. It's kind of like winners, and I'm like, all right, I'm kind of on like the Lee Westwood train this week. And then there was Ben Curtis in 2003. So could we see another like long shot winner in England this year? Who are some of those long shots that you like? I know I'm gonna pull up your article here, but off the top of your head, who do you like?
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the course itself, the history, 14 times the Open Championship has been played here. This was the first course outside of Scotland that the Open Championship was played at. And it was also the golf course where the fictional character James Bond played against Goldfinger. So that's another little piece of history, whether nonfiction or fiction. But going back to the golf, yeah, absolutely. If you take a look at the past winners here, Emerson, over like the last 6 years, whatever it's been, 6-7 years, maybe even going back 10 years, the average odds is somewhere along the lines of plus 7,000. Like it's right. That's where you see this, like these guys win. The Shane Lowrys of the world, I think, came in at plus 6,000. Ben Curtis, like you mentioned, Darren Clark. Darren Clark won this tournament. Like I think it was very soon after his wife passed. So it was a very emotional win for him as well. Yeah. Not saying that like you need to have all of these emotions backing up your win here, but you start to see that some of these longer shots, because of the conditions, because that they can play a huge part, because all of the quirks of links golf, the fairways being undulating, the greens, the pot bunkers, the fescue, all of that considered, it gives way to guys that you might not necessarily think. So Brendan Grace comes to mind at plus 7,000. Alex Noren at plus 8,000, both at $7,200 on the DFS side. comes to mind. Kevin Kisner, $6,900 plus one, like plus 18,000 on the DK Sportsbook to win.
Yeah, I'm
Those
looking at them in your article right now. Yeah, that's great.
Like those are some players that I have early leans, and obviously I wrote them up that I really like this week. But there's also guys like Justin Harding, who are at $6,500, and I'm not too sure right now if we go to his number. If I can find my cursor on these 45 screens that I have open.
So you're a busy man.
Right here, plus 40,000, baby. And let me just get the bet slip out of here so we can actually see everything. Plus 40,000, right? Like that's something that like is very tantalizing. It's not just his outright, but it's his top 5, top 10. Look at his top 5 at plus 6,000, his top 10 at plus 2,800. He's been playing well internationally. Right, that's what you want to see here. Is that you want to see guys who have experience, who are playing well internationally, who have top 5, top 10s coming into this tournament. Because even though you need to have Open Championship experience, you also need to be playing well, right? If you look at again the winners, these guys have top 5 or have won in that season, top 5 in like the last 3 tournaments previous to their one, and have won, right? So I forget the number exactly, but a lot of these guys are playing well. So even a guy like Stuart Sink, old guy Stuart Sink with the best hat tan on the PGA Tour.
Oh, so great, dude. His head is like a full moon.
It's great. It's fantastic. It's like what's his name from? It was Joe Pesci, in Home Alone when like the top of his head just singed off.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like Stuart Sink is when he takes his hat off. But like he at $6,900, he's someone also that if you start to see some of these guys like a Sam Burns at Sam Burns is at $6,300. That is absurd. That Sam Burns, a PGA Tour winning, Mr. Burns is at $6,300. He's going to get a ton of Ross percentage. Stuart Sink's at $6,900. I like how we photoshopped his head.
Yeah, that we definitely colored that in. Like, can we talk to our clip art people, our graphics people at DraftKings? Like, come on, we all know his head hasn't been that tan since he was born, since the day he entered the world.
Exactly. We have to whiten his head because of that. The hat tan is just it's too good to leave out.
Yeah.
But look at what he's done. Like he's an Open Championship winner. He top 60 at the U.S. Open. That's not great. Top 30 at the PGA. And looky here, looky. I found hooky. RBC Heritage. He won. Guess what that is, Emerson? It's a coastal course. Not to say that Harbour Town is like it's like the Open Championship or Royal St. George, but you start to see that there's guys like Stuart Sink who can play well here because this course gives way to longer shots and guys like Stu Monge playing well.
I
1,000.
Who by the way, producer Drew says we can blame Samir for that. Samir's the one who had to color in Sink's head. First time playing Fortnite is asking like favorite player 6,500. I know you just mentioned Harding, who is at 6,500, which I have just discovered. He is the reigning champion of one of the best named tournaments on the planet. Look at this thing. The Magical Kenya Open presented by Johnny Walker. And he was as high as number 42 in the world in 2019 during a hot stretch, but has since cooled considerably. But anyone way down there, because we'll talk about the favorites and the big names here in just a second. I like kind of getting right to the nitty gritty and the meat of this burger.
Yeah, obviously Justin Harding's my favorite. He missed a cut at the Scottish Open. You don't like to see that, but Dubai duty free, top 23, top 5 at the BMW International. So look, top 19. Like he's got these solid finishes internationally, but he just doesn't play on the PGA Tour. South African player. I love attacking these guys too, like these international players that have played similar types of courses. The Australian golfers, right? The Mark Leishmans of the world have played like their courses in Australia, not the same, but they've played similar style golf courses. But I'd say Justin Harding at 6,500 is my favorite. If Ross percentage is something that you don't care about, obviously, then it's Sam Burns. He's $6,300. I mean, that is a criminal pricing for a guy who's won the PGA Tour. But those would be my two favorite. I'm not really going to start to venture too much into this range. But if I had to choose, it'd be one of those two guys.
Bounce the Cat is asking, and this is a good question. Does Bryson have the patience to make the cut if the weather is rough? We talked also this morning on the Sweat. It feels like we talked about everything in just the 5 minutes that we had to talk about the British Open with Jeff. That you shot that back 944, fell out of contention, a little meltdown in the U.S. Open final day. Missed Rocket Mortgage, right? Is that what it was?
Yep.
Rocket Mortgage Classic that he missed the cut at. We all know what he did at the match. But it has the new caddy on the bag, although like the story came out this morning. He says like he and Tim Tucker are good. I don't know if that means they won't get back together, will they? But anywho, one of the biggest names on the board. He's right outside that handful of dudes who are at 10K. How do we feel about Bryson with his recent play? Because you've already mentioned you want some guys who are coming into this thing playing better golf than what we've seen out of Bryson.
Yeah. I think there's context, right, to this question. What do I think about him? I don't necessarily like him this week to win, right? So if you're looking at outrights at plus 3,500, which is what he's at right now at the DK Sportsbook, Patrick Reed, Terrell Hatton, Finau, Paul Casey, Louis Oosthuizen, those guys right around his range, I'd much rather play I'd much rather bet an outright of those guys. Of that handful of players that I just mentioned, Paul Casey is my favorite. I'd then probably go to a guy like Hatton, Finau, and then Louis, like in that order in terms of who I would bet. But having said that, Emerson, from a game theory standpoint, this is what I'm going to be saying ad nauseum throughout the entire week of doing these, is that Bryson is probably one of your best game theory plays, meaning that so many people are going to find reasons to play Brooks Koepka, obviously. Rory McIlroy, this is, he's played well at the Open Championship in recent events. Xander, we know Xander's always popular. DJ, number one golfer in the world. His best, he finished the runner-up here in 2011, right? So John Rahm, arguably playing the best golf of anyone on the PGA Tour right now. Jordan Spieth, he's in, obviously I think he's going to be the most popular person this week in terms of roster percentage. That leaves Bryson out there at a guy who's probably going to be around 10% or even maybe sub 10%. If the conditions are bad now, right? The forecast says the conditions are bad now, and they switch, or we get a day or two where it's not like this, then a guy like Bryson is going to attack every single pin, right? It's less about I'm less worried about trying to get into the mind of Bryson, because good luck. No one's going to be able to do that. Not even Tim Tucker was able to successfully navigate that as much as anybody. And he would be the best person other than Bryson to navigate that. So I'm not going to try and figure out what his mentality is when the weather gets bad. It's more of game theory of how many people are not playing him, because I know the talent is there. His Open Championship experience is garbage, but from a GPP standpoint, I know the talent is there. So if you're making 10 lineups, 25, if you make one with Bryson, right, that's not gonna hurt you that much, because the talent and the upside is there. It's just a matter of how many people are going to play him. I don't think a lot. So from a game theory perspective, I like it.
Yeah, this is his first go at the links golf too, with this new body and speed. So I'll be interested to see how his style, that distinctive modern game that he has, will hold up on these ancient links. Also, I'm looking into his history here. Poor history at this tournament. Missed the cut twice in 3 starts. And then I think it was Bounce the Cat who just dropped into Twitch. There's a YouTube link there too. When Golf Channel cameras caught him having somewhat of a meltdown on the Carnoustie practice tee. That was a few years back.
Yeah. It's kind of like Bubba Watson when he comes over, right? And he's not playing, obviously. We touched on that on the Sweat. Is are you coming over with an open mind, right? That things are going to change drastically at a moment's notice. You can't come in and prepare as much as Bryson wants to. You're going to have to change it up. You're going to have to. And look, Bryson's, his experience, his coastal course experience or track record right now is not great this season. So I get it. He's got a better chance of letting us down than he does of not. That's just that's not rocket science. But he's coming in at less than 5% roster percentage right now on fantasynational.com, like I would argue that doesn't get higher than 6-7%. If you're getting Bryson at 6-7%, that should give you enough, just enough, even though there's a good chance that he might not. I would argue that putting him in a lineup, if you're making multiple lineups, if you're doing single entry, don't. But if you're doing multiple lineups on the DFS side, why not? Because what happens if he does? The upside is definitely there. It's just like you mentioned, a lot of the signs point to him not playing well.
Okay, so John Rahm, look at him. Look how high priced he is there in DFS, and then also the favorite right over on the sports betting side. So
yeah,
we can dive into him a little bit here. Worth taking that, more than 20% of your lineup in golf. What do you think? I see that he lost his world number one. I don't understand how the world rankings work. Like it's too complex for my mind. It doesn't make any sense. Someone cannot play for 2 months and still be world number one. Like it makes no sense in the world. He's been playing, he said 14 top 10 finishes last 22 starts, and he's been replaced by Dustin Johnson.
Who knows?
After he contended at the Scottish Open. Like, what the hell's happening?
Who knows? Who knows? It's like the Illuminati controls the OWGR. I have no idea. It's based off of strength of strength of tournament, who's in the tournament, right? Like you get more points, WGCs, majors, obviously. So maybe even though the Scottish Open is, had a great field, I don't know, maybe like a top 10 there. He finished 7th at the Scottish Open, and he still loses it. But right now, from a value standpoint, especially in the betting market, I don't like John Rahm, even though he's playing the best golf of anyone right now. Taking a look at his past, history, especially at the Open Championship, he's a guy that can play. Obviously, he can play well here. I just, top 3. You got to return top 3 value at 6.5. What is he, plus 650 on the DK Sportsbook right now? I just don't see the value there. Clearly, you can make the case that he's the most talented. Clearly, you can make the case that he's playing the best. But if you take a look at over the last 24 rounds, he's nowhere near, in terms of strokes gained approach, that Rory is. He's nowhere near guys like Brooks in that avenue. So if I'm going to be playing someone who right now is probably coming in at 15% roster percentage, so about average, I want to be extremely overweight in a guy like Brooks. And I want to lose that way as opposed to the other way of trying to either match or be below. Like you have to return so much of it, and you just get hamstrung by paying 11.3 for a guy like John Rahm. So I'm out on Rahm, even though he's one of the best players, if not the best player in the world right now.
Yeah, and if you guys do decide to roster him and you want some super, super cheap players, we've already kind of touched on it. Reed's given his favorite play earlier under like 6,500. So if you got to save some cash, hit the rewind button or come back and revisit this show like the next couple of days. Also, it's important to note it's like Wednesday at midnight. So that'd be the first minute of Thursday morning is when you got to have lineups filled out because this thing is over across the pond, right? So you guys and gals got to make sure you keep that in mind. But John Rahm on an absolute heater right now. And one thing that really has stood out to me is that he just, on my side of things, I'm looking at him, and he seems to be in a terrific mental space right now, especially just having a kid.
Yeah, it's and that's the one thing that you start to hear from these guys. Sergio mentioned it, the Masters. Phil's mentioned it after winning the PGA Tour, or PGA Championship. When you start to release, right? And let's get a little meta here, Emerson. Let's get a little meta. Whenever I come back from vacation, when anybody comes back from vacation, you got this overwhelming amount of perspective of, what does it mean to be where I am right now? What am I doing with my life? Everything. And when you release a lot of that tension, right? When you release a lot of the expectation, especially in golf, especially when you're getting older, and Rahm's not old by any stretch, you start to play better, right? That golf's not the only thing that matters. Rory's mentioned it as well.
And Bubba Watson has mentioned that.
Bubba Watson.
Yep.
So these guys grind and travel everywhere. And when you start to realize that golf's not everything, then that's when really all the stuff, right? You manifest all this stuff coming towards you. And if that's the case, and he's plus 800, not plus 650 on the DK Sportsbook. If you want to go for that, so be it. I will not tell you to not take John Rahm as the best player in the world, but rarely, if not ever, do I bet the favorite. Just because there's no value. Golf, there's 50 odd golfers in every tournament, 156 in every tournament. Like, taking the top guy of him winning, it's just, I think is hard pressed unless it's Tiger Woods when he's going on his absolute tears in the 2000s. Then, yeah, the Rahm is not near Tiger Woods yet. He could, but not yet.
Brooks Koepka, it's a major. His name always comes up because of the way that he plays on the biggest stages in golf. Plus 1,800 to win this thing. Is the juice worth the squeeze, my friend?
Yes. It's all there again, four times a year if he's not severely injured, like without a leg. This guy had barely a knee at the PGA Championship, and if it wasn't for his divine intervention of Phil winning, then he would have won that. So absolutely, Brooks Koepka got a major tournament. Emerson, look at what he did in the last two majors. Runner up at the PGA, fourth at the US Open, fifth at the Travelers. Yeah, you got some missed cuts in there, but are we surprised that Brooks didn't care about the Palmetto Championship after a runner-up at the PGA Championship and was focused on the US Open the week after? Yeah, of course, right? So, and look, these weren't back-to-back tournaments, but it was, it was preceding a major tournament, the US Open. So, yeah, at 10-7, he's going to be extremely popular. I don't care. It's Brooks Koepka. And if you take a look, Emerson, the last two, Torrey US Open and the PGA Championship, Torrey and then at Kiowa, the ocean course at the Kiowa Resort, both on the coast, right? Both coastal courses. The RBC Heritage last year, he top 10. So he's got the ability, and he's played well at the Open Championship. So yeah, absolutely.
I was just going to say, if there's one neck of the woods he feels super comfortable at off a major stage over here in the States, it's over in Europe, because people forget when his days were done at Florida State, he started over there on the European tour. So yeah, he went over there, caused some damage, got after it, made a name for himself, came back over here, and now has finished T7 or better in 11 of his last 15 major starts. I agree he's going to be super popular, but he's almost super popular to the point where you need to be with the group. You need to either keep up or you're going to be left in the dust, because this guy is going to perform well this weekend. He's going to get you some points.
Yeah, plus 1,800 right now to win. I think that's a nice price. Ulrich mentioned it as well on the sweat. I think we're getting a nice price here at plus 1,800 for Brooks Koepka. Now, I will argue, though, right? On the DFS side, if you want to box that out and you want to test your luck with not playing Brooks Koepka, because we know what he does in majors, then there's always a case to be made of boxing out these guys who are going to be severely rostered, right? Jordan Spieth is another guy at $9,700. Of the two guys, in Spieth and Koepka, the two popular guys, who would I rather roster? It's probably Brooks, even though Spieth could easily be in contention here by the way he's playing and how he plays the Open Championship. His game is very nicely, it nicely fits the the Open Championship. So of the two, I think I would rank Brooks higher, just because, man, when the major stage is up, we're going to see him at -3, -4 in the first 5 holes. Be like, oh yeah, that's right, it's Brooks.
Yep. And Spieth, I'm glad you brought him up. He's another dude who I feel like when it comes to the British Open, you can't overlook him. You can't make that mistake. He's never missed a cut on this stage. He's never missed a cut in 7 Open starts. He has that memorable win at Birkdale in 2017, missed a putt for a playoff at St. Andrews in 2015. He enjoys the challenges of links golf and just loves suiting up on these tracks.
Yeah, and if you need lucky beans, who's got the most of them? It's Jordan Spieth, right? The lucky bounces that you need to get here at a golf tournament, because you do. I mean, you could have the best drive, the absolute best drive, where you're missing your spot by less than a yard, and it hits a hill and it goes into the fescue. Now they have said, right, and I think Paul Larson on Twitter at capital P for Paul, capital L for Larson. He's the superintendent there at Royal St. George, so go follow him. It's a good follow. He was saying that the fairways this year at Royal St. George's are going to be a little bit more forgiving, that if you hit it in the fairway, your rollout might not be into the fescue. Like it might be into the short, like the first cut, but it's not going to roll out to the fescue like we've seen in past tournaments. So if you do it in the fairway, you're most likely going to have a shot in the short to shortish grass. But having said that, this is still an Open Championship. You're going to get a wonky bounce. You're going to go into the bunker. Who better than a guy like Jordan Spieth, who's made a career not only winning these great tournaments and playing extremely well, putting well, but getting out of trouble like the best of them. Telling his caddy Michael Greller, go get that. That is a memory and a highlight that will stay in our minds for the rest of time when he did that, because it was amazing.
What about doesn't he have some injury concerns though? I don't think he's played since. Yeah, wasn't it like a forearm or an ankle or something?
Those are two very different injuries. I haven't seen anything.
No. He's lingering injuries, lingering injury murmurs. So he has an ankle and possibly forearm. Looked a little bothersome for him at Torrey Pines and hasn't played between then and now.
Yeah, but so even again, right? Like if that's the case where you're reading into the injuries if it was bad, then Jordan Spieth would let us know. At least in my mind, right? He's one of the most transparent guys. Right? Like he's telling us what he thinks. But he's also a guy that I think can play above it, can look at this and say, hey, look, I've been through the ringer. I've been through the worst of it. And now I'm on the other side, right? Even though I have a lingering injury and I haven't played since then, I've taken the necessary recovery time as much as possible to get ready for this golf tournament. And if that's the case, that's a prime example. If you don't want to play 20% Jordan Spieth and you think that the injury is enough to be like, you know what, I don't want to play him, then so be it. But again, make sure that you're willing to forego the never missed a cut player at $9,700, right? Like who else would you go to in that range? Louis is probably the next guy at 93, but he's also going to be popular. And who do we trust more, at the Open Championship? Is it Spieth or is it Louis? Like I would argue, even though Louis come runner up in the last two majors, man, Spieth is tough to beat in these spaces, in this type of tournament. So I'd probably lean towards Spieth over Louis, and that's very close. I think they're really, really close because Louis has been amazing this season.
Reetes, did you know, what about Harris English? He's hot as of late. He just won the Travelers.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know about English. Like he's someone that it's $7,300. The guys that I like around that price, 72, I've already said Grace and Alex Noren are the two guys that I like. And yeah, he's coming into form, or no, he's in form right now, like a third at the US Open, right? You like that. But look at his Open Championships. His best finish over the last 5 years is a T15 in 2013. But they've been kind of middling, 68, 46, missed cut in 14 and a 54th in 2012, right? You start to figure yes, he has experience, but he hasn't necessarily done well at this tournament. Not yet. Game theory, of course, right? You're going to hear this time and time again from me, is that if you feel strongly about someone like a Harris English over a Brendan Grace, who is going to get more notoriety or more talk and more buzz around him, then yeah. But look, like you mentioned, right? English just won a golf tournament. That's a prerequisite that you need. And he top three'd at the Open Championship. He's arguably coming into this tournament with the best form in terms of strokes gained total. He's gained over 12 strokes, 12 and a half strokes total in the last two tournaments. And those tournaments are the US Open and the Travelers that he won, which had a good field. Travelers had a decent field. So yeah, I don't mind it. But again, I like a little bit. I like guys, especially the Euros, a little bit in that 7K range, a little bit more than Harris English.
All right, there's some Louis chatter in the chat. It's unfortunate Jeff is not here. to no, it's not Ulrich, although I would not be surprised if it was. 2010 Open champion, runner-up in the last two majors. I'll give Jeff's guy this. He seems to show up for the big ones and then kind of back down for the lesser events. He's almost like a poor man's Brooks Koepka. Turns out this is a major. Would you how much exposure would you consider having, I guess, to Jeff Ulrich's man?
Yeah, a lot. Look, I mean, there's no secret that Louis been playing amazing golf, especially in major tournaments. Like strike when the iron's hot, right? Like, that's the thing that you love about Louis. And for whatever reason, Emerson, I'm liking a lot of South Africans this week, right? Harding, Grace, and Louis. These guys tend, and I wish, man, Big Easy, smoothest swing that you've seen. Just
it really is. It really
like
is.
butter. Whose swing would you rather have, Freddie Couples or Ernie Els?
Ernie, they're both very smooth. I'm just going to go Ernie Els because I'm a large human being, just like he is.
Yeah. I'll go Bam Bam. I'll go with Freddie Couples. That guy has the smoothest swing.
It's like effortless. You're right. You're talking about just cutting through butter. Just love it. I love everything about it.
Oh, it's great. It's fantastic. He's got lingering, talking about injuries and lingering issues.
That crush.
Freddie.
Freddie, but Ernie for the longest time too would be one of those guys who was in contention like Thursday, Friday, and then his body just couldn't hold up. One of those dudes who probably would have another 5 wins, maybe another major, if he just was able to stay healthy. But us large dudes who are built ridiculous, it's tough sometimes.
I got it. I'm not built like Ernie Els. Probably closer to Freddie Couples. But I love, Louis this week, he's always right there, right? Like at $9,500, 93 for these tournaments. Like, he's just a guy that's, like, especially this year, has just been around. Like, who's better than Louis right now putting? I'll give you the answer. No one. Over the last 24 rounds, no one's been better on the greens than Louis. What do you need here, Emerson? You need a strong approach game, obviously, but short game needs to be there. You're going to get bad bounces. You're going to get run-throughs off these greens. You're going to be in the fescue. You're going to be just in these weird bunkers, these pop bunkers. No one right now has been better on the greens than Louis. And around the greens, he's 16th over the last 24 rounds. So, yeah, $9,300. I hate to say it, but I feel more confident in Louis right now, like, even though he's priced more than my guy Tony. Like, Tony's at 84, but, like, Louis has just been playing so much better, not just over Finau, but over a lot of players, right? He's, what is he, like, fifth in strokes gained total over the last 24 rounds. So he's gaining a ton. So, yeah, I like him this week.
Okay, we have our dude Choker over on YouTube. What are your thoughts? All right, I don't know who this guy is. I'm not even going to act like I do. Scrivener?
Scrivs?
Yeah. So 6'3", same price as Byrne, $2 cheaper than Harding, who you like and you mentioned early on, the good cheap guy. Top 10 Irish Open finish, not so good at the Scottish Open. Scrivs, one of those super dirt cheap dudes you'd get after here. If you if you got 6'3" to spend,
right? I don't mind it, but again, like, if you want to play like the 63 and you absolutely love your lineup, right? You love your lineup a ton, and you just need that guy at 63. Then yeah, like, I think that's fine, because what you've seen from him worldwide is not a bad go, right? Take a look at what he's done over the last handful of tournaments. Like T81, yeah, the Scottish Open, like, so be it. But, like, still, he has experience playing well. Like the Irish Open, top 10, right? What did I say earlier? Is that guys who've played well in the Irish or the Scottish Open are ones that play well here. Usually, that's usually the case, right? Because the muscle memory of playing on a links course, you should be weighted quite a bit. Mm-hmm. And so him at 63, yeah, absolutely. Again, when you start talking about guys down here, scatter shot approach. If you don't like the Sam Burns Ross percentage, if you're not a big Justin Harding fan, do a scatter approach. And Scrivs is someone that I don't mind playing. I'm not going to lie, I haven't played Scrivs at all this season. But at
Yep,
the same
knew
time,
it, knew it.
I can see why. You take a look at him, and you could see why he could play well.
The 5 guys who are going to cost you at least $10K, which one are you fading? You got Rom, McElroy, Koepka, Johnson, Schauffele.
Yeah, this one's tough. Look, Schauffele, he changed. He reversed back to his regular putting grip. He tried the arm lock putting grip.
I saw that this morning.
Yeah, didn't really work. Didn't really work for the guy. Like, he's been a great putter. Like, I don't know why Xander was changing it. You just watched him at the Scottish Open. He just didn't play. Like, he wasn't putting well. He was missing really easy putts. He runner-up 2018 for Xander at the Open Championship, right? So you know it's there. 41st in 2019, and then top 20 in 2017. So I don't mind Xander. Always going to be a popular play. Every single tournament he tees it up. The one guy that I probably fade right now, which is horrible to say, is Jon Rahm. Like, I can make a case, like Dustin Johnson, of course he's been playing bad. But he's at 10-4, he's coming in at like 6% Ross percentage. Like when you get sub 10% DJ, there's guys out there I know they're going to say, I'm not playing DJ. It doesn't matter the Ross percentage. He's been playing bad. Runner-up finish here in 2011. Number 1 player in the world. Sub 10% Ross percentage, 10-4. He's like, the fact that he's cheaper than Rory right now, like Rory should be closer to him. Brooke should be 10-9. Rory should be 10-7. Right? Like DJ should be closer to that then. I don't know why. I can understand from a metric standpoint, but DJ is I can make a case for that in GPP. So probably Rahm I'd be fading. And it makes me feel very uncomfortable.
I'm going to be interested to see how Xander performs. This is his first tournament since getting married too.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's a little added pressure. You know, you got your lifelong partner that you've got to perform for. Otherwise, she'll leave you if you don't win a lot of tournaments.
Wow.
Yeah,
pressure.
But he lives on the leaderboard. It feels like during the biggest 4 events of the season.
Yeah, he does, and like he is a primetime player. Like Dickie V, he's a PTPer. This guy. So when you take a look at like what he's done, he has the game to win anywhere. He really does. And even though he hasn't, he's got, great wins, and he should have more wins, and he's been close to major tournaments. Like, I mean, how much of what happened at Augusta was because of that shot on, what is that, 17, that par 3, right? Like, how much of it was because of that? And would he have been, like, if he was 1 shot behind the deck? And I know revisionist history, you can't play that game or else you're just going to be, living in the past, but like it'd be much different if he had a 1 notch of the Masters, right, tournament right now in the game log.
Yeah.
So like that, like he was so close and a top 7 at the US Open, top 10 at the Scottish Open, and he missed a ton of putts last week. So yeah, I'm excited for Xander. I could easily see him win one of these tournaments before winning like a major in the States.
Do you remember in 2019, last British Open too, how eventful his week was? It started off with his driver failing that test.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then he had to like scramble for one. I forget what his finishing place was in 2019, but that just like came to mind. Can you imagine like right before a major, someone being like, yeah, your driver doesn't pass like the random CT test. You got to go get your ass a new driver right now.
Do you think he went to like, so this is what happened with Phil Mickelson too, right? Because I was there. I was watching him warm up because he was the last group out on Sunday at the PGA Championship. And he cracked his like forewood or whatever it was. Like there was a scratch, and Tim, his brother, had to run to the car, get like his driving iron or like its 2-iron, whatever it was, and run back. But do you think that Xander went to like the PGA Superstore overseas, whatever it's called over there?
Yeah, you go to like your local, dude. You go to your local Dick's Sporting Goods. You go to hell, even if it's the closest thing is a Play It Again Sports, and you got to play some dude's, ping driver that's like 6 years old that he just gave up a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
and that's what you have to play. That's what you got to do. You go to the closest location, and then you get your ass back there into the first tee. For sure.
Yeah, love it. No, these guys have the carts, they're like all the carts that come over there, and they have like 18 backups.
And they're not to mention, like most of the time, and let me know if it was like this when you were at the PGA as well. They'll have like just the trailers. There'll be the tailor-made trailer. All of these trailers are there for these guys. A lot of times, if a situation like this pops up, they may go in and just want to test out, a new driver or something. But yes, there's plenty of equipment available there for them, so they don't have to go to their local Play It Again Sports.
Wow, not fair, right? We should have trailers that follow us. Every time Samir, dings up his ping, he gets a new wedge coming out.
He's blowing up our Slack channel right now, saying I'm doing laundry as well. He's sending pictures of his dirty underwear on his bed, and it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, but it made you chuckle.
No, it did make me chuckle. He does a lot that makes me chuckle. Like when we play golf, watching him play golf, it makes me chuckle. In the 8K range, that's where I see Tony Finau. I'm trying to look for somebody who's going to win this thing, Reed, in the 8K range. Zalatoris is a dude you were speaking highly of earlier as well. His hot start to the season, like 80% of his season was great. Fallen off a little bit since then. There's Webb Simpson in there. There's Adam Scott. And then Justin Rose. I love him for when he locked up that top 10 for me at the PGA.
I'll give you a guy.
Yeah, give me a guy.
Paul MF Casey.
Oh.
Like those are his middle initials. No, I don't know if they are, but that'd be cool if they were. But Paul Casey, I think when you take look, maybe he has some pent up anger with England not winning the Euro 2020. Maybe he and Fitzy are going to vow to bring home the claret jug because the England team couldn't bring home the Euro 2020 trophy. But like he's someone that I really, really, really like this week. He fits all the prerequisites. He's got like 15 or 16 Open Championship tournaments under his belt. He's got a top 3. I believe it was a pretty long time ago, but a winner already this season overseas, and a top 7 here at the U.S. Open, Emerson, a top 4 at the PGA Championship, like just outside the top 25 of the Masters, a top 5 at the Players, a top 5 at AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am, which is at it's Pebble Beach, it's coastal course. I mean, need I say more that Paul Casey right now at $8,600, I do not care what the roster percentage is. I absolutely love him this week. I believe his number now is down to plus 3,000 on the DK Sportsbook. Earlier this week, there it is. Earlier this week, it was at plus 3,500. So I think it's come down a little bit. But still, I still think that's a solid number. I still think you go out there and you feel confident about Paul Casey, who fits the bill of a guy who can play well here, especially a player who putts way better on bent grass than he does on Poano or he does on Bermuda. It's 40% bent, 60% fescue, the grass type here. So I really, really like Paul Casey.
Yeah, that's getting like super sportsy when you start talking about grass, but it actually ends up being a pretty important stat where if you can ever find that information, there are definitely dudes who play better on certain surfaces than others. So another reason I highly recommend reading this guy's article, which he has a lot of good information in there about Paul Casey as well. If you wanted to go down to the next tier, it sounds like Brandon Grace is another guy you have your eye on.
Yeah. He's again. I'm really trying to focus on guys who play really well on coastal courses. That doesn't necessarily mean that every single one of my players is in my line is going to be players who have only done well on those courses, but. It kind of goes back to the original question, the mentality of how to change up your game and let things come to you, especially at a major tournament when you play on a coastal course. You just have that experience, right? Like you have the experience if you played well. Kevin Kisner is someone who plays extremely well on coastal courses. But yeah, Brandon Grace, again, a winner, even though it was the Puerto Rico Open, a winner this season. He's played really well. And I think it was, 2017 I forget exactly what year it was. And I wrote in my article, it was either 2017 or around there. Shot a 62 on Saturday at the Open Championship. A 62 in a major tournament. Like, even though I think I remember the conditions there weren't as bad as they potentially can be, but still, If you're shooting a 62 on a links course, in a major, like you already
legit,
know,
dude.
Yeah, so he's someone that I really, really like. $7,200, and then Alex Noren again. I'm going to hammer these guys as much as possible. $7,200. He's someone else, right? That has played well at this tournament. He has a game to play well at the Open Championship. So some of those guys, as we get deeper, I know Ricky Fowler, his name has been thrown around. He's $7,300. That's fine. But I'm going to gravitate a little bit more towards Grace and Alex Noren.
Okay, so K Knight here on YouTube. We haven't talked about Cantlay, have we? Because he mentions, he says you guys are focused on Casey, but what do you think of Cantlay right now, who's right above him? And looking at what he's done, I feel like he does just enough to kind of be in the conversation, like entering each major he always seems to be some kind of trendy pick, right? On some of these big stages. But when I'm looking at the Big Four results recently, he's gone 8 straight majors without a finish better than T15.
Yeah. So, like, if you take a look, top 15 at the U.S. Open, right? That's obviously the most recent. Top 23 at Torrey Pines. You wins the Memorial, a tough course. Top 15 at the Travelers. So, yeah, this guy's in great form. This guy's in great form right now. He's been teetering around. But the thing about Patrick Cantlay, too, though, is what you have to realize is that I think of these guys, if we're including him like into the bottom tier of like the second tier, right? Like tier 2 at the bottom. Because I do think that it goes right. Like Rahm, I think is at a tier of his own right now, just how he's playing. And then it's like Rory, Brooks, DJ, Xander, Bryson. I would argue that like Cantlay is at that bottom there. I'd much rather play Patrick Reed at $8,800. Okay. Just because of what he's able to do, especially around the greens. I don't think it's going to be a huge differentiating factor, but let's look at Kevin Na last week. Kevin Na last week was a horrible putter, but he gained so much around the greens because he was making everything. Like, I'm not saying Patrick Reed is going to make every single chip shot, but that's what you kind of need here, right? You kind of need that ability to navigate around the green, even if you hit a great shot. Some of these are going to bounce through the green. Some of them are going to bounce off. Some of them are going to go to collection areas. And while Cantlay has been better at it, he's still not as good as Patrick Reed. He's still not like he's 95th in putting as well over his last 24 rounds. Like that is definitely going to hurt. Ball striking is there. Like the ball striking is definitely there. If he has a great putting week, he's going to be that guy. But again, when I start to whittle down my player pool, Patrick Reed starts to get that out. Like Hideki was one of the guys that I really wanted to play this week, but he's not playing anymore. Like he's not coming over, right? So Patrick Reed's probably going to get most of those shares for me. And sure, like can Cantlay play better than these guys? Absolutely. He's one of the best players in the world. Yeah. But Hatton and Reed are the two guys that I like over Cantlay. I'd probably go Reed, Hatton, Cantlay if I had to rank those three guys.
I remember how lost Cantlay looked to at the Masters, but then he was able to win the Memorial. I do winning and like the quotation marks because we all know that pays John Ramos on until he was told he had COVID and he's got to get out of there. But he has finished in the top 15 as you already showed in his 2 starts since then. So maybe all systems are go for this guy. Who knows? But that's it's a good question there, good golfer to focus on because again, his name pops up in the conversation every major, but he's made 7, 8 cuts in his last 8 majors. So he's a guy who's most likely going to be around on the weekend.
Yeah, and I feel like Cantlay's chance to win a major, and maybe this is just a bias that I have that like the credence of this bias maybe not be weighted in a lot of like quantitative analysis, but I just feel like he's going to win the Masters before he's going to win like an Open Championship or like a U.S. Open. Like, I think his game is so nicely fit to the Masters, even though, right, a 9th in 2019 at Augusta, 17th in 2020, like, I just feel like he has a game. And he was there, right? When Tiger won, for a brief moment, Cantlay was leading that tournament in 2019. And then on the back 9, just faltered. But it just feels like that his game, it really fits, the Masters more so than it does. And he's a great bent grass green putter. So yeah, again, the reason why I like Casey is he's better on bent. Same with Cantlay. But I just feel like before he wins one of these, he's going to win the Masters.
Friendly reminder, make sure this isn't like a regular major, even a regular tournament over here in the States. The lineups lock at midnight. So that's going to be Wednesday night or, technically like early Thursday morning. Because what are they, 5-6 hours ahead of us?
5, I think.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't really hate these tournaments because I get up a little earlier on the weekends and I'm off this weekend. So I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna have coffee, I'm gonna snuggle with my dogs, I'll eat some cereal. I'm just gonna watch. I'm gonna watch these guys, battle Mother Nature while I sit here on my comfortable couch, and I'm gonna watch them do stuff that I can't.
Guys and gals in the chat. I talked to Emerson. I said, let's play golf early on Saturday. And he's like, "Ooh, great. What's early?" And I said 7:30. Is that early? I want to know from people.
I'd be much more comfortable pushing back to like 9. Again, it just goes to working late, like Friday night. That's it. But
then
you know what?
There,
I can probably man up and do it. I can probably
I'll just go with Samir.
No way. No. Samir ain't going anywhere because I got his clubs down in the car. He's all right. I'm holding his clubs prisoner right now.
I'll go Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s.
Yeah, that's fine.
Talk about a smooth swing. I know I mentioned it earlier. Talk about a smooth swing. Oh, it's like Freddie, man. The guy's got a repeatable smooth swing. Love it.
We're gonna have a replay of the sweat coming up now. So you and I are gonna be all over that show. I'm excited for it. When that wraps up, Chirag and Julian we'll have a NBA edition of the slate. I'm sure they'll react to game 3 last night. Giannis tearing it up and looking ahead to game 4, whenever that is, maybe like Wednesday night, or maybe it's tomorrow night. I have no idea. But then the next Sims, Titans at the Texans, Rossi and Kenny. This is week 18. And so this will be the wrap up of the regular season as we simulate and emulate the regular season around the NFL. All right, man. That's it. That's good stuff. And you and Jeff will have a lesser edition of Get the Green tomorrow, Tuesday at 3:00 here on the Dream Stream.
Q&A. And one last thing, and I'll say it again on Tuesday, guys. Make sure you set your lineups early, like Emerson mentioned, but I would wait as long as possible to set your lineups. You have to look at the forecast. You have to look at the guys who are going to WD potentially before. So make them as late as possible because the forecast can switch at a moment's notice. So just make sure, because the T-draw, that can definitely play a factor in this tournament more so than other ones.
Yeah, you guys do yourself a favor. Make sure you're following like Reed T on Twitter because he's all over the British Open coverage this week. He and Jeff and Mayo, our entire golf team, pretty incredible. I think Zach Thompson even does a little bit of dabbling in the golf field now. Monster, you're welcome. He says, thanks for pointing out the start time. I usually set my lineup after midnight. Yeah, again, don't do that this week. That's a sick hat too, by the way.
Yeah, man. Wahoo Golf Apparel. Not an ad, not a sponsor. But come on now, my hometown.
Hashtag but could be.
Hashtag but could be. Let's represent 808 State. Let's go.
It's good to have you back. And yeah, I definitely hope that we link up this weekend in person because I need a hairy Hawaiian hug from you.
Yeah.
Everybody, I love you. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. You need more Get the Green love tomorrow, 3:00 with Reed and Jeff. Enjoy a replay of the sweat coming up right meow. Okay, everybody. Good Monday morning. A slow week in sports. LOL. Not at DraftKings. Not on this daily DFS and sports betting baby we call the sweat. I'm Emerson Latzia. We'll fill an hour. Just you watch. Let's get after it with some MLB mid-season awards. DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. We are at the All-Star break now. So who is your AL MVP of the first half? That's my first question, Paul.
Well, in an ordinary year, a guy who leads the league in batting average, RBI, hits, and OBP, and is second in homers and and slugging should be a runaway leader, right? That's Vlad Guerrero's resume this year. But we're seeing a historical performance out of Shohei Ohtani. Not only does he lead the majors in home runs and slugging, but he's third in the major leagues in RBIs with 73 and a pretty nice 364 on base percentage. And he pitches a little bit too. 4-1 is the record in 13 starts, 87 strikeouts in only 67 innings. none of us on this panel have seen anything like this, and we've only read about something like it when you talk about Babe Ruth. That's the company that Ohtani's in, and that's why he would get my vote.
Yeah, there's no way to deny that he is the best player in the world right now, maybe ever here, Matt.
Yeah, it's interesting this year because I feel like in most years the MVP is determined by the numbers, and I know we're moving more in that direction. It's not entirely that way, though. A lot of the writers that vote on these things still consider narratives, but the numbers I don't think will matter much this year. Like even if Vlad Guerrero Jr. has a better second half than he did in the first half, and even if Shohei Ohtani cools down a bit, I think just because of how unprecedented what Ohtani's doing is, like just because of that, I think he runs away with this thing unless he gets injured. Like I really don't see a way that he doesn't win just because of the unique nature of the season he's having, both hitting and pitching. So he's a minus 335 favorite on DraftKings right now. It's hard to lay odds because Ohtani has gotten hurt in previous years. I would love to see him just finish out the season this strong. Vlad does what he's been doing too, and Ohtani wins the award just because it's a unique thing that he's done in 2021.
Yeah, and say with me, folks, the MVP should not have to be on a playoff team. Matt, National League most valuable player right now for you in the first half is who?
So we'd be having a different conversation if this were a couple days ago with the ACL injury to Ronald Acuna Jr. It's really changed the landscape. We had a 3-horse race. Now it's probably a 2-horse race between Jacob deGrom and Fernando Tatis Jr. I think Tatis perhaps will ultimately win it because it kind of pains me to say it. I think Jacob deGrom is overachieving just a little bit. A roughly 1 ERA is just not that sustainable, even for someone as great as he is. Having said that, I think deGrom is the favorite at the moment. I think he's been the best player in baseball to this point. But if you ask me who has the better second half, I think it might be Tatis. But either way, this should be a really close race. But I lean towards Tatis ultimately edging him out.
Yeah, man, you didn't even mention he's a 364 hitter with 6 RBI and 33 plate appearances here, man. Paul, what about you, man? NL MVP.
It's a shame Acuna is out of the race for the rest of the way, but you said who was the first half MVP? It's got to be Tatis for me, leading the NL in homers, slugging percentage, on base percentage, stolen bases, second in runs scored, tied for second in ribbies. And I'm not including a pitcher in this race. I'm sorry, they have their own award. That's the school I come from. So to me, Tatis is the runaway leader. Hopefully he'll be challenged by somebody. A couple of names that are on the outside, hoping to factor in the second half would be Nick Castellanos and Trey Turner, in my opinion.
Okay, Paul, what about American League Cy Young? Who do you have?
2 veterans are at the top of my list, guys that a couple of years ago were almost reclamation projects. Lance Lynn of the White Sox, first in ERA, second opposing batting average, third in WHIP, 105 strikeouts versus 31 walks, only 63 hits and 90 innings pitched, a nice 9-3 1-loss record. Kyle Gibson, number 2, second in ERA, fifth in opposing batting average, seventh in WHIP, 78 hits allowed, 102 innings pitched, 88 strikeouts versus 31 walks. 6-1 is his one loss. I'm going to give it to Lynn right now, but I'm surprised that both these guys are in the mix.
Okay, how about you, Matt?
So I think it's Carlos Rodon to this point, just with the incredible strikeout rate. And it's a little confusing to me that Garrett Cole is still, not that he's still the favorite, because I do think he's the best pitcher in the American League, but just that he's favored to such an extent where he's around even money. And then there's a bunch of guys who are 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1. I think Kyle Gibson's been good, but I think the low strikeout rate is just, it's hard to overlook that. He's done well at limiting damage, but I think that's more luck than anything. And Lance Lynn was looking a lot better earlier, but the control has seemed to waver for him. The last couple of starts, he's had some walk problems. Even watching him, which I normally wouldn't bring up, but just like he's missing spots on pitches. And I think there's a good chance he gets it together and is really in the race. But to this point, I feel like Rodon has been by far the most consistent, doesn't seem affected by the substance crackdown. The strikeout rate is there. And I think he probably, like, if I had to pick a guy who ends up winning, I think it's him. But either way, I think he's been the guy to this point.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about him, too? It's a pretty good story. Non-tendered during the offseason. So he wasn't offered a contract, for the 2021 season, ended up re-signing with the White Sox anyway, and then came to spring training, fought for a job, and look at him now. He's your first half AL Cy Young. So NL Cy Young. Matt, who's your guy? I mean, I guess I shouldn't ask that question. Is there any chance you could take anybody else besides DeGrom.
No. So I think if Jacob DeGrom was injured right now and didn't pitch again this season, I think he still probably wins the Cy Young. I think there would at least be a conversation at that point. So I think that the better thing to bring up, because he's going to run away with this if he continues to pitch anywhere resembling what he did in the first half. But if there's someone who could unseat him, let's say DeGrom just starts pitching really poorly or gets hurt or something like that, I think for me, it's Zach Wheeler over Kevin Gausman, just because I think he's a better pitcher. So Gausman, not as many strikeouts, a little more walk prone, hasn't been as good in previous years. It seems a little flukier to me. And Zach Wheeler, I think, is just an incredible pitcher, works really deep in games, and he has the track record. So it's going out on a limb to say Wheeler is in the race, because I don't think he's in the race at all unless DeGrom were to suffer an injury. But Wheeler is like the one guy who at least is a possibility, I think, to take over for DeGrom. But no, Jacob DeGrom is the NL Cy Young winner.
Yeah, Paul, each start entertains like new ideas about DeGrom potentially being the greatest ever. The numbers certainly back that up. I'm sure he's your pick. Who else is in the mix for you?
Yeah, I think the names that have been mentioned are the guys that are in contention for second place. But I'm going to go with Gausman as the second place guy. But DeGrom has put up numbers that I'd never put up when I played video game versions of Major League Baseball. So that's how special this year has been for him. It's historic, just like Ohtani's performance on the other side. We're seeing amazing numbers from people who play the game this year, and the names that have been covered tell the story.
Gentlemen, nice work. I know, Paul, we'll talk some home run derby with you coming up. We got some of that fantasy football flavor coming your way now. And one of the things that can make or break your season is getting the right mid-tier running backs in your lineup. So here's Pat Mayo and Jake Seeley going over their mid-tier RB ranks for the 2021 season.
Okay, so like the running back rankings for me go. It's Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery, Miles Sanders. That's the next thing. Do you think that Miles Sanders should be on that tier? Like if that's a tier of 3, do I just make it a tier of 4?
I think it's a fair tier for him. And I say because I could also see him getting back to being Miles Sanders and jumping up to the next tier. But we've talked about a lot with these running backs is things have to go right. This team is the Eagles have told us nothing, but they are also concerned about Miles Sanders in the passing game by who they brought in, and they still have Boston Scott. So I say there's an issue here of the downside, but Miles Sanders' talent and his ability, if he can get right, he's still good enough to be talent-wise a top 20 running back, and for fantasy purposes, even potentially top 15. But he deserves to be in this tier because of the concerns.
So I'm wagering that I'm higher on Cooper Kupp than you are, as I have Kupp at the beginning of this tier and Woods at the bottom of this tier. I think that they're close. I think I'd rather Cooper Kupp for this season, though, with Matthew Stafford.
I agree with you. What do you have him at wide receiver overall?
Wide receiver, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 12.
Okay, you are higher, but not by much.
So I'm
at wide receiver 17.
The rankings for me go Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Julio, Thielen, Evans, Woods, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb. Do you think that's a tier unto itself, or does that get broken up like Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Jones, Thielen, Gap, Evans, Woods, Chase, Lamb? Or Evans and Woods a part of that first tier, or do you think you're good with all of those guys?
I'm good with all those guys.
Would you throw Deontay Johnson is next on the list? Does Deontay Johnson deserve to be in that tier? Does Kenny Golladay deserve to be in that tier? Or is that the break?
That's the break.
Okay. So I take that group of, let's say, 9 wide receivers. Now to put them in the overall rankings, we kind of agreed that we like Darren Waller and Kittle more than all those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
this is what's so good about taking a running back is because almost all of those wide receivers, or like 80% of them, are sitting there in the 3rd round.
Oh, for sure. Like that's where these receivers are ranked in mine is going to be above where I believe that their ADPs are at the moment. That might not break down that way because people are really overdrafting wide receivers at their running backs at this point, like the Swifts and Dobbins, at least in my mind, that those guys are just going to go higher than them. So would you put that wide receiver tier after Kittle, before Dobbins and Swift? Or is it Dobbins and Swift, then these guys, then Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery type of thing? Like, would you rather have Chris Godwin or would you rather have J.K. Dobbins?
I'd rather have Dobbins, but I'd rather have Godwin than Swift.
Interesting.
But it's close enough that if you're talking tiers, I would almost just smush all those wide receivers with Dobbins and Swift. Like, just what did you do in the first 2 rounds? do you go Swift or Dobbins, or do you go with one of these wide receivers? I think it just kind of depends on where you are. I know we're doing wide receivers and tiers separately, but I would just smush it into all like one big tier of 10 guys.
Okay, I can see that. So then we go like on an individual basis. Then we go JK. Like, would you go JK Dobbins or Cooper Kupp?
I'd go Dobbins, but if I already have a bell cow running back, then I'd probably lean towards Cooper Kupp.
It's funny because I think if you have a bell cow running back, Dobbins is a nice complement for something like that, where
of course
now you don't need the lean on him to like really come through. He can have his like down weeks where like Edwards or Lamar does most of the rushing, but you still get to bask in the glory of these like top 5 running back weeks along with your McCaffrey or Kamara or Barkley or whoever it is. I think he's a nice complementary piece.
I don't disagree at all, but also we're talking about that next tier of running backs that aren't in this group that we already talked about. It's, if I go Kupp there, I could get one of those running backs who have similar upside, a little less risk, but it's more of the wide receiver. It's going to depend on, I know we're trying to make your rankings, but it really just depends on how you did your first 2 rounds for me.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going to be unknowable because everyone's going to be different with that. Okay, so
no. You don't get the questions of who should I take at the 8th pick, like because the first 7 picks.
Yeah, I just honestly, when people ask me dumb questions like that, I just say Christian McCaffrey.
I like it.
Makes it easy, and then they get the point. I think like you can use these as a guide to go through. So I'm probably going to have Dobbins a little bit more down on this. It's really that Julio Thielen type thing. I think like we're dealing with like wide receiver ones on teams who might not even be the highest scoring receiver on their own team. So I'm making a choice here that I think that Kupp is better than Woods. I think that Cooper is better than Lamb. I think that Godwin is better than Evans. Not by a substantial amount, but that's the way that I have them ranked. I think that Brown is better than Julio. I think that Jefferson is better than Thielen. And that's sort of this entire tier. So I'll go Dobbins after Godwin and before Julio. But then when I put Swift in, like, would you rather have Robert Woods or DeAndre Swift?
Swift.
Would you rather have Adam Thielen or DeAndre Swift? That's it. That pause is it. So that tells me volumes. So that now goes A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin. This is the beginning of the 3rd round. So A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, Antonio Gibson, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Darren Waller, George Kittle, Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, J.K. Dobbins, Julio Jones, and Adam Thielen. I believe that is 12. Let me count that to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nailed it. And then the beginning of the 4th round would be Swift, Evans, Woods, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Mike Davis, Chris Carson, David Montgomery, Miles Sanders. Do you think that, I mean, that when we talked about the tiers, that sounds about right? Or would you elevate that little mini running back tier above Chase and Lamb and Woods and Mike Evans?
I think, again, kind of smush them together.
Okay.
They're in the same conversation.
I'll just leave them as tiered within my ranking so people can see the distinction between those guys.
Yeah, for half and full point PPR, the receivers are the better bet.
But, I think if you're looking for the safer bet anyway, the receivers are the better option. It's just if we're playing for upside and, like you said, like value, that if you hit the running back here, you hit big.
Yeah, you could, but and this is why I don't want to be in the 3rd and 4th round and forcing myself to pull up these running backs.
Well, that gives us about a tie. That gives us the top 48 on the board. And you can check out all of my rankings down in the description up on DK Playbook. And we're going to be talking more and more about this. Maybe we'll try to continue to fill out the rest of the rankings and debate them through on next week's show. And like I said, we've already had 10 fantasy football preview shows. Find them all in the description up on the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. Plus, if you're in the market to win some just cash, if you go rate and review the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast right now on Apple Podcasts, you can find that link in the description. You say 5 stars, something nice about the show, leave your Twitter handle or email address. I'm doing a draw. It's for the British Open, but hey, I don't want to exclude my fantasy football brethren as well. You go leave that review right now. You're in a draw to win. I mean, there's going to be a pool of like $1,000 of a giveaway. All you have to do is go leave that review. Takes 20 seconds. You can win like $200 or something like that. So I suggest you go do that right now. Okay. Apple Podcast. Help us out here and share the show around. I want to end with quarterbacks and where to put these guys in, at least at the top. Obviously, I have it as Mahomes, My rankings are Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler, Dak. Those are my top 5. I think that those 5 guys are better than the rest. Do any of them deserve to be on this list of the top 50? Like, where does Mahomes go?
I mean, he will.
He will. Yeah, where he goes and where we rank him. Because we both kind of agree that his ADP right now of, not CJ Uzomah, Patrick Mahomes of 26, probably a bit too high.
Too high.
But that doesn't mean that he's outside the top 50 at the same time. Like, there would become a point where I'm looking at the board, Patrick Mahomes isn't gone. I'm like, yeah, give me Patrick Mahomes. That's a good pick now.
I'd say I'm looking right now, like around 30-ish. Like once Gibson at running back is off the board, and once we get through Waller and Kittle and that wide receiver group that we were putting in there with like that Cooper tier.
So would you rather have Patrick Mahomes or Amari Cooper?
I'd still take Cooper.
Would you rather have Chris Godwin or Patrick Mahomes?
Godwin.
Would you rather have J.K. Dobbins or Patrick Mahomes?
Dobbins. Keep going.
Julio.
Now I'm thinking about
that actually works with the tiers because it goes Godwin, Dobbins. Like Dobbins is sort of the breakup of that wide receiver tier. Like it's one tier, but it's kind of split into part A and part B amongst all of the running backs. I mean, that's where Mahomes could easily go in. You could go Waller, Kittle, Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Dobbins, Mahomes, Julio, Thielen.
Yeah, I could work with that.
And that would
then Murray and Allen coin flip.
25,
getting into the conversation.
7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would make him 35 overall in the rankings.
And that's usually about where I say like I'm willing to take a running or a quarterback is late third, middle third, depending just on how the board looks at that point.
All right.
So that makes that works out perfectly.
Well, what about Lamar Jackson then, who I have at number 2, but I think that he's very much smudged in this tier. Like I think all 4 of those quarterbacks are very, very similar in terms of baseline performance. The reason that I have Lamar at number 2 is just I truly believe that his upside is higher than these guys. Like, unless Josh Allen rushes for like 12 touchdowns, which I don't think that he's going to do, I think we might see a little bit of a step back in terms of the rushing numbers, at least for the health and safety of the poor guy. I think that's going to be the case. But no matter how you kind of cut the projections, how you think about it in your head, Lamar through Dak should be really close.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Lamar Jackson can still finish as the number 1 in front of Patrick Mahomes. I would have all 3 of them in a group, and then probably Dak is on their heels, but there'd be a smidge of a gap where I think all of them should be in the 4th round conversation.
You mean Lamar, Josh Allen, and Kyler Murray?
Yes.
Okay. So would you go Mike Davis or Lamar Jackson?
I'm going Lamar Jackson.
So that's the tier then?
Yeah.
So would you go Jamar Chase or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar Jackson.
Would you go Robert Woods or Lamar Jackson?
Lamar.
DeAndre Swift or Lamar Jackson?
Probably depends on how my team turned out. So right there is that to answer your question from earlier, where I just gave you the answer by pausing.
Yeah. Okay. So that would then look like we have at number 35 overall, Patrick Mahomes would be there. So 36, bump him down. So then the 4th round would start Thielen, Swift, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray. Do you think that's too high for them? It picks like 40?
I don't think it is. Again, I wouldn't like I'm trying to, you're looking at the value lost at the position of what you gain from everybody else. And I mean, that's why I say Dak even deserves to be here because Dak was the number 1 on a points per game basis. You're getting that edge because now as soon as you drop off these 5 quarterbacks, now you're talking about, don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. All right. Even if you say Aaron Rodgers is coming back, but now it's Herbert in his 2nd season, Tom Brady being able to throw like a madman again this year with no rushing upside, which we talked about on that show. You talk about Trevor Lawrence as a rookie, Joe Burrow in his 2nd season, like all those guys, they're in a whole nother group where it's almost like these quarterbacks should be going mid-late 4th round. Maybe they make it to the 5th, but then you're waiting another round or 2 before you start getting to the other quarterbacks. So that's where I could see making the argument that they should be around here because it's similar to the Kelsey, Kittle, Waller conversation of what you drop off of this tier. It's actually it's like a couple rounds versus just being, all right, it's this, 10 picks later.
Okay. I went back and slaughtered them because I wanted to leave a substantial, like not a substantial one, but enough of a gap in the rankings between Mahomes and these guys. I think that they're close, but they're not quite on his level. So Mahomes goes in between J.K. Dobbins and Julio Jones. Lamar will come in after Deontay Johnson before Mike Davis. So it'll go Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Lamar, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, then Mike Davis, Chris Carson, Montgomery, Miles Sanders. And that would be your top 55 picks overall to start these drafts.
That's pretty solid.
All right,
I can even see going Dak over those two of those guys.
I mean, I can throw Dak into that tier too.
He could be there or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when we're looking at outliers now, like Dak and Russell Wilson are a bit of an outlier, is like a sandwich tier. Mark Andrews and Pitts and Hawkinson, I think, are like, they're not necessarily all on the same tier, but those are very clearly, at least in my mind, the next three guys off the board at their particular positions. I just have to figure out in terms of running backs and wide receivers where those guys are going to fall. And I'll have that in the, you hit the rankings right now, and you'll see what the finalized list will. And I think I'll have Meany on next week, and we'll break down this tier. Maybe we'll go position by position, try to flesh everything out. But I think that I'm pretty satisfied with this. Thank you for help walking me through this and holding my hand.
I'll hold your hand. We were doing it side by side. We were walking like boyfriend, girlfriend bumping against each other, and they can't walk because they try to put arms around each other.
Oh, that's so nice. Do you dream about this? Would you wear a collared shirt for that date?
I know, because if I'm going on a date with you, I can't live up to your shirt game. So no, I would have to just do a t-shirt.
I mean, I'm sort of the opposite in real life. I wear this on the show. I wear the t-shirts in real life when I'm out. But I'm also married with
so
kids.
You should do. Confuse everybody.
Yeah. Well, when are your rankings dropping?
Draft kit. It's the week of July 12th. I don't know if it's the 12th, 13th, 14th. It's Monday, Tuesday. Like, that's when they come out. Also going to have a lot of customizable if you want to download it and play with you can play with the scoring system too.
Cool. TheAthletic.com. You can follow Jake on Twitter at AllInKid. I told you about the giveaways. Leave a 5-star rating and review with your Twitter handle and email on Apple Podcast to get in that pool of people who could end up being drawn as a winner for some cold, hard cash. But the big thing today, runthesims.com. Use it free right now when you sign up for the next month. You want to get that early bird founders discount. If you use code Mayo, it's going to be $199 for the year for NFL, and it will be $199 for life, like the NWO. So that's probably something you're going to want to get now. Go in right now. Go use all the tools. Go use all the projections. Check out the advanced stat hub. You can even play around with the optimizer and all the props from week 1 last year just to give you a sense of what it's going to look like and how easy it is to use. And when you have your own profile, you can save everything that you want to make sure that it stays there. It's like old school Nintendo. Once you get to a certain level, you want to hit save to make sure you don't need to go back to the beginning. We have that feature built in for you. Again, runthesims.com. Highly recommend you go check it out if you want the most customizable tools and stats. And no one telling you what to do, you get to tell the tools what to do so it accurately reflects what you want to be doing and what you're looking for and what you think is going to happen this season in the NFL. Other than that, smash the like, give me your top 5 in the comment section, and subscribe to Mayo Media Network. Find all previous shows down in the description as well. I'm Pat Mayo. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time.
Mayo Experience! Experience!
All right. Since we're on the topic, let's look at some running back futures, shall we, with DraftKings contributors. Reed T. Fowler back at home. Jeff Ulrich, he never leaves his home. Let me know if the following dudes will go over or under their projected season totals on the DK Sportsbook, dudes. Reed, you're new here. Aaron Jones, 1050 and a half rushing yards. What do we think here? And we don't even know if his quarterback's going to be there.
Yeah, Emerson, I don't know what time it is. I feel like I have traveled everywhere and in between everywhere. But I believe Aaron Jones is still the running back of the Green Bay Packers, and Jamal Williams is no longer a Green Bay Packer. I like this over. I think any way you cut it, if Aaron Rodgers is still there or not, Aaron Jones is just one of these players, and you see what the Packers have done with this contract that they believe wholeheartedly in. I think he's closer to a guy like Alvin Kamara than we expect, right? We've seen huge games out of Aaron Jones. And even last year when he didn't really do that well in terms of the yardage, he could have gotten a lot more. It was really the touchdowns that we saw him over or supersede or over project, right? The touchdowns that he had. But if you look at his last 2 seasons, his attempts per game, the last 3 seasons, it's just under 14. But he's had some huge games in the past. So give me Aaron Jones over. I like this, even though it's over that 4-digit mark.
All right, Jeff, what do you think here, man? Because for me, I feel like it's going to be a little more active in the passing game, but now he's starting to share the rock a little bit with what? A.J. Dillon, Jamal Williams here?
Well, Jamal Williams not on the team anymore, so definitely not going to be sharing it with him. But A.J. Dillon is a good name to bring up.
Nailed it.
Because I am going to take the under here, and there's a couple reasons why. First of all, we have a player here who's only played 16 games once in his 4-year career. Aaron Jones, a little bit slight for a lead running back. He's very explosive. You know, he's put up over 5.5 yards per carry in 3 of his 4 years. So there's no doubt he can get over this number. It's just the way he's been used a little bit more as the Packers is in the passing game. And I feel like with Jamal Williams leaving, his role in the pass game, you're going to see a little bit more Alvin Kamara from Aaron Jones next year. And the reason why is I think that the Green Bay Packers have a true early down bruiser in A.J. Dillon. And I think you're going to see that early next year. I also am just wary of betting on any player like Aaron Jones to hit an over because, again, we have not seen the durability throughout his career. So this one for me, like the player, definitely could go over, but I'm going to take the under here just because there's too many factors that say, you know, either A.J. Dillon comes in or the injuries kick in again and we just don't get there. So give me the under on Aaron Jones.
Okay. Chris Carson, Ulrich, 975.5 rushing yards. Thoughts about this prop here, like over or under? What do you think?
I mean, this one is a pretty easy over for me. I'm not like a huge Chris Carson truther or anything, but like he's been pretty productive, especially last season. I mean, he had his best year in terms of just rushing the ball in terms of efficiency, 4.8 yards per carry. Now, he only played 12 games, but the 2 years before that, 14, 15 games. And look, he hit the over so easily in those 14 and 15 game seasons that with the extra game, the 17th game here for Chris Carson, this total being under 1,000, it's actually a little disrespectful. The main thing with Chris Carson for me is look at this Seattle depth chart. I mean, you've got a guy in Rashad Penny coming back from a knee injury, probably not going to be used in the early down, probably going to be, mixed in gently. And then there's really no one. Carlos Hyde isn't back. This is the Chris Carson show. I really love the over here. This might actually be my favorite over of all the props we've talked about, just in terms of, everything so far. So give me the over on Chris Carson.
Reed, I'm looking at his carries per game here, though, sinking from 18.5 in 2019 to under 12 in 2020. Is there some reason for concern here for you?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at last season, the Seattle Seahawks, the first half of it, they were very pass heavy, right? They were extremely pass heavy. And then you saw them kind of retrace into what the Schottenheimer offense was when he was there, right? Was run first. And they wanted to kind of protect Russell Wilson. But if you take a look, and I'm in agreement with Jeff here, this is an easy over for me. He's a clear-cut number one, even though they have a stable of 1,000 running backs. It's not Travis Homer. It's not any one of these guys who's going to do it. It's Chris Carson. I think, talking about fantasy football as well, I think he's vastly undervalued in this offense. To your point, to Jeff's point, if you take a look at those past seasons, he's had some huge games where he's rushed over 20 attempts, over 100 yards easy. And you think with how this offense is going to play, and the only thing that scares me a little bit is this defense is not great like it was last year. I think a lot of people thought the defense got better in the second half. They just didn't play anybody of any sort of stature. That's the one thing that scares me, is that Seattle might have to pass more than they want to. But in 2018, his last 4 games of the season, he averaged 22.5 attempts and hit the century mark 3 out of 4 times in those games. I know that was 2 years ago, but take a look at what he's done every single year. He is the clear-cut number one. This is an easy over.
AK, Alvin Kamara, 950.5 rushing yards here, Reed. I think the biggest question on a lot of people's mind, how will the retirement of Drew Brees impact this dude's production?
It's not the question. The scorching question isn't Jameis Winston. Is he going to throw for 20 interceptions or not? I don't know. This one's 50-50. Maybe Jeff has a better response to this with Alvin Kamara. Any rushing yard, I feel the same. I feel the way he feels about Aaron Jones with Alvin Kamara. And it's weird to say, right? Because Alvin Kamara is one of the best running backs in the NFL right now. But it's talent and it's rational coaching. How are they going to use Alvin Kamara this year? I would think that because their quarterback situation is a little up in the air, they would use him quite a bit. But Latavius Murray is still there, and I think he is a clear-cut guy who can be between the tackles. He's done it before. A.J. Dillon, still not proven yet, even though we see what he can do when he gets the rock. I just don't know with Kamara. The only thing that the only reason that I would like to go over in this is that we've seen huge, massive ceiling games from Alvin Kamara where he gets 155 yards, 6 touchdowns. He has those games in him. It's just look what he did with Taysom Hill when Taysom Hill started those 4 games, right? He just didn't do anything. And we know Jameis, he is a turnover monster. And so do the Saints have to be playing catch up in those games? So I'm going to go under here.
Jeff, how cautious are you here when it comes to taking the over just because of so many unknowns on this offense?
Oh, yeah. No, I want nothing to do with the over in this one, quite frankly. I'm almost as confident in the under here as I was on the over for Chris Carson. I mean, this is a player in Alvin Kamara. He's never taken 200 carries in his career. He's never rushed for over 950 yards in his career. Some of these things might actually sound a little bit surprising to people, but this is a player who's been primarily used as a receiver. Now, look, his yards per carry average is great. He's an efficient runner. Like Reed said, he's capable of those explosive games. We had one 100-yard rushing game last year, and it came, in the final game of the year. And Reed mentioned it right off the top. This is why I really am not interested in this. Taysom Hill, I think, has a very good shot to start a lot of games for the Saints. And, we saw when Taysom Hill was in there, it was Taysom Hill running the ball. Alvin Kamara failed to break, 60 yards in most of those games. It's just not a quarterback that I would want connected with Alvin Kamara for his rushing totals, quite frankly. So great player, but probably going to still be used more as a pass catcher. And quite frankly, I think this whole Saints offense could take a step back, which again, there's just nothing here for me that gets me super bullish on Alvin Kamara. Also a player I'm a little bit wary of for fantasy. So this one's an under for me.
Yeah. Speaking of that last one here in this segment, guys, Damian Harris, considered a sleeper maybe coming into the season for the Patriots, but when we're talking sportsbook, over under 800.5 rushing yards. How do you feel about this one, Jeff?
Yeah, this is definitely one I would be interested in the over here. I really feel like Damian Harris is in a spot where, a 1,000-yard season here is something to consider. Now, the only thing that really is in his way, I think, is the depth chart. But, Sony Michel preseason, I think we saw last year that Damian Harris is the more superior runner. And I think the Patriots at this point in year 3 of Damian Harris realize this as well. And regardless of what they do with Sony Michel, I think that Damian Harris is going to get the carries. This is a player put up 691 yards in 10 games started last year. And it's not like he was taking a ton of carries in those games. He averaged 5 yards per carry. If you watch the Patriots and Damian Harris rush the ball, and I know a lot of people probably didn't see a lot of them last year, you saw a very efficient runner, a guy who's capable of big plays as well. Yeah, this total is really juicy for the over, in my opinion. I think this is a player who is durable. He was durable at Alabama, and I think he's the superior runner on the Patriots. I think he's going to get his shot. I think you could see him hit this over by week 12 this year.
That over looking pretty juicy to you, Reed.
Not really. I'll give the other side of it because I agree. Damian Harris could be a sleeper, and the stats that Jeff laid out are nice. But look, it's 47 yards per game if he starts every single game, right? That's not a ton of yards. But we know this is Bill Belichick. This is the Patriots offense, and a lot of things are different over the previous 20 years to the next, right? The next 5 or 10. But when you talk about running back anything with the Patriots, it scares me. You just have to take a pause. Damian Harris had his chance when Sony Michel got hurt last year, right? And he didn't really he is clear cut, most talented back right now on that team in that position, but he didn't really do much to be oh yeah, this is going to be a smash spot for Damian Harris. He went over 16 touches only twice last season, right? So to Jeff's point, yes, his yards per carry were great, but we just don't know what Bill Belichick's going to do. I would say, though, 800.5 is not that much, right? Over a 17-game season, that could easily be hit, like Jeff mentioned. But it's the Patriots, it's Bill Belichick, it's a running back, so I'm a little scared.
Yeah, but considering, if Cam Newton's under center, you got to figure this team is just going to remain a run-heavy offense, right?
Yeah, exactly. And again, right, the 2 tight end set, we haven't seen what the Patriots now with what Bill Belichick has wanted to do over the last decade is get the 2 tight end set, play strong defense, and run the ball, right? That's what he wants to do, control the ball. And if that's the case, and it is Damian Harris, then yeah. But again, we've seen this time and time again where we project and we know rational coaching says that he is the best back. But Bill Belichick, what makes him great is he takes that and he switches. And on top of that, the Patriots did draft a running back and Stevenson in the 4th round, right? That's where the Bill Belichick gets the guys that he wants to play, is in those mid rounds. And so that's the other thing that scares me too, is if you were so confident in Harris, why draft a guy like Stevenson if you weren't going to use a RBBC on some level?
Yep. All right, guys. I will see you two coming up here for some British Open, high or low. We'll look at some sportsbook odds there. Another golfer just dropped out, a former champ as well. So let's gossip about it after we dish on some large men who can hit home runs. Back here on the Sweat, everybody, with some very important information ahead of tonight's Home Run Derby free-to-play pool. So check out the DK Sportsbook for the free-to-play $25,000 T-Mobile Home Run Derby pool. Just answer 8 questions, including who will win the Home Run Derby and how far will Shohei Ohtani advance, to give yourself a shot at $25,000 in prizes, including $1,000 to first place. Absolutely free. Enter, answer the questions. Who knows? Maybe you win some cash. Good for you if you do. Now I have some questions, and DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Paul Bruno will do their best to answer them. So let's start with the favorite here, Shohei Ohtani plus 260. Is he the one to beat? Yay or nay, Kenny?
Yeah, I do. I think that Shohei Ohtani could have a magical moment tonight. And I think that when you look at the numbers here, you know, Statcast did a pretty good piece. You know, the most or the highest average exit velocity on home runs, the person who's led in the first half has made it to the finals all 5 years in the Statcast era, and 3 of those wound up winning the Home Run Derby. So I think that Shohei Ohtani hits the ball very hard. He will be able to pull the ball out to right field. You want to hit to the corners at Coors Field. You don't want to be someone that is known to, you know, hit near dead straightaway center. And I think that his, you know, the average launch angle is there. The average exit velocity on his home runs is there. And he could have some sort of Josh Hamilton-like, you know, magical moment here as he continues to just ascend up the ranks in baseball and really just transcend all thought.
Well, Paul, how much can you trust this guy, considering the top seed hasn't advanced to the finals since 2015, the Derby?
For me, it's in addition to what Kenny said, it's all about the repeatable nature of his swing. There's some other guys in this in the brackets that have very violent swings. We'll get to them a little bit later. But for me, Ohtani's is a very repeatable swing. It reminds me of Ken Griffey, Carlos Delgado, 2 of the sweetest swings that I've ever seen in my time around Major League Baseball. Shohei Ohtani's in that class, and it's a very small one. And I think he stands out in this group because of that and has the greatest chance to go forward for that reason.
If it wasn't Ohtani, all right, like who would be your pick to win? Like, who do you think his biggest competition is, Paul?
Well, I'm looking at a couple of charts that show no doubters as a percentage of total home runs. And among the contenders tonight, Pete Alonso, it tops the list with 12 no doubters among his 17-round trippers so far. That makes him the highest percentage of anybody in this contest, Ohtani included. He's won this event before, and that is something that I factor in as well. If this guy gets into a groove, look out for him. I think he could be another guy that surprises tonight.
Yeah, Kenny, I feel like picking Alonso over Ohtani on that left side of the bracket, it's a risk, but the 2019 home run derby champion. He's the defending champion here after no derby last year. I feel like he could really challenge Ohtani. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. He's not even going to make it out of the first round. The guy who I think is one of the guys I'm looking at here is Salvador Perez, a guy who has a higher average exit velocity than Pete Alonso does, and a guy that has been shortchanged by the parks that he's played at. You know, StatCast says that he has 6 fewer home runs than actually expected. He is second in baseball in expected home runs with over 26, and he does play in one of the best pitchers' parks in Kansas City. The guy hits the ball very hard, a hard hit rate near 50%. And look, of course, he doesn't get this. Maybe Pete Alonso gets tougher pitches to hit than Salvador Perez, but the stakes are obviously going to be higher, and the playing field will be leveled in the altitude with, 60-mile-an-hour cheese coming down the middle. But I do think that Salvador Perez has shown that he can hit the ball very hard. He has hit he probably should have hit more home runs, and plus 1,000 odds here really don't give him the fair chance that I think he has to win this whole thing. He might not be the top competitor to Ohtani, but you got to take this value considering how well this guy has struck the ball. If he played at Coors Field, this guy might, be pushing towards the lead in the league in home runs.
Well, when Joey Gallo hits home runs, like he launches them. And at Coors Field, one of the props you can get here, Kenny, is who will hit the longest home run. Gallo is the front runner here, plus 350. Is he your choice?
He is. Yeah. Look, I mean, you look at the top 2 guys, you got Gallo at plus 350, Ohtani at plus 400. Gallo has a 490-foot home run to his name. It did come in 2017. Ohtani, the longest he's ever hit one, is 470. I know we're like, only 470, right? But when we're talking about a guy that, maybe with the balls not stored in the humidor and the altitude, a guy that could maybe hit the longest home run of the night, maybe go over 520, I think that's got to be Joey Gallo. I would take Joey Gallo to hit the longest home run. If I had to take anybody in baseball, I would probably pass up Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton and pick Joey Gallo. This guy absolutely crushes baseballs, and he's going to crush one deep into the Colorado night here. I think that he's going to definitely get the longest home run of the night. He's a favorite for a reason.
Yep. The number 2 seed too. A lot of people think he's in a favorable situation to kind of advance through this bracket. But Paul, him hitting the longest home run here, what do you think?
I'm with Kenny on this, and it comes down to what I mentioned earlier. It's the violence in his swing. You think about the big hitters in golf, guys. They're not the most accurate, but they can sure launch them when everything goes right. And for me, Gallo's the strongest guy in this field. And if everything is in sync on 1 or 2 swings, he's going to be the one that puts it out of sight further than anybody else tonight. In my opinion, it's a lock.
What about over or under for longest home run? Is that right? 519 and a half feet. Is that reachable? There's no way that's reachable, Paul.
I'm going to say it is because of a couple of factors, guys. The air and altitude, of course, in Coors is clearly an issue. But I've heard, and you guys can confirm or deny this, but they're going to use different balls tonight, and likely ones conducive to traveling a bit further than the balls used in the 2021 regular season. So I see at least 1 or 2 of them going to go over that mark, and it grew by 9 feet overnight. It was 510 yesterday, and it's 519 today. So keep an eye on that line.
Yeah. It's interesting, Kenny, too, because I'm looking at it here. So during the StatCast era since 2015, there has been just one 500-foot home run launched at Coors Field. That came off the bat of Giancarlo Stanton in 2016. It went 504 feet. But I don't know if what Paul's saying true. If those reports are true, they're going to slide some new balls in there. Maybe this is something that can be hit tonight.
Yeah, I think Trevor Story also hit one 505 once. But look, I mean, it's a ridiculous number. It's ridiculous, and I think this opened around 503.5 feet, and with the humidor news, the ball's not being stored in the humidor, this line has just jumped way up. I'm sorry, but I can't take this. Yeah. And when you think about the home run derby, it is a contest where you're going to get some long home runs, but as the derby wears on, you're going to get guys swinging a little easier. I don't think that, especially in the altitude, this could be a different home run derby where, considering, how easily balls fly out, you could see guys just try to go for launch angle. Like a guy like Matt Olson could really do well here. I don't think we're going to see guys try to mash the ball. And I know that like they want to break the record or whatever with the longest home run. Mark McGuire, when they had the home run derby at the last time in Denver, his longest home run, I think, was 500 feet. So
it was 510.
You want to talk about
510
juice
in
balls?
1998.
Yeah, 510, right. You want to talk about juice balls? There's juice something else going on there, and he still didn't get there. So, look, I don't know. I think this is ridiculous. I think I'd take the under. Maybe at like 505 short. The 520-foot home run is very improbable.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And this season alone, longest homer at Coors Field, that was hit by Ryan McMahon. It traveled 478 feet. Finally, Kenny, just your overall favorite home run derby bet. There are multiple options to choose from on the DK Sportsbook.
Yeah, so I really liked parlaying it to be a left-handed batter and it to be a batter from the American League. It was minus 155 this morning on a left-handed batter. It's now to minus 180. The AL minus 195. But I really think that Ohtani has a very good chance here. And if not Ohtani, you get Gallo and you get Matt Olson as well. A guy, as Ball said, very repeatable swing. A guy that has a high launch angle. A guy could launch him into the night. I definitely think that if you can get those three guys, those are like my favorite options. And you could parlay that. It was plus 150. Now it's plus 135, plus 137. Those are still pretty good odds. I do that.
Okay, Paul, how about you? Favorite home run derby bet?
I got to ask Kenny how he saw all of my notes. I'm in sync with him all the way along the board. Ohtani wins it all, but Alonso and Olsen are my second and third picks in this thing.
Love it. You guys are fantastic. You two are free to go. So from one man who plays blades, that's Kenny, to a bunch of men who play blades, we're going to take a sportsbook look at the British Open coming up next. Wow. All right. Cody on the ones and twos behind the scene, not messing around, just punching us right up. Let's go. Let's talk about the British Open. We don't have a whole lot of time here. DraftKings contributors Reed T. Fowler and Jeff Ulrich are back. So PGA Tour, high or low, are these starting odds for the British Open too high, so too long, or too low, which we're talking too short? Let's go John Rahm, plus 800, the favorite right now. Reed T. Fowler, these odds too long or too short?
I mean, too low just because John Rahm is solid, right? But at the same time, when you take a look at some of the trends, and I know Ulrich's a big trend guy, read the cheat sheet because we got a lot of trends there from him. But he doesn't meet those trends, right? And I think Rahm is fantastic. He's coming off a major win, but there's a lot of guys that I want to take, and I'm never going to take someone this short.
How about you, Ulrich?
Yeah.
Big trend guy?
I mean, yeah, that's me. But this is like the last major championship I would take a favorite at. And, that was probably the U.S. Open, which really fits to a certain skill set. The Open is crazy. It's weird weather. It's crazy holes with pop bunkers where bad bounces can get you into double bogeys, even if you hit a good shot. This just isn't the spot to take a guy under plus 1,000. John Rahm is a deserving favorite. He's the best player in the world right now by far. This number is just too short, though, for this event.
You know what I love though about Royal St. George's is you get some unlikely winners here, in the past. I never know. What do you have? Darren Clark, 2011. Ben Curtis. Anyone remember him in 2003?
Oh,
yeah. Speaking of that, I teased it earlier in the show. Zach Johnson has decided to withdraw from the tournament. I think he tested positive for COVID-19. So now there's been 15 golfers. 15 golfers who have dropped out of this event. I know Reed and I, we talked about it. Probably a lot of them don't want to deal with all the traveling factors and testing and all of that stuff. But Brooks Koepka is in the field, Reed. Plus 1850. Too long, too short.
I mean, this is Brooks at a major, right? It's too high. If it's in like this range, like you want to hammer it. I mean, even though like back in other majors, he was a lot higher than this at the Waste Management. He was like plus 5,000. This is Brooks Koepka. I mean, look at what he's done at major tournaments. Just his last 2 major tournaments. Like this guy needs no explanation on why he should be one of the favorites on your betting card. You take a look at what he's done just at this tournament specifically, and this is a guy that could win this, right? I mean, it comes down to approach shots, and he's been great over the last handful of tournaments. It comes down to putting and short game, and in a major tournament, there's few that are better than him right now. So give me Brooks. Yeah, this is too high.
Yeah, Jeff, you got to figure like his recovering knee is better than it was 2 months ago when he was able to finish runner-up at the PGA.
Yeah, and really like the walk this week. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I mean, if he was able to get around Kiowa and the tough U.S. Open course, I mean, the walk around the links isn't going to be that bad for him. This is a player who's finished T10 or better in 3 of his last 4 Open Championship appearances. He can play the links for sure. I agree with Reed pretty much is what we're saying. I think plus 1850, whatever he's at right now, in the high teens, I think that's a really good price. I think you're getting a bit of a discount, so to speak, over his U.S. Open price. And at Brooks Koepka at a major, it's kind of automatic when he gets to this range. And he's healthy, and he is right now. So,
Jeff, let's go to his best friend. Let's go to Bryson DeChambeau, plus 3,500. He's feeling good. He's coming off a massive, massive victory over Phil Mickelson and Tom Brady in the match.
Yeah, I mean, just a huge, huge W there. Look, Bryson is like the opposite of Brooks in terms of his major championship performances. He's certainly figured out the U.S. Open. He hasn't really figured out the other events. His best finish in an Open is T51. I just don't really want to take a guy who doesn't have that much Open experience, who really isn't in the best form. I mean, he kind of got outplayed by Aaron Rodgers in that event, if we're being honest. But Bryson, I know these odds are massive. You can certainly sprinkle on him because they're so big, and we're not going to see Bryson at this number very often over his career. But for this event and this venue specifically, it's just not for me.
Yeah, Reed, remember that back 944 at the U.S. Open? Then he just missed the cut. Just missed the cut at the Rocket Mortgage.
Yeah, and then he fired his caddy, right? So he's got a new looper on the bag.
Or did his caddy quit?
What's the case? Same difference.
Potato.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's too high for him, but it's too low for the Open Championship for him, right? Like Jeff mentioned, you want experience here, and it's not necessarily hitting a ton. Even though some trends say that the longer hitters have done well at Open Championships, that's not going to be the case here. Like, you need to put it in the right spot. It's an approach game, and if he's in that fescue, even though he's got a very steep and strong swing, it takes much more than that. So I think this is too low for the Open Championship for him, even though it's Bryson. He's one of the best in the world.
All right, we got 1 minute to go. We're going to squeeze him in. Tony Finau plus 4,500. Go ahead, Reed.
I mean, there's few things that are automatic, Jeff. Death, taxes, betting Louis this season, absolutely, and Finau at the Open. No, I'm just kidding. The Open Champion. Yeah, I know. Finish second. Look, I mean, Finau's had a great record in the Open Championship, right? So again, this is a tournament that you can see him win. The past average odds of the winning players over the last handful of years has been around plus 7,000. And I know Finau's not there, but this is a type of tournament that he can win. Now, we know that distance is his big thing and putting isn't his big thing, but he's done well at this course. So I like it. I think this is too high for him, even though he hasn't won. It's Tony Finau. Come on, guys.
Mm-hmm. Jeff, you have 5 seconds. I'm not kidding.
I don't mind it at all. I actually like this price. I think you're getting good odds on Tony Finau this week. Like Reed said, he's a good Open player. Absolutely.
Amazing. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching The Sweat. We love you. We appreciate you. We're back tomorrow at 11 o'clock. First sim of the day coming up at high noon.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a fun Monday edition of The Slate for the NBA Finals. We are pumped. We are finally having a good series. Julian, welcome to the party. It's been a minute since I've done a show with you, so.
Yeah, man. I mean, a good series, but all like double-digit wins, right? We still haven't had a good down-to-the-wire game, but
yeah,
2-1 Bucks. Heavy favorites in game 4, so we're getting somewhere.
What do you make of Drew Holiday finally showing up and nailing all those threes in that quarter? I think he had like 4 or 5 in that one quarter.
I can't believe that. I don't even know off the top of my head what the total closed on DK Sportsbook, but that was like a 221, 220 type of number. That game was, before I talk about Holiday, was destined. First half under hit, and then they hit every shot in the third quarter. Not just Holiday, everybody. That game was a lock to go over and pushed or slightly stayed under, depending on the number that you had. A good game for Holiday. He should have played better at home. He did. Middleton wasn't quite as involved maybe as you would think offensively. So I kind of think the next game's a Middleton game, and potentially fade Holiday, maybe whether it's on the showdown slate, on his 3-way prop, or just on the points. I don't think that he's going to string 2 games together like that because he hasn't done it all postseason, even playing at home.
Yeah, that's true. The only 2 games that he really put it together were the 2 games that Giannis missed. And
right.
That wasn't even like remarkable performances. That was a one huge game by Middleton and just hey, we got by with Drew Holiday type of game.
Yeah, I mean, Holiday hasn't been great. He wasn't great game 7 against Brooklyn. He just hit some big shots late. So
that's true.
I haven't seen anything from Holiday that makes me think that one good game should have us jumping on him for game 4 at all. So
do you feel that the crowd will likely go in that direction due to the recent performance and how bad Devin Booker played that game? Maybe say, hey, they're at home again, and I feel like there's something to be had here with the Suns to make it. There's some leverage here. There's only so many options that are playing minutes in this game. We saw Frank the Tank get unleashed yesterday. That was due to the blowout. They didn't want to waste Ayton. So Frank Kaminsky at $1,000 was actually a viable value play, but now he got bumped up from that too. And I don't see him being as an option. So who do you leave off? Who do you play for ownership? Who do you have to? I mean, Giannis is a lock, and everyone's using him in the captain spot to get those 100 fantasy points. But like, there has to be a change, adjustment that the Suns make.
Yeah, the thing is, this is when, later in the series, just like we saw, and it has something to do with people getting hurt. But like, there are a couple injuries in this series. Later in these series, as they've gone on, we see rotations tighten up, which makes showdown slates even harder. Yep. So let's scroll down on those salaries that you got there. It looks like, I mean, if Torrey Craig was out, then you could start looking at a guy like Abdel Nader, but Craig played through that injury. So like,
he didn't play particularly well, but he did get 15 minutes.
But right, he got the minutes. He just missed all his shots. He's out there to defend, and he misses his shots. That's the way it happens. So like,
I mean, that was that kind of deflection that he had on Bobby Portis, and him kind of started a mini little scuffle there. Was like, that's his whole point of being out there, is to mix it up.
Right. So I don't know if I can bring myself to play anybody cheaper than Jeff Teague or Bryn Forbes. Kaminsky was in there, but like you said, that seemed kind of, I don't think he's going to get that many minutes again.
He did play in the first half, though, right? So that's the biggest thing that I noticed. He didn't play at all in the first half of in game 2, and which was pretty much a blowout too, in a sense. And then game 3, he actually played early enough where I was like, oh, okay, this guy's going to be here.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Let's look at that game log for Kaminsky. What did he do last game? And how many of these minutes? Right. So, man, no DraftKings points in the first 2 games of the series. How do you trust that guy who just puts up those points in a blowout? For me, I don't know if I can go cheaper than Forbes, because he's the guy, like, when Milwaukee adjusts, and they should have to adjust, the numbers aren't there, but like he should be getting some minutes with Lopez off the floor. Now Connaughton, they prefer Connaughton, who's a little more expensive, but you get the numbers, but he's twice as expensive. It's a tough call. And it means that you have to bench some studs.
So who is your favorite stud? You're thinking Holiday likely we can move off of. Have to play Giannis in here.
I would probably sit Holiday and Booker and Middleton.
You would get off Middleton, Booker, and Holiday?
Probably, yeah. And I probably wouldn't play Kaminsky.
Oh well, yeah. That was just me looking at it from earlier. I was like, what is going on?
So,
this guy's salary already moved up.
All right. So
do you like Ayton in the captain spot? I feel like there's going to be a lot of sleeper potential here because people are going to look at that game log, may have not watched that game, and see that
play more.
He's been playing like 40 minutes in games that were important, and there's going to be an adjustment here. And he's the only person that has enough length to stay with Giannis. And maybe Monty comes to Ayton and says, "Don't worry about offense, just go shut down Giannis down." Maybe that's what they do here.
I mean, the Suns probably can't tell anybody to shut Giannis down. They probably have to start doubling more and see what that does, which has me like the way Giannis is dominating this series. I'm looking at his points, rebounds, assists over on the sportsbook side for that next game, depending on what kind of adjustments Phoenix makes, which obviously we can't bet it live. One day, the future of betting, live player props, we'll get them. So yeah, the 52.5, that seems pretty fair to me. It hasn't really spiked. So yeah, let's that's the bet I have my eye on for game 4. But if you go back to that showdown slate, let's see what happens if we put like Connaughton and Cam Johnson in there. Just in the lineup overall. You don't have to captain them, but
so 10,000 up top if you wanted it, maybe one of these guys, and then
Captain Ayton.
Let's go with Captain Ayton. So that leaves you with options here for Bridges,
Crowder
Crowder
in there, yeah. So there's stuff you can do. You just have to, you're fading 3 big time players in Holiday, Booker, and Middleton.
I don't know how comfortable I feel about that. Maybe everyone is likely going to build around Giannis after his 2 big games, right? That's kind of the expected play here. And if you look at that, then you set up here where this is not too bad either. If you go with this kind of lineup.
You're getting a bench player there instead of a starter, I would say, is my only thing. Best switching the captains, but
Portis at home is not terrible. Like that.
Portis at home definitely has a role.
Yeah. And if you maybe look in another direction off of Cam Johnson, because this guy's just been, you could see if he doesn't hit his threes, he's not really going to go off, but he was able to take multiple. I mean, 1 for 5 in the last game.
Right. I'm saying he missed his threes and he had his best fantasy game of the series.
Yeah. Because there's
something there. I think the 30 minutes, I mean, he played hard. He played well. I think that's, I mean, and forget the Torrey Craig minutes. I get that the defense is important, but
after that poster, I mean, after that poster in that game, putting PJ Tucker on one, like that's got to have some confidence from your coach, and especially on the shortened rotation, injured guys.
Yeah, I think Cam Johnson's going to be a guy that as these rotations are cut, he's going to play more and more.
So if we move Pat Connaughton here and go Giannis, and you have a choice of Bridges and the captain, I don't know how I totally feel about that. So it's probably going to be looking at Ayton and the captain and then kind of deciding from there, do you want to play Bridges? Do you want to play Crowder? Maybe they make an adjustment and look in a different direction. But I think a lot of lineups are going to play Giannis and the captain still too.
For sure. And that means that they're probably going to be punting on somebody like Kaminsky.
Yeah. Before we get into it any further, if you have any questions on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, wherever you are at, come get some questions. We will answer them for game or being played on Wednesday. Not soon, Wednesday. Wednesday, Saturday, Tuesday, Thursday. That's the remainder.
We have more than 48 hours to talk about this game.
Man, more than 48 hours to talk about a game that feels like Booker has to, I think Booker has to like do something to redeem himself after that. I mean, 10 points?
Well, and he didn't play. That was the interesting thing. And they were talking about it on the broadcast. Like they just benched Booker. He wasn't playing well. They weren't going to win that game, but other stars were on the floor and they were trying. So
yeah,
I don't know. I assume he responds and has a pretty good game, but he hasn't been hitting his shots, and he hasn't been hitting his shots for a while now. Like pretty much since he broke his nose, he hasn't been hitting his shots with or without a mask. So,
I mean, 12 for 25 in game 2. 12 for 25 in game 2. I thought that was
but like, I don't know. Now, coming off 29 minutes on Sunday, and he played before that on Thursday, and now he's going to play on Wednesday. So he's going to go from Thursday to Wednesday with 29 minutes on his legs.
Yeah.
So if there's a game you should be ready for, this is it.
This is it. Yeah. This is the big one. Game 4 will swing the series.
Yeah, how do you feel? I'm hosting now. How do you feel about a side in this one? I'm making you answer a question.
Let's go.
The Bucks felt like the right side in that one. Scott Foster, Chris Paul's arch nemesis.
Yep, exactly.
But adjustments will be made by the better coach. Phoenix has the deeper, better shooting team. Perception has kind of been, to go with these home teams, but I think this is a spot you could maybe zag a little bit and go the other way, go with the road team.
I like Suns plus 4.5. I mean, there has to be a game where we get a close competition. And I know I messaged you about it. I was like, hey, I feel like this one might go down to the wire. We'll see. But
I didn't take my own advice. I didn't bet the Bucks in that one.
Yeah. It was a tough spot. They had to win. It was a scenario where they had to win. If they were going to go down 3-0, this series was going to be over. The Suns in 4 chance would have been way too loud to calm down. But you know what's interesting? In game 3, Giannis, it was a Scott Foster game, but Giannis had more free throws himself than the entire Suns team, and he hit 13 of them. So
I don't. The free throw shooting improvement is great. I think it's a combination of being at home and mostly being at home, but also just shooting the ball. Like he gets it and shoots it quicker. Once he gets past 10 seconds, like he looks off it. So I think that makes it easier and was a bigger part of it. But yeah, him getting to the rim, like that's the adjustment I'm most curious to see for game 4, because I'm looking for reasons not to bet that Giannis prop over, because he's been so dominant and he's just been finishing at the rim, and that's 2 games in a row. So he can pass out of the doubles. He has the assists. The rebounds are going to be there with the minutes. He just always gets 13, 14, 15 rebounds. And the scoring in the paint's been dominant. Putting him on the free throw line, making his free throws at home, gives you a better chance at hitting this prop. So that's what I have circled for Wednesday when I get around to a best bets article. But maybe Suns for the side.
I like the Suns for the side. I do like the Suns for the side. I think it makes a lot of sense, and we need a competitive game. I mean, there's no rule saying that we have to have a competitive game. It's just there could be each team that just says, hey, we're going to put the pedal to the metal at home, and there's no rule that says it has to be close, but 4.5 seems for a game that is really important to be a toss-up.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's a toss-up. The spreads in this series are interesting, but they're all like situational. But like in theory, you talk about like 2.5, 3 points home court. The Suns were the Giannis situation messed it up a little bit. They got up to like -7, but when Giannis was ruled in, it was -4.5, 5. So you're -4.5, 5. You get to game 2, you're -4.5. You get to game 3, 9-point swing. Bucks are now -4.5. So the home team is going to be a 4.5-point favorite in all these games. That's pretty crazy. That's not something that we've really seen before. Like the Suns against the Clippers were 6.5, 5.5-point favorites at home, I think. Maybe some fives in there. But then it was like pick'ems when they were on the road. So this is different. This is saying home court is just everything, which makes you think, I saw an odds boost today on plus money for this to go 7 games. It's kind of the narrative, or you could take Suns in 7. Not that I necessarily think that's the way. I think the Suns can get this done sooner. But what the spreads indicate is that the home team has a huge advantage, and this could stretch 7.
Yep. I do like that call. But right now, it all comes down to game 4.
I mean, it's a must-win for the Bucks, that's kind of what I'm talking about situationally, why the spread is the spread. Like, it's a must-win for the Bucks. That's why the number is the number. Phoenix can afford to lose it. If they win it, they're in much better position going home for a closeout game 5, just like they did against the Clippers, and they blew that one and won it on the road in
true that.
I mean, I think the Suns will come prepared for game 4, though.
Yeah. Let's look a little bit more to the showdown. Is there any interest in picking up Mikal Bridges, or his salary too inflated? Jay Crowder, he's been stepping up, been consistently playing well. He was kind of shaking it a little bit in that Clipper series, but now he seems to have found himself here against the Bucks. He knows what his job is. Go shut down Giannis, or try to, and then hit the 3 ball. 6 of 7 in that game yesterday. Pretty incredible for a guy that I wouldn't call like a knockdown shooter, but when it gets to the playoffs, he's going to hit the open 3.
Yeah, I mean, well, he did one of the 2 things. He didn't shut down Giannis at all or slow him, but he made his 3s, 6 of 7. I think that's just a little bit of, it evens out. He was 0 of 8 from the field in game 1, so he made some shots.
And Giannis was maybe a little slowed down in that game after being the first game back from his injury.
Right. So he shot 4 of 8 in game 2. It's going to come back to the middle. He's going to, shoot a decent percentage on these shots. I think Crowder, you can count on the minutes to be there because they need him defensively. And he's been pretty good these last 2 games hitting 3. So I think that you can count on him. I think that you can count on, Bridges didn't play well. He's a guy on the road, maybe. He's a guy that I want to play more at home than on the road.
Right.
Which maybe you want to get Cam. Maybe that leads to more Cam Johnson minutes. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Cam Johnson at 3,800 just really stands out as a viable option that can get you 20 fantasy points. If he's hitting his 3s, there's a chance here for him to get to 30.
And let me see that Brook Lopez game log real quick.
Yep.
So, so he had 11 points. So he now has gone under in 2 consecutive games for his point prop. Hasn't played more than 28 minutes in a game this series. Went back down to 21 minutes. His role just isn't there. So the unders on Lopez are still something I'm looking to play. Bad beat on it in game 1, like playing 23 minutes and going 3 of 5 from downtown to lose. That hurt. Since it's been a win, so his point under, what is that at right now? Has it crept down at all?
Let's check it out. Player props, points total, nice and not available.
Hold on.
Nope. We are in the wrong environment.
I was
Love
gonna
to
say. Well, it's not listed in any of our states, it looks like.
Okay.
All right, so we got to wait for that one. They're catching on. But anything in, anything at like, it was 15 and a half to begin the series. Giannis gets ruled in, it's 13 and a half. Anything 12 and a half, I would go under on that, which is exactly his average. So that's a feasible number for it to be set at.
Yep. But you don't like him. I don't understand. I mean, it's just that the fact that Giannis is playing more 5 here and they need, like, Bobby Portis was playing the 4 and they subbed in for him a couple of times. Giannis subbed in for Bobby Portis once or twice, but what's this situation with Brook Lopez, like, not getting the minutes considering, say what?
Spacing.
Yeah, but he's not getting the minutes, and he has the size to defend Ayton too, and then bring Ayton out. So that's what's kind of shocking to me is he has the two things that you need for Ayton: is size inside and to pull him away from the basket.
Yeah, I think it's just still from game one, the pick and roll defense switching onto Paul and Booker is what's going to keep him off the floor. And then you want Bryn Forbes and Pat Connaughton taking those shots over Lopez from the corner anyway.
Yeah,
as improved as Lopez is as a shooter.
Yeah, he's not a yes, he's known as a big man shooter, but he's not like if you put Bryn Forbes and Brook Lopez head to head in a shooting contest, Bryn Forbes probably winning that.
Yes, he is. All right, we got anything else on this game?
Not really. I mean, I was looking at some series scores, but do any of these stand out to you? It's this game 4 is where it's going to make a big difference, but all I can say is that I'm feeling a rebound from Phoenix, and I believe we're going to finally have a close game.
A close game would be nice. I'm flipping through, like, yeah, most of the value on like futures stuff is gone. NBA draft stuff, not ready to talk about that. Who's winning the home run derby?
Bring it. Tell the people why you like Joey Gallo.
I just asked you who's winning.
I'm picking, because I read Garian's article, that's why I brought up Joey Gallo. So I'm gonna roll with Joey Gallo.
Joey Gallo is a very hot choice. I got a good number early on Ohtani, so I'm on Ohtani plus 375, but
okay,
can't bet him now. So yeah, I'm on Ohtani. I like let's see.
Got the derby pulled up here. Let's see. Ohtani, Gallo, Alonso, Olsen, Soto, Story, Mancini, and Perez.
Yeah. This is boring. I'm not picking a winner at those numbers. I don't like those numbers. Too late. Here's what you take.
How early? Wait. Before we jump into that, how early did you get the numbers? We need to tell the people how early they have to or should be looking for things like this.
I bet Ohtani plus 375 on Friday.
Okay.
Here we are. So, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
But that's not even like a analysis. Like Gallo has just as good a chance of winning. I just took a good number. It's his weekend. It's going to be over. It's not even the weekend, but it's Ohtani's all-star break to showcase himself. So we'll see. There are some bets though on DK Sportsbook. Real quick before we go,
tell the people.
Obviously, we're running pretty low on NBA, so we'll do a home run. Turn this into a home run derby show.
Let's go. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch some baseball for the first time all year.
We're going to eat Stephen Garian's dinner right in front of them, right in their faces.
Go.
Over 519 and a half feet, longest home run. The longest home run in home run derby history is 513 feet. Not players, just the overall longest hit home run. In the derby props.
Where are we at?
I'm looking.
Yep.
I look
518 and a half. Length of longest home run.
Oh, all right. There you go. So I like that. At Coors, obviously.
Yeah.
Winner. You can bet the righty or lefty for the winner. I don't know where you are right now, but in the beautiful state of New Jersey, you can bet which hand. And minus 195 lefty gets you Otani, gets you Gallo, gets you Matt Olson, gets you Soto. That's a pretty good side to be on.
Okay.
I've
obviously,
and then the other one getting juiced up even more is just league of winning player. The AL is all the way up to minus 225. It was minus 195 earlier. I mean, you got to throw Soto out there, but that gets you Otani, Gallo, Olson, Mancini, and Perez. But you get, 3 of the top 4 there and the top 2.
Pete Alonso to win, boosted to plus 650. We have our homie coming in, producer Andrew dropping it in for us.
Okay, so here's the last. I gave out a few props there that I think are cool. Here's
Okay, I brought it up here. We got a different one now. Different site experience. We brought it in. Here we go. All right.
Click on odds boosts.
All right.
Or, yeah, I mean, you see them now, those ones that I've shown before. MLB.
Yes, I know how to use the sports book.
Okay. Oh, man, is Steve Buchanan's odds boost down again? I was going to give him a little
Steve
boost.
Buchanan's odds boost is down. It looks surely down.
All right. Well, if it comes back up, and it has been up, it is down. It was up. If it comes back up, over 240 home runs at plus 420 is one of the most ridiculous boosts ever and should be acted upon.
Okay.
The total is 255 and a half.
Take it then. If only we could, right?
I can't, but you watching should if you're in a state that allows it.
Yes. All right. Well, any of these extra ones we have here that you mentioned, the righty lefty one, minus 195, League of Winner, going to American League, minus 225. So you love the chalk.
I love the chalk there, yes.
And total home runs set at 250. And what is Bukes'
250. Okay, it's down a little.
And Bukes' number is
over
what?
240 at plus 420.
So please, people, go and take this odds boost when it comes back up. I'm sure
I think
Steve will tweet it one more time.
I think this is the second time it's been up, so hopefully it comes back up a third.
All right. We will be back with it. Coming up next, we're moving on to the Madden. Titans at Texans. But there's something special coming on at 9 o'clock. Home Run Derby watch along with the Bukes himself. He will be live with Koff and Glash. I cannot believe that all 3 of those are going to be in the same Zoom call, but wow. Home Run
Sounds
Derby
like a
watch
horrible
along.
place.
Hey, man, you want to watch Ding Dong Johnson's? Come watch him with Bukes. That's what Tim calls him, right?
Who's on it? I wasn't even listening. Steve, Coffin, and Glash?
Yeah, Steve, Koff, and Glash are going to be on the Home Run Derby watch along tonight.
Jesus. All right.
All right. Let's do it. It's been a great show. Nice and quick today. Just remember, Suns are going to make adjustments. We like plus 4.5 on this. And if you're looking for a different captain, consider looking at Ayton or fading some of the studs for your DFS lineups. This is a situation where the rotations are tightening and the minutes are going to be focused on the studs. They are expected to play 40 plus minutes in a crunch time game. That's all we have for this game. I'll be back on Wednesday with Matt because Julian doesn't want to hang out.
One show, one game, 2 shows. Wow.
Hey, man, we have to do something for the people. We're required to be here, so doing it for the people. I was here Saturday, too. I know you heard about me doing the Madden show, but
you did do a Saturday sim. Very impressive.
Yeah.
I told Glash I might do a sim eventually. It'll definitely not be a Saturday, but
yeah, the people needed me. So here we are. Anyways, since I spent an hour on Saturday, we get a little cut off here. Nice little
Beautiful.
trade. Love to see it. Back on Wednesday. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck. Have fun. Peace out.
Let's talk about it. We'll get to it. Good evening, DK Sim fam. Hope you're doing well. Whether you're on the East Coast or the West Coast, this is your 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time simulated football game between the Houston Texans, Tennessee Titans. Playoff implications are here. It's Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey with you. Hope everyone is doing well, feeling fine, feeling fresh on this Monday. Aside from you, Garfield. I know you don't like Mondays, but you sure love lasagna. Kenny, in this one, if the Houston Texans get the dub, they are going to be the NFC South champs. But we'll see if that does happen. First off, how the heck you doing, my man?
Great. I just finished my second donut. I'm feeling great. I wanted to just let everyone know I'm done eating. No more.
Wait. So, question. Is a donut one of those things for you that if you have one, you need to have two?
I guess so. I usually do get 2 donuts. I don't usually get 1 donut. I also got coffee because can be working all night, no big deal.
Home run derby night, baby. Get caffeinated. So
I never stop working.
There you go. Well, hey, listen, it's a good thing.
Well,
that's what you did.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Anyway, what'd you do here for a lineup with these magnificent?
Today actually was a great day because All-Star break, not very busy. Today for a lineup tonight, I rostered future Jet Corey Davis in the captain spot. I have Derrick Henry, Ryan Tannehill, Jonnu Smith, Duke Johnson, and Randall Cobb. Excited.
Yeah, it's a good one there. So yeah, I actually also went Corey Davis in my captain, Deshaun, Henry, Fuller, Humphreys, and Fairbairn. So I got to get a kicker in there somewhere. Okay, my cat is all over me, like Kenny's all over the work these days. But we're excited to be here with you. Smash that thumbs up on your way in. Plenty of stuff to get to tonight during your night slate here on the Dream Stream. We have me and Kenny teaming up for this one. I'll be joined by Adam Kaufman in the 8 p.m. And then we have the watch along for the home run derby with Kaufman. Glasheen jumps in. Bukes making his return to the Dream Stream coming in. So they'll be watching along the home run derby. Please do check out your app, wherever you or your desktop, wherever you go, and sign up for these contests. Put some cash on the line. Whatever you do, there is a free pool to get into for the home run derby. It is a 25K home run derby pool, and there's also a 25K home run derby final round pool. So get all in on it, all right? Watch along tonight again after the 8 o'clock. So, and also, Kenny, we can talk about that. I heard you right before. You got some fantasy baseball trade offers. We got some simulated football, a lot to get to. And my favorite part is we're going to get double the Ducey. You'll know what we talk about at halftime. So here come the Texans on offense.
Yeah, I'm just going to message the owner.
Look at this. Kenny is in the midst of a negotiation as we speak.
No, I just made a trade in literally 5 minutes before we came on the air. So I'm pretty excited about it. In my AL only league, some guy was having a fire sale because his season's over. I'm going for it. I needed a third baseman and a starting pitcher, and I was just like, "Hey, you giving any up more of your starting pitchers?" He's like, "Nope." I was like, "What about Willie Peralta?" Because he's had like 5 good starts in a row, and he's been good. And I was like, "Oh," he's like, yeah. I was like, "What about Matt Chapman?" He's like, "Sure." And then I gave up basically nothing to get. I mean, I had to trade one of my picks, my 13th round pick, which essentially is like the 4th non-keeper round. But I got Matt Chapman for basically nothing, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Oh, look at this! It goes from a no to a yes real quick because we get.
And I was trying to trade for Matt Chapman all year long. He's about the only available third baseman in this league. And I was trying, and this other guy wanted Marcus Semien.
Yep.
I was trying to trade him Brandon Lau, and he didn't want either of those guys. Of course, he didn't want Lau. And it's funny in retrospect how I gave up significantly less than that.
Look at you, Kenny, wailing and dealing on a Monday night. That's a completion there on a 2nd and 13 across the middle. Deshaun Watson making the completion. Had a run for a first, 3rd and inches here. So wait, so did you have to give up? So what did you have to give up total? You give a 13-round pick, which kind of like a 4th round and a keeper.
And then I gave up Brock Holt and Garrett Richards. I mean, 2 guys I was just going to drop when I got a third baseman anyway. So it's really just the pick. I got an 18th rounder back too. So
wow.
Moved down 5 rounds, but I got a great upgrade and also a fumble. And also this again, I don't care about next year. I just care about winning this year. So.
Like that, going for it is Kenny Ducey. What's your fantasy baseball team name, if you can share?
Well, it's just the Baltimore Orioles. One person is. That's just how the league works. It's like everyone is an AL team.
Yeah, I kind of like this. So it's AL only, you mentioned, and so everybody has an AL team. How many teams are in this league?
It's whatever. I guess it's 16 teams or 15.
So that's a big trade.
Yeah, it is a big trade.
Love it. What's up? We see our sweet DK SimFam over on YouTube. We got the Twitch homies there as well. Love to see it. Hope everyone's doing well. A couple people commenting. Yes, Ducey love it. The Ducey donuts today. So maybe hopefully your lineups don't get the Ducey donut.
Maybe that's what I'm gonna call. Is a donut a good thing or a bad thing? I feel like it's a good thing.
I feel like it's a zero. Like people say, oh, they got a donut today. So you know what? Both could be donuts. Just one's a positive donut, like a delicious one, and one's a negative donut. Kenny, the rules are yours. You know. First down, 4 minutes of play here. 5 minutes, should I say? There's a run to one of the Johnsons. Looks like David. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi with you. Follow him at Kenny Ducey over on Twitter. Like I said, big market tease. We get double the Ducey tonight. We got Daniel, our technical director. We have Michael, our astute producer. We have Kyle in ops, who I got a notification on LinkedIn, Kyle, that you've been doing something for a year. So I don't know if it was here or elsewhere, but congratulations to you, my man.
Now, Michael really thinks that Matt Olson's going to win the home run derby, and I think that is a very good pick. As someone who makes picks for a living. Oh, I'm frozen. Am I unfrozen now?
No, you're. I can hear you. I can smell you from here. Smell like sweet sugar. Yeah, Michael pulling out Olsen before. I see Steven in the chat saying Olsen as well. You guys can give us your thoughts there.
I'm back. I was saying Michael really thinks that Matt Olson is going. I was frozen. Did you not notice?
I don't know. I don't think you were frozen.
I was completely frozen. You didn't notice?
I could hear you. I didn't know your computer. Oh, I got you.
No, I was absolutely frozen. No, I was going to say Michael likes Matt Olson as someone who makes professional picks. I completely like that. I think that Matt Olson's going to have a nice advantage here heading into right field. The wind's blowing out to right. Should work out for him. So we'll just have to see, what he's able to do. I think he's also got that sweet, easy swing, very repeatable. And yeah, it'll be a fun derby tonight. I think this is the one I'm more excited about. One of the derbies I'm more excited about just because you got. I mean, I think all of the guys in the derby deserve to be there. Trey Mancini is one of my favorite players. I don't know if he deserves to be in a home run derby. It'd be like a hitting derby, but I think that Doug is wrong. I think Pete Alonso loses in the first round to Salvador Perez, who has the second most expected home runs in baseball. He would have way more, according to the distances on his home runs, according to StatCast. He would have far more home runs if he did not play in Kansas City, which is, of course, a pitcher's park.
Very much so.
I think he is very, very much flying under the radar tonight. I think he's very dangerous. Second highest average exit velocity in baseball. So, of course, second in expected home runs in the league and second in expected average exit velocity in the field to Ohtani in both categories. So, Ohtani's he's good. And I think that he's going to go to the final, and I think he probably wins. So. I'm not going to say that Perez wins the whole thing, but he's going to knock out Alonso for sure.
It's been over a decade since the favorite going in has won the home run derby. So that should be interesting. Here's a handoff at the 1 yard line. David Johnson going nowhere, losing 2 yards. It's been all Texans this drive. By the way, shout out to Daniel for the amazing jerseys. The Houston Oilers, which allegedly will be back, not this year, but the following year. There is a little bit of talk between Houston and Tennessee behind the scenes. It's not been a publicized thing because not a lot of people talk jerseys. Who will
put in the Duke? Put in the Duke. Where's the Duke?
Here's Deshaun, scrambles out, throws it away on a 3rd and goal. So they've had a 7-minute drive, and they're going to settle here. It looks, I would guess.
It's their fault for not putting in Duke Johnson.
Duke would have done it for him. Duke, very versatile, good running back in this league. Solid hand. Will probably be completely forgotten in 10 years, but played really good on those Cleveland teams. And here we go as Fairbairn up from about 20 yards out. Hold, the kick is good. So on the record, a 7-minute, 9-second drive all the way down to the 1. They lose a few yards and they kick a field goal. So Tennessee will take over after the kickoff. David Johnson owned in 29% of the contest. Fells coming in at 28. Will Fuller a little bit bumped up from there at 39%. Brandon Cooks 38.6. No shock here. Deshaun Watson 81% in the contest, Kenny, and 21 in the captain. Some people were looking for Fuller. I like this. Corey, Chase Utley's winning the home run derby. Sure. I think Chase Utley was in a home run derby, for what it's worth. Oh my God, Fairbairn, 20% owned. Kind of a lot of people leaning towards a little field goal game.
Oh, I forgot. I got. Oh yeah, I didn't get Whitlock. I forgot about Whitlock. I was gonna get him. Yeah, Willie Peralta instead.
Okay. Don't forget, everybody, if you're hearing us, we're talking a home run derby. We're talking, obviously, some trades in Ducey's AL-only fantasy baseball. We're talking, obviously, the sim. Free-to-play pools, 2 of them in your homepages. There goes Derrick Henry ripping what's going to be a 17-yard run on the first play scrimmage for the Titans. But yeah, make sure you're into those contests. We'll be talking about it. We'll get some stuff going the rest of the night. We have a watch along with Bukes, Koff, Glash at 9 p.m. Eastern during the home run derby. Let's see here. Comes Tannehill, first pass of the game. Is that your and I's captain? Doesn't look like it. Might have been John.
I thought you were talking about.
No, Corey Davis.
Brian, a lot. But I chose not to do it tonight.
All right. Yeah, a lot of new players rotating here from this offense. Obviously, Jonnu Smith, now a New England Patriot. Corey Davis, big signing for the Jets. Wow, look at the running lane there. Got to hold your block. Humphreys, also no longer in Tennessee, but Eric Henry is. And so is Julio Jones. This team's going to go for it just like Kenny is in his fantasy baseball team, making those trades. How we doing, Civ fam? Hope you're all doing well. It's Monday. A little re-entry. Hopefully you had a nice weekend. Hopefully wherever it is, you're healthy, feeling good. Weather's not too shabby, because I know in our neck of the woods, it kind of stanks. Luckily, the home run derby's not in Boston or New York. We'll just say that.
Yeah, that's it's getting bad here. It was bad, the last week. It's getting bad here now. I definitely hope you're staying dry.
Dry and smell free, baby. Yeah, make sure, again.
Hopefully we can bring you some sunlight here in Simland. No more wild weather Wednesdays. We got plenty of sunshine here. Looking forward to
get it going.
I guess it's really they're like sort of like a dome or something. I don't know. Right? Isn't it like
hybrid?
It's like a half dome or whatever. And
the ceiling opens.
I'm like pretend to know what's going on.
Yeah, they open it at times. So we'll get here to the second quarter. Again, thanks everyone for joining us. Smash that thumbs up. Our Twitch homies, how we all doing over there? Like what somebody said, somebody like, an 8-minute drive and they just get a field goal. Well, a lot of NFL drives go that way. Like those 10-minute drives and you get to the one, you just can't punch it in. It's the story of this one. Do the Oilers play more often than the Titans? Well, they will soon, monster. I want to sell some jerseys. Cooks, I said, love it. Love everybody. What's up, Executive Sessions? Relly Rel, Dorian, Corey, Mike, customer. Hope everyone's well. And obviously, and all those ones that don't chat, we know there's this big silent audience out there that just kind of watches along, doing things behind the scenes, maybe has a double screen. Appreciate you guys being here as well. Dorian says, to be an announcer on Madden streams, do you have to be Canadian? Yes, we're all Canadian. So you can tell from
I'm not Canadian.
Of course you're not. Neither am I. There's only one. Moose.
Darian's Canadian.
Maybe.
Pat Mayo's Canadian.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, of course he is.
Of course. What is he have a big? He doesn't have a big Canadian flag behind him. I don't know.
Yeah, Carrion's Canadian. He is always tweeting about the Blue Jays and every team that's from the Raptors.
Just thought he was a fan. I don't know. But Pat Mayo, I definitely didn't know. So there we go. The run, the long drive by the Texans led to 3. Titans don't quite make it that far. So here come the Texans again. Not giving it to Duke. It is David Johnson getting the carry. Does this matter for the playoffs at all? Says Wes Daremare. Yes. If the Houston Texans win, they clinch the NFC South because they had already previously beaten the Titans. We'll keep an eye out. If the Titans win, they'll make it a little more interesting for those who have to do the math. Happened earlier today. So the Falcons won AFC South. I don't know if I said that inappropriately. But yeah, earlier the Falcons won, so they won the NFC South, I believe. They came back to upset the Saints in that division. So we'll see. Again, Texans get the W. They win the division. Daniel, if you want to announce Sims, you will have to be a moose. That's basically the gist.
Not to be confused with a mush.
Yes, that's me.
That's right. That is you. We don't like no mush.
There's mushes. There's mushes. There's mooses. There's Kaufmans. There's vultures.
Yeah, there definitely are
Juicy.
Kaufmans.
Yep.
There's no Duke Johnson though. That's very apparent. No Duke Johnsons allowed.
No Dukes. Mike, I appreciate you giving me a shout. He says, holy crap, you actually know playoffs implications. Thank you, Rossi. True professional. Gonna be honest, that's Michael. Michael, the producer, is the professional. As earlier today, it was Drew who told me that information. But at least I'm trying to keep track. But it's all Michael. Oh, appreciate I am just a proxy. Here's Duke making a catch, getting the first down on
There
a
he
second
is.
and 9.
Give it to Duke.
Getting to the 49-yard line. Corey. Getting a little upset about those Titans. Jellyfish says, why do the Titans have 5 fantasy points if Houston only has a field goal on them?
Customer care. I love this name, Customer Care.
Yeah.
And he's so in to the sim. Fuller time, 77 yards, 3 and out.
Listen.
DJ running like Walter. Daniel said it must be a customer who cares.
We appreciate them all.
Henry dead, he says.
Henry was dead. Oh, there's another one. That might be a guy again. No. All right, that's Brandon Cooks. Another first down pass. AD Poker saying...
Full Fuller.
Oh, it was Fuller. Good call. Came back to upset the Saints.
Wrong twice.
That's all right. I'll be right. We're going to just count it. Keep count. I'm going to be wrong a lot. To never come back, but we allow many comebacks as possible. Yeah, Atlanta, I meant come back. They didn't come back in the game necessarily, but they came back in the division to beat the Saints. Saints had a nice 3-game lead earlier in the year.
Sim Poker, Walter Cronkite. Running like Walter Cronkite.
That is a reference I did not expect to hear. What's up, Congo? Got a good crew here. Well, Miami Misfits, yeah, it brings up a good point. It says Houston won the first matchup and even have the point differential. So going to say the winner wins the division of this game. I think you might be right, but I still think there's some numbers to be crunched. You might be crunching said numbers. 3 minutes to go here in the first half. Yeah, make sure you guys enter that free-to-play pool. It's going to be fun tonight. Home Run Derby, as you mentioned, Deuce, is a good one. And I never really try to tell people what to watch if you have freedom of choice all the time. Yeah. But I highly recommend watching at least some, if not all, of the Home Run Derby because it's going to be fun. Or come in and out of it with the Sims. Wow. As Watson makes a nice run.
Hit.
Yeah. Then make sure you watch at least the start of the All-Star game because you're going to see history. as Shohei Ohtani is not only participating tonight in the home run derby, who leads the league in home runs, he's going to be the starting pitcher for the American League team, and he's going to be batting leadoff as a designated hitter. Never once has that happened, and I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there that I don't think it will ever happen again. That a player is going to participate in the home run derby, be the starting pitcher, and be a leadoff batter for the All-Star team. Why?
Yeah, it's going to be very unlikely. That's for certain. Yeah, we'll have to watch that one. I mean, I always watch the All-Star game. I love the All-Star game. And by the way, this could be the quickest half in history. We might get a half around 20 minutes. Sorry.
Don't jinx it. We still both teams have 3 timeouts here. We got a first and goal. Watch, it's gonna be an incomplete pass now. You said that. Here's Watson takes a shotgun snap and coming out the offensive lineman fell.
What is that? But he got it.
Open. Got him. Touchdown.
Houston. And that is who? Who is that? Who is that?
Randall Cobb.
That's right. I may or may not have Randall Cobb on my roster.
I believe you did.
I do have Randall Cobb.
Okay. I was just trying to remember. I was trying to look at mine while balancing the memory of yours, and there he is. Number 18, Randall Cobb, years. Look at that. Deshaun Watson. By the way, only had 4 offensive linemen in that play because right off the snap, one lineman just went flying. I don't know what happened there. But regroups, scrambles outside the pocket, hits Cobb for the touchdown. Don't even bother with this review. We all know it's always a touchdown. These reviews are never called back. Just spoiler. Just letting you know. It's going to be a touchdown.
I don't know if I've ever seen it come back.
They never do. Mr. Nick, what's up, Mr. Nick? He says, MLB All-Star Game is 1,000 times better than the Pro Bowl. Change my mind. I won't, because you're right. I think the MLB All-Star Game is the best one because there's just nothing else going on. And it's like a great way to kind of showcase, get some names. If you're not the biggest baseball fan, hey, check it out. Also, Mr. Nick, appreciate your hand-raised emojis earlier. It's like, what up, Ducey and Rossi? Let's see what else we got here. Shohei, rookie card. Oh, look at this. Wait, people. Dorian, I see you. Pro Bowl is a joke. I wouldn't say it's a joke. It's just...
No, the Pro Bowl is absolutely a joke. Are you serious?
Well, I just look at it like it's...
The Pro Bowl's a definition of a joke.
Well, here's my issue with it. Here's the one thing I'll say. The pros of the Pro Bowl, not the game, is that being a Pro Bowler, I think, has a higher distinction than being an All-Star. Because it's actually a full season's worth of statistics.
No, I disagree. I think it even has less because there's like everyone opts out of the Pro Bowl, and the fact that it's during the season, like the week before the Super Bowl, the players from the best teams don't even play. Yep. So they leave. So you have a guaranteed absences, right, with those teams, and then.
Yeah, I just...
with like a few quarterbacks that are just too old to play. And you never... Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're coming in and out a little
I'm back.
Yeah.
You never have like a full roster. You get like at least 30% of the people drop out. So there's so many Pro Bowlers that I can't take it seriously.
Oh, look at this. Just an absolute dunzo. Long ball. That is A.J. Brown, 73 yards. And just like that, the Titans are back in business. And look at that. The last 2 plays are 2 touchdown passes. One, Deshaun Watson to Randall Cobb. And here, what a beautiful pass. And takes off the wheels, the speed of A.J. Brown here in the Madden 21 game. Just makes it happen. So there he is, into the end zone. So if you have Tannehill, you have A.J. Brown, you're a happy camper. If you're like me, and you have neither, you're a little ticked off at this point. But back to the All-Star point, is that I get what you're saying, and I understand it, but it's still, even if you're like the 5th quarterback that makes it, and I get that, you could think whatever, but it's still based on a full statistical season. I just think the All-Star games and all the other 3 majors, it's just a half season. It's just a half a season. Like, I'm not putting a big resume builder like, oh, this guy's a 6-time All-Star. Like, he could be, what if all those second halves stunk? Usually don't, but I'm just saying there's been players, and now at least I will give credit to baseball for, they used to have like the every team must be represented rule, but thank God they got rid of that. I just think half seasons, nah. Now, if you're a 15-time All-Star, it's a good argument.
I'd say so.
But I don't know. I don't mind it, but I'm not a big fan of like the art. Like I think still Pro Bowls carry a little bit, but all pros, obviously we know that first teams, that's what you really want. Remember when the Lone Star All-Star on the last place team would determine a home field advantage for the World Series? Steven brings up, yeah. That was all because the one year there was a tie, and they freaked out. It's like, who cares? No one cares if there's a tie. Now, let's make it really important. Let's make it for home field advantage in the World Series. Oh, great. So you have a bunch of players that aren't even going to be involved determining that. That was a wild situation. That went on for a long time, too.
Yeah. Sorry, my internet keeps going in and out. I'm trying to figure out my Verizon bill, weirdly enough, I have like auto pay on.
Yep.
And it like didn't take the money from my account last month, so I'm wondering if they're like throttling me because I owe money. So I'm gonna try to tell them.
I wonder if that's how they would. I think they would just shut you right off. But that's funny if they're just messing with you. Hey, pay your bill, bud.
I don't know. Let's try. It could. I think it's got to be weather related.
With the storms we've had and what you're going through now, we get a timeout on the field. Definitely is. Like this all day, it was a deluge here in the greater Boston area. And I know you're hitting it now, so. Our guy Chef saying, come on, 18, let's do this. I don't know if you were talking about more Cobb situation, because here is 2nd and 3 here. Minute left to play in the half. Another connection. Watson's been great in this half. Another timeout on the field. Kenny with we were flying. You see, this what happens. His internet slowed the game down too.
I mean, I can hear you.
I can see you and hear you. Any updates on points? Good. Any updates on points will be done. Don't worry. Kyle will take care of you. Appreciate anybody if you point them out. Just be nice, be kind. Here it is. One timeout remaining, 53 seconds. Takes a sack. This Watson. That's going to hurt. Yeah, Jordan says it's gotten pretty dark outside. Going to start pouring any minute. That's some of y'all weather. Be careful with the internet. Internet's on fire. Is a catch by your guy, Duke Johnson? Called the final timeout, or was that the Titans that might have called that one? No, it was the Texans. Okay, so 20 seconds remain here. Probably going to get Hoyered. We're gonna at halftime. We got a little something for you guys. As I mentioned, we're going to double the Doocy coming up here in moments. We'll see what the Texans can do before that. 20 seconds on the clock at the 41-yard line of the Titans. Gonna have to be quick here. Okay, they run the ball to David Johnson, and no timeout called yet by Tennessee. I think they're gonna let it go to the half. So it is a 10-7 advantage for Houston as we will get to the half. We will get to a little halftime stuff. Big, again, everybody, appreciate you joining us. If you are just joining us, it's 10-7. It was a touchdown pass from Deshaun Watson to Randall Cobb. Kind of hard to believe Randall Cobb's still in the league. And Fairbairn hit the field goal. Oh, look, they almost lined him up there to go for that. Why would they just rush it? And the touchdown was a 73-yarder from Ryan Tannehill to A.J. Brown. And Derrick Henry, one of the highest owned in the contest, doing well as well. So we will see. We are going to get here at the halftime. Want to mention to you guys, we have a free to play pool. There's 2 of them. Home run derbies. Go into your DraftKings app, go to the homepage or the free to play pool on the Sportsbook app. Enter them. Free to play. Have some fun with it tonight. Have a little more stake on the line, if you will. But as we reconnect with Kenny earlier today on the Sweat, hey, the guy we're talking about, the Double Doocy, our very own Kenny Doocy, previewed tonight's home run derby and Shohei Ohtani's chances of winning it all.
Yeah, I do. I think that Shohei Ohtani could have a magical moment tonight. And I think that when you look at the numbers here, Statcast did a pretty good piece. The most or the highest average exit velocity on home runs, the person who's led in the first half has made it to the finals all 5 years in the Statcast era, and 3 of those wound up winning the home run derby. So I think that Shohei Ohtani hits the ball very hard. He will be able to pull the ball out to right field. You want to hit to the corners at Coors Field. You don't want to be someone that is known to, hit near dead straightaway center. And I think that his, the average launch angle is there. The average exit velocity on his home runs is there. And he could have some sort of Josh Hamilton-like, magical moment here as he continues to just ascend up the ranks in baseball and really just transcend all thought.
Hey, that was Kenny. There's Kenny again. We're talking a little bit about the home run derby. Make sure you enter those free-to-play pools, home run derby and the home run derby championship round as well. You can get in both tonight, but enter at least the free one to start, the 25K home run derby pool. And then, like I said, there's a 25K home run derby final round pool. Home run derby live follow along tonight after the 8 p.m. sim, with who I'll be joined by at that time is Adam Kaufman. Glass joins Bukes and Kaufman about 9 p.m., give or take, once the sim ends. We will get to those guys as we are through one half here with the Houston Texans with the division on the line, leading by 3 points. It was a Deshaun Watson to Randall Cobb touchdown pass. You had a Tannehill to A.J. Brown, 73-yarder. It's from Mojari. His yards, Deshaun Watson's just on one incompletion, and Derrick Henry had a nice start and has been relatively quiet when you have one long touchdown drive and a 3-and-out to start the game. So we'll see what they get here in the second half. Ducey is paying his bills as we speak.
I don't know what's happening here, but I think we're back.
Someone
said the MLB All-Star Game was better than all the other. I mean, I think it's the best All-Star Game, period. So that's what I wanted to say about that.
Yeah, it stands out amongst them all. I think it just has more of like a fun element to it. And it's baseball being a sport that I think, doesn't get enough attention in a lot of ways. It gives them, there's no other sport being played usually. Obviously there's the NBA Finals, oddly enough, this year, but that will not be the case moving forward. But we'll see. I like it. I've always liked the MLB All-Star Game. It just reminds me a lot of summer as well. Like, it's just good memories. Like don't get me wrong, I like basketball and hockey. I like the weekends that those teams put on, but there's nothing better. Home run derby on a Monday, Tuesday All-Star Game, and then you get the dead sports days for the next few. I think you have the ESPYs or some stuff coming up as well. Even though some ESPYs have already been awarded. I don't really understand the ESPYs. But Tannehill starting off the half, throwing the ball into the stands. We get here, we'll see. Ohtani and Matt Olson. Says Litz, is that what you call him? Over on Twitch, how we all doing? Cart, Obi, YGD, Rosen, Lee. It's good to see everybody. Yes, YGD. Anyone remember the week Fuller had 56 points in the real world? Sure do, man. Had him that day. It was, I want to say a 3-touchdown performance. Will Fuller has had some really great moments. Now going to be a part of the Miami Dolphins offense. Maybe be someone that Tua can rely on to throw deep if he can see what's going to happen there as they shake out that team. Ooh, on a 3rd and 2. Going to get stuck up is Derrick Henry. Unreal. So Derrick Henry gets stopped there. Titans. This feels like a matchup so far of a playoff implications, or even a playoff vibe. Both teams playing their simulated tails off. We'll get a punt here. Texans will take over. Finally home, says our guy Hey Ducey. Don't forget to get in the Moose Classic either. Oh, Mr. Nick, there is a Moose Classic. I was going to ask. I haven't talked to Moose today. Yeah, there will be a lot of golf talk in between the next two, this sim and the 8 p.m. Eastern sim. There's a handoff. That might be Duke Johnson in the shotgun. It is. They get involved. The Johnsons do get involved. The Johnson and Johnson. Boom Man Foo says the NHL All-Star Game is by far, or is the best without a doubt. That's just a matter of opinion, I think. I feel like it doesn't stand out. That's my thing. And I like all the All-Star games. But that one just doesn't feel like an All-Star game that stands out. Like, it's the third week of February or the end of January. It's the All-Star game for hockey. I mean, basketball used to always be right around Valentine's Day, but baseball's always, except for last year, obviously with no All-Star game. So we'll see. I think it's exciting to have it back too, and I'm excited for the Home Run Derby tonight. And you have some great competitors. Finally, like some actual names. Obviously, Shohei Ohtani kind of becoming the face of baseball in some ways, even though baseball could use it. I would have loved to see like Texas Jr. in this. I just like that. Like same thing with basketball when you want the guys in the the slam dunk contest. That's another first down pass to Sean Watson. Brandon Cook's the recipient there. 5.5 to play. Daniel's our technical director tonight. Michael, our astute producer from the West Coast, representing. We have Kyle as well in ops. So smash the thumbs up. We got a great crew. Deucey fighting some internet issues as there is some horrible, horrible weather in NYC that us here in Boston had earlier, and I guess it's coming back. AD Poker says, I think we can all agree that the Pro Bowl is the worst All-Star game in the best sport. Yeah, that's true. So Duke and David has more yards than Henry combined? Yes. Oh, money. They do. So let's see, Sean Preston talking about the Heat, saying he lost about 5 pounds today. Hey man, drink some water, dude. Stay hydrated, everybody. You know the drill with me. Drink that water. Keep a positive attitude. To catch across the middle, 2nd and 11 again. This game has playoff implications. It will start Wednesday, the playoffs. This is week 17. Week 18, technically, now that we're in the 17-game schedule. No 500 ball clubs anymore in football starting this year. That's Randall Cobb with another catch. He has the touchdown pass. So the winner of this game will be the winner of the NFC South. Colts were absolutely brutal in this season. I think they may have had just 3 wins last I saw going into this week. Jacksonville couldn't hang as well. It'll be interesting who comes out of this division in real life. Oh, we just had an Akins. We just had a little caca action right there. Give me all your vultures. Not a real vulture, just a catch, but still. Mark Curry says, are the NHL and NBA going to start their seasons at regular times this fall? Great question, Mark. Unofficial at this point. The NBA, the plans are, NHL's really messed up because they have a new team coming in. That's a run for David Johnson, not going anywhere. They have a real situation here. Their draft is not this weekend, the following weekend. They also have the Seattle Kraken coming into the league. They're going to have their expansion draft a few days before that, like next Thursday, I believe. And then the season, allegedly, they want to start in September. But I don't know how you do that with a team that doesn't even know each other by early August. Obviously, they're going to be at a disadvantage. I don't think they're going to be like Las Vegas, who's been a contender since coming into the league 4 years back, or 5 years. 4 years, I think, now. But get your Kraken gear. Looks amazing. Better than the Knights. Like the Knights, but not as good. But yeah, that's the plan. I don't know the NBA. Usually they start around that Halloween time. Wouldn't be surprised if they're still able to do so. It's going to be tough on these teams in the finals. The Phoenix Suns and the Bucks, who got their win back so far. 2-1 Phoenix in the NBA finals, for all the frauds out there that are just realizing how hot the color scheme is for the Phoenix Suns. We get a 4th down there, a 3rd down stop, should I say, for the Titans defense. Yeah, we have a lot of bandwagon jumpers here on DraftKings. A guy will be joined by at 8, Koff. He's now a big Suns guy. Tara Lynn, a Suns fan. It's unbelievable. ODD Poker just says, oh yeah, Kraken. It's kind of slick. Yeah, it's going to be good. I think it's going to be fun to have. I just think it's funny that a league like the NHL is expanding. At least they're going to like Seattle, which is at least close to the north, and having more teams, I think, closer to Canada and in these areas will be great. I just laugh. I think we would add a team in Canada, you would think, right? Aaron, I like this. Aaron, this game is terrible. Rossi makes it even worse because he won't stop talking. Sorry, bro. It's what we get paid to do. I can let it breathe. Liz, what do you want? We'll see. We'll get a first. That was a first down play there. So now we have 2nd and 4. Here is Tannehill in the pistol, and Derrick Henry lights up his X Factor, breaks the tackle, gets the first. 1:30 left to play here in the 3rd quarter. Winner takes the division. Kareem, how many suns in the atmosphere? I don't know. 1, 0. Mr. Nick says Bucks all day. Lived in Wisconsin my whole life. Dude, I'm with you. I kind of want to see the Bucks win. That just feels like a better, just because they have the superstar on their team who decided to stay there. They didn't really build a championship roster like the way a lot of other teams did. Not that the Suns did either. I just feel like the Suns are a year away, but either way, this is a great situation. River Rat, Ducey's starting to grow on me. Less is way more sometimes. That got a chuckle out of me. 2nd and 9. Tannehill scrambles out to his right. Pass is complete to Adam Humphries, who gets another first down. Titans trying to come back in this one. Again, the lone touchdown for the Titans was a Tannehill to A.J. Brown deep ball for 73 yards. My guy, Corey Davis, has been very quiet. He just has 1 catch for 6 yards in the captain spot. Deshaun Watson is playing the best he's played in a while. He's got 46 on the ground. He's got 148 on the ground through the air, and the passing touchdown is there's Derrick Henry, who's relatively quiet, going to be getting closer to 40 yards rushing there. Appreciate you all joining us. If you're over on the old YouTube, please smash that thumbs up button. If you haven't noticed, my hair, as Michael said, as I came back, growing back pretty quick, but we still have a few days if you guys would like to help donate to the Buzz Off for Kids with Cancer. That's why I did all of this. If you do check out our podcast, me and Babysitter Billy, it's called the Pop Culture Pile Driver. We're going to be on tomorrow night or tomorrow. No, I think we're doing tomorrow morning now. You can subscribe over on YouTube, on the podcast side, all podcast apps. And if you leave a 5-star review on iTunes, I'll be donating $10 on behalf of you. So we'll see the names. It might not be your real name, whatever your iTunes or your account name is. But if you can leave a 5-star review, if you submit that, we're going to be taking them up until the 15th. All of them will be donating $10. So appreciate everybody being here. From the receiving category, it's been pretty quiet outside of the long, deep one. But Will Fuller, 4 for 43. Duke Johnson's got 3 for 32. Cobb's got 3 for 24. He's got the touchdown. So he's been kind of your lead guy there. Again, Derrick Henry has got 40 yards rushing, 1 catch for A.J. Brown at 73 yards and a tud. So it looks like he's the only one we could see hit the bonus unless we get some wild deep balls here as we get to the 4th quarter. Kyle is an op, so manual scoring. Smash the thumbs up. Guys slaying it. Michael is our producer and Daniel our technical director as we will get here to the 4th quarter. Shotgun formation, Tannehill 2nd and 5.
This sounds pretty boring, this sim.
It's been the best sim. People have said this is the best one they've ever listened to. I don't know.
Oh, boy.
Kenny's Donut Cravings. Should be the name of somebody's team. Maybe we could switch that one. Appreciate it, Mr. Nick. Appreciate everybody. Ducey allegedly back. Internet fighting. He's fighting the internet. Very Christian-esque for a 6 o'clock sim. This is what we used to go through a lot. I feel like me and Christian used to do like exclusive 6 o'clock sims, and he would always have like internet issues.
Daniel told me I just missed some crazy plays. Would you care to fill me in?
Yeah, it was wild. There was a run up the middle by Duke Johnson. Duke Johnson had a play.
7 yards? He had 7 yards?
I think he might have.
My team's not doing too hot. Corey Davis, just the 1 catch. I always roster A.J. Brown in these things. I have no idea why I didn't.
Yeah, I'm in
every Titan sim I roster A.J. Brown. Every Titan sim.
You cursed yourself then today. That's an incomplete pass. Yeah, I just switch between the two. There's no real rhyme or reason, but it's funny because they both only have 1 catch. But one obviously is for 73 yards. He is in the captain for the leading lineup in our contest. A.J. Brown with 21 points, 1 catch, 73 yards in the tud so far. He's the only one that's really in striking distance of the bonus. Tannehill complete to Humphries had a couple catches now.
I'm going to completely jinx it, but my internet seems fine now. I don't know. It just had to get reset, I guess. And we're rocking and rolling here.
Got a jellyfish. I'm watching while I work, but I can't have sound on. It's okay, Jelly. Appreciate you being here. You can't hear me.
Because he's a jellyfish.
Jellyfish freak me out. I'm not going to lie.
Well, jellyfish can't hear you.
Oh, that's a big end zone again.
That's a big
touchdown.
one.
There it is. Our captain, Corey Davis, number 84, second catch of the game. That one goes to the end zone. It's going to give the Titans the lead here in the early stages of the fourth quarter. Needed that. I was in 64th. I'll be feeling good as I move up. What a play there. Corey Davis coming in just quiet into this fourth quarter. Texans D was playing well. And there it is, 38th touchdown reception in Madden 21 for Corey Davis.
High Voltage just wants Tannehill to throw it to himself. Just throw it to yourself, Ryan.
Yeah, very Bugs Bunny dash Tim Tebow-esque.
Randy Barnes. Big play for Randy Barnes. He needed that.
Corey! What is that?
37.1% owned in the free showdown is Corey Davis.
Well, that gave me a nice jump. I'm up to 26th. How did that boost you, Kenny?
Let's see. 28. Right behind you.
You are, Jason. We got.
So let's see. I'm gonna make you my rival. How do I do that? Okay. View head to head.
Yeah, cool here
live.
Oh
yeah, you have me by 0.14 because I guess you have
Fuller, right?
Well, you have Deshaun Watson.
Oh yeah, there it is.
But I have Ryan Tannehill, and Deshaun Watson has 0.4 points more than Ryan Tannehill.
Woo,
and
baby.
Then we both have Derrick Henry. I have Duke Johnson has 1 more point than Adam Humphries, and Randall Cobb has 5.7 point more points than Kyrie Fairbairn. But then you have Will Fuller, who has more points than Johnny Smith.
Yeah, Johnny with the one.
That's a lot of points right there. Speaking of points,
Kenny Stills, we're going deep, baby. I remember Kenny Stills was a baller here for a little bit around like the turn of the year, and like I used to roster him all the time. He used to ball out. Now the wide receiver 4 barely heard from. But Kenny Stills coming up big. This Texans offensive playbook plays a lot more forward wide receiver sets, but there he is. Texans again, winner of this, going to win the division. There's a catch by your guy, Duke, but
hey, I don't care if it lost 3 yards. That's 0.2 points. You know what 0.2 points does? It puts me. Well, I guess it doesn't put me in front of you. You know, you're up on me by like 2 points now. 1.6 points.
But it still helps you overall.
It does. That's points for Duke Johnson.
Matty N is taking over the first place spot in our contest. As Deshaun drops back, looking around, searching, finds, has a man. It's caught and holds on to it. I thought he was going to fumble. That is Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, so it said Duke Johnson has 35 yards now. I think that's maybe not right, but
might be. He had a couple plays there.
They're all right in the end. That's the bottom line. Ops team always goes back at the end, make sure everything is okay.
Brings it up.
Let's see. That's a bad fumble for you, Rossi.
Oh, no. Held on to it.
David Johnson.
David Johnson bails me out. Now let's get a 60-yard field goal by Fairbairn, and we're all good.
No chance.
They might. I'm trying to think if they're going to go for it here. With 4:54 and counting, once they get the replay done.
This is why kickers are just worthless, though, Rossi. I know it's offensive, but look, I mean, they don't kick over 50-yard field goals, or very rarely. So you're banking on 3 or 4 points per field goal. You're lucky if you get 1, right? You get 2, you're having an amazing day. Like they're normally capped at like 10 points.
Yeah, that's
and the floor is like 2 points, and they cost a lot of money.
No, they're still like your cheap. Unless there's a vulture behind them, usually they're the cheapest play. There's Henry on the run, but I'm looking at it right now. So Fairbairn's got 4. The same as right before that run, Derrick Henry, who's been very much the Ducey's bad donut. Not good donut in this one, because he's got the ownership of a monster. He's over 80%, and he, again, 47 now rushing yards. So he has just eclipsed the Fairbairn bottom, as we have a 2nd and 3, Titans up by 4. Look at this. We got like 18 tight ends on the field. We see a
Ferkser? That's Ferkser.
That's right. Oh, Derrick Henry finds a nice hole there. It's a first down. Henry Times says PhD 1974. Don't know if you have one or if it's just your username, but congrats. All right. Kickers are worthless. Deucey, that's all Jordan thinks. Only a complete and total fish, whatever stack or position below a ceiling. I've won a contest stacking the kickers before, I'm just saying. But this is the guy to have today, too. It has been a lot going to Humphreys. 4 catches for 54. He ties him for the most catches in the game. Will Fuller also 4 for 43, so he surpasses him in the yardage as well. So nice old day for Adam Humphreys. 1st and 10, less than 3 to play. Titans with the 4-point advantage. Another one to Henry. Not going far. If you're hearing us, appreciate you. Don't forget to enter the free-to-play pools tonight, Kenny. We got 2 of them. Home Run Derby. We're all going to be watching, so might as well get some action in on it.
Home Run Derby, one of my favorite nights of the year.
Yeah, I agree. I've always wondered, like, the Monday thing, if they were ever going to move that to a weekend. But obviously they want the games to be played on weekends. It makes much more sense, but...
I like having it during the week. I think it's nice to start back up with the weekend series. That's how it should be. If you did the All-Star game over the weekend, then you'd feel a lot of pressure to just start on Monday with more games.
Yeah, it's true. 2-minute warning here. Yeah, I agree. Or you could do like Sunday is the game, and then you just pick up do a 4-game series starting Thursday.
It would feel like fitting to have the All-Star game on a Sunday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they create something by doing it on Tuesday, so I'll give them that.
That's very true as well. Especially during the summer. You got nothing. I mean, there's no competition.
No.
Tonight. I mean, Bachelorette, I mean, great. It's been a great season, so maybe that, but like, I don't know.
Monday
Nothing
night
else in the way.
Got a pre-taped Monday Night Raw tonight. Come on. That used to be my
Pre-taped
favorite.
Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, it's the last
I did
one.
not know it was pre-taped.
Yeah, because the Thunderdome, it's over. Going to be in front of crowds from here on out. All wrestling.
That's right. It's the last one.
The major wrestling organizations in America will all be in front of fans from here on out. It's Derrick Henry trying to put this game away on the ground. A 2nd and 9 doesn't go far. Linderbaum, yeah, I don't stack kickers all the time. I used to. When I first started here, I started like a year ago now. I used to stack kickers every single time. Just liked it. But I did double up. Kickers are fine. And they're also a good way to fit. Like, you usually don't get 0 out of the kicker. That's my big thing. But anywho, enough about my horrible strategy. 3rd and 8. It's a big play here. Tannehill looking, searching, has time, connects.
Oh, big hit. Absorbed by Mr. Humphreys.
Is that Hump? I couldn't tell. Yeah, it might have been. But that's a big play. Another timeout.
It was indeed Hump.
So that should be the game. So, Deucey, line up your donuts. Not the ones you actually ate that looked absolutely delectable, but the donuts, the Deucey's delectable donut and the Deucey's disappointing donut, is we're going to get a knee, a run, a knee.
All right, let's look at it here.
Think about it.
I'm trying to figure out the free contest here. Hold on.
Yeah. Henry's going to probably be your bad donut unless he rips a big one here. He only had 57 yards on the ground for over 83%.
Oh, he really ripped the big one, didn't he?
Could rip it here. Ooh, no. So he's going to go over
Derrick
60.
Henry's not in the winning lineup. That's my first thought here.
Tells you a lot.
Yeah, he hasn't had a very good game.
He's gonna be over 60, but yeah, not for that ownership.
85 yards. And he's Deucey's disappointment tonight, Derrick Henry. Almost 81% of you owned him in the free showdown. Just 85 rushing yards, no touchdowns, no catches.
Yeah.
The Titans do win the AFC South. Congratulations, but Derrick Henry. It was in spite of Derrick Henry. The big
Frederick saying he's in first place.
Big performance.
Yeah, who gets the Deucey's donut, the double donut, the golden donut?
the big performance of the night has to go. Ryan Tannehill, player of the game, 40% owned, not very popular. 15 points, very good. And right up there with Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson was 80% owned, only half the ownership for Ryan Tannehill, and the same amount of points here, and a very big part of a winning lineup. Tannehill, the second most points on this slate. And I got to give him the player of the game. It was very unlikely. And big disappointment, on the other hand, Derrick Henry. Huge disappointment, very disappointed. So Ducey's donut is Ryan Tannehill. Ducey's disappointment has to be Mr. Derrick Henry.
Love it. Yeah, Fidel says Jono with only one catch. Yeah, but still, you're not, when Henry doesn't get over double-digit points, ain't a good day. Not a lot of happy campers, no catches. So he is Kenny Ducey. Be follow him at Kenny Ducey. He'll be chatting up and probably tweeting about the home run derby tonight, which you can enter the 2 free pools that we have on DraftKings. Please go to your sportsbook app and check out the free pool section. There is a home run derby and the finals one as well. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys were fun today. Shout out to Kenny's internet for letting us get together for a little bit here today, which is always a pleasure. For Michael, Daniel, Kyle, great job by our crew. We'll all be back. Ducey will let you enjoy the night. I'll be back with Koff at 8 p.m. There's a watch along with the home run derby with Koff, Glash, and Bukes joining us from his ivory tower to lower himself here to the Dream Stream on a Monday night. But that'll do it for us. Appreciate everybody. Wait, last thing, Kenny, where'd you end up? I finished 22nd. I beat you?
Let's see. I gotta go back here. I was
beat Obi-Wan. 45th. All right. Tough out, but I also beat Obi-Wan, who always criticizes me.
Where were you?
I finished 22nd as of now.
Oh, yeah. Good on you.
Great on me. We both captained Corey Davis, but nonetheless.
That's right.
We were brothers in arms there. But coming up next on
enjoy the derby tonight, man.
Oh, dude, you as well. Enjoy all the home run derby and the All-Star game brings you over these next few days, and everyone enjoy baseball. Pat Mayo and Awesomes.com's Ben Rasa take the early preview of the PGA's 4th major of the year, the Open Championship at the Royal St. George Golf Course. Guys, drink your water, be a good person, say nice things on the internet, and we'll catch you back here in a little bit. Bye.
Ben Raza from Awesemo.com is on the line. It's the final major, man. It's not the end of golf season, but it's really the end of golf season.
That's well said. Yeah, not the end, but kind of the end. It feels, we didn't get a British Open last year, so this has been a long, crowning for Shane Lowry. I'm excited to get back across and talk about some links golf.
This is my favorite tournament of the year to watch. Is it the best tournament? Sometimes it really is. But in terms of my viewing experience, I think the TV coverage for it is the best. Obviously, when you get into the digital landscape with the Masters and the app, that is actually the best. But if you're just someone who wants to sit down and watch golf on TV, you don't want to have 5 secondary screens, you don't want to have to stream featured groups through your computer or through your app, they do it right for this. Like, NBC owns the rights. They own Golf Channel. Like, First Tee is going to be on Golf Channel at 1:30 a.m. in the morning on Thursday. That's lock, by the way, if people are wondering about that. The Open app is nowhere near the Masters, but it's better than the U.S. Open and the PGA Championship app, unless somehow it has regressed, which really wouldn't shock me because it's a golf app. But it wasn't horrible last time.
No, this is great coverage. They do. I believe nothing has changed. Like, guys tee off literally all day because they only go off the front. It's different. It's just a different feel. Obviously, the yellow scoreboards and whatnot, staple of it. But I love this event. It's very difficult when we get into the DFS side of things. But from viewing, doesn't beat. You can't get better than this.
Well, let's talk about the course. We have Royal St. George's. It is a par 70. It's just a shade over 7,200 yards. They've actually decreased the length of the course. And if you go and listen to what they expect the RNA to do this week, is probably bump up the tee boxes on some of the holes that, with the wind is right with you, then you might be able to drive some of these par 4s. The problem is if you miss the green trying to drive it, you might take a 6 because conditions can get a little bit tough. I watched the final round when Darren Clark won in 2012. That was the last time it was here. Ben Curtis won the time before that in 2003. So I do believe this is probably the most difficult on average of the British Open courses in the rotation. And then if you get some wind and some rain, that really gets amplified. But even in benign conditions, obviously it will play a lot easier than gale force winds, but it's still pretty hard either way.
Definitely tricky, no doubt about it. And that's the fascinating, I love courses like this because you look and it's not with length, it's just with layout. Little weird in the fairways. We're going to get to that. There's some awkward bounces and whatnot, but I love that you can be aggressive, but if you are a little offline, you're going to be punished in a big way.
I'm going to go over the entire course and the stats to look at and what I am looking for on the British Open Research Show, which will drop on Sunday, where I do my walkthrough of fantasynational.com/mail for 20% off, by the way. And then I'll go hole by hole. We can take a look at the course. And the one thing that you're really going to notice is there is no flat lie on this course anywhere. And I'm ahead of the game this week, Ben, because I got COVID vaccine sick for a day and didn't do my write-up for John Deere. And I just immediately started doing British Open research. So I have my write-up done for that. Yeah. And I think that the player that is going to win here is one, probably has some links experience. I don't think that is imperative. But what I mean by links experience is they need to be the type of player who isn't scared to not go after a pin, but to play their approach shots 3 feet up in the hill to the rough to the left of the green, knowing that it's going to knock the ball down and stop it pin high, but still have enough momentum to roll off that hill and onto the green. Like if you're around greenside to get it close to the hole, you might have to play it 50 feet by the hole, let it roll back one of these gigantic hills to get it to stop. You're going to need to have an element of creativity in your game. I truly believe that this week. Unless conditions are so benign, Justin Thomas puts everything to 2 feet, and that's the end of the game, him and Morikawa. I just don't think it's ever going to play like that. Like there's going to be putting from off the green in a lot of situations. You're going to get a bad bounce into fescue, and your ball's going to be hosseled, and there's literally nothing that you can do about that, and you have to take your medicine. And that really points to one guy in particular that I have in my mind, maybe two when we get down to it, and we'll get to that in a second. But that's sort of the player that I'm thinking about for this course, because I don't think the distance matters all that much. I think it is actually the fairest going into the tournament of any of the majors for any of the skill sets, especially at this course. The only thing that can really make it unfair is if we get a 2016 situation where one side of the wave gets completely wiped out because it was horrendous weather, and then the other side, it was great conditions.
That's the one element that, later in the week we're going to have to plan for. There's nothing you can really do about it. We've seen that. And when you have tee times all day like this, there's going to be some micro stacking and things like that come into play, but it does level the playing field. There's definitely more art than science at a British Open. I guess we just give Spieth the trophy now. This sounds like him and not Bryson when I say that. But yeah, I mean, you definitely have to do things that you wouldn't normally do. You have to play shots maybe you wouldn't normally play, and you certainly have to adapt to what's going to be on the fly conditions.
Well, looking at the conditions right now, they actually seem rather benign. There's no rain. Like the highest wind we're going to get is like 18-mile-per-hour gusts when the guys first hit the course in the morning on Thursday. Now, this is 5 days out from the tournament, and where this is situated 200 meters from the coast, just above the Strait of Dover, like it's going to be incredibly difficult to predict either way. Like weather, on one hand, very difficult anyway. Putting it on the coast where conditions can change just like that is going to be even more difficult when you're trying to project it out. I always like your idea of like, don't worry about Friday, don't worry about Saturday or Sunday when you're staying up late. And you can do that for this one because it starts at 1:35 a.m. Eastern time if you want to stay up for it. Like you're putting in lineups at midnight, check the weather then and try to figure out like the first 8 hours. If that can be somewhat accurate, you could give yourself a gigantic advantage. Hopefully it doesn't come down to that, or maybe it does and I'm paying attention to it and I can take advantage of it. But I do think that is a critical element of lineup building this week. So what we say here could be amended by Wednesday. Like I'm going to have the core guys that I like, but some things can change once you see a weather report.
They're going to change no matter what. There's no doubt. You still have you can plan on who you want and kind of guys that you have an eye on, but it has to fit the puzzle pieces. And yes, just to reiterate that, what I observed with the weather Thursday morning means so much more than what they're saying about Friday afternoon, because there is no late swap in golf. There's no reacting on the fly. You have to plan ahead, and we can only do what we can do. So Thursday AM, that is what I will try to lean heaviest on and then go from there.
Millions and millions of dollars are up for grabs on
Millions.
DraftKings this week. I want to win some. Ben wants to win some. And there's even more millions to go around for all of you out there. Maybe we can all win millions together. That would be very nice. We'll see if that happens. It hasn't happened yet, but if we play this long, we're due. It has not happened that everyone watching the show, plus the two of us, have all won millions of dollars at the same time. Hopefully, we can rectify that this week. Looking at the very top of the board in terms of pricing, John Rahm, the favorite at $13,000 or $11,300, $10,900 for Rory, Brooks at $10,700, Dustin at $10,400, Xander at an even $10,000. The pricing is very soft on DraftKings this week, and there's going to be a big lean, especially with how well he is playing at the Scottish Open. We're recording before the conclusion of that, but Rahm just seems to be firing on all cylinders right now. I want to say I want to go full fade because he's so expensive, but at the same time, I look at him like if I look above $10,000, the two guys that stick out to me as the ones that I trust are Rahm and Brooks.
Yeah, I mean, Rahm he's doing it. Most people, it was a matter of time. He's broken through and he's sustained it so far. So worthy favorite, worthy 11-3. I have no problem with anything. Like most things, ownership, tee time, those will be little edges to determine how much I want. But right off the bat, Rahm makes a lot of sense. Certainly Brooks, he's no slouch at links courses. The splits are very good in his favor. Always shows up in majors. I have no problem there. So I'm drawn to those guys. DJ's the toughest one. He's probably fifth of the five when I look at the 10K plus options. And then you've got Rory and Xander, who I'm pretty comfortable with, but I don't know if I'd call them priorities either.
Well, Rory has a very good Open Championship record. Obviously, he's won an Open Championship, and he's one of three players in the field with 3 top 10 finishes over the past 5 British Opens. Brooks Koepka is another one. We'll get to the third guy who is my pick to win this tournament a little bit later, but those two are both up there. Like, they have proven themselves on courses like this. I mean, Brooks for sure is going in my lineup. This is just a nice rebound spot for Brooks, I think. And I think a lot of people forget that he broke in playing Challenger Tour and Euro Tour before coming over to America. That's how we were able to get him at such nice numbers when he first joined the PGA Tour, because only people really paying attention knew who he was.
Yeah, there's a couple guys in this field that we know more on the PGA Tour, but they got their start or got some reps over in Europe, and that will pay dividends this week. So I have no problem with that. Rory certainly can hold up in links golf. He did. I would say if conditions are really benign, I think that probably helps Rory. I never envision him in an absolute torture chamber, but right now when we're filming this, that doesn't look to be the case anyway. So Rory's is fine. I think Rahm's the clear favorite, but no problem taking some savings.
I think for the price point, Brooks is going to be my most owned guy above $10,000. I just can't do it with Dustin. Maybe he can right the wrongs of 2011. It's not like he was going to win, but as soon as he goes out of bounds on that par 5 on the back, Darren Clarke is the automatic winner of that tournament. Like, that was the end of it. Yeah, his approach shot. That par 5 on the back, like, there's only 2 par 5s on this course. The one on the front nine, number 7, you can make eagle on that. I wouldn't say no problem, but it's not the most difficult thing on the world. The one on the back is one of the hardest par 5s in the world. It is played over par, both in 2003 and in 2011. So that's no gimme hole coming in. Frankly, the final 4 holes of this course are absolutely just, they're a nightmare, and guys are going to blow up coming in. You need to be doing your scoring on the front and holding it together on the back. That's sort of the way that this course is set up. So I just don't see it with Dustin right now. And that doesn't mean he can't go out and win. But if we're nitpicking between all these guys, like, he's clearly behind all of them at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree. And unless ownership really swings to where you're getting some value, I'll take even Xander, who's playing, he's got his wind drought, but other than that, everyone was talking about Rahm on a big wind drought, and now look, he was still really, really crisp with the ball striking at the U.S. Open. He always shows up in majors. If you wanted to go, quote unquote, I mean, not super balanced, because we're still talking about a 10K guy, Xander is still playing quality golf.
Yeah, Xander's never missed a cut at a British Open. He has 2 top 20s. He has a runner-up. That was the year that Molinari ended up winning 3 years ago, 2 Opens ago now. Looking pretty good at the Scottish Open. So, yeah, I think that his around the green game has improved so much that I think that he's a real threat to win this. And I think that kind of comes down to what I want to be doing. Do I want to go Rahm and Brooks? Then I probably can't afford Xander, even in my lineups, because there's guys in the 9s that I like. Or do I just say Brooks, Xander, those are my two guys, and I have to X out the other ones. I mean, that's terrifying, not getting to play Rom, but I'm rarely on Xander, and this week I can really see it for him. I think that he's just going to be a really good Lynx-style player.
I mean, I'm the kiss of death with Xander. I never get him right, but I'd see it as well. He sets up well, not a ton of buzz because again, people, I think there's some recency bias that not that he's playing horrible, but he's certainly not firing on all cylinders. And the price is very reasonable. You mentioned soft pricing. You're able to double up here. You're certainly able to start with him and still get a 9K guy. A lot of options when you look at the top this week.
If you had to guess, what do you think that Dustin's ownership is going to be? I'm going to say 7%.
I was going to say 8%. Yeah, I think that's just shy of 10% would be my guess.
Would that be low enough for you to be like, well, I'm all in on Dustin now and hopefully he wins? Because it wouldn't be for me.
No, me neither. I mean, of course that's nice, but it would have to be something really unforeseen for me. That's still ownership, and you have 4 good options around him. It's not like it's a pivot directly off one guy. There's a lot of other things I'd rather do.
Do you think that Rom or Xander will end up being the highest owned of the 10K guys? Because you have the most expensive and the best player, or the cheapest but still good of the range?
I think given what's happening in Scotland is going to solidify that Rom's going to be really popular because there's soft pricing. There's a couple names that I was stunned to see where they were priced, and I think all that funnels to Rom.
When you spoke about the different players who had this like sneaky European tour experience and how you like that, is this a case that you're building for Emiliano Grillo already?
Correct. Yep. Yeah. I didn't want to get to him right at the beginning, but another player like Brooks, who, when we came over,
another player like Brooks.
Yeah. That's where obviously interchangeable resumes and whatnot, but yeah, Grillo got some reps in those bunkers. So I'm sure with his short game, there'll be 0 issues, but we'll get there when we get there.
9K range. It kicks off with big, beefy Bryson at $9,900. I think he's sort of the skeleton key this week of figuring out what to do with him, because I just have no clue how he's going to approach this. Spieth at 9.7, JT at 9.6, who's having a nice go over in Scotland right now. Louis at 9.3, Morikawa rallied to make the cut. Hovland coming off a win in Germany. I think that was in Germany. $9,100. And then Tyrrell Atten, a guy who is, if we're going to qualify any of these players as like links specialist, he is a links specialist. He's won the Alfred Dunhill twice. Most of his best performances in Europe have come on links style courses, but I'm throwing it out there. The way that I describe this course, the skill set that's required, and if you just look at actual form of players coming into this event, Spieth is the winner.
Yeah, when you were describing it up at the top, it's hard not to picture, his open win and the stuff that he does and working out of crazy trouble. And, you can look at it a couple of ways. In recent tournaments, he's had a round where he really didn't have it. And then you look at the totality of it, he's found ways to combat that and grind back. Certainly the tee to green numbers are beyond fixed. He's just playing fantastic. So I get it. I guess I'm going to ask you, how popular do you think he's going to be?
I think that he's going to be very popular. So Rom Spieth is probably going to be the way that a lot of people construct their lineups. There is an out to this, though. If Thomas rallies back and wins the Scottish Open.
I hope that doesn't happen because I do like JT. I think there's, one of the things you can always plan for the weather, but furthermore, you can just plan for how hard it is. And you mentioned this at the beginning of the show, and I think it's super live that there's a chance that you can really attack and give me JT with some wedges. I know the putter is still an issue, but if it plays easier, if you're going to tell me the winner is 10 under, 11 under, which I'd say is unlikely, but that's a big boost to a guy like JT for me, and I will adjust accordingly.
I caught Spieth at a 22-1 before we came on airing, and I was like, you know what? I'm doing it. This is the best number I've seen. I don't think that it gets better. I think that he's going to be a popular bet. I'm okay with that. I have a lot of confidence at him at this course because with the way that his game is being played right now, I suppose there are PGA championships that could line up for him pretty well. But like the Masters, he's always going to be good at the Masters, but he doesn't necessarily have exactly the right type of skill set, despite all the success that he's had there, to really make it an easy task for himself to go win the Masters. The U.S. Open, he might not be relevant again at the U.S. Open unless he adds a bunch of distance or they change how they set up those courses. The Open Championship is kind of the one that he is going to continue to play till the time he is 60. And it feels like he'll have one of these Tom Watson moments when he's 57 years old because of the type of game that he has. And it's been covered up because Phil won a major, and you have Brooks versus Bryson, and Rahm has been so scorching hot. But Spieth, since his win at Valero, has actually been astonishingly good. People think that he's sort of regressed a little bit because he was so good earlier in the year. It peaked with the win, and now people are like, yeah, Spieth's back, but like we're not really talking about him anymore. In every start since Valero, that win, there's been 6 of them. He's gained off the tee, on approach, and around the green in every 6 of those tournaments. Sometimes the putter is hot, sometimes the putter is not, but I just see the way that he's setting up. He is also the other one, along with Rory and Brooks, who has 3 top 10s in the last 5 Open Championships. And one of those came when he was playing horrible, and he still managed to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, even going to Augusta, I think the one thing that you can say that why Spieth is good there, not the only reason, but one of them, it correlates, is that imagination. It's working in and out of trouble around the greens, things like that. Obviously, these greens are much, much, much slower, but Spieth will be ready. I feel pretty confident about that. I think if you're playing cash, of course, tournaments, it's not to say I'm not going to get to Spieth. I do think that Bryson, I don't think it's a given. I know we look, and right now it hasn't been good. I don't think it's a given that Bryson and British Opens aren't going to mix long term. I think he just has to figure out exactly how to approach it.
Well, I think there is a lot of strategy to this course. Like even reading over what the groundskeepers saying about how they've set everything up, and there was just so much talk of Bryson. It's like they tried to Bryson-proof the place. But there's a couple par 4s that he even admitted. He's like, if the wind's at his back, he's going to get to them. And he's probably the only guy that's going to get to them. The issue then becomes, if you miss the green, what happens then? And that's where this course gets so incredibly tricky, is getting yourself out of these weird situations. And that's why I have confidence in someone like Spieth that he'll figure out the right path. The weird thing is people think about Bryson as being so robotic and how he approaches everything. He is an excellent strategist off the tee when he wants to be. And you can just go back and look at things like the Players' Championship from this year, where he completely altered his game 1 week after winning at API, taking that on in a certain way, and he was right. Now, he doesn't always get the strategy right, but I feel like with Bryson, apropos to all of the other people in the field, like he has a real game plan going into this. And if he can figure out sort of the key to playing good in a British Open, and that might be hitting 5-iron off of every tee, he wouldn't be afraid to do it. He is not married to the driver. It's just, can the rest of his game follow along with that if he has to get himself out of trouble?
Yeah, I'm more worried about, we've already talked several times how things can flip on the fly. That Bryson at times, it seems like he gets off track or he can't audible. He has a plan. He's super content with it. And something dictates that he maybe should change it up. And he has difficulty working in and out of that. I worry about a blow up hole to an extreme degree or something like that. But I think if his ownership is based on his course history, in terms of British Open history, it could be an interesting pivot off what's going to be a rightfully so popular Spieth and a popular Xander.
So those two guys we talked about, Bryson and Dustin, probably going to be the 2 lower owned guys from this top end. Would you feel better blindly going after Dustin or blindly going after Bryson if there's an ownership discount on them?
To me, it would be Bryson. $500 difference. I think that Bryson is more trying to figure it out. Not that Dustin Johnson, like I said, we can handle an Open, and he's not playing horrendous. It's not the best of his powers, but I still think that Bryson maybe is a little, people are too quick to discard him this week.
What are you doing with the rest of the 9Ks? Because I'm not like off Justin Thomas by any means, but I do think that a win, like a comeback win, I mean, he's in the mix. He's like 3 shots back after 36 holes at the Scottish Open as we record this. Like, he can win. Trust me. I have money on him too, so I kind of hope that he goes and wins. But like starting your teams with Spieth and Thomas, like that's probably a way to get around their high ownership if you really wanted to, because I doubt that Spieth will be the first man in a lot of lineups. Like both those guys' pricing leads me to believe they will be the second man in most people's lineups, which if you play them together, then even if they're both 25% owned, that combination itself isn't all that popular.
No doubt about it. Like Thomas, the guy that's giving me the most trouble is, I love him in life, and I don't know if it's just like how many times can he show up with this putter. Usti's not overpriced considering what he's been doing, but I don't know. I'm a little scared to click his name in when I can take Hatton or JT or Spieth.
He's had a really mixed bag at Open Championships. Essentially, if it's not at St. Andrews, he's been okay. That's it, really? Like, not worth this price is kind of where I'm going.
I don't know. It's so tough with him because now, he's priced up and he's not going to be 1% owned Louis anymore. And he hasn't been, and he's been paying it off. I think though, when I look at it, in all honesty, I would rather just go get JT or Spieth. I like Hatton. Morikawa is tied a little to Justin Thomas in the sense I think it benefits if it's easier. Hovland's the one I don't know what to do. That's a tough one for me.
The weird thing with Hovland is no matter how poorly he putts or how poorly he scrambles, is just his ball striking seems to he makes enough birdies at courses where other people aren't making birdies that it kind of evens everything out. I don't know if this is too big of a leap for him at a course like this, but I wouldn't be super surprised. I do worry that he might suffer the Bryson sort of syndrome here, is that we're going to look up and be like, oh, Victor made an 8. Great.
Yeah, and I don't know. I tend to be more apt to live with something like that because when you talk about outscoring your placement points, you're normally talking about guys, lower in salary, but it still helps. Every birdie helps, and he is a good scorer, aggressive. I probably do correlate him to Bryson as well, but I think I still worry. He's made strides, no doubt about it, around the green, but I still, it's something like this. I think he could be exposed with some of those shortcomings.
And if it does, it really depends on how you want to structure your teams. Because if it gets windy and it gets gusty, I don't know how he's going to play in those sorts of conditions, like good or bad. But I know that Hatton knows how to get around links courses when there's gusty winds out. He's going to take out a 4-iron and play it off a dune to the left and roll it up onto the green. Like, that's going to be his game.
Yeah, he's built for this. I mean, he's done it. He's done it many, many times. He's a reasonable price. And the next, Reed is built for that. I can't let this little range right here. If you can get 2 or 3 or 4 of these guys, I would feel kind of comfortable sacrificing some of the top for this kind of secondary range.
Well, in the past 4 years, or past 4 opens, I want to say past 4 years, but obviously there wasn't one last year. 6th, 51st, miscut, and a 5th for Hatton. And in 2019, he was approaching kind of the player that he is at the moment. But the guy's still a fringe top 10 player in the world. He's not showing it at the moment, but he has also completely altered his schedule to play, a full-time PGA Tour schedule by and large. And he's not playing a lot of the courses where he piled up a lot of those points. Like, he won at API, that's great, but he's over in Scotland this time around, but it's not like he's playing the Betfred Masters and that kind of thing where those are the courses where he's going to win. And this course is kind of like those ones.
Yeah, this is back. There's a lot of guys. He's transcended some of it because he's a legitimate top-end player, but there's a bunch of guys in this field I'm very interested who made the leap from Europe, got over here, and, the EVRs of the world. And now they kind of, I don't want to say go home because he's from South Africa, but I'm very interested to see what those guys do getting a quote-unquote home game.
Well, Patrick Cantlay is up next, and the top guy in the $8,000 range at $8,900. Patrick Cantlay, Harris English, and Eric Van Rooyen didn't qualify for my have made every cut minimum 3 starts in the past 5 Open Championships, but they're all 2 for 2 over the past 5 years. So EVR you can throw in there. You probably saw that as well. But Cantlay, Reed, Matsuyama coming off COVID, Casey, Zalatoris, Finau, Webb, Scheffler. Had a nice little Friday at the Scottish Open. He was 8 under. Adam Scott, Tommy Fleetwood, who was runner-up at the last Open Championship. Then you got Justin Rose at $8,000. Even looking at the leaderboard last time, Darren Clark wins, so old people can win at this course. But Phil wasn't young then in 2011, and he was the one making a pretty big run. Thomas Bjorn was still at the top. It was like these late 30, early 40s guys. Then you had Dustin, then you had Ricky thrown in the mix as well, and they all kind of petered out towards the end. But I see someone like Rose in this field, and I'm like, I can see it.
I can definitely see it. I also could see Rose just being not competitive. He's leaned so heavily on the putter at times, but he has shown his best form. It's been sporadic, but it's been at the big time tournaments, 8th at the PGA, 7th at the Masters. Didn't have it at the US Open, but this and the US Open are just different. So I don't mind it. I'll probably get into more trouble for going kind of backwards with Fleetwood. I bet Fleetwood already. That it's just lost money, but live and learn. Not a bad range though overall. I think the 8s is pretty juicy.
Yeah, you can really construct a decent team here. Like if you wanted to go Spieth, 3 guys in the 8s, you could still make a team like that work. Because listen, if I'm going to play Spieth, I'm going to play Reed. Straight up. If this is what I'm going with as sort of my mantra of the types of players that I think that can win here, I mean, if we're talking about creativity around the greens and not being afraid to commit to shots, besides Spieth, Reed is second on that list.
Yeah, Jenner, he a little forgiving off the tee. I get, and I'm not worried about this, but were you a little surprised that Reed hasn't really done much in Open so far?
He was top 10 at Portrush, so I think it was Portrush, wasn't it? His last time out. Maybe I have.
Yeah, that was his first. That's his best one.
Yeah, but it was sort of like it was, so his past 4 Opens are 10th, 28th, miscut, and 12th and 20th. So he has 3 top 20s in the past 5 years. He's come inside the top 34 of the past 5, and he has a top 10 in his last appearance. This is a lot tracking like he did at majors in general. Like there was a big thing on him for a while, and it happened to Bryson too. It's like, well, how can you pick these guys to win? They've never come inside the top 10 of a major before. Reed goes out at Quail Hollow, posts the top 10, then wins the Masters the next year. And then Bryson puts up the top 10 at the PGA Championship, wins the US Open his next time out. So I'm not really worried about Reed with that. It feels like his game should be super linksy. I mean, he's an honorary member lifetime of the European Tour.
Well, got to factor that in as well. But, I mean, I think, how he plays generally should translate even better than the results. And that's a good thing if you think that's true. Casey's another one. I don't really associate his game per se with links, but I also think he's just playing at such a level. I worry about the putter a little like I always do, but I don't hate it. I think that I would prefer Reed and Cantlay, but again, these are targets that are certainly not just easy cross-offs. That's at minimum.
I'm good with passing on Casey here. It feels a lot like Louis. He's experienced a lot of his success at St. Andrews on British Open style courses, a place where the driver really makes a big difference. And not to say that it doesn't make a difference here. Obviously it does, but driving the ball well is always going to be an advantage, but it seems like on average, like less so at this course rather than other ones. So I'm probably out on him. I was more looking, I don't know what to do with Finau. That's a pretty good price. Zalatoris, I'm just throwing my hands up in the air. Just no idea with that guy. Hideki coming off COVID. I mean, he actually has a really good open style of game. I just don't know where he's at. Scheffler's the one I was kind of looking at. Him and Webb at 83 and 82. Like, Webb kind of fits the profile of the other guys that I'm talking about, doesn't he?
He fits the profile, definitely. Again, off the tee won't be punished. Immaculate short game, can get creative, makes the putts. What's up with Webb, though? Besides me playing him a little more than usual, which causes extreme turmoil on people's games, are you worried about like an injury, or you just think he's just been a little off lately?
I think that he's been a lot off lately. He's losing off the tee, which is sort of regressing back to old Webb before he became a top 10 player in the world. Like, essentially, his irons were so good, his putting was so good, he just needed to be break even off the tee. And in fact, he got a little bit better than that. And over the past 2 months, we've seen a precipitous drop off. Now, he played the PGA Championship, the US Open, and was absolute crap at Rocket Mortgage, which is probably the more concerning one of them all, I think. Like, I didn't expect him to be good at the US Open.
No, it was more just going to a really easy situation, bounce back, and it was just not there. So will the ownership crater? Yeah, it probably will. And it's a pretty interesting range. Finau is a tough one, Webb. And you mentioned Scheffler, who he's someone that can rack up a lot of birdies. Kind of reminds me in that Hovland camp. I think there's situations where he could get into a lot of trouble, but there's also situations where he could have a streak on a day where, there's only 2 or 3 amongst the entire field.
The one thing with Scheffler is I actually don't mind his around the green work. I think that he's not a bad scrambler. He just happens to be kind of a crappy putter from time to time. But again, that can flip. He can be one of the better putters in the field like every third event, and he gains so many. So I think he has like sort of like well-rounded game where he can feasibly get himself into trouble, and he will make enough birdies to probably even it out over time. I actually kind of like him more than I like Hovland.
I mean, for the price difference, yeah, I don't know. Do you see, they're not the same player by any stretch, but sometimes with Sanjay, I see that where it's like he has no glaring weakness, but he also doesn't do anything to like an extreme where it's like, all right, Hovland, his off the tee game is unreal. Scheffler's just really good in most areas.
I worry that he's never played in an open championship before. I do think that having like some experience would help him out here, but maybe playing the Scottish this week and playing okay, although that course is playing super easy.
Yeah, that's the thing over there. You can go. I would assume it's not like I play links golf, but you see it and you get some biases of how, and then it can flip and it's the same course and it's totally different. So like they're destroying that. It could be a direct 180 when they get here, and that's going to require a whole different skill set.
Well, even looking at the past 2 years at the Renaissance Club, the winning score was, I believe, minus 22 the first year it was there in a playoff, and had a bunch of guys up around minus 20. And last year when it was played, like Aaron Ryan, Tommy Fleetwood went to a playoff at minus 11. Like that just shows you how much weather can impact this tournament. And I feel like you have to anticipate that at some point.
No, you definitely do. And that's where, again, you have to build with several, like I will build some teams with hurricane conditions in mind. And then I will build some teams with Scottish Open like conditions in mind and just react accordingly. So got to separate those players. Then you've got Fleetwood. I don't know what bucket he fits into besides just like bad players that I can't quit. He was the runner up to Shane Lowry a couple of years ago. That's all I got.
Well, here, looking at this, so players who have made the cut in every appearance the past 5 years at the British Open in a minimum of 3 starts. Spieth, Stenson, Rose, Finau, Brooks, Noren, Ricky, Kuchar, Webb, Willett, Xander, and Lee Westwood. Any interesting names on there for you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's some names in there. If Stenson continues that streak, that would be disturbing, but Westwood's a guy. I don't think this is the best course for him per se, and he kind of used all his run good in Florida, but I mean it is a technical. It makes me almost this guy is in the 8s. What do you think of Adam Scott?
That was kind of where I was going with this. Someone who obviously should have won an Open championship, and then Big N came and took it from him. Or actually, he gagged it away. Essentially, I don't know what to do
after, right?
I don't really know what to do with him. Is the weird thing about it? Like he's putting out of his mind and not doing anything else well. He's like the bizarro Adam Scott right now.
Super bizarro, but this bizarro world Adam Scott in theory would be a better suited open guy. I mean, you be good with your putter, make those 6 to 10 footers around the green. He's got to be a little crisper and certainly doesn't want to get into trouble, but no one's going to be talking about him. I think Adam Scott is an interesting target in the lower 8s.
Pedraza from Awesemo.com is on the line.
Boy, reunited, and it feels so good. Jason Rossi, who has worked more than his fair share today, from what I gather. Adam Kaufman, great to be back with you. We have got a little prime time action on the way. And, of course, opposite baseball's home run derby. Don't miss the watch along after this sim. Rossi, how are you, man?
Doing great. Feeling fine. One of the best days in sports. The weather, isn't really cooperating here in our neck of the woods to make it feel like that baseball, hazy day in summer. It's like 63 degrees or whatever it is and crappy. But I'm excited to be here, excited for the night, excited for this week. It's one of the best weeks in sports because, listen, Sims are going to rule, all right? Because it's a slow week in sports again, kind of a nice reset week, even though you do have the NBA Finals.
This is a very unusual, rare crossover time period in our lives where you just might have more hair than Matt LaMarca.
It's I saw him tweet, so I don't know what you did to make him do it, or why you're getting the credit. But I will say to LaMarca, it's so funny, and it reminded me a lot when I did my thing in December as like Santa Claus, and then shaved everything off because he looks remarkable. Not that he didn't look good before, but there's a look to having kind of like your hair like not really put together. It's just kind of like, I'm just gonna laissez.
Oh no, I mean he was a slob. He was a mess.
Oh yeah.
We called him out for it on the regular, and I think I don't know if that was the right word for it, but you saying that I got the credit obviously because he mentioned me in the tweet about caving and getting the cut. It's much less getting credit as it is like him just finally kowtowing to the peer pressure of me saying like, I mean, this can't go on much longer. This is disgusting, your appearance that you're bringing to the Dream Stream. When he would take off his hat and just the greasy long locks, he'd run them over his face. I said, this can't go on any longer. You need to get out in the world and trim it up. Yeah. And like you said, he looks great.
He look refreshed. You always look younger. I've been through this time and time again. He just looks fresh. He looks ready for the world. He looks like he's ready to dominate and watch out all the men in here. Hide your women when LaMarca comes back on.
If only this were a Carlos Hyde sim, we could go down the hide your kids, hide your wife route. So AFC North in the balance, folks. Winner of this game will take it. It's the Steelers. It's the Ravens. It's all of you. The prime time, as I called it, has Koff sent Rossi his list yet? Sure did. Earlier today, we can talk about that a little bit later on as well, to whatever degree Rossi wants us talking about it, because it's that project he's got going on. What's your lineup look like?
Oh, yeah, that thing. Hold on. Put the old phone in the pocket coming out of the shower. But nowadays, when you can never tell anymore when I shower if I don't.
You don't just shower with your phone like Babysitter Billy?
No, oh, God, don't get me started. All right, Lamar Jackson's in the captain spot. Okay, just moved it over. Sorry, give me a second. Lamar in the captain. Not going to be too foolish on that one. I normally don't captain him, but I'm feeling good about this roster.
Okay.
Willie Snead, Tucker, Boykin. Boykin's my caca. Juju and Eric Ebron for the Steelers.
We shouted you out earlier. I was on the noon sim with Tara Lynn, and we had just a real caca of a moment. And it was, kind of a caca for a lot of people's lineups as well, because nobody played this guy. But Dan Vitale for the Patriots, fullback touchdown. The caca, I'm a vulture. And that's what went down.
Love it.
So you and our smaller contest were one of the 56.4 people to captain Lamar Jackson. He is 96% and change owned overall. Big number for Lamar. And I did something that I don't typically do when the Ravens are involved, which is I played him. I'm not nuts, but I didn't captain him. I did not captain Lamar. I felt that the Steelers had enough to make me argue in favor of a little bit more of a balanced lineup. So I have Eric Ebron at captain, who is 10% owned. And honestly, I bet all 10% of those people that captained Eric Ebron said, I'm going to captain him instead of Lamar Jackson. It wasn't like, oh, should it be Juju? Should it be? No, it's do I captain Lamar or Eric Ebron? And they went Eric Ebron. He is about 61% owned. Very similar ownership numbers, though, for Juju Smith-Schuster, who is in my flex with Lamar. He is 10.7% at the captain, about 54% overall. From there, also have Miles Boykin. I've got Hollywood Brown, who is very low owned, about a quarter of your lineups, and James Washington, who is just one of those guys. He's kind of boom or bust, but it just sort of feels like there's enough value there, the way he's typically priced, today being no exception at $5,200, where you can make the case and feel good about it. Jalen Samuels, though, who had that gain, is someone that I never play. I never feel good about the running backs for Pittsburgh. So they'll probably both score today, he and James Conner.
It is a hard one because I used to, Samuel was kind of like one of those almost must roster in the game, early goings when we flipped over to 21, but he has just kind of fallen off. This whole running back situation has fallen off. So yeah, good luck. Good luck, whoever you ended up rostering. Is that Juju getting involved early?
Roethlisberger up to 49 passing. Deontay Johnson, 1st and 10 from the 15 coming.
Good start, though, either way. But, yeah, good luck, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your Monday nights, whatever it may bring. No, you're fine. You do whatever you need.
Jordan Lindenbaum. Lamarca finally cut his hair. Credit to whoever finally did shame him into it. That, I think, is the better word for it. He was shamed into it. And by all means, if anyone wants to see the picture, he tweeted it at Matt Lamarca. And it's, since I retweeted it and others did as well, but at Matt Lamarca, you want to see because he's on vacation or something. He's not showing up here this week, or at least for the next few days. So if you want to see Lamarca, that's your best place to do it. Check it out. 2nd and 7 as we approach the midpoint of this opening quarter. From the 12, Steelers trying to get on the board first, already well into field goal range. Roethlisberger, the righty, should have been picked. First in completion.
Yeah, first in completion, as you mentioned, and just defenders just not catching the ball a lot here in Simland. You don't get a lot of it is funny. I was thinking about this the other day. You don't get like 3 interception games by quarterbacks. Like,
no, you really don't. That's a good point.
Maybe 2 at the most, but rarely do you even get that. It's usually a one pick game for most quarterbacks.
3rd and 7 from the 12, and that's a short little dump off. Good to get right back to the line of scrimmage, and it was Samuels.
Yeah, so
first catch, no gain.
No Boz time
coming, so get ready for a 29-yard field goal.
Yeah, Boz time, baby. Lighting the candle. Here we go. Setting the mood for tonight because I'm going to be sitting here, parking my butt right where I am for a while. I'll be watching the watch along.
Nice.
Yeah, because listen, I got to do a lot of math tonight. Tonight's a big math tonight in the Rossi household due to the project I had you as a part of. Some of the commentators. This is my podcast, The Pop Culture Pile Driver. We're going to be dropping a new episode tomorrow, which will be the top 11 baseball movies of all time. But I have currently coughed around like 9 lists.
So you, for anyone that doesn't know, you solicited, and I'd been waiting because you've been talking about this project for a while. I've been waiting to get the call. You sent a text to a group of us, looking for our top 15, our personal, not like what we think should be considered widely or whatever, our personal top 15 baseball movies. And I was overzealous. I was excited. So I sent you a 15, and then I had like a half dozen honorable mentions too, knowing full well those are completely irrelevant to your task. I just wanted to write it for you. I just wanted to include it. But how many of our, because obviously you went outside the DK fam, how many of our commentator crew here got back to you?
So 2 out of 3.
Okay, not
bad. And the one you think that I haven't heard from is not the one you would think. We like very quickly breaking down the fourth wall. There was a text chain with these folks, and one was criticizing another, and then I kind of gave a little like, "Yo,
a little nudge."
Don't say nothing until I see something. I get a separate text. Hey, I'm gonna get this for you in a little bit. Hey, did you get my list? Hey, this. I'm like, hey, that's what I like. I like that kind of.
Stay on top of it.
Yeah, don't be criticized. People are very critical of other people's lists. And that's why I have people email them to me. So I have a chat with buddies, G-chat, and they start dropping them right in there. And I'm like, no, because then everybody starts going, oh, that's dumb, blah. You can't. Why would you like that movie over? I'm like, no. I clearly said email me the list because everybody then will criticize or build their list around other people's lists.
So I'm assuming you're taking everybody's list, all the ones you receive, and then just averaging it out?
No, so when I put points to it, I wasn't going to make everyone do the steps. So if your number 1 ranked movie will get 15 points.
Okay.
And then so on down. Your number 2 gets 14. Your number 15 gets 1 point. So usually it's just me and Babysitter Billy that make these lists, but I've thought about it long and hard for our podcast and for other things. Like I like getting more voices in there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just think it then balances things. Because sometimes I don't know how serious he or and I knew he wasn't super stoked about this topic in general. I think it makes it more fun.
Well, and that's just such in terms of crowdsourcing, it's such an easy one. It's not like, you were going to people and saying, like, give me your top 15 songs from 1991. Like, dude, go away. No.
I would just tell you this.
Which, by the way, like, I picked that as a random example, but I would totally do that if you read. Okay. I would just look at the Billboard Top 100 from that year.
That's it.
Say, okay, this really doesn't require all that much effort. But some might look at that and say, like, that's a little too niche for my wanting to be part of this. Thank you very much. Top 15 baseball movies. I mean, everyone's got an opinion on that. At least if you're a sports fan.
Exactly.
Like my wife would have zero opinion on that, but a sports fan, absolutely.
And it's funny you did bring up 1991. We do a thing on our show. We do the jukebox, so we look back at a certain music year, and we actually did 1991. I'm trying to look back when it was, but it wasn't too long ago. So we actually did. And what you do is you look at the top 100 at the end of the year. We talk through the big talkers songs, and then we each nominate 2, and then one goes into a quote unquote jukebox.
Nice.
For all of time. I'm trying to look back now when we did that.
So are you going way more into this than people probably care about? But what can I say? I want to promote the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast.
Appreciate it.
PCP, get into it here. We got still a 3-0 game, Pittsburgh, after the punt by Baltimore very late in this opening quarter. Are you on your show? Probably not, in the interest of time. I was going to say, are you identifying everybody's lists and then coming up with or are you going through all your math and then saying, like, heard from a dozen people and this is what we've come up with as our authoritative list?
Yeah, I'll probably give shout outs to people who did it, because this wasn't like just open to anybody. It was I had specific ideas in mind.
Sure.
So like I said, I'm probably going to end up with about somewhere around 8 to 12. I have to look again, because some people emailed my personal, some people followed the instructions of sending it to the podcast one, which was easier, but and we'll see if anything else comes through tonight. But yeah, I will not. I'll probably say, like, oh, this was so and so's number 1 or so and so's number whatever, here and there, little shouts depending on the flow of the show.
Sure. Well, I'm excited.
Yeah, it will be good. I think there'll be a fun one. And obviously DK Simfan, we always encourage anybody who wants to check out, the podcast and running the rest of this week. Just one plug here. If you do leave a 5-star review on the Pop Culture Pile Driver, donation of $10 in your name to the Buzz Off for Kids with Cancer. So we're doing it like a month out, which, by the way, at this point, people probably forget that I did it because my hair, well, I still look different, but just not.
Yeah, much shorter than what you had going on.
It's just not as skin tight, if you will, if that's even a term. So we will be doing that. So if you want to check it out, again, so I have a list from Koff, a couple other DK or commentators and crew, but I will reveal those sources when the time comes.
Big Benji Roethlisberger for a completion to end this opening quarter. He's at 75 passing, and the Steelers trying to tack on when we begin quarter number 2, but much more to cover here during this first quarter break. We'll give you some stats. Home Run Derby's getting going here in a matter of moments as well. Out in Colorado, I almost said virtual Colorado because I'm so obsessed with Simland. Actual real-life Colorado, where our own Brandon Cristal is there. He was walking around the park today, talking to people and doing his media thing. And he talks, as we know. Connor, 18 on the ground, 22 for Ingram.
I gotta look ahead I got to see if I have a sim with him, because I won't even talk during that next one because he's going to have so many stories.
He's Trevor stories, if you will.
Hey.
4 for 38 for my captain, Eric Ebron, which might mean there's a chance I'm doing decent in this. We'll look at the leaderboard. Probably not awesome, though, because I don't have the kicker. I don't have those 3 points, and I don't have a DST. I am 44th out of the 140 with D. Kane. How nice of Superman, Dean Kane, to be playing the free role right now. And in first place by about 4 points. Where are you?
I never, you pulling I have a unwritten rule of never looking, but you're hosting, so I will oblige. I am currently sitting in 92nd, but there's been 3 points on the board. So I'm not sweating it.
So you indirectly reminded me of this, and this is not like I don't care one way or the other in the sense of by me bringing this up, don't feel like, oh, we should do that. That's not why I bring it up. I'm wondering, for a little while, whomever you were working with, you were doing your third quarter thing of soliciting questions from the people, and did that like die off, or did you?
I did it with everybody one time around. I would do it every time. I just, it's always the flow of it too. Like I almost brought it back because this past Saturday I did 2 with Freeze Pops and 2 with Moose. I almost ran. I tried to run the gamut. I tried to do it before you could do it, and I was denied by producer Drew. He says unless we're in absolute dire needs, he doesn't want to ever have someone do 6. So, anywho, but I told Moose if I had to do more, we would have just done Q&As the whole time. But I'm always down for it. I think it's just a fun way for the Sim fam to – they've heard us flap our gums and talk nonsense all day. So why not get, like, the random questions or, like, I don't know, what's your favorite popsicle flavor? Like, stupid things like that, but then you learn a little bit more about us and we learn about you. So I'm always in.
You refer to it as the fourth wall to let people behind the curtain a little bit too. Producer Drew, because he is ultimately the one who makes that call. Where as people have probably noticed, with like Rossi doing 3 or Freeze Pops doing 4 or Moose doing 3 or 4, whatever it is. Like we're in summer vacations and whatnot. We're getting a little thin around here on the weekends, and so there was this coming Sunday. I was looking at the schedule, and Drew had Freeze Pops penciled in for all 6 sims. But when I say penciled in,
very loosely with the pencil.
He had it in italics. Yeah. And so people know, the spreadsheet is never done in italics. That's Drew's way of saying, God forbid this should actually happen. Like this is not going to unfold, but I'm going to put it there for the sake of putting something there. And thank you, Freeze Pops, for being available, but no way in heckfire are we going to do this. And that's when he sends out the email saying, please, for the love of all that is holy, somebody pick up ASIM or something. We need you. We need the people. As Connor up to 21 on the ground. That, as Daniel says, much like me shaming LaMarca, it's producer Drew shaming the rest of us. Absolutely.
Oh, it is. And I've come on here and I said it before, and I give credit where credit's due. Like people want to joke about like Emerson doesn't do weekends, but he'll do like one every 3 to 4 weeks. There are some people that are just gone. Like I'm like, sure. I don't get it. I know if I were in the driver's seat, I'd be like, you have to at least do one a month. Like you have to. Like with all due respect, or you just I know we can't maybe afford to, but you just knock them down in the ones they can do during the week, and they're like, hey, what's up with that? Be like, could use a little weekend help.
Mm-hmm.
Can't pop on for, or even if you're on your cell phone somewhere, you can do it.
You can do it. I mean, Tara Lynn did a sim from a coffee shop the other day.
It's awesome. Oh man, it is awesome.
That happened. Incomplete. Still 3-0 Pitt. We got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, and Kyle in ops. Rossi, Koff, all here hanging with you. Make sure you stick around for the rest of this evening because we have got the follow-along, bringing you a little DK Dreamstream history. The Home Run Derby follow-along after this sim. We'll be checking it out, accompanied by our friends at the DK Sportsbook, giving us odds to discuss, as well as looking ahead to tomorrow's Midsummer Classic, the All-Star Game. But I say history because me, Glash, Bukes, all together for the watch along. I don't think the 3 of us have done anything on the Dream Stream together at one time. So that'll be a lot of fun. And then coming up, Madden After Dark, Glash, and Freeze Pops, the aforementioned Jets, Bills. That'll be on the road.
Yeah, well, that's going to be fun. Obviously, the Home Run Derby's underway, but it's just such an exciting night in sports. It's one of those events, and there's actually an aura to it. You have the vibe and headlines in the Ohtani situation, regardless of win, lose, or draw. It's just amazing, and I've been saying it. History is being made tonight. There was a man that will participate in the Home Run Derby, well, tomorrow, technically. Home Run Derby tonight, starting pitcher and leadoff batter, all for an All-Star game. That's never going to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, we won't go down this road because it's not our lane, but all I will say is for anyone that heard Stephen A. Smith's comments earlier today on television about Shohei Ohtani, just couldn't be more off the mark. could not be more off the mark for a wide range of reasons. But if I'm keeping this purely to sports, the guy, and I've said this before, I say it with no hyperbole, I mean it. I've said it 1,000 times. He is the most exciting thing to happen to the sport of baseball since the steroid era. He is absolutely incredible, so much fun to watch. Wish he was on my team. I love all things Shohei Ohtani. And to what you were just saying, the fact that this guy is going out there, starting the All-Star game, batting leadoff in the All-Star game, less than 24 hours after participating and hopefully winning. Yes, I'm rooting for him in the Home Run Derby tonight. I mean, absolutely, he is in the MVP conversation. You could easily argue he should get it. James Conner stuffed at the one again, trying to get in. And just because, I mean, who's out there pitching and hitting? The answer is nobody, not even Babe Ruth. He did one at a time. This guy is better than Babe Ruth with regard to doing these two things at the same time. And no question, while you have many candidates for face of baseball, he's got to be there. He's got to be right there at the top of the list. 3rd and goal.
Oh, wow. Caw-caw! I'm a vulture! Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Is that a what?
What? What? Derek Watt, touchdown.
Unbelievable. Suckers. That's why you don't touch the backfield on this team. Woo! There you go. I feel bad for all the James Conner owners, though, to be honest, because that stinks. 2 in a row right at the one.
Man.
It's wild.
Somebody asked, I think it was Boston Joe, a little bit ago in the chat.
What's up, Boston
You
Joe?
guys can tell us the sim playoff implications of this game. Happy to. The winner of this sim will take the AFC North.
It's true.
Right now, it's Pitt. Derek Watt. Derek Watt. Not JJ, who's not on this team. Not TJ, who is on this team, but is not an offensive player. Derek Watt. 2% owned in the larger contest.
Yeah. Somehow our guy, Cristobal, however you say your name over there on Twitch, is better than Connor. Okay. Love that. Darwin says happy little vultures. And that's, I guess, Watt's second TD of the week, says Wes.
That's something.
That is. So
I imagine 0 of the 140 people who are playing our smaller contest have him. But that, I mean, same as Dan Vitale earlier. It's exciting in that it's different. It's a bummer in that it helps no one, other than obviously in a larger contest with those 1.98%. But my goodness. On the subject of the All-Star game, by the way, Rossi and anybody else who may be interested, I created, it's in the DK SimFam Friends League lobby, hashtag Cough Classic All-Star Game. 50 people. It's got to fill to run, folks. 50 people. You have obviously almost 24 hours, 23 hours and a few minutes until lock. So plenty of time to get in there. It's already half full. Notice half full, not half empty. We're optimists around here. It's already got 25 out of 50. And it's $1 to get in, payout to the top 10. So you have first place only taking $11, all the way down to almost $2 in the final spots. But I've never done a DFS, I don't think anyway, not that I recall, All-Star Game DFS contest. And I'm at least for baseball. And I'm very excited about it because, I mean, talk about unpredictable. I mean, there is just, I mean, DFS, we talk about it all the time. There are many, many skill elements to playing DFS when you're talking about real games and knowing rotations or, you know, lineups or health, injuries, all of it. An all-star game, when you just have no idea who's going to play when, if, other than the starters and how long they're going to stay in, like, this is going to be a roller coaster of emotions making a lineup for this. And I am here for it.
Putting a pitcher in the lineup is like one of the most brutal things you can do. Like, I don't even know if there's a point because you don't know when they're coming in, aside from a starter,
right?
How long they're going to be in. Back in the day, it used to be like 2-3 innings. Now it's like an inning. So,
right. And I mean, like, even we were just talking about Ohtani. The fact that he is starting pitcher and batting leadoff screams to me at the absolute most, this guy's out there for 2 innings and probably 1 inning.
Yeah. But I'm going to be honest, he's going to be a Mariners.
Well, here's something to remember though, because I noticed this. Unless I'm incorrect, somebody obviously tell me, but I think I'm right about this. Ohtani is only getting hitter points in the DFS contest. He's not getting pitcher points.
You're right, yes, because he's listed as a first baseman outfielder. He's out of my lineup. Thank you. He's just been taken out.
So there you go.
Oh, it says it here. You're right. Shohei Ohtani will be drafted as a hitter. Well, that's a little lazy.
Well, at least they're telling you. Mancini, by the way, the first batter of this home run derby, 24 homers in round one. 24 in round one. That is a big number. He's obviously an incredible story coming back from what he did. And, I mean, obviously I'm rooting for Ohtani, but second to that, when it comes to home run derbies, we get to, a timeout here late in the opening half. You do root for stories, and you could include Trevor's story because hometown guy, obviously playing in his own ballpark. Mancini for a range of reasons coming back from what he did. So, I'm excited. This will be fun. And the ball is, as Michael notes, just absolutely soaring out of Coors Field. I heard it was actually in BK's interview when he was talking to Trevor Story earlier. He said, look, we're looking for some 525s tonight. Now, the home run derby record has not touched that. I want to say Michael sent it earlier, but off the top of my head, it's in the 5 teens, like 517, 513, something like that. We've never, 513. So 525. I mean, we may see some record length home runs here tonight in this derby.
I gotta also give credit. The pace that they pitch at is incredible. This is what we want in baseball. I'm seeing balls in the air right now from Olsen, and they haven't even landed. He's just cranking home runs, and the pitch is already being thrown. Give me all of this, Koff. I love it. This is amazing. This guy's just flying home runs. I mean, he's almost hitting the DraftKings "hit it here" sign. But while I'm watching they have to split screen it because they're just rapid fire.
Right.
Oh, all day. This is what baseball should be.
They're not even watching the ball land. They're just, as soon as that thing is hit, let's throw the next one. Which, to your point, I love the pace as a viewer. As a hitter, it would be frustrating.
Yeah, I don't.
Because there's no downtime, obviously, to reset yourself, but also,
we get time.
And if you blasted a ball 525 feet, wouldn't you like to watch it for a sec?
Yeah, give me one. Just give me one of those looks. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. They have the timeouts. I love that. And they have a time clock on the timeout. But baseball needs all of this implemented. And if they
in actual regular season games,
if they did anything similar, like if the batter steps out, they have 5 seconds, or if the pitcher steps off, they have 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever you want to call it. And then once everybody's set in their position, you have 10 seconds to pitch. Like stuff like that, baseball would be a world of difference.
2nd and 18 from the 40.
Oof.
Very short gain. Out to the 36. Roethlisberger, who's pacing toward a bonus, 178 passing, probably going to be the final play of the quarter, and in turn the half. I'm assuming, because who of us didn't if you grew up a sports fan, you must have had some, as you maybe hit your teen years, high school, that sort of, you must have had some fun, go over to the local playground, little league field, do some home run derbies with your buddies, right?
All the time. Yeah. Even sometimes backyard with wiffle ball,
Sure.
Yeah, dude. This was the best. I remember we used to cut this is when I was younger than high school, but I used to cut the newspaper to see who was in the home run derby, and we would we would draft who we would bat as, and if he was if you were Ken Griffey, you had a bat lefty. If you were Joe Carter, you had a bat from righty. Whatever.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was I used to have fond memories. I grew up, having a pool in the backyard, so a bunch of buddies would come over. The parents would probably be, drinking adult soda waters or whatnot on the deck. And yeah, we used to do this night. Home run derby night is a very famous night in my life because I used to always remember that because there was no school. It was the one thing that everybody paid attention to. Everybody was all in. The 4 friends that I have in the neighborhood would all come over. We do this under the lights because you have the one spotlight in the backyard that you think is illuminating the world, but really you can't see the skunk that's 2 feet behind you. But yeah, love it.
Litzow noting 513 feet. Aaron Judge 2017 at Marlins Park in Miami.
Oh, wow.
And that was our record coming in tonight. I feel like that's going to be broken tonight over the course of this evening. Should be fun. 10-0. Pittsburgh in front. More home run derby talk and all that other good stuff coming up in just a matter of moments. But earlier today on The Sweat, which, as we always tell you, comes your way Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern to noon. Make sure you check it out. All your favorite voices and faces from the Dream Stream and so many others are part of it on a daily basis. Reed T. Fowler and Moose Jeff Ulrich earlier today talking a little PGA high-low, getting ready for the major, the Open Championship later on this week. And not to mention talking about the favorite, Jon Rahm. Fellas, let's find out what they think.
Or these starting odds for the British Open, too high, so too long, or too low, which we're talking too short. Let's go Jon Rahm, plus 800, the favorite right now. Reed T. Fowler, these odds too long or too short?
I mean, too low, just because Jon Rahm is solid, right? But at the same time, when you take a look at some of the trends, and I know Ulrich's a big trend guy, read the cheat sheet because we got a lot of trends there from him. But he doesn't meet those trends, right? And I think Rahm is fantastic. He's coming off a major win, but there's a lot of guys that I want to take, and I'm never going to take someone this short.
How about you, Ulrich?
Yeah.
Big trend guy?
I mean, yeah, that's me. But this is like the last major championship I would take a favorite at. And, that was probably the U.S. Open, which really fits to a certain skill set. The Open is crazy. It's weird weather. It's crazy holes with pop bunkers where bad bounces can get you into double bogeys, even if you hit a good shot. This just isn't the spot to take a guy under plus 1,000. Jon Rahm is a deserving favorite. He's the best player in the world right now by far. This number is just too short, though, for this event.
Unreal.
All right. Thank you very much, fellas. Remember The Sweat, 11 to noon, Monday through Friday, Eastern time. Check it out. A lot of great insights, analysis, information from our crew. And that comes your way every day with so much great information across sports. So do check it out, including, obviously, analysis earlier today on the Home Run Derby, which we are now getting to watch, at least in part, in real time. And, yeah, so Matt Olson, one shy of Mancini in round one. And you got to figure, combination of Denver and just, I don't know, the pop, the ability of these guys, we are just getting started. Going to be a long night of dingers going on here as it's 10-0 Pittsburgh in Baltimore. Winner taking the AFC North, the virtual AFC North, in our 2021 Madden simulated season, depending on the outcome of tonight's game. Jason Rossi, Adam Kaufman, Mike, Daniel, Kyle, all here with you. So let's see where we stand in the contest right here. I have jumped to 22, but old Superman, Dean Cain, fresh out of the Rock and Chalk Home Run Derby tournament, is in front right now by about a point. Where are you?
102nd.
So much time, though.
Yeah, there is, but still not feeling listen, all it's going to take is Lamar Jackson to do anything, but so many people own him that doesn't make me feel any better. So I really need him to connect with Boykin. I've never seen this many zeros in my lineup. Lily Snead, Justin Tucker, and Boykin, all with goose eggs, or as with Ducey as he was scarfing donuts during the sim. 3 donuts in my line.
You know what, though? When you say, it'd be nice if Lamar Jackson did something, anything. This dude has 9 passing yards. That's it. He has 0.36 points.
Yeah, you captained him like I did. You spent over 18 G's on this guy, and he's got 0.54. Now watch, he'll throw a touchdown pass. Nope, but he does connect finally, or again. Trying to see what some people do. I think upstairs my cat's running wild right now.
Yeah, where's he going?
I don't know. My cat stinks. I'll be honest. He stinks. We gotta figure him out. Anybody want a cat? Let me know.
You're saying, a Glash needs a cat.
So I know. I really think I might just be like, dude, you want this cat?
You just drive over and drop him off. So you're not gonna, your Twitter bio isn't gonna say #CatDad?
No, never
Like
will.
all these people, dog dad, dog mom.
Listen, I'm absolutely all about people, but I don't feel, with all due respect to my animal, that strongly. I'm a caretaker.
About this animal.
I am a caretaker. It's funny because every so often I think my wife's on the phone upstairs, and I can tell she's talking to the cat.
Well, I mean, you're down here talking to me. She needs someone to keep her company.
That's true. Yeah, but I don't think their conversation is as
Captivating.
Witty and fun.
Hugh says, "Cough, I take back my haircut compliment from earlier. LOL, kidding. You and Rossi are the best sim combo commentators." Thank you, Hugh.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. How about that?
Oh, now we just lost the ranking.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, let me just ask, what's going on up there? Do I need to throw him out the window? Nope. She just said it. Who wants a cat? Who's ready?
Has your wife yet been, I don't mean like seen, but has she yet been heard on the Dream Stream? Like right now, you were just doing that. I couldn't hear her. Has she been heard doing these yet?
Yeah, she's been a couple times, like where I'm downstairs. We have a couch that I'm actually trying to sell. But she's been like sitting here. We've had conversations. Like one time with BK, we were talking about vacation spots and back in the day when like Sarah was on a lot, we were trying to get my wife and Sarah to do like a quarter.
Nice.
But do I need to come up there? It's not good. I can just
sim right around.
Yeah. It's not good, Cough. I can tell everybody in Sim Fam. It's not good. Yes, by the way, Andrew L says, Rossi, has your cat broke anything recently? Well, aside from the snow globe that he broke.
I heard about that.
Oh, what a piece of work. What's going on with him? What's he doing? Oh, we got a cat trying to jump on the shelving.
Ugh.
Just if he comes down here, just close the door. Knock him around. Anyways,
knock him around. I don't think you can do that.
Oh, you can. Yeah, cats can take it. Don't worry.
Well, they can land on their feet.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't throw him. I would you gotta go, just give him a little
nudge, a little shove,
a little pat on the back. Say, hey, bud, none of that.
Yeah, quit being you.
Oh, that's funny. Did I, Andrew L says Rossi showed her asleep on the couch once. I actually believe that.
I didn't know that.
When I sometimes do them upstairs, that must have been at 10 p.m. a Madden After Dark, because my wife is notoriously like hits the couch, says, what are we watching tonight? And then just falls asleep.
Oh, 100%.
So, and I'm here for it. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes I prefer it.
My wife and I, we were putting on a movie the other night, and we got a fumble. Lamar, he's always good for a fumble. Pitch, got it.
He got caught. This is bad. Lamar Jackson finally reached 3 points in the captain spot. Now he's going to lose 2 of them.
It's a tough Lamar Jackson day to this point. Yeah, we put on a movie the other night. And it's a movie that I deliberately put on something that like I said to her, I was like, I think you'll like this. We should put it on, knowing full well that she was tired. We put on Palm Springs, and I said we should put this on. I think you'll like it. And she was. I mean, we were 2 scenes in. We were like 3 minutes in, and I could tell she was fading. Like the eyes were, all kind of like just a real struggle to keep the eyelids from closing. Like she was a goner. She was out. And I just sort of said to her, I could turn this off. And I wasn't annoyed or anything. I said, she's like, no, I'm trying. I said, well, that's just dumb. You're tired, just fall asleep. Don't make yourself stay up. And second to that, you're trying to force your way into, watching a movie that I've already seen. Like, I may as well turn it off and put on something else that I haven't seen. And you're
doing it for her. You're doing it for her. I've done. Like there's the Fear Street. I know you're not a horror movie guy, but these Fear Street movies that are being released in Netflix. It's kind of a fun little story for those that are watching. It's the one movie in a while she's actually been like up for. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's grabbed enough for her attention, but she didn't fall asleep with like half an hour to go. She did the first one, so there's like these 3 parts in different years. But yeah, I think it's funny. Like, unless I really want to watch a movie with somebody, like I want that back and forth, then I don't really care. There's very few times that I'm like, oh, I really hope we can talk about this throughout it.
Right.
And then also it's the bonus because she'll fall asleep on the couch, and then homeboy gets the bed to himself.
So you don't wake her and say, "Hey, why don't you come to bed?" You just like whenever.
I used to try. No, she's gone. Once she's down,
whenever you wake, you wake.
Yeah, I used to do it, and then I just like give her like a little nudge and be like, hey. So I say it really quiet so she really doesn't hear me.
Hey, touchdown. Pittsburgh. James Washington.
Washington. Whoa, where did that ball just go? I'm telling you, Koff, this game right here, this is a tough putt. We have some random touchdowns going.
Yeah, we do.
We got, I know these guys we know, but obviously not Derek Watt. Like, what are we doing there? But, I love me some Vultures. But now you got Washington in there, so.
I'm not, look, I have Washington. I'm not complaining.
You're a happy camper. I'm over here. Like, look, I literally have, do I even have 10 points? Ebron's holding it down for me, and smart by you by captaining him. Because he's got 13 points. Again, I have a absolute donut from 2 out of my 6 players, and Lamar Jackson in the captain has less than 2 points. So tough day. But
we got Brickhouse Boys 98 in front in our free roll, and just an absolute Brickhouse Trevor Story with a 518-foot homer, which is obviously the long for tonight and a new record at that, breaking the 513 mark.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just trying to catch up with the Twitch homies because sometimes I feel like Disco says I took Pitt. Maybe put the line on it. I think they're joking in there. Some of the people that are questioning what they're talking about, unless all of a sudden DK Sportsbook put odds on the Sims.
Carolyn's Bone Charger, Lamush Jackson. So far,
it is.
Listen, if the cleat fits.
But listen,
going back to what we were talking about before, though, right before the break, ultimately with home run derby stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we used to, my buddies and I, we'd go over to the little league fields, playgrounds, because there was some big construction. They made everything all nice as we were growing up. It was past the point where we were kids and could enjoy it, but we could still go over on a random afternoon and hope the field wasn't being used. And that was always a thing. You just had to drive over and hope for the best. It was the most annoying thing if people were already on the field.
I have to ask, did you ever have the one I don't know if everyone had a car or what age you're talking about, but we had that summer of like when a couple of us were 16 before others. Like I have a January birthday, so relatively ahead of most. And they used to always tell me you have to go to the park at like 10, let's say a.m. and you need to like put a couple things down or like stay there.
The field basically.
And just like stay there. And I'm like, well, when are you guys gonna show up? And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, well, how long am I there for? An hour? 10 minutes? 15? Right. And I remember there was this one time when I did it and I reserved the park, and then a whole crew of kids I didn't know showed up. What was I supposed to do?
Sorry, guys. You were in a scene from the bench warmers.
Seriously, it's like, sorry, guys, field's taken. I tried. I was like,
we got practice, so move.
Yeah, it's honestly, and I'm like, what am I? I have baseball. I like set up bases, this whole thing, and they're like, well, who's? Oh no, Lamar
again. Lamar fumbled again.
It was in the same position. My lordy lord, it is a tough day. You know what? I'm just gonna give the Babysitter Billy. I'm gonna try to reverse jinx him. Babysitter Billy Award's already going to Lamar. Lock it in, Michael. I don't know if you actually. What we have to do
put it in the spreadsheet.
Put it in, because he is absolutely killing this contest for a lot of people. But at the same time, the one thing, and we can all get negative, the positive is if the highest owned guy isn't playing well, it all comes down to those guys underneath that you're playing with. But anyway, so back to your
ball. So I don't recall anyway ever having that where where we sent like the first person with their license over to post up basically on the field. But we'd go and we would, like a lot of people I'm sure, like some people would show up with wooden bats. It's like, don't be an idiot. Like, let's break out the aluminum bat and you use baseballs. These weren't wiffle balls. We're using baseballs trying to hit homers. And there are like when you would, and it's going to sound pathetic to any of you out there that like played college baseball or something like that, or even for that matter, if you were a really good high school player. Mm-hmm. But another fumble. My goodness. Baltimore getting it back, it looks like. Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, back and forth we go, at least with the possessions. 17-0 Pitt still. But we go out there, And you just, you're like, when you hit a ball over a fence, that's the biggest thing. When you hit a ball over a fence that, let's say, is, I don't know, another fumble. Oh my goodness. Again, Lamar refuses to have this story heard. He refuses. Fitzpatrick with the recovery. That's 3 fumbles for Lamar Jackson. I'm not sure I've seen this before, especially in such short proximity. I don't even think I want to finish my story. This is nuts.
This is insane. This is literally insane. Oh my gosh.
Yes, Daniel says this is Josh Allen Madden 20 territory. All I was going to say to cap this, put a bow on this stupid long drawn out story now. When you hit a ball 200 plus feet over a fence and you're just, home run derbying it up with your buddies. And I'm not saying that's the hardest thing in the world to do. It's not. But when you do that, it's just such a great feeling. And I can't even fathom what it must be like for these dudes out here cranking balls 500 feet with an audience.
Dude, or like you can go back to like what you said, like in high school. Like I know you don't have necessarily the fanfare depending on where you lived, but like having just like actually hitting like a real home run. Like
Right.
that must be like these are things I could never do. I was never good at baseball. I had no power, nothing. Like again, once I grew older, we had like a wiffle ball thing when I was in my early 20s. We used to play like overnight at this like place, and I at a Hunt's Photo Shop in Melrose, Massachusetts. Google it, and yeah, it was brutal. It was brutal. I stung. I was the worst.
Ken
Baseball
says,
is just not my thing.
Stupid laugh just makes it worse. Nice. Well played, Ken.
Enjoy the stupid laugh, you son of a gun.
Not going anywhere, Ken.
Look at Lamar's stats. He's on 7 passes, and he's fumbled 3 times. 45. Oh, this is funny. Sometimes you gotta laugh.
It's bad. This is just terrible production. 6 for 45 with the 3 fumbles for Lamar on the ground. He's your leading rusher, but would you want him to be? 7 for 39 for Connor. Touchdown for old Derek Watt. One of a couple touchdowns in this game.
Yeah.
We give you some pass catching numbers as well. I'm in 36th, which is nowhere near in contention to win this thing. Brick House Boys, 98 in front. Ebron, 7 for 60, my captain. Washington, 3 for 40 with a score. The only one in the air. Deontay Johnson, 4 for 62. And, Mandrews is disappointed. Or, pardon me, Marquise Brown. And
All of them,
Mandrews as well, but Marquise Brown as well.
Cuff, there's 0 points on the board, and the quarterback has fumbled 3 times.
What do you expect?
What are we gonna get out of him? Like he's only thrown 6 completions too out of 7 passes.
Lindenbaum. Does Lamar have negative points yet in the captain spot? No,
almost. 3 point. I can tell you it's 3.99. So 2 more fumbles.
If you had to guess, I'll look it up. 100 sims. Okay, this is number 101 for Lamar Jackson in Madden 21. 100 previous sims for Lamar. What would you guess is his low output fantasy total for flex? Obviously, don't even worry about the captain.
My guess is he had a sub 10 game, but my guess is still going to be around like 9.5. That's my guess. I've also seen him put up 90 in the non-captain. I believe. I think he still has the record.
Let's see.
I'm guessing though. That's just a guess. And I still think he's going to come through.
I came across 2 games in which he had 8 points something,
Oh,
but
wow.
I just hit this in Cleveland, a game that finished 10-7, and actually it was a win. But Lamar had 5.58 points.
Wow.
5. So he might actually, get clear of that today.
Sheesh.
Hollywood.
That's crazy.
He had gone for at least 25, though. His last 8 sims coming into this one.
I like everyone's conspiracy theories, by the way, in the chat throughout this entire time. Oh, wait a minute, Lamar. Oh, nice. Golf clap, everybody. Lamar slid. He actually didn't take the hit. Woo!
Protect that ball.
That's it, baby. I also want to just say for those that are double screening, the amount of times we've seen Shohei Ohtani warming up in the batting cages underneath the stadium or to the side, wherever it is in Colorado, I laugh. It's like unbelievable. You know that this is why this guy is the man right now. Oh, look at Dobbins.
Not bad. 30-yard pickup.
Look out now. Lamar actually getting some points. By the way, shout out to Kyle, because Kyle now has to probably get busy, because here we go. Not that you weren't busy before, Kyle. I know you.
Kyle!
10 times busier than I was.
What do you say? Now we got to give Kyle something to do?
No, I just feel like now here come the Ravens. We criticize the Ravens. Now they're probably going to score 2 touchdowns. This game's somehow going to go to overtime. Watch.
No way.
Oh.
No way.
This thing looks like it's... Woo! Sorry. No, I'm not supposed to do that, but sometimes just you see these bombs.
Who do you believe, and I guess, there can be a little bit of bias because we're underway, so I guess in that sense, but who do you believe is going to win this thing?
My gut told me Trevor Story in the beginning, because I just think those things happen, but it doesn't look like he might not survive this first round. But yeah, I just felt Trevor Story, going to your narrative street in Colorado. I think it's just a cool, and he's been a really good ball player that I feel like never has gotten the attention he deserves. He was like the first, I think, player in like baseball history at like 10 home runs in a month in his rookie year. That 4 or 5 years ago now. And that's when that's why people I think know his name. And then down there, but
first and goal coming.
Trevor Story will move on.
What's it going to be? Are we going to get Dobbins, Ingram, or a Lamar rushing touchdown right here?
Okay, I'm going to just call it right now. Who's the full? Is that the other, not Juice Jack? There's somebody like, I'm going to give it to him. Oh, he's
Dobbins.
Down. Oh, he gets in. Wow. So since we got a first score here, I do have one of those, third degree questions here for you, because I have a very itchy ear and I just came out of the shower. When you get out of the shower, do you clean your ears with do you clean your ears? Yes.
As opposed to just like leaving the insides wet until it dries out?
Yeah, and just going on with your day. Do you clean your ears? If you do you use a Q-tip, toilet paper, or the towel that you're cleaning your body with?
Okay.
Or any other product or thing?
So I will... so never toilet paper.
Okay. Do you clean your ear every time right out of the shower first?
Every time if you will allow me to define cleaning your ear as like simple as like putting your fingers in there real quick for a second. Yeah, then I do that more often than not. I won't like I'll take my towel and like rub it over my ear, but I won't like dig in to clean it with my towel.
Okay.
If I'm ever hell bent on cleaning the inside of my ear, it's with a Q-tip.
Gotcha.
But I might just accept the water and move on with my day sometimes.
This is the thing. So I have this theory. It might not be a theory. I think it's just the way, because you're not supposed to use Q-tips for this, but nonetheless, we all do, and you shouldn't. Just be careful, everybody. This is not an ad. But I like to let 3 days go by before I put a Q-tip in my ears.
After you when? Like
just
after
so like if I do,
then it would be like a never-ending cycle unless you often go 3 days without a shower.
Well, no, just like, so if I clean my ears with the Q-tip on Sunday, I would wait like I did yesterday. So I would wait till Wednesday
before doing it again.
Yeah, because then first of all, there's a little bit of like build.
You're not supposed to use a Q-tip every day.
Yeah.
In your ears. That's true.
Because you actually need some build up in there is good. But anywho, I right now have the itchiest left ear, and I think it's probably just potential allergies or whatever.
Yeah.
I am at the point where I'm like, I think I need a Q-tip. But I'm also in this battle now. That do I just hold out? Because if I make it to Wednesday, the thing is too, when you get the clean, whether any device you use or anything you use, you can build up a little. So there's like something to actually clean. Like when I like to clean something and see like the results of my cleaning. Not like go in my ear and be like, oh, there's nothing in there. I kind of find that boring. I like a little I need a little gunk in there, Cough. I need a little.
Need a little yellow and gross on there.
Yeah, give me a little wax. Give me some wax.
Daniel says you're not supposed to use a Q-tip in your ears at all. And
No,
other
you're
people
not.
in the chat have said the same thing. You know what though? Here's what I say to that. Why? Like what else am I going to use a Q-tip for? Truly. Like what else am I going to use a Q-tip for other than in my ears?
Makeup and nose, I was told.
Never.
I'm just saying, you read about it. But I will tell you this. Yes, you're not supposed to use a Q-tip in your ear where the drum is, but you can use it on the crevices outside your ear. That's actually one of the uses of a Q-tip.
Oh, I ram it right into the drum.
Ugh.
Get in there. Let's see how far I can stick this puppy in.
I'll be honest with you. I just don't like. I try to flush. I try to do a lot of things, but man, I just cannot. I really want to go to a doctor and do like I want to see what's in my ears so bad.
Have you? Well, obviously not. But if you, I don't know what maybe flushing is the technical term for it, the medical term for it. But if you have your ears flushed,
yes.
I've seen it done.
I've done it once.
My wife has done it to me because she works in healthcare.
Okay.
I've seen I've seen it. It is disgusting.
Oh, well, especially if you use Q-tip.
No, but I mean, if you went, I don't even know how long, like years without cleaning your ears and didn't, no Q-tips, no nothing. Like you just went an unthinkable, an unspeakable amount of time without cleaning your ears, and then you flush those things, you will get things that come out of your ears that don't even look like they would fit in your ears.
Oh, God.
Feel like these boulder-sized rocks.
Slugs. There's slugs in there.
Oh,
I watch these videos. I'm infatuated with the ear and nose.
You are just left thinking, like, how did I even hear before this?
I love those videos on YouTube. There's a lot of doctors that have the filming of these things, and they go in, and you're like, what is that? It's amazing. But
Miguel, I know it's working when it hurts.
No, that's not true. By the way, just to catch you up before we get to the watch along, 2 upsets so far in the home run derby by standing purposes. So, will that be continuing? We'll see. But yeah, I'm all about watching those videos. But when I was younger, I guess I had like an ear infection or something. I remember in the middle of the night, I had to go to the doctors, and they flushed my ear, and I will never forget that feeling. It was amazing and odd all at the same time.
Painful though.
Well, the flushing for me, it wasn't painful. It was awkward, and there was so much crap in the dish. It was all the Q-tips and like little shavings of it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of stuff in our ears.
A lot going on in the ears. All the better to hear you with, my dear.
Oh yeah, Jordan, I know people have told me, but I don't know if I want to do it myself. I'd rather go to like a doctor and do it, or maybe I'll go to Cop's wife.
Yeah, come on over. She'd love to do it.
Oh man, if this is real, I really might do this because I'm very.
She like the medically disgusting things like that. She's all about it. Loves it. It makes me uncomfortable.
She's not asleep on the couch, and I'll tell her, "Hey, you mind cleaning up these ears?"
No, it's like those people that are like, oh, you need me to pop that zit for you?
Oh.
Like, she may as well be one of those. Just the gross stuff, you know?
D-Rod, hold on, says, I'm having dinner. Please change the subject. Listen, us cleaning out our ears and talking about the gunk in our ears and nose and all that has been a better performance than Lamar.
Yeah.
Oh, almost just threw. Pick, and by the way, Alonso's on an absolute tear in the home run derby. Are you I think you should leave fan? Have we talked about that show before?
I don't know if we've talked about it, but your guy Billy doesn't shut up about it, and I've never binged it. I've never watched all of it, but I've seen sketch here, sketch there, some that he's made me watch, that sort of thing. But it's fine. I don't love it the way those who really love it. You know what I mean?
That's me. I am like, whew, I watch it quite often, even before they release the second season. It gets me like it's one type of humor really over and over again. So if
Yeah.
you're into that type of, like if you like Adam Sandler, you could binge Adam Sandler movies all day.
Sure.
Tim Robinson has a very not similar to Adam Sandler, but it's a kind of like a 1 or 2, dimensional comedian. And when it hits, if you're that type of person, which a lot of people clearly are because the show has some success, you could ride that thing all day.
Well, and to binge all of it, like per season, it's only like an hour and a half, right?
Oh, yeah. Not like the first season, I want to say binging the whole thing was maybe less than an hour. Yeah, maybe the two combined, I would guess, is under an hour and a half. Usually 15-minute episodes, some maybe a little less.
Yeah, I should probably do it. I mean, enough people
If you like it, though, like don't.
that I like are all about it. We got a face mask. It's for sure like the people, and I guess I'm talking about you here. The people who love it, though.
Oh, I love it.
Just quote it all the time.
Oh, please.
Quote it all the time.
Me and my wife all the time will talk about it. Like just little things. There's just little moments in the show that you can quote all day. See if Lamar can get us quoting a touchdown. No.
Nope.
If he doesn't throw a touchdown, he's over 14 over. Well, he's right around that. But I'm trying to think with the non-captaining because I only have him here at the captain, but he's over 10 points and right about. He's going to be there. If he can get a touchdown, it would actually be a decent day. But not what we were expecting.
I mean, maybe relative to the game.
Yeah. Sorry, I should say when you're in the fourth quarter and you have 3 points. So they start.
2nd and goal from the 5. Lamar back at the end zone. In. Dobbins again. Touchdown.
All right. Player of the game is Dobbins. I don't care. I should give it a Derek Watt. You know what? No. I'm going to stick with Dobbins because that's a day right there. 2 touchdowns. And again, not highly owned, not highly thought of in this game.
No, 17% owned in the small contest.
Alonzo's just ripping home runs right now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
as they look at Shohei watching in from the tunnel again.
And again, I will remind people that I watch things on the YouTube TV, so I'm always behind.
(17-14). Final 23 seconds, though, and as we know, onside kicks rarely recovered, so I wouldn't expect overtime here today.
Don't say it. Onside kick recovery. Lamar runs a big one.
Hit that like. North of 300 people watching.
What's up, peeps? Hope everyone's having a good night, too. It's good times. I know this game's been a little odd, but take all the personal stuff of the game. Just enjoying life. Hopefully, it's summertime, as we talked about. It's good. Oh, wait. Hold on. It's like Pierre McGuire just got a job in the front office of the Senators.
Yeah, you didn't see that?
Oh, I'm just seeing it now.
Player development.
Oh, I was hoping he's going to get hired by,
ESPN?
Yeah, ESPN or TNT.
Think about how many more people whose hometowns and junior clubs he's going to get to learn, though.
Wait till he's back in the booth in about 5 years.
Oh, my goodness. The stories he'll have to tell.
That's going to be your ball game, too.
About this kid from Oshawa. Ken says, bro, Dobbins really scored twice? That's got to be a first in Simland.
No, I've seen him. He's had a double before.
Don't you disrespect Dobbins that way. He's up to 22 sim touchdowns. I'll tell you. I'll look it up.
I'm pretty sure he had one other with 2 because I went against somebody who won the contest with that, and I was not happy.
Steelers take the AFC North, by the way, with this victory here. 17-14. We're not quite over yet, but we're almost there. So I'm looking.
While you do that, our guy Main Max says, hey, fam, haven't been around for a while. Just locked in a lineup for the 10 o'clock. Who's going to be commenting? Yeah. Well, first off, good to see you back. I remember the name. And, it's going to be Glash and Freeze Pops.
So I actually...
What'd you do?
I see 1 2-touchdown game against the Bills where it was the same thing. He had 1 of each. 1 rushing, 1 receiving. And that is the only other time in Madden 21 that I see him with that achievement. So it is a semi-historic performance.
All right, no, I
J.K.
stand
Dobbins.
corrected. I stand corrected. I'm a moron. So there you go.
Alonso hit 35 homers. Whoa!
He was unbelievable. He was unbelievable. The guy was just hitting absolute bombs, and he's so pumped up. This is another thing. I like when we have guys like this. Same thing with the, dunk contest. They're similar in some ways. I want emotion, and you don't get a ton. But you just saw Alonso look like he just that was big for him. Jock Peterson did it years ago. I love when they get all fired up.
Do you believe in guys absolutely wrecking the second halves of their seasons, though, based on going ham at the home run derby?
Nope. I think it's absolute bull crap. These guys swing the bat a million times a day. Same thing with pitchers. And Jason Bay spoke about this once, and he said anybody who really says the home run derby is an absolute excuse maker. There's a million things that could go. I could just be the couple days off after. Because you have to remember, baseball players are so of all sports, I would say they're the ones that have the most rigid, dated
routine creatures of habit.
Yeah, crazy. They play every day, almost around the same time every day. So, I don't think so, because a lot of these guys also talk about, and that they don't really change their swing all that much. They try to maybe uppercut a little bit at times, but that's going to probably lead to more pop-ups in the outfield, and it's going to get out of the park.
So J.K. Dobbins, our Krusty Koff Award winner, 16 points in the flex, 17% owned in our smaller contest. Did you give the babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? And
Yeah, it's Lamar Jackson. Jackson. I locked it in the third quarter, and I'm not changing my tone.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. I wasn't sure with the late touchdown if that was going to.
No. Everybody was. I'm looking through the SimFam comments throughout this entire time. Half of them should be ashamed of themselves for the horrible things they say. But all jokes aside, yeah, it was Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Juju was awful too. Just to give him a little honorable mention.
Yeah,
2 for 30, 5 points, 5 points, 50+% owned, 10% in the captain.
Gosh,
With that, Rossi.
He stinks. We already knew that. Reality in Simland, the guy stinks. And by the way, any other day it would have been him, because he's been averaging 17 points over the last 5, and absolutely no show today.
All right, my friend. Well, with that, I guess we're gonna be polite. We're gonna let you go. Although I know, like you said, you're just gonna hang out. You're just gonna.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm in. I'm gonna be doing my math for the pod. So yeah, if anybody is interested tomorrow, we'll be dropping the new episode. I think we're gonna be live real early tomorrow. But either way, Pop Culture Pile Driver. If you could check it out, if you leave a 5-star review, we'll donate $10 for the Buzz Off for Kids with Cancer through the One Mission. And Frank's SI would be awesome, and appreciate everybody. This is a lot of fun, and what's about to happen next is sim history. So I'm all jacked up. I'm going to be looking like Alonso here. I'm going to be all fired up over here, just shouting and screaming.
You are back, by the way, for this sim, the 8 o'clock sim on Wednesday. So just about 48 hours away, you will have Rossi coming back. He will be with Brendan Glasheen for a wild card playoff game here in the Madden 21 simulated season. So, my friend, we'll let you go. We're going to bring in, like you said, a little bit of history. We're going to welcome in Brendan Glasheen, Steve Buchanan. Thank you very much, Rossi. We'll catch you next time. And let's bring in these guys for the Home Run Derby watch along. And as we know, it has been just a wild amount of dingers out there in Colorado with our pal, our DK friend, not Brendan, but Brandon Cristal out there, living it up, enjoying every single moment, fellas. Bukes and Glash coming on in, and just in time, just in the nick of time, because we've not yet had the chance to watch Shohei Ohtani. That's the guy that everybody's going to be glued to. It's the one we're excited about. But after what we just saw, fellas, from Pete Alonso, the defending champ with 35 homers, maybe the excitement, Buke, should stop right there.
It's been pretty wild. You have to feel bad for Sal Perez, who comes into this here. He's like, oh, maybe I got a little bit of a shot here. And then Alonso literally breaks the record for most home runs in the first round. And that's literally where we're at now as we get into this watch along for the Home Run Derby.
Does anyone actually call him Sal?
I just did, so we will now.
Yeah, there you go.
Curious.
Maybe you can't fight it.
But what a absolutely ridiculous round by Pete Alonso. And it goes to, for me, it's all about the pitcher.
Mhm.
The couple guys like Gallo got absolutely screwed because like the pitcher's like sitting there like trying to show off, like making it about him, like ridiculous.
But don't they choose
His name is Tony Bradley, the third base coach of the Rangers.
Tony Bradley.
Excuse me.
But Bukes, don't they choose their pitcher?
Yes.
Yeah, they do, but obviously Gallo didn't know he was going to like showboat and take his time. And then same thing with Matt Olson. Like whatever the dope is that he picked, like Olson would hit a home run and the guy's turning around to admire it. It's like your job is to throw Olson the ball, so keep doing that. But good story, Trey Mancini advances, and we love seeing Trey Mancini advance.
All right. Well, we've already seen record length home runs too coming into this particular tournament. 513 was the previous record. Aaron Judge a few years back at Marlins Park. We've seen Trevor Story, who actually was talking to our guy BK earlier today, part of an interview, saying he was expecting some 525s tonight. We could get there. I mean, the night's young, obviously. Yeah. What's our record length right now? I know Story had 518. Has that been topped yet?
I don't believe that that's been topped so far. I think that is currently the record.
Okay. Yeah. That is confirmed by our producer, Mike. We've got Daniel here with us, our technical director as well. So, Bukes, I know you're rocking the screen share here, and obviously what we're checking out, we've got some lines up for the All-Star game tomorrow, but we got plenty of time over the course of the next 40 minutes or however long we're going to be hanging out watching this thing to dive into the All-Star game and some DK Sportsbook odds for betting and obviously DFS approach and any of that stuff. In terms of what you can bet on right now as it relates to the home run derby, anything jumping out at you?
Yeah, so the live lines look like they're coming up and down, obviously, as the matchups progress here. But, you know, obviously keeping an eye on those two. But, like, as we've seen already, I mean, obviously, I don't think the underdog is going to be winning this round here, which was Sal Perez. But two of the underdogs took the first two rounds. Trey Mancini, one of the biggest underdogs on this home run derby, knocking out Matt Olson. Joey Gallo going down to the hometown boy Trevor Story in that one. So the underdogs have been performing well. Like I said, this is not going to probably be the underdog story here for Sal Perez, but you know, getting some plus money on some of those guys. I mean, we can go into the home run stuff all we want, but at the end of the day, you know, the pitching matters, which I truly believe here. You know, at least Perez is getting some decent pitching here, but you know, that was kind of a factor here. I mean, at least with Joey Gallo too, like he was very close to tying that with Trevor Story, didn't get the pitch off in time and it didn't end up counting and he lost by one. So, you know, Joey Gallo looked really, something was up in the first 40 seconds. It looked like he was popping them up. He was, you know, hitting it into double plays. It looked like a lot of ground balls, hitting it over to the second baseman and whatnot in that area. But yeah, at least so far, except for this round, I will say though, Perez is kind of making, Perez is going to hit like 25 to 26 home runs that he's going to lose. Like that's just how much of an amazing round Alonso just had. I think Perez is going to get 27 here. It's 26.
Folks made a
27.
They made a lot of the left-handed hitters, Steve, coming in because Griffey was the last guy to win it at Coors Field. And also Alonso being on the same side of the bracket as Ohtani, the favorite coming in. Do we now, I mean, still in round one, do we feel that the right-handed hitters were significantly underrated coming in here?
No, I don't really think so. I mean, the thing is, like, when you look at some of the guys that were hyped up, we haven't seen Ohtani yet, but Gallo was the guy who had the second best odds to win the home run derby here. And Gallo was just coming into this on an absolute hot streak. Like, I think he had 11 home runs over some odd days coming into this here. Like, he was just absolutely on fire. So you think of that, bringing that momentum into this home run derby. And then of course, this is in Coors Field. So if he's mashing when pitchers are trying to get him out, what's going to happen when he's getting these absolute meatballs? Well, he wasn't getting that, at least for the first minute and a half, because of his dopey pitcher was whatever he was throwing him. But when he started getting on fire, when these guys get into a rhythm, and Gallo's one of those guys, he was absolutely bombing the ball. It's just unfortunate that it took so long for him to get into that rhythm. So I don't think it's really that we were undervaluing the right-handed guys. It's just that the guys that are hitting left-handed are some of the best power hitters in the game right now.
The odds were, I think, minus 135 for Glash to be called a dope by Bukes first. Me plus 175 in the field at like plus 700. Who would have thought the field would win that one? So you know, good for Perez's pitcher coming away with that honor, that distinction. Bukes, obviously coming into the tournament, I mean, this is no longer a thing unless there are live odds changing, but at least coming in, the player that you could have bet on to hit the longest home run, as we know at the moment, it is Trevor Story plus 600. It was Shohei Ohtani at plus 325 coming in. Now he hasn't gone yet, so could still be him. But just in terms of, what you believe about cores and the players that are involved, where would you have put your money coming into this thing?
So I actually had I did some research for this because that's actually probably part of my job.
Sure,
But over at Statcast or MLB, they have they keep track of if of all the home runs that these players have hit, how many would have left every single park in Major League Baseball. Trevor Story actually was number one. 72.7% of the home runs that he's hit so far this season would have cleared every single stadium. Alonso was number two at 70.6, and then it was Gallo, Perez, Ohtani. Mancini was actually at the bottom, and we saw what a stellar one that he had there. But just going off of those numbers, and then what Trevor Story has done at Coors Field, Trevor Story was averaging about 17 feet more per home run at home so far this season. So a pretty significant bump there for Trevor Story. That's where my money would have been on Trevor Story because of that notion, because, he's used to hitting in Coors, and from those numbers there, more than 70% of the home runs that he's hit would have cleared any ballpark, no matter where it was hit. I mean, that's pretty impressive to say the least, because Trevor Story has been having the best year, but when he's been getting a hold of a ball, they've been absolutely flying out of the park.
But Alonso is nearby when you're talking all 30 ballparks, right? Because I saw that number you put out. Story's at 72.7, and then Alonso's at 70.6.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, Alonso's right there too. But like for me, if I look at those numbers, Trevor Story at home at Coors Field, it's hard not to like that. Not like that one.
Checks a lot of boxes. Yep.
Now this here with Juan Soto, I thought this was one of the more interesting odds that you could get here. I believe he ended up closing at +7 at 7-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook to win this. Juan Soto is an exceptional talent. You'll see already he's at just at 9, about halfway through. If he was facing anyone other than Ohtani, you wouldn't be getting 7-1 odds for Juan Soto. Juan Soto is so unbelievably good, and he just drew the bad matchup going up against Ohtani. But Juan Soto to be an 8 seed, like to me, that was just like such an incredible value. Obviously, if he doesn't advance here, we can all just kaput to that whole notion there. But at least with the player, I just think you're getting such a great value there on Soto.
Obi-Wan asked before in our Chat Kings conference room, why is Coffer in the number 1 seat? Very easy to explain. I just started talking and I didn't shut up. That's usually how that ends up happening. But Bukes, I think, Glash, tell me if you disagree. I think the company, I don't want to criticize DraftKings, but I think the company is giving you too much power. I think the company is giving you too much power because Bukes, if anyone missed it on social media, he's got a Derby special odds boost. The Steve Buchanan Derby special, 240 plus home runs total will be hit tonight. I don't even know what the number is so far. We might be pretty close to that at the rate that these guys are hitting these things already. 240 plus home runs, plus 200 boosted to plus 420. How you feeling about that number with what you've seen so far?
Steve, you want to go get a drink? Hey, Steve, you take care of this one.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, it'll pass. It'll pass. Don't worry about that.
Huh?
Yeah, it's not even an issue. Don't worry about that.
What was your motivation there? What was it? Just confidence in Coors, the hitters involved, all the above?
All of the above. I mean, last year in 2019, there was 319 home runs hit. Now we come to Coors Field, and we already see what's happening here in the first round. That's going to pass with these. And now Soto just hit the longest home run at 520 feet.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, the over-under for the longest home run, I believe was 519. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was 519. So if that is correct, which is what I believe it was, then the over just would have hit on that one with the 520.
I can tell you Soto personally was plus 750 as far as a player to hit the longest home run, but distance, we'd have to look that up and tell you.
Yeah, it's just like I said here. I mean, getting him at the 8th seed is just such a tremendous value. Now, obviously, Ohtani could come out here and easily hit 20 plus, but at the number 8 seed, and he's already got 15 at this point. I mean, that's with 30 seconds left, and he's going to get the bonus. I mean, he easily could be in that 25 range when all is said and done.
Let's look at some of the odds that are available to us here. And obviously with Pete Alonso's victory a little while ago, as we know, back-to-back, Alonso winning the Derby, plus 500 boosted to plus 650. Ohtani and Alonso combining for 70-plus home runs, plus 125, boosted to plus 175. And, of course, we talked all about Bukes as well. What are you thinking after round one? Just historically speaking, because like you said, part of the job, you do your research, you do your homework. How dramatically, after a guy goes ham quite the way that Alonso did in round one with 35 dingers, how quickly do they slow down in round two? How much can that work against a guy? Because it is an effort, the amount of energy that has to be exuded to do that.
Yep. No, I mean, it totally is. And that's what I was thinking too. And Alonso was just going absolutely ham. Like at this point, like the guy who's in the best position is Trey Mancini, because he's the one that's been resting the most. Like he went out there, he made the upset in round one, knocking out Matt Olson. Now he's been sitting pretty for almost an hour now, watching all these guys, sit there and mash. So you'll love to go early and you'll love to see some of these guys kind of kill themselves in the first round. Like for Alonso, like it's actually good that he went as crazy as he did, because he easily could have been knocked out by Sal Perez. He was absolutely crushing it here. So now you got guys like Soto, who's going to have, another minute here to try to put up a, over 20 in this one. Like Mancini, it's interesting too, because when you look at his numbers compared to the rest of the field, like they were the lowest of everybody, like average distance, launch angle and all that. They were the lowest amongst the group. But right now, as it stands, I mean, he's just been sitting there. He's been resting up. He looked good. He finally got into a rhythm. Like, I'm not saying that Mancini's going to win this, but when these guys are battling out late and then they're going to have to do a quick turnaround to the second round, that definitely comes into play, because you're in Coors Field too. Like you definitely get tired a lot faster than if you were in, say, Boston or wherever this could be. So it's a lot of things to factor in.
It is what it is, obviously, so it doesn't really matter.
That was
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, watching round one, Mancini, the use of the timeout was actually really important. He took the timeout with 2 minutes on the clock, and Eduardo Perez, who's doing the broadcast, even mentioned the Heat's making an impact on the particular round. Now, we hadn't seen anyone else hit at that point, but the use of the timeout, it was a very good point, because he was excellent in those final 2 minutes. The first minute, he only had 2 home runs.
Yeah.
So,
and especially too, like you got the nerves going, the adrenaline's going. And if you get off to that slow start, and that was one of the things with Joey Gallo, it was written all over his face that he was not feeling it. He was not getting where he wanted it to. Like you could see it every time he missed. He knew that he missed it. So it was important for him to take his time out, and he started to kind of, get his bearings after that too. But when it's in these early rounds, because it's 3 minutes, you have time. You got to collect yourself. And we've seen that a couple times here, as Ohtani's going to finish with, Soto's going to finish with 23. It looks like that one didn't go out. So 22. So one of actually the lower numbers on the board that we've seen so far, but obviously we don't know where we're going to get for Ohtani here.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you before. It doesn't matter; it is what it is. But the format itself, which, as we know, has evolved quite a bit over the years, where it is now in the time format, it's actually less time than last year, making Alonso's feat all the more impressive, hitting more home runs in a minute fewer than he had to work with last year. But the time format versus when we were kids growing up, and it was the number of outs, and you saw a dramatically lower number of home runs hit. So maybe it wasn't as compelling, wasn't as entertaining for the fans. You might see somebody hit 18 total homers and win the whole thing versus the 50 plus that it generally takes guys now. Do you prefer one format versus the other?
Absolutely, the time format. I mean, we just talked about it. Like when guys sometimes need a little bit to get into a rhythm. If they're going to need to get into a rhythm, like if that was Gallo, like he might have honestly had like 3 or 4. Because it took him so long to get into a rhythm. Like that's not entertaining. I would so much rather being up against the time, and the Story Gallo matchup was a perfect representation of that. Gallo needed one more. He had just a few seconds left. And then obviously it didn't end up happening. He lost by 1. But that couple of seconds could have been all the difference. If he had a couple seconds more and then ties it or whatever, like that is so much more entertaining for me as a fan to watch. I don't care about the outs. That does nothing for me. And that's why we saw much lower totals. I'm at the home run derby to see bombs. Everybody wants to see bombs. We don't want to see a few flyouts and then our guys out. Like that ain't what we're here for. So I so much prefer the time format. I love the bonus too, that if you hit one over 475, you get an extra 30 seconds or whatever it is. Like it's just another added element. They're doing the home run derby right now.
Well, the main attraction is coming up now, and that is Shohei Ohtani. Do you guys, and take betting out of it for a second, just your own personal bias, is there a guy that you were rooting for coming in? Because I think for most people it's Ohtani, who I know is the favorite as well. But is this the guy that you are rooting for, or do you like the Mancini comeback? Do you like the hometown kid and Trevor Story winning in his own ballpark? Where do you stand on this, Bukes?
Like, I'm not going to lie. Like I wrote off Mancini immediately. Like, you know, all things considered, like the story is great, but when you put all these guys together, who's the one that kind of sticks out that's like, it's Mancini. But now that he's advanced, like that, I love it. Okay. And I'm not trying to take both sides here, but it's like when you put him in the group with everybody else, he wasn't really a consideration for me.
Sure.
But I love that he moved on. I love that he's still in this, and he looked good in the process too. It wasn't like a cheapie. It wasn't like he just made it by one. Like he did well in the first round. I really wanted Juan Soto to win. That was my guy there because I love Juan Soto. I think he's obviously one of the top, one in the top 5 premier players in the game. He's obviously had some shoulder issues. He's had some injuries. He had COVID earlier. Like he's had a lot down, but he's still one of the best players in the game. And I think he kind of gets overshadowed by guys like Ohtani, by guys like Tatis, by guys like Acuna, who unfortunately is out for the rest of the year. Soto is one of those guys too, and we can't forget that too. So I would have loved to see Soto obviously advance. We still don't know where he's going to be because we got to watch Ohtani right now, but Soto was the guy I really wanted to see take this down.
Well, and he only hit 11 home runs in the first half, but to your point, COVID, injuries, and when you're in that same side of the bracket as Ohtani, very easy to get overshadowed. So I'm intrigued by this because now I'm curious what it looks like for him if indeed Ohtani doesn't live up to the bill and doesn't move on. Then this thing's wide open.
I mean, we're 40 seconds in. We're 40 seconds in, and Ohtani has yet to hit one, and unless this one's gonna go.
Yeah, he just hit his first.
Okay, so I mean, it's okay, yeah, almost hit the DraftKings sign. Go to the World Series, by the way.
Now, I want play-by-play. I want to know how you feel about this pitcher right now, Jason Brown. He is the bullpen catcher of the Angels. How's he doing?
He's taking his time. Like, stop taking your time. Okay, we want to see Ohtani hit home runs. He's sitting there. He grabs 3 baseballs. He takes a look around the field. Then he goes to the mound. Throw the guy baseballs. Ohtani is almost halfway through, and he has 1. Now he's got 2.
Yeah, he's got a little surge. He's up to 4 now. My feed's just a little bit ahead of yours, but still, to your point, I mean, he's running.
I think he just hit the sign. Did he just hit the sign there? I think he just hit the sign. I could be wrong, but I feel like he just donked it off the sign. And he almost just took a young kid's head off too. On top of it,
using a timeout with 80 seconds left in his round, he's up to 5.
You should live bet on the pitchers. Never mind the home run hitters. Steve would be all over.
Oh man, unbelievable. But so this is the problem though too for Ohtani. He was so hyped coming into this, right? Like you have to live up to that. And believe me, he's been brilliant for what he's doing. I don't have to tell you that. Everybody knows that already. Yep. But this was a lot to live up to. But this is why, going back to Juan Soto, why I just like that number so much. It's like it's Juan Soto.
You said 7-1.
Yeah, Juan Soto on any other planet against any other player is not that big of an underdog. Never. So like that to me. Oh, I was like, is he getting a cell phone call? So I mean,
yeah, you have to talk to somebody real quick.
It's so true though, because we get obsessed with the 33 Ohtani hit, rightfully so. But at the end of the day, when they start the competition, everyone's starting from 0, and Soto is now finally healthy. Like, I understand, and we crunch all these numbers, and folks just look at the home runs total coming in. That's how they seeded everybody. But it's so true. I mean, they're all starting from 0 in the competition. You don't pick up from 33 and keep going.
Pitches are starting to come in faster now. He's getting us to double digits. But I to your point earlier, Steve, I don't know why these pitches weren't coming in at this rate earlier.
Yep. No, I mean, no. And whoever Brown is, I mean, he's making the list. I don't like this guy.
I don't care what
list. No, he's making the list. This is ridiculous.
On the the Steve Buscemi list instead of the Steve Buchanan list, the Buscemi list with the lipstick.
but now he's firing them in. It's like, why couldn't you just fire them in to start?
Right.
Like, what do you got to take your time for? Like 3 minutes is not a lot of time.
What does
And
he need to advance here?
He needs 23.
Oh, forget that.
Well, we'll
So
see
he's
how
hitting
many
is he getting an extra minute?
Yes, because he's hit 475, which means he'll get 30.
All right, so that never mind. That's in play then.
But still,
I don't know, man.
At the end of the clock, he's at 16, and he's going to get the extra time. So
he needs at least 14 by the time the clock's over, and he's going to be right there if he has.
Yeah, he's at 16 at the end of the clock. So
Okay.
he's actually in really good shape.
Yep, he is in good shape. Yep. So if he, so he would need.
He had like 5 with a minute and change left, though.
But he basically needs a home run now. Under every 10 seconds.
Right.
So he needs to crush almost every single one that he gets here. And the way that his pitcher was throwing, I mean, he'd probably be up to 40 if the guy actually, just stopped taking his time and posing for pictures every time he throws a pitch. That's what it felt like he was doing.
Monster noting, I didn't get the memo to rock the swag. Hey, Ken Griffey Jr., who, of course, last one in Colorado, is out there talking to the broadcast as well. Previous Angels winners, Wally Joyner back in 1986, Garrett Anderson, 2003, and, of course, Vlad Guerrero Sr., the original, back in 2007, a decade plus ago, is Ohtani rifling again as they are back underway here for this final minute, and he's up to 18. So he got that, he's staying in tune with your average here, Bukes. He got the first one in the first 10 seconds. And now they're, pummeling along right here. We'll see.
So Steve mentioned he loved Soto. I was asking our producer this earlier. I don't think we confirmed. But, Steve, the favorite hasn't won this thing in like a decade. So it actually wasn't a bad idea if you decided to go with, Olsen's out now, but maybe a Story or a Mancini. Some of those reach guys, a Soto, because the favorite hasn't won this thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a problem too. It's almost kind of like, the MLB, cover curse or the NFL Madden cover curse. You go on there and, you having issues the next year. But so are we going to get this here?
He's got to hurry up.
He's got to hurry up, man.
Time's up. We'll see if that lasts. Yeah, he tied him. I think he tied him. I think they finished 22 all.
Wow. Man.
So what's the tiebreaker format here?
So I am not positive on what the tiebreaker format is. Yep.
22 all.
Wow. Nice. But so while you're saying about the favorite here, there's so much value in taking some of these underdogs, because if you're in the home run derby, you're in the home run derby for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, you're talking about some of the best power hitters in all of baseball. So it's worth taking some of these underdogs too, because especially like if you take a favorite, right? You can go with some of these longer guys like Story was, like Mancini was. And even if you end up losing that favorite bet, you're still going to be up by taking some of these underdogs because of the size of the underdog there. So it's, I know, I'm not saying, go bet 3, 4, 5 guys that are in the field, but if you're taking one of these favorites, you can take it with one of those underdogs too, and you can still end up in the profit zone if one of them can end up taking it down. So it's not the worst idea.
Soto, and Mancini all at least plus 800. So Mancini ended up with plus 1400 for the for this thing.
So it's
and also real quick, I wanted to note too, because there was a the free-to-play pool that folks could get involved with, the 25K free-to-play pool. There were 2 questions in there about Ohtani's home run total in the quarters and Pete Alonso's total in the quarters, and they both hit the over. The number was 15.5.
Excellent. So it's going to be a 60-second swing off, guys, with no timeouts during this minute. Ohtani obviously looking absolutely gassed after his round, but he'll have a little bit of time to, collect himself with Soto going first. What are your expectations? Gut feeling, both of you. Who wins?
I think Soto's going to take it. I really think Soto's going to end up taking this. Ohtani he got into that rhythm late, really late. Like like the last 45 seconds or so in the first round, and then the bonus, he was kind of, dragging it a little bit there too. Like, look, at the end of the day, Ohtani's going to be the face of the game, whether he wins this or not. Got nothing to lose. But I think Soto gets it here too. I think he's going to end up taking it. Here's my prediction. Soto's going to get 7. Otani's going to get 5.
Interesting. Okay, well, Soto's got his first, and he's about 20 seconds deep, so he's not hitting them with big frequency here to begin this round. We'll see. Otani, 117 miles per hour, the hardest hit home run tonight.
Oof. Yeah,
I like Soto too. Watching Otani, how gassed he looks. I can't believe this guy's pitching tomorrow.
I know. On top of it all,
starting pitcher tomorrow, and then batting leadoff.
Right. I mean, the guy just does everything.
Now,
does
I mentioned this earlier during the sim with Rossi. With him being the starting pitcher and batting leadoff, does that scream to you that this guy's done after one inning? Like, let's get him his inning pitch.
Yeah.
Let's get him his at bat, and then he's sitting the rest of the time.
Yeah, I mean, there's totally, and there's nothing wrong with that too. Like,
yeah,
they like to get these guys as
the
many
Angels
guys.
are 9.5 out anyway. Maybe they should throw him 3 innings.
I mean, that's a franchise that just can't figure it out. But
Soto hit 6, finished with 28.
Oh, right there. I was right there. One off. So I mean, that's a lot of work for Otani in a minute. For as much as he was struggling for the periods of the time, that's going to be a tough one. I think Otani's going to get maybe 1-2 innings at the max, and then he's out of there. They can keep him in to bat. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure he'll get at least 2 at bats in that one there too. But I think he'll be out of there quickly.
I'm not even sure he gets 2 at bats. I could see them pulling him even earlier. Obviously he's not going to be out there in the field. He's the DH, after he pitches the inning. But I'm with you. I mean, originally earlier I was kind of thinking 2 innings max. The more I think about it, especially coming off of the Derby, and if he goes, even if he doesn't go deep in this thing, even if he's done right here with how tired he looks, 1 inning, like, don't abuse the guy. They're getting back. They have a short-ish break. They're getting back to work on Friday anyway.
Yeah.
And as we've all talked about, whether Stephen A. Smith likes it or not, he's a face of the game. This is not a guy you want to toy with here, for the purposes of fan entertainment here in Colorado.
Right.
Because I mean, I don't think it's realistic, because it's the whole thing. It's the unofficial first half. We're beyond, obviously, the technical midpoint of the season. I don't think he's going to flirt with 60 home runs, but how exciting would it be if he did? This is not something that we want to mess with. As it is, he's probably going to, like, in a good season, a great season. But I mean, even good off of where he is right now, we'd be content with him finishing around 50. But if he actually flirted with 60, my God.
I mean, so he might have 60. And then you also have Tatis, who could be a 40-40 guy. He could legitimately have 40 home runs, 40 stolen bases. You get both of those in the same season. That's something special. And Otani just does not. I don't think he's going to get it. He does not look. Now we get it.
Yeah, no, he's getting going now. He's at 27 with 15 seconds left.
Wow.
If he doesn't get this, I'm looking at the our friends at DK Nation. 33% of the bets are on this guy. So how much does this change things if he's out of this thing?
Well, worst case scenario, we got another tiebreaker, but I think he's going to get there anyway.
Yeah, it was funny because we're
up, and no, they're still tied.
Oh my God.
Okay. So this is and
man.
I believe producer Mike, tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe what they showed on the graphic on ESPN was the next tiebreaker now is just a 3 swing off.
Yep.
So I mean, at this point, it's okay. I mean, we'll see who can be the most dominant in their 3 swings between Soto and Otani. But I'll tell you what, if he is out at the end of this round, at least we got this. This has lived up to the hype.
Yep. So Glash, what was that again? What was the amount?
33%. So a third of bets were on Otani. So if he's knocked out, and that's from our friends at DK Sportsbook, if indeed he's out, explain to us what now changes in terms of how this thing might shake out.
It would be once again, the biggest favorite would be knocked out once again, right? Yeah. We wouldn't have, that would happen once again here. And here's the thing too, and I kind of do this a lot with divisional betting too, is, you look at a guy like Otani, like, are you getting the best odds on him in an exhibition event where, there's so many other factors that could factor in? Like, some people try to jump on like these divisional bets early, or like the MVP bet, or like Mike Trout's a perfect example. Mike Trout, the huge favorite coming into the season as the American League MVP. So now you're getting, because of that, a much better number on the rest of the field. What happened? Mike Trout got hurt. Now those guys that you got amazing numbers on, you're not going to even get close to that anymore because Mike Trout has fallen way down the line. Everybody else has moved up. So why, it's like, and especially with the favorites rarely win in these home run derbies. We've seen it for the past decade or so. So to me, it's like, if you're doing these events where there's really no predictability in these things, just take some of the longer long shots here. Like, who would have like, if you said at the end of the day, oh, Trey Mancini's going to, knock out Matt Olson, I guarantee you the bets for the matchups weren't even close for that. And Olson's out in the first round. You got to look at these longer odds for these.
For Soto, by the way, gone.
Yep, I just caught that. Yep. I think you and I have like a 6-second difference.
I'm behind too. I'm more on Steve's level right now.
Yeah, his second swing went into like the third deck.
Yeah,
absolutely tattooed that ball. So he's 2 for 2. See what he can do.
Yeah,
Dean is in the YouTube chat, one of the 33%. So good luck, Dean.
I'll tell you one thing. Thank God Matt Olson wasn't in this pitch off. We'd be waiting, for the first pitch for about a half hour with his guy there posing for pictures on the mound.
Wow. I didn't know you were this passionate about bullpen pitchers. And
it is fun to watch this and just see. I mean, obviously now, before like swinging anything, just hit
what was that?
Now you got to be so incredibly selective. And let's see if the third one will go. It does. Gone. 3 for 3 for Soto. Wow. You want to talk about pressure on Shohei Ohtani? He literally has zero room for error going into his final attempts.
Yep. Gotta love those odds on Soto, man. Unbelievable. Soto is the real deal. Don't forget that because he's on the Nationals. Don't forget that because he's been hurt. This kid is still young, man. He's gonna make some noise soon.
I'm telling you, man. Everyone's like, oh, they see the 33 and Ohtani. If Ohtani didn't go on this heater the last 2 weeks,
yeah.
And it worked out for Soto in the sense, like you said, we talked about this, the value you have in Soto. No one's talking about you when you have 11 home runs. So I get when folks don't go his way and the matchup stinks in terms of picking the guy to win the thing. Maybe if he's on the other side, you consider more, but the 33 versus the 11, that's tough to look over.
And I just got to point out, Soto's pitcher threw behind him. Did you catch that? One of his pitches, he threw behind Soto. Yeah. I don't know what kind of message he's trying to send, but he absolutely threw behind Soto at one point.
Ohtani getting ready for his first swing. Meanwhile, Pete Alonso's got to be sitting there thinking, you guys are competing at, like, I had 35 and I had how much less time and opportunity than all you fools right here. All right.
I'll tell you what, though. Trey Mancini.
First swing was a ground ball. It's over.
Cough, don't spoil it. Oh, well, all right. Never mind.
Yep.
It's
ground
over.
Ball. Sorry.
Wow.
We have a broadcast here, Glash.
Yeah.
6 seconds is not going to hurt.
Record for you and everybody else. So Soto moves on. Ohtani is done. He can focus on starting the All-Star game in less than 24 hours. And we alluded to this before, Bukes, but this is something Rossi and I talked about as well during the last sim. Producer Mike brings it up. How much of a toll, like it's always talked about, guys declining being in the home run derby because they're concerned of the impact on the second half of the season. Rossi, shouting out Jason Bay, who once said that he thinks that is just, bunk. Do you believe in that? Do you believe that there is actually a translation, guys who whether they win or not, but just guys, exerting the energy that is required here in the home run derby and hitting 50 plus bombs in a setting, they're into the second half that it leads to significantly reduced production?
So you should know this well. Which first baseman on the Red Sox was in the home run derby and then had a horrific second half? Thank you.
Yeah.
Adrian Gonzalez.
Boy,
I always go back to that example. His swing after the All-Star break was never, ever the same. I fully believe, because look, you can say all you want, like, oh, it doesn't make a difference. It absolutely makes a difference. When you're playing on a day in, day out, consistent basis, then you go to the home run derby and all you're trying to do is mash the ball. You're changing up everything. I firmly believe that. For somebody that never played higher than a high school level, I firmly believe that's what happened with major league players. And I think that was one of the biggest examples that we see with Adrian Gonzalez. Now, real
He was
quick,
kind of a baby, though. Just saying.
with that said, with Ohtani out, the top 3 guys are out. Ohtani, Gallo, Olsen out.
So
in the first round.
So do I assume remains your favorite, even in spite of what he just had to go through to beat Ohtani?
Yep. I
Wait a
agree.
second.
And I'm sorry. Yeah, I was incorrect on that. I was looking at it was organized by the players with the highest amount of bets. So that was my fault. So biggest amount of bets was on Ohtani. He's out, followed by Gallo, who had 30% of the bets. He's out.
Yeah. And just
That's
going
what
by
was my
seed,
mistake.
it's all lower seeds moving on.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yep. Pretty
That's
wild.
cool. That's cool.
That's wild.
It's fun.
It's a crapshoot. Like
it really is.
It's like I'm good on you if you didn't buy into the Ohtani hype. I mean, it was a nice sweat there at the end, but Soto a little smaller, but seemed like he was in a little better shape. Shohei Ohtani, a lot going on lately. Got to get ready to pitch tomorrow too. It's a very overwhelming spot.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure Ohtani would have liked to go on. I think he's relieved that he's out of it.
He should be.
He has to be.
Keep in mind, though. Here's something else to think about. All the lower seeds moving on, they all went first.
Yeah, huge rest.
Yep.
Right? So that's
Like I
something to
said,
think about too. Put the
Mancini
pressure on.
Mancini probably could have taken a 2-hour nap at this point. Truly. Because that's how long he's been waiting at this point.
So speaking of waiting, we are waiting for the All-Star game tomorrow night, and we've got a few minutes left to work with. I want to hit on a couple of different things, sportsbook and DFS, obviously, because it's a huge contest people can play as well. When it comes to the sportsbook, we had it up before on our screen share. I think it was run and a half favorite the American League. Obviously, the road team technically in Coors. The over/under is at 11. Money line -104 for the AL, -112 for the National League. Bukes, if you are drawn to bet on anything, betting on anything concerning the All-Star game, what is it?
I mean, the American League has been the dominant league in the All-Star game for years now. Like, it has always been kind of the thing here. There's slight favorites and there's slight underdogs in this one, actually, at -104. I mean, that's feels like some pretty good value to me there for the American League. Obviously, these things are a crapshoot as it is. You do have to factor in, how Shohei Ohtani going to be in the first inning there, leading off, pitching, kind of doing it all. But when you just compare these two teams, I like the American League side a little bit more. I know Max Scherzer has been announced as a starter for the National League. That's a tough one there too, but the ball is going to be flying in Coors Field. You very rarely side on the pitcher side in Coors Field as it is. I don't care if this is the All-Star game too, and that's why the over/under in this one is 11. I don't know for sure, but I can't remember the last time an All-Star game had an over/under at 11. Like, that just feels like a really high total there too, and I would be inclined to take the over. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't want to take the over here being at Coors Field. So I do like the American League at -104.
How many times do you think the umps are going to check on Scherzer out there in that first inning?
Oh my God, just leave them alone. Just let them do their thing. Just enough. Like, just leave these guys alone.
Obviously DFS, because we do only have a couple minutes to work with. The $250,000 DFS contest available in the DraftKings lobby, and $15 to enter. Bukes and notable Shohei Ohtani, he is not accruing points as a pitcher. So keep in mind, if you put him in your lineup, it is just as a batter. What's your strategy for an All-Star game? Not having a clue definitively after the starters who is going to play, how long these guys are going to play.
Yeah.
How do you go about building a lineup?
I'm not even going to lie. There is no good strategy to building an All-Star game lineup because guys are in and out. They want to get other guys in. Here's what I would say. If you want to be different, make your lineup as you would, put 1 or 2 guys in there that are coming off the bench, because their ownership is going to be dirt. Their ownership is going to be so low because these guys aren't starting. People load these guys in. They put in their guys that are all starting. That's all well and good, but it's not going to stay that way. So there's going to be other guys that are going to come in. You just have to take a chance with some of those guys. If you even want to go as far as to use a couple of these relievers, because some of these guys are in and out quick too. If you want to use maybe one of the closers, one of the more, prolific closers that most likely will be in the game, that's the way to get some points too. If they get a save, if they get a couple strikeouts in the inning, that's another way too. But there really, truly is no good way to build an all-star game lineup. I'd be lying to you if I said, whoa, here's the blueprint, here's the map on how to do it. There isn't one. There absolutely isn't one. And anybody who tells you there is a liar, and don't trust them ever again. You do this, put a couple guys that aren't starting. That's the way to do it.
Steve, who do you like to win this home run derby now? Now that everyone's out. Soto, your guy?
Yeah, I'm sticking with Soto on that one too. I really think he's going to end up taking it. If you took him before the jump at those, amazing odds you could have got him at, you're definitely sitting pretty right now with him advancing and taking down Ohtani. But I really think it's going to be Soto.
What about you, Glash?
So my guy going in was Gallo. I like the Mancini story though. That would be really cool. Story being in
Alonso against Soto, Mancini against Story for anyone that doesn't know.
Say it again, Koff. What is it?
It's Alonso against Soto and Mancini against Story.
Okay, I like
Mancini's
that. First one's pretty cool because it's the same division.
If Mancini can take down Story, man, that would be something. That would be something.
I'm riding the Mancini narrative street, and I know you could point out narrative street for any of these guys in one way or another. I get it. Like Story, especially being right there in his own Colorado ballpark. I'm going Mancini. I'm taking Mancini.
By the way, the longest home run, there was a prop available, 519.5. It hit. Soto hit it, 520.
Yep, 520. Absolute bomb. An absolute bomb.
I don't know how you guys feel about this. I know we have friends over at ESPN and Major League Baseball. I have a hard time watching this thing in terms of the distance of the home runs. Like, I don't know if I love the presentation here. Just got to get that off my chest.
It's fine. I mean, look, they go through all these networks. They go through different graphics packages every year trying to find just the right fit. And it's not easy. It's not, I'm with you. It's not easy.
When the ball goes out, I want to see how far to go.
Right.
It wasn't showing me. So for that purpose of giving away how that prop did, but it hit. That's why I wanted to share because I finally saw it on TV with a graphic.
They just wanted to tell you the big
If Steve's going to hate on the pitchers that are throwing these things, I want to rant about something. You can go.
I just can't believe how nice Bukes was to us here for the last almost an hour.
Yeah, let's wrap it up before that changes.
Yeah, it's late. I'm tired.
That's fair. Well, we got a couple more rounds of this thing to watch, I guess, independently. Although Glash will be back for Madden After Dark with Tom Carroll, Jets Bills coming your way in 7 minutes. And undoubtedly, those guys are going to follow along, keep following along with what's going on with the Derby, and we'll bring you a winner. 5 sims tomorrow. Remember, not a full slate of 6, just the 5. There is no 4 o'clock once again, but you will hear from us. Bukes, we miss you in Simland. Hopefully you'll come back, do one of those. When can people catch you next on the Dream Stream?
He doesn't.
Me?
Know.
Yeah, you.
He doesn't know.
I don't even know. They just send me a schedule and I follow it.
You have shows. You have the slate.
If I had to guess, he's back Friday for baseball. If I had to guess.
I would assume Friday, but I have not been told. I'm too busy. I get my schedule in passing.
Don't start with the busy thing. You sound like Ed Lowe.
Yeah, sure. All right, good. All right, thanks to Mike, to Daniel, Glash, Bukes, Koff, Madden After Dark. About 5 minutes. Enjoy the rest of the Derby, and of course, build a lineup for the sim. I will talk to you tomorrow. See you, fellas.
Hey, we're back. I'm back. Freeze Pops is here. First appearance of the night?
Yeah.
All right.
Late work.
Dude, how you been? How's your day?
Great. Very, very cash day for me here in the loo. Did a little bit lifting on the pod side. We're doing a lot of planning for the fall season, working on new templates, etc. for Great Dane Nation. So pretty easy summer day for me here. Did a little housekeeping and watched some home run derby.
Yeah,
Watched
man.
Ohtani choke away that first round. Yikes.
I mean, it could have been worse. He could have not forced the
OT was
overtime.
cool. The double OT was cool.
Yeah.
But
was cool.
man, I mean, with all the hype, to go out in the first round, it's just
You know something, though? But I don't think that's fair to Ohtani because it's not like he's asking for it, right? He doesn't run his mouth.
look, I'm not saying that this is an indictment on him. It's more of like baseball must be like, dang it, we're finally getting all in behind a guy. We name him the starter. He's going to bat leadoff at DH for tomorrow. It's becoming like the Ohtani all-star break here. And look, that overtime between him and Soto is a moment that we're going to remember because that was really cool. But I'm sure the offices in New York were hoping for a different outcome there. I mean, they're trying to make this Ohtani story be the thing as it is. I mean, they don't have to try. It is the story in sports right now, what this guy's doing.
Sure.
So it's too bad that we aren't going to get to see him compete further in this home run derby.
You know, more I thought about it as that first round continued, I'm like, if this guy somehow moves on, he already looked gassed. Like
he looked so gassed.
He probably shouldn't pitch tomorrow. Like
no.
Like if he was gonna win, say he's still going, right? Because if you win it, that means you're gonna go for another couple hours here, at least another hour. You gotta wake up the next day and freaking pitch. I don't know. I mean,
look,
I think
Michael
now that I
can
saw,
vouch
like,
for me. Michael can vouch for me. I've been saying this since it was announced he was going to participate in the home run derby, that I thought it was a bad idea. And watching how gassed he was at elevation, do what he was doing, and knowing how much he already has to do for the Angels as a pitcher and a full-time DH, yikes, man. I'm worried. I don't want to be that guy, but I put it out there on Twitter. I'm worried, man. I really hope that this doesn't screw up my favorite story in sports right now. I really, really hope that this is the one that bucks that trend of the guy that overexerts himself at the home run derby and it screws up his whole second half. That would stink. Baseball can't afford that.
Rob Brand,
But here we are.
Jr. called it best. He will have no arm or legs for tomorrow.
How many innings should he pitch? One?
Monster 01. I know. Look, I know what you folks might say to that. Well, come on, it's just one inning. All it takes is one for him to go up there and like pull a muscle from swinging out of his shoes tonight. I don't know. More of just one of those things like you think about it going in, you're like, this would be awesome if he wins the Derby and pitches tomorrow night and he goes yard in the first inning. And then you watch the Derby and you're watching like him panting. I'm like, if he moves on and keeps advancing, it's kind of dangerous. I don't know. You got to protect this guy. So as much as you folks might say, well, you know, he'll be fine. No. The sport needs him. The sport needs this guy. As much as the Angels stink right now, and sorry, Angels fans out there, if you do exist, the sport needs this guy. They need him. Baseball will not be fine.
Badly.
No, they need this guy. The sport has a problem. They need this guy.
A star problem.
Yeah.
And it's too bad because, like, if you're a baseball fan, and I'm not, like, I always thought I was a really big baseball fan. Then I started doing DraftKings and met dudes like LaMarca and Ducey and, you know, following guys like Bukes, like, they're next level. But I am, as the crow flies, a big baseball fan. And there's a lot of really fun young players in the game. And they still aren't resonating in a way that I'm sure the league wishes they would. And I think part of that is baseball's fault. And it's symptomatic of just like how they've been doing poorly in the marketing department for a long time. Ohtani transcends all of those marketing issues. Like, they're doing legit news pieces on this guy for the half season that he's had in Anaheim. It's special. So you're looking at that guy, like you said, on his hands and knees, panting in between rounds because he's a mile in the air trying to swing for the fences. I don't know, man.
CEH, yes, you just made my point. Okay, maybe it's just me. You tell me, Freeze Pops. And we'll go over our lineups here in a second because there is a sim. I have forgotten about Mike Trout. I'm like, oh yeah, Mike Trout plays for the Angels. Like, I'm good with Mike Trout. Like, because I want to watch Ohtani.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, look, Mike Trout is one of the greatest baseball players ever. Period. End of story. Not just of his generation, not just of right now, just all time. And Ohtani is still that much more of a story because he's doing something that like Babe Ruth didn't even do.
Trout's just boring too. Oh. Like, is he good? I'm not saying he's not good, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm like, oh yeah, right. Like, Mike Trout, what's he up to? How's he been?
Well, he's been injured, so that doesn't help. He hasn't played in a lot of playoff games. We all know that. And he does just generally seem like a guy that doesn't really love the spotlight. He just loves playing baseball.
Slightly says overpaid just to miss the playoffs every year. Well, that's just an Angels problem. Josh Hamilton, Albert Pujols, Mike Trout. I'll even throw a pitcher in there. C.J. Wilson. Remember that guy? Lefty?
Yeah.
For the Rangers?
Yep.
They gave that guy a crap ton of money. They signed him and Albert Pujols in the same offseason.
That was the offseason for them. That was the one where it was like, oh, okay, the Angels finally come into play here, baby. And then it was just
Mike Bauer says, I'm not tuning in to see Trout. I'm tuning the game on to see Ohtani if an Angels game is on. Agreed. Hey, dude, what's your lineup look like for Jets, Bills? Real quick, housekeeping items. Bills are 8-8. Dolphins are 8-9. I think these two teams are kind of still in the hunt for a wild card. Sorry, I said Dolphins. Jets are 7-9. Bills are 8-8. I think the Jets are out, but the Bills, they need a win here.
I have Jamison Crowder in the captain spot, Herndon and Hogan. Those are going to be my big three anytime I have the Jets moving forward. My lone victory here in Simland was with those guys in a Jets lineup, so they're always going to be there moving forward. Love those three guys. Might buy all three of their jerseys. John Brown, Stephon Diggs, and Devin Singletary to round out the line.
Okay. So I
faded Josh Allen.
I played Allen. Oh, you faded Allen. Wow. I captain Diggs, Allen, Singletary, Lee Smith, Cole Beasley, Chris Herndon. Stack the Bills like Zach Morris is trash. Oh, Monster. I respect Trout's game. It's nothing to do with his game. It's the tune-in factor, like Mike Bauer's saying. I don't get excited to watch Mike Trout. Maybe I used to, but guess what? Like this world, instant gratification. The new, and I don't mean to not like he's a person. Okay, I'm just using this as like as the old saying goes. There's a new shiny toy now in the toy shop. It's Shohei Ohtani. I want to watch that. I want to watch that guy. That's all. He's a great player, but and look, and as Freeze Pops mentioned, because we're fair hosts on the Dream Stream, at least we are.
Fair and balanced.
We're fair and balanced, except when the Bucks play and the Patriots play.
Or whatever team Brady plays for moving forward.
Right, true. He's been injured. So I think he's great. He's very good. Good player. But I'm not like, I got to see this guy. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock, I have to call a sim, but can't wait to watch him hit. Can't wait to watch him pitch.
Ohtani is appointment television. If you're up late enough to watch it, and you have the MLB TV app situation going, get him on there. Touchdown, Lee Smith.
That might make me a bad baseball fan, by the way. And I played baseball in high school. I worked in minor league baseball and loved baseball. My interest in the sport has dropped off significantly.
It has waned.
Yes, it has waned. That's a me problem. If I want to get back into it, I can do that. I'm not blaming baseball. I've turned my attention elsewhere. But I'll still watch. Like, I'll casually watch. I'm just not as into it as I used to be. So that's a me problem about Mike Trout. So I respect if you're into him. I'm just not. That's all. Ohtani's got me interested, is my point. Okay, Lee Smith. Yes, touchdown. Good deal. In our contest, 41% owned, 4.4% in the captain. Glash, Freeze Pops, producer Michael is here. Daniel, our technical director. Kyle from Game Ops tonight. Just one member of Ops this evening. We have about 50 on Twitch, 300 plus on YouTube. Thank you all so much for being with us on the Dream Stream. Love you, mean it. One of the slower, as we talked about last night, one of these slower weeks in sports.
The All-Star break typically is.
Folks,
but now we got the finals in the mix, so that's nice.
Yep. They are back in action tomorrow. Is that right?
Is it tomorrow? I thought it was Wednesday.
You might be right. I don't think, why would they give them 2 days off if they're already in Milwaukee? They might because of the All-Star game, I suppose.
I think that's what they're doing. Yeah, it's Wednesday.
Okay.
They stretch the finals. I don't have like the day off thing memorized with the finals, but I know it takes longer than it quote should. Which is good. Give them plenty of rest.
They used to stretch. Is that an end around with Chris Hogan? Oh, that's his lacrosse skills. 3rd and 4. What's up, Sarah?
Recently traded Chris Hogan.
No. Nope. Sarah's asking if I took her car to the store earlier. I didn't steal your car.
Why, is it missing?
No, her lights are off. I usually do that, but it wasn't me. I don't know. Don't look at me. Calling a sim. Bye. Jameson Crowder, nice catch to just about the 50. 45.
My
boy. They used to stretch out like first round series. That was ridiculous.
Yep.
They played 2 games. Oh, let's give them 3 days off, and then we'll see you in the next city for game 3.
We were doing a sports czar conversation, me and LaMarco once. Like, if you were in charge, if you had to make one major change to each sport, what would you do? And my thing for the NBA was switching the first round series back to 5-game series, because the higher seed almost always wins. Like, when do we see first round upsets ever? It barely ever happens in the NBA. So why do we stretch these things out? And he actually made a good counter argument saying, well, if we stretch it out to 7, it gives the underdogs more of a chance to win. And I was thinking, oh, it's actually a good point. But still, no, I like my take better. Get those first rounds, get those first rounds done quick.
I wouldn't mind if they made the first round 5 games.
It used to be.
I know. Yeah, it used to be. Jinx. 3rd and 6 for Darnold and the Jets. First down. Nice pass. Perryman.
Donald and the Jets.
Sean Preston, Glash, tell Sarah I said hi. Sarah! Sean Preston says hi. Hi. 10,000.
Hi, Sarah.
Tom says hi. Hello. She went from hi to hello.
I get
10,903 entries in the $250 free contest. You know what that smells like? People need the sim tonight. They need it. They need it. That's a big number. Love it.
That's good energy.
It's a good energy in the sim. You put the ball on the tee and just whacked it. Thank you. You should have heard Steve Buchanan during our home run derby follow along, he was very, very disappointed in the the derby pitchers. He did not like the pitcher for Joey Gallo.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people were complaining about that on Twitter. I love the guy Alonso had. He looked like 80 years old, and he was just, his timing was impeccable, and he was into it. That guy rocked.
The Mancini angle was cool too. He used his pitcher, I think it was his pitching coach or batting coach from Notre Dame.
Oh, that's cool. I like when guys have their dad. Didn't Bryce Harper win with his dad once? I think Robinson Cano maybe won with his dad.
Good one, Robbie Cano.
I like when guys do that.
The last time,
by the way, Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The last time Mancini worked with that particular coach he had was 2013. It had been 8 years. Brought him in for the Derby. I thought that was
cool.
Freaking cool.
I was going to say on YouTube, Slightly Lon bringing up that Team USA losing again in tune-up play, lost to Australia by, I think, 7 out in Vegas. Consecutive losses for Team USA in tune-up play. That has literally never happened since NBA players have been part of the Team USA program. Never. I think it's only their 4th tune-up loss ever. Consecutive losses. Crazy. What is going on with Team USA? It's not like Team USA has a bad team either. It's not like that team that had super young LeBron and it was just like a weird squad. Lamar Odom was like the most veteran dude. Remember that team they sent to Greece? I think they won bronze. That was sort of the wake-up call for USA basketball, and then the Redeem team came together in 08 with Kobe and those guys. It kind of reinvigorated the program. It doesn't feel like we need that with Team USA. That team, even though it doesn't have maybe the top of the top tier guys, I mean, Kevin Durant's playing.
I'm sorry. This is to our conversation. I just read a tweet. It's a picture of Durant on the Players Tribune. My next team, he's going to join Australia.
I saw guys doing that for Nigeria the other night too. They're going to, if they keep losing these international games, it's just going to just keep recycling that for Durant.
Ooh.
Touchdown.
We got Lev Bell. Yep.
Hate to see that when you have 3 Jets and none of them are Lev Bell.
Le'Veon Bell with the touchdown. Bell in the contest. Owned. Find it. Lev Bell. 62% owned, 13% in the captain spot for the $250 free contest.
So I was watching PTI earlier today, and they were talking about the loss to Nigeria. And I mentioned this on the sim, but they brought it up as well. The last time that Team USA played Nigeria in the Olympics, or it might not have been their last matchup in the Olympics, but when they played in 2012 in London, Team USA won by 83. Carmelo scored 37 points in 14 minutes in that game. Like, it was one of the most dominant basketball games in the history of the sport.
That's wild.
And now, X amount of years later, the sport has grown so much that Nigeria is beating a Team USA team that is good. Look, it doesn't have LeBron, it doesn't have Anthony Davis and James Harden and, you know, like I said, the top of the top tier, but it's pretty dang loaded. And you got Nigeria and now Australia beating them in consecutive games. More and more, year after year, basketball is becoming, I mean, it's never going to surpass soccer, but it is firmly the number 2 sport in the world, I think. And it keeps getting better and better.
Oh, yeah. I mean, internationally.
It's good for the game that these things are happening.
I mean, when you consider Luka Doncic and where he comes from, Slovakia, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Slovakia, their basketball background right now, like, you know, like Slovakia is not big. Like, the fact this guy is
Slovenia.
Sorry. I knew that didn't sound right. Slovenia.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a European country. SL start.
Pardon me. I apologize. Slovenia.
It happens.
Very small country.
I missed it too.
very small country, and arguably the next best basketball player. Giannis is kind of back in that conversation, right? He's in the finals. But all right, top 5. Luka Doncic's top 5 player in the game right now.
Giannis, Luka, Embiid, defensive player of the year coming from France. I mean, international play is loaded right now.
It's crazy. So it really shouldn't be that stunning, but it is because it's happening before our eyes. I'm looking at the Australia roster. Joe Ingles is their best player.
Is Ben Simmons even playing for them? Probably not.
Ready? Here are some names for you. Joe Ingles, Patty Mills, Matthew Dellavedova, Dante.
Yes, that's why they won.
Matisse Thybulle from Philadelphia.
Did you say Dante Exum's playing?
Yep.
Bogut's not in there anymore, right?
No, Aaron Baines.
Done. Yeah, love Aaron Baines.
So I'll give you
a solid squad, but they shouldn't beat Team USA.
I'll give you their top minutes guys from tonight. Ingles, Dellavedova, Nick.
I love Jingles. I love Delly.
Thybulle, and Patty Mills. Lost to Durant, Bradley Beal, Lillard, Jason Tatum, Bam Adebayo, Zach LaVine. I mean, Draymond Green. What?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I hate them.
Maybe Team USA's.
Oh, they're trying.
Well, maybe it's about to be a transition year for them. Maybe this is going to be the transition year that we saw happen, like I said, in 2004. Craziness.
Yeah.
Consecutive losses to Nigeria and Australia. It's not like we're talking like Spain. Spain is the other power in basketball, right?
Yeah. There's Herndon. Beautiful.
Good thing these games don't count. CEH is saying basketball's basically ballet. And you know what, CEH? While I disagree with you, international play is definitely more physical than NBA basketball. And that has to be a contributing factor to why this younger Team USA loses to a team like Australia, who you read off those names. Those are hard-nosed dudes. Delly, not afraid to hit the floor. Aaron Baines, he'll throw that body around. Patty Mills is a grinder.
Thybulle was...
As Tommy Heinsohn once said, Aaron Baines is all of Australia. Do not mess with that guy.
Thybulle was a guy I remember a lot from doing DFS, because when Embiid was out or Simmons was out, he was a guy that would thrive in his play.
Right?
I guess what stands out is a guy like Zach LaVine only getting 13 minutes. Imagine how he feels. Like, he probably
he's
would
not
love to
used to
play
that.
more. No. Lillard was 6 of 11 from 3. Tatum 0 for 6. Kevin Durant overall 6 for 13, 4 of 9 from 3.
Durant has, I was looking at the stat line from the first game too. He has not looked good.
Darnold on the run. Another nice ball to Herndon. Darnold is 13 for 13.
Litzau, I'm with you, man. Team USA has no excuses. It feels like very American elitist to say that, but it's just the reality. Team USA is incredibly loaded at that sport compared to everyone else. Now, I forget if it was with you that we talked about this last. It might have been LaMarca. But if the NBA was to do a all-NBA versus all-world game, All-Star Weekend, instead of the dumb like captain thing that they do now, that would be a legit game, and you might even want to give the edge to Team World because of like what we were talking about, all these great dudes from around the world that are the best players in the league right now. But as far as you spread those guys out across their respective countries, Team USA is still loaded. Even if this is our B team, it's still the A+ team in the group.
I disagree. Crowder's in the slot. Darnold's been hot. Another completion. 15 for 50.
Boston Joe saying, NBA players have no heart. You know why they have no heart? They don't have Marcus Smart.
Which, did you see the Celtics put out a tweet the other day, like pumping him up? Really weird timing of that. I'm like,
it did not, but does that bother you? Are you anti-Marcus Smart?
I am not. I'm good. I've had enough. Yeah. What? I think he's great, but he's overvalued. I think he's better than he actually is.
Exactly. I think Marcus Smart is a guy that if you add to any team that's a contender, he immediately makes that team better, right? Because he's an incredibly good defender. But the Celtics, as they're constructed now, are putting a little too much on his plate on offense. He can't be a guy that factors into your game on offense. Like in a perfect world, he's like your seventh man off the bench, and he is just a shutdown defender. But the way Boston's set up now, he's kind of like your third or fourth scoring option, and that's no bueno.
So also, the tweet was really bizarre because it was like one of those videos you'd see on a video board at a game. Like a thank you, Marcus Smart, but more, it was actually the opposite. It was like you've been such a great Celtic. I feel like Kaufman right now talking about the Celtics. It was more like we love what you bring to the table. We are going to make you a Celtic forever. That's the kind of vibe that it got.
That is weird because he should be in every trade conversation. There's no world where he should be untouchable. And I love the guy, but you can live without Marcus Smart. Everyone, I think you and I have talked about this. Everyone on this roster out that's not named Jason should be on the table. Well, Jalen as well. If your name begins with J and ends in an N, you're off the table.
Darnold. Hop
data.
Just checking out the chat. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your interactions with us, DK Sim fam. Touchdowns in this one so far. Lev Bell for the Jets. Lee Smith for the Bills. Here comes a Ficken field goal.
Timothy Feature saying, I got a question for all you guys. Why do y'all care about NBA Olympic team? Honestly, Timothy, I wouldn't care about these exhibition games at all. They wouldn't get 1 second of mention if Team USA was taking care of business the way that they should. But the other day, they lost to a team that, like, less than 10 years ago, they beat by 83. I think that's a storyline.
I agree.
They beat a team by a score that you could see as a final score in an international game.
Also, like we discussed at the top of the sim, it's a slow week in sports. Like,
yeah,
baseball all-star break. I know the finals are going on. I mean, we do a lot of NBA here. We do. If there was a finals game going on right now, you think we're talking about this? Probably not. Also, someone in the chat, I think D-Rod, Ben Simmons is from Australia, not France.
Yes. Did we say he was from somewhere else?
Simmons to the Celtics, I actually think it would work. It could work with Brown, Tatum, and Simmons. There's no way Philly's doing it. There's no way. No.
So the night that they lost in the playoffs, you and I were on together, and I said I wouldn't be opposed to that, and you destroyed me. I'm glad you've come around. I was refusing to give up Ben Simmons stock, and you were like, sell. He stinks. He can't score.
It could work, but the problem is cap space. You know that, right? If you bring him in, that's your team.
Of course. Yes.
That's your team. It's over. Like it's all mid-level guys and veteran minimums. That's your team. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Ben Simmons.
So you need to decide.
Does this?
Right. So you need to decide: are those two guys
good enough?
Tatum and Brown, good enough to be your 1-2 with Simmons as a complementary piece at this point?
Correct. And that's.
I don't know that they are yet. They're close. They're very close.
Even from
They're
a projection
still both so
standpoint,
young.
It's close. Not now. Right. To your point, down the road, it's close. And that's why a team like Portland, if they brought him in, if it was Simmons and Lillard, they still have a little bit of flexibility to get a third guy in there. So I don't know if I love it for Boston. I don't know.
So Devin Booker is 24 years old, right?
Yeah.
And we saw him kind of take that step really in the bubble, but this past year, and now look where they are. I think Tatum and Brown they're right around that age, so I'm kind of looking at Booker as the model for like the modern guy that takes that next leap.
Kyle says hi, Glash and Tom. Mom says hi. Hi, Mrs. Darich. Tom, I got a 100 on my last humanities test. Glash, the 29th is my last test. Let's go.
Let's go.
We're going to have a party on the 29th in the Dream Stream.
AD Poker 89 saying not to bring this up, but are we all chilling out on the Booker Shades of Kobe take yet? Yeah, I mean, I never loved that when people were saying that the other day. Same. I mean, I'm gonna need to see a lot more from Booker before I'm anointing him the next Kobe. And a lot of people try and put Tatum in that conversation. I need to see more from Tatum. I do not see that killer instinct from Jason Tatum yet. He looked great, at the end of the postseason run there, but we don't see that as Celtic fans on a consistent basis for a full season. So yeah, I'm with you, AD Poker. I'm chilling on that as well.
Hey, so we're back on Cam. Home run derbies in the finals. Alonso and Mancini. The derby will be won by a right-handed player, which that had plus odds on it if you took a look at it. I need the DK SimFam to do me a huge favor, and I think you'll be interested in this. If you go to my Twitter, you will see that I retweeted Emerson Latzia. He said at Kenny Ducey, if the over on the 519.5 hits for longest home run tonight, 519 and a half feet, Brendan Glasheen will shave my back.
Will shave Kenny's back or Emerson's?
I will shave Emerson's back.
Okay. So you have to do that now.
Juan Soto hit a home run 520 feet in the first round.
So are you shaving Emerson's back on camera?
I just need all of you to go to Twitter and say, Emerson, you made a deal.
Does Emerson have a historically hairy back? Is it like a legendary hairy back, or like how does that come about? You know what? We can talk about it more at the other side of this clip.
Oh, right. My bad. I forgot about this. Earlier today on the Sweat, we'll talk maybe before we come back. Earlier today, Reed and Jeff, they discussed season rushing yard player props for Packers running back Aaron Jones.
Huh. Aaron Jones, 1050 and a half rushing yards. What do we think here? And we don't even know if this quarterback's going to be there.
Yeah, Emerson, I don't know what time it is. I feel like I have traveled everywhere and in between everywhere. But I believe Aaron Jones is still the running back of the Green Bay Packers, and Jamal Williams is no longer a Green Bay Packer. I like this over. I think any way you cut it, if Aaron Rodgers is still there or not, Aaron Jones is just one of these players, and you see what the Packers have done with this contract that they believe wholeheartedly in. I think he's closer to a guy like Alvin Kamara than we expect, right? We've seen huge games out of Aaron Jones. And even last year when he didn't really do that well in terms of the yardage, he could have gotten a lot more. It was really the touchdowns that we saw him over or supersede or over project, right? The touchdowns that he had. But if you look at his last 2 seasons, his attempts per game, like the last 3 seasons, it's just under 14. But he's had some huge games in the past. So give me Aaron Jones over. I like this, even though it's over that 4-digit mark.
All right, Jeff, what do you think here, man? Because for me, I feel like it's going to be a little more active in the passing game, but now he's starting to share the rock a little bit with what? A.J. Dillon, Jamal Williams here?
Well, Jamal Williams not on the team anymore, so definitely not going to be sharing it with him. But A.J. Dillon is a good name to bring up.
You nailed it.
Because I am going to take the under here, and there's a couple reasons why. First of all, we have a player here who's only played 16 games once in his 4-year career. Aaron Jones, a little bit slight for a lead running back. He's very explosive. You know, he's put up over 5.5 yards per carry in 3 of his 4 years. So there's no doubt he can get over this number. It's just the way he's been used a little bit more as the Packers is in the passing game. And I feel like with Jamal Williams leaving, his role in the pass game, you're going to see a little bit more Alvin Kamara from Aaron Jones next year. And the reason why is I think that the Green Bay Packers have a true early down bruiser in A.J. Dillon. And I think you're going to see that early next year. I also am just wary of betting on any player like Aaron Jones to hit an over because, again, we have not seen the durability throughout his career. So this one for me, like the player, definitely could go over, but I'm going to take the under here just because there's too many factors that say, you know, either A.J. Dillon comes in or the injuries kick in again and we just don't get there. So give me the under on Aaron Jones.
Blows my mind.
They're smart, man.
I know.
We're back.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. The Sweat is weekdays, and we're chit-chatting about shaving backs because Emerson just wasn't thinking that one through, or maybe he really wanted it, but it only hit by a half, right? The number was 519.5 on the DK Sportsbook, and it was 520 for Juan Soto. Thank you, Juan Soto. We get to shave Emerson's back. That could also be a very terrifying experience. The Sweat is weekdays at 11 a.m. It's 1 hour, leads into the first Madden sim of the day. You had something.
I need to see, as it feels weird to say this, but in context, it doesn't. I need to see what Emerson's back looks like. I need to see what the hair situation is to know if this is like going to be gnarly or not, you know? Someone tweeted Emerson. Tell him to tweet out a picture of his hairy back. Or at least throw it up on the gram. Emerson loves his gram stories.
I think that would make it more of a surprise. But you know, I see what you're saying though, because what if it's like really underwhelming and like? Oh,
yeah, exactly. Then like, what are we shaving here? You know, like everyone has a small amount of back hair.
I have a lot.
So, oh, you got a hairy back?
Oh, it's the worst, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm minimal in the back hair.
You're lucky.
People don't want to hear about that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Brendan Furlow on YouTube saying Devin Booker dang near lost his chance at finals MVP in Game 3. Historically bad first road game in the finals for his career.
Not true. One game's not going to be
Yeah, Brandon, I don't think one game does that. Also, I was watching SportsCenter, I think, today. I just had ESPN on all day in the background, and Richard Jefferson was going through Booker's sort of trend this postseason. Every first road game so far this postseason, other than the Denver series, Booker has had a bad game. So he's had 4 series. In 3 of them, his first road game, he has played poorly. Every other game, he has been unstoppable. Not unstoppable, but really, really good. So I look for Booker to have a bounce back in Game 4. I'll follow that trend.
Last thought on back hair. You know, if I shave Emerson's, I would actually probably ask him if he could shave mine while I'm there because I could sure use it.
No, what you need to do is tie your hair on your back being shaved to a prop that you know for a fact is going to hit for like the All-Star game tomorrow night. Like take the under on Ohtani pitches for tomorrow night and have that be tied to your hair being shaved off your back. You can't just, it needs to be tied to something here. You can't just get a free shave of the back. It's not fair. You got to earn it.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Producer Michael chimes in. That's only fair. It's true. Producer Michael with us, Daniel, our technical director, Kyle from Game Ops. Chat's very calm tonight about their scores being updated. You notice that?
Patience.
Patience, there it is. The buzzword carries through into Monday.
It was a great buzzword. It's a memorable buzzword.
Another flag. 2 touchdowns in the sim. Lee Smith, Lev Bell.
Talked about the sim. Where are you in the contest?
Good question. That's what you say. 123rd out of 137. Steph Diggs has.
I'm in 132nd out of 137.
Oh, we stink.
So I was saying this before we went on. I played every free roll today just for funsies. Awful. Did terrible. Nooner, 106. 2 o'clocks, 67th. The Dinner sim with Rossi and Kenny, 72nd. And Primetime, 40th. Brutal showing for me here today on the Dream Stream.
Wow, man. Hey, it's all about reps.
Exactly.
How to get those
Just
reps
fire
in.
them off. You got to take your losses.
First and 10 from the 30 for Josh Allen and the Bills. I'm curious to see, and this is just I'm really going in a different direction right now, but Josh Allen in Madden 22, what kind of jump we'll get. Like, he should be much better in terms of taking care of the ball.
I think so. I think Josh Allen might be the guy that takes the biggest leap in the next game.
I think you were the one who asked me, like, who's next year's Mostert? And someone was talking fantasy earlier, so whoever brought this name up, I'm sorry, I'm stealing it from you. You know who might be really good in Madden next year? Cam Akers.
Yeah.
Like, who's going to be the Mostert next year?
I think Cam Akers is a good call because he's going to be a guy that you look at the kind of the small sample size from him last year where he was awesome, that they're going to have to factor that into his stats. And because we don't play with injuries here, that's going to be the one thing that Cam Akers probably isn't going to have good for stats in the new Madden because he was a guy that took a long time to get on the field last year. So that's not really something we worry about. All we're worrying about is kind of the on-the-field stuff. So I think it's a good call.
Okay. I'm trying to think of maybe someone else. Like, because it's clearly his backfield.
Well, at the very least, he's going to be a guy that's a big part of their offense, right? Because he can catch the ball. He's super athletic. We saw what he can do with the ball in his hands, and it's explosive. I'm excited to see Stafford with a guy like that.
Yeah.
The Rams are going to be fun. I know that we're both all in on the Bucks, and yet call us Brady biased if you want. I just think it's objectively they have to be the favorites, I think. But on paper, that team next year in LA is going to be really cool. Pete Alonso just won his second consecutive home run derby here in Denver. The polar bear.
Now, okay, where did he get that from?
I don't know, but that's his nickname. It's a well-known nickname for him. I can't believe you hadn't heard it.
I hadn't. See, I suck
The
at
polar
following
bear, baby.
What was I going to say? Oh, now we were talking about this during the watch along, the live watch along.
That chain is sick for Alonso.
His total was only at so first half. Alonso only hit 15. Is that right? Pete Alonso.
No, his first round he was awesome. He hit 35.
No. I mean like.
17. In the first half of this season. Yeah.
17.
He had a slower start to the year. Yeah. Yep.
And he's played in 77 games, so he's only missed a handful of games. I think folks got obsessed. If Ohtani did not go on this heater, and I know he's been good really since opening day, but Ohtani went on a heater, dude, these last 2 weeks of just dominating. I think what we lose focus with this home run derby everyone starts from 0. You know what I mean? Like, I think we get obsessed with the total in the first half. Like, oh, well, he's got to be the favorite. This whole Kobe Devin Booker thing, folks are really passionate about this thing, one way or the other.
People love Kobe.
I agree. I think it's silly. I never thought of it. When I heard, who brought it up was, and we're not going there. I'm just using it as a reference. Stephen A. Smith was the one who brought it up, I think, first.
He did.
So.
He did.
I don't know. He's got power in what he says, as we know.
He has sway. People pay attention to the things he says.
Chef Duke says Dobbins will be awesome too. See, I wonder though about Dobbins because of Gus Edwards.
And also, I still think that the computer will be super Lamar heavy. Like
Right.
Lamar's stats might go not crazy back, but he didn't have as good a year as maybe we all thought he would have last year. But I still think he's going to be the focal point of that offense.
Plus, it could be very well a situation where we see it happen all the time with running back in this game as it pertains to certain teams. The RB2 just doesn't even get included, right? So maybe Dobbins is good and Gus Edwards is just left out.
Yeah.
But it's something to consider. Like here with
There's
Buffalo.
only a few teams in Madden where the RB2 is a factor. Kareem Hunt in Cleveland. That's the only one that's really jumping out to me. I know in Seattle, you'll see Carlos Hyde steal some touchdowns. Who are some other ones? They're out there. You guys know.
And Luke Murphy was the one who had the take. So, hi, Luke. Thank you. I stole your take.
Lukey, baby.
Luke says...
yeah. Alonzo is the third player to win back-to-back home run derbies. The others being Griffey in 98-99 and Yoenis Cespedes, 2013 and 2014. Another Met favorite.
The Mets are a good team this year. Mets are in first place. They're a contender.
Shout out LaMarca. Is he the only Met fan in our little DK Sim fam here? Is Doozy a Yankees fan?
Doozy, big Yankees guy.
Ugh. That explains it.
Makes him even more unlikable, right?
I mean, it just explains the whole thing, really.
I know. I feel bad for him.
He never had a chance.
No.